Chen Chu, once the revered leader of the waning Wanfa holy sect, found himself in a state of despair. Just as hope seemed lost, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. The Supreme Peace Request System has been activated. This system promised to facilitate peace among all disciples of the sect, regardless of their innate talents, cultivation levels, or martial skills. Upon awakening the system, Chen Chu underwent a transformation. He descended from the mountain to gather disciples, alchemical prodigies, and sword masters alike, all eager to join his ranks. His ambition was to restore the Wanfa holy sect to its former glory. In the Taiwan continent, within the picturesque Qingzhou, the Wanfa holy sect was nestled among mountains, shrouded in auspicious clouds, a haven of spiritual energy. Yet, amidst this beauty stood a humble thatched cottage. Beneath a withered tree in front of the cottage, a monkey hung upside down, clutching a wine gourd. As the last drop of wine trickled into its mouth, the monkey tucked the gourd behind itself and, with an expectant expression, spoke. Master, we're out of wine. Shall we go buy some? We're out of money. There's barely enough left to buy you a drink, sighed the young man reclining in a rocking chair, his demeanor one of resignation. His name was Chen Chu, a transmigrant and the sole remaining leader of the Wanfa holy sect, alongside the talking monkey. 15 years prior, the Wanfa holy sect had enjoyed a modest reputation. However, Chen Chu's arrival had precipitated its decline. The previous owner of this body had indulged in reckless pursuits, accumulating powerful enemies. 5 years ago, the sect was destroyed by those whom Chen Chu had offended. Now he, the new host of this body, struggled to survive in the aftermath. The past 5 years had been arduous. Chen Chu was on the brink of starvation. As these dire thoughts consumed him, a system notification echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have activated the Supreme Peace Request System. Instantly, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Would you like to bind the Supreme Peace Request System? The system inquired. Without hesitation, Chen Chu replied, bind. In an instant, blue particles surged into his being, and the system confirmed, binding successful. The system explained, the Supreme Peace Request System allows the host to harness the collective cultivation levels of all disciples in the Wanfa Holy Sect. The stronger the sect, the stronger the host will become. Please endeavor to develop the Wanfa Holy Sect. As the data panel for the sect materialized, Chen Chu's heart sank at its dismal statistics. The evaluation read, recommendation, reopen. The 4 simple words struck deep, and Chen Chu, overwhelmed, buried his head in his hands. It was not his desire to be in this predicament. 5 years prior, his dantian had been destroyed, rendering him powerless and unwanted. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, another notification chimed. Rest assured, host, with this system, all shall be well. Chen Chu's spirits lifted as he gazed at the electronic screen. Thank you, system. The display shifted to reveal. Detected a beast member of the Wanfa Holy Sect. Monkey. Host cultivation, Monkey 0. Suddenly, Chen Chu felt a surge of spiritual energy flooding into his dantian, revitalizing it, as if a torrential downpour had arrived. The energy coursed through his body, enhancing his senses and strength. The monkey watched in astonishment, exclaiming, wow, has the master evolved into a divine beast? Chen Chu, eyes wide in disbelief, realized the monkey possessed a hidden strength, being at the 3rd level of the innate realm, a force to be reckoned with. Confusion washed over him as he pondered why such a powerful being sought wine. Yet, Chen Chu felt no anger. The monkey had been his companion through thick and thin, and in a way, he owed his newfound strength to it. A spark of excitement flickered in Chen Chu's gaze, causing the monkey to bristle with apprehension, wondering if the master had developed feelings for him. Regaining his composure, Chen Chu inquired of the system, are there any cultivation techniques suitable for me? He needed methods to complement his newfound power. The system replied, to acquire techniques, rare materials, or special physiques, the host must complete system tasks. Then, please issue a task, Chen Chu urged, confident that with his current cultivation, fulfilling a task would be a breeze. The system announced, task issued, descend the mountain and recruit 2 disciples. Time limit, 3 days. Given the host's and Wanfa Holy Sect's circumstances, the system generously offers a 10-fold novice gift package upon completion. Has anyone ever told you how much I adore you, system? Chen Chu exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude for the rewards. The system responded, thank you for your affection. Therefore, the system grants you the Eye of Truth. With tears of joy glistening in his eyes, Chen Chu listened as the system elaborated. The Eye of Truth allows the host to instantly assess the aptitude, fortune, and talent of others. Please note, the Eye of Truth can be used 100 times daily, 0 out of 100. With this newfound ability, Chen Chu envisioned the potential to scout for talented disciples to bolster the Wanfa Holy Sect. Bursting with newfound vigor, he turned to the monkey and declared, let us descend the mountain and recruit disciples. The monkey, bewildered, asked, Master, our Wanfa holy sect is destitute, not even attracting robbers. How do we intend to recruit disciples? Chen Chu approached the monkey, pulling him close with a smile. Have faith in your master. In a past life, I was a champion in insurance sales. Chapter 2. Wang Pan in the quaint village of Taishan. Chen Chu arrived accompanied by his monkey. This village is the closest settlement to the sacred sect of 10,000 laws. Upon his arrival, Chen Chu immediately activated his true eye for scanning. Despite utilizing nearly 60 opportunities, he found no suitable disciples. Just as he was about to concede defeat, he unknowingly wandered to a secluded corner of Taishan village. Suddenly, he detected something intriguing, prompting a curious exclamation. Before him stood a middle-aged man, bare-chested, displaying his robust muscles as he repetitively swung an axe, chopping wood. At first glance, he appeared ordinary, yet Chen Chu discerned that during the act of chopping, the air around the man subtly trembled. With wide eyes, Chen Chu employed his true eye, and in an instant, the man's information materialized before him. Name, Wang Pan, age, 45, talent, Emperor, gold, talent classification, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, gold. The higher the level, the stronger the disciple's talent. Fate, heavenly awakening, gold, family ruin, black, numbness, green. Fate classification, black, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, gold. The higher the level, the stronger the fate. Ding. Fate is not immutable. If the host aids Wang Pan in overcoming the shadow of family ruin, the latter two fates will vanish, making way for new ones. Chen Chu exclaimed in astonishment. An emperor. Upon seeing the middle-aged man's talent as emperor, he cast aside the remaining system notifications, his excitement surging. A golden light erupted from his eyes, startling the monkey beside him. The monkey instinctively covered its rear, incredulous and wide-eyed, exclaiming, Wow, the sect master's preferences are rather peculiar. He likes beasts and men? Chen Chu approached the middle-aged man like a bullet, placing his hands on Wang Pan's shoulders, his demeanor tender as he gazed deeply into Wang Pan's vacant and hollow eyes. Wang Pan, I have finally found you, he declared passionately. Wang Pan, however, inquired coldly, Who are you? His tone bore the weight of recent tragedy, reflecting his sorrowful state. Chen Chu, sensing the man's distress, furrowed his brow and maintained a respectful distance. He then spoke with earnest conviction, You need not know who I am. I only have one question for you. Will you join my sect? Wang Pan shook his head resolutely, replying, Sorry, I'm not interested in joining. At that moment, he seemed singularly focused on his task of chopping wood. Just then, a voice from an elderly woman resonated clearly in Chen Chu's ears. Who are you? Turning to face the source of the voice, Chen Chu respectfully bowed to the old woman, stating, I am Chen Chu, the sect master of the nearby sacred sect of 10,000 laws. Upon hearing that Chen Chu was the master of a sect, the old woman's eyes brightened, and she approached him directly. With a resounding thud, she fell to her knees. The elderly woman unexpectedly knelt on the ground, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Chen Chu. This scene rendered Chen Chu speechless. What did it signify? Was it truly worthy of such reverence from a woman nearing her 60s, merely for introducing himself? The monkey, witnessing this spectacle, clutched his backside, his astonishment palpable. Indeed, the sect leader is truly remarkable. Even a woman of such age is captivated. At that moment, the elderly woman, her voice trembling with anticipation, implored Chen Chu, sect leader. I beseech you to show kindness and save Wang Pan. Chen Chu, puzzled, looked at the elderly woman, uncertain of the meaning behind her words. In the next moment, she recounted Wang Pan's plight to him. Chen Chu began to understand why Wang Pan's fate was marked by the ominous phrase family broken and lives lost. Several days prior, during a temple fair in the nearby Qing Shui city, Wang Pan intended to take his wife and children to participate. However, as the first snow began to fall, he feared there would not be enough firewood left at home, so he stayed behind to chop wood, allowing his family to go ahead without him. While they were on their way, everything seemed fine, but tragedy struck at the fair when a malevolent sect invaded Qing Shui city, unleashing chaos and slaughter. Wang Pan's wife and children fell victim to the carnage. Upon finishing his wood chopping and arriving at the city gates, he was met with the harrowing sight of his wife and children's bodies, piled high in a small mound. The elderly woman was unaware of the details leading up to this calamity. She only knew that upon Wang Pan's return, he silently resumed chopping wood at their doorstep. The villagers, upon learning of this dreadful news, attempted to console him, but Wang Pan could focus only on his wood chopping, neglecting food and drink for several days. The elderly woman felt a pang of sorrow as she watched him. Before the incident, Wang Pan had been the kind-hearted soul of Taishan village. and the elderly woman had long regarded him as her own son. Witnessing his anguish weighed heavily on her heart, so upon learning that Chen Chu hailed from a sect, she hoped he could guide Wang Pan out of this darkness. "This matter has reached my attention," Chen Chu remarked solemnly after hearing the elderly woman's account. He was already aware of the events in Qing Shui City from days prior, having been present at the temple fair with the monkey. They had narrowly escaped the tragedy, returning home shortly before the massacre unfolded. Upon returning to the Wan Fa Shengzong, Chen Chu had discussed the incident, acknowledging their fortunate survival. He never anticipated that Wang Pan's family had perished in Qing Shui City. A flicker of compassion filled Chen Chu's gaze as he looked at Wang Pan. The monkey, having absorbed the complete narrative, fell silent. In truth, it was not mere luck that day. Rather, it was an instinctive sensing of the impending danger in Qing Shui City that prompted us to leave in haste after drinking. Chen Chu assisted the elderly woman to her feet, taking deliberate steps toward Wang Pan. Upon reaching him, Chen Chu did not hesitate. He delivered a powerful punch to Wang Pan's chest. Thud! Wang Pan was sent tumbling backward, crashing heavily against a withered tree. This spectacle terrified the elderly woman. "I wished for you to help him emerge from despair, not to strike him down." In the next moment, Chen Chu placed a foot firmly on Wang Pan's chest and bellowed, "Are you truly resigned to such self-degradation, refusing to seek vengeance for your wife and child? Do you intend to remain a worthless being indefinitely?" As Chen Chu's words resonated, Wang Pan's gaze shifted from a state of stupor to one imbued with a flicker of light. With a stern expression, Chen Chu unleashed the prowess from his previous life upon Wang Pan, stating, "If I were your wife and beheld you in this pitiful state, I would regret marrying a man so feeble. Consider this. While you toil away here, wallowing in despair, your wife and child languish in the netherworld, yearning for your retribution. I am certain they would never wish to see you succumb to such degradation. Now, I offer you this opportunity. Join my sect, and I promise you vengeance within 3 years." Laying waste to the den of evil cultivators. Chapter 3. Journey to Qing Shui City, Taishan Village, at the entrance of Wang Pan's home. Wang Pan gazed at the fervent Chen Chu, who was passionately urging him to rise against his fate. For reasons unknown, his heart began to pulse anew, as if Chen Chu's words had unveiled the true essence of survival. Yet, how could he trust that Chen Chu would aid him in exacting revenge within 3 years? By heavens, can you bear to witness your wife and child suffer in the underworld, unable to find peace? Chen Chu continued, "Join me in the illustrious Wanfa Holy Sect, and if I fail to help you obliterate that wretched sect of evil cultivators within 3 years, I shall descend to accompany your wife and child." At that moment, Chen Chu demanded only 3 words from Wang Pan. "I agree." Chen Chu's voice resonated like thunder in the clear sky, echoing in Wang Pan's ears. In the next instant, as if possessed, Wang Pan uttered, "I agree." As soon as Wang Pan's words fell, a notification rang out. "Congratulations, host has recruited the Emperor qualifying disciple Wang Pan. System task, descend and recruit 2 disciples, 12. After the system alert sounded, Chen Chu felt his anger gradually dissipate. He then stepped down from Wang Pan. Addressing the elderly woman with a look of accomplishment, "Rest assured, old lady, Wang Pan will be all right. In 3 years, I shall return him to you as a renewed man." At that moment, Wang Pan's deep voice reached Chen Chu's ears. "Is it true that if I join your sect, you will help me avenge my family within 3 years?" No longer the numb figure he had been, Wang Pan was now filled with hope. It was almost absurd, but he felt an inexplicable attraction to Chen Chu, as though following him could indeed lead to vengeance. Suddenly, Chen Chu responded to Wang Pan with a punch. This blow did not send Wang Pan flying, but rather resonated within him, making him feel as if his very insides had exploded. In the next moment, a radiant aura enveloped Chen Chu as he regarded Wang Pan with utmost seriousness. The observing monkey furrowed his brow in disbelief, exclaiming inwardly, "The aura of the innate realm. How is the Master's strength akin to mine? Could it be that he has been concealing his true power all along?" After a considerable period, once Wang Pan had regained his composure, Chen Chu's voice resonated clearly in his ears. "Trust in your sect leader. This is the first step in your journey to join the sect." As Wang Pan felt the force of Chen Chu's second strike, he realized that the individual before him was a formidable warrior, one capable of aiding him in his quest for vengeance. Thus, the title of sect leader was uttered with genuine sincerity. Observing Wang Pan's expression, Chen Chu nodded in satisfaction before employing his true eye to examine Wang Pan's current attributes. Name, Wang Pan. Age, 45. Talent, Emperor, gold. Fate, Heavenly Genesis, gold. Igniting hope, purple. At that moment, the burdens of numbness and the tragic loss of family had vanished from Wang Pan's fate. Chen Chu, pleased with this development, nodded once more. In the next instant, Chen Chu addressed Wang Pan. "Follow me." I shall lead you to Qingshui City. With that, he set off towards the direction of the city, intent on recruiting disciples. It was far more advantageous to gather students in a bustling city, given its larger population and influx of visitors. Upon hearing that Chen Chu intended to take him to Qingshui City, Wang Pan hesitated, rooted in place. Sensing the sudden stop, Chen Chu turned around and, without hesitation, approached Wang Pan. With a swift motion, he delivered a solid punch to Wang Pan's chest, producing a resounding thud. This act left both the elderly woman and the monkey astonished. Why resort to violence? They wondered. Chen Chu offered an explanation. Confronting your innermost fears is the first step towards becoming a strong warrior. If you falter, I can arrange for you to return to the sect with the monkey. The disdain in Chen Chu's tone was unmistakable when he uttered the latter. Wang Pan understood the implication behind Chen Chu's words and furrowed his brow. His reluctance to venture into Qingshui City stemmed from the tragedy that had befallen his family. However, he could not refute Chen Chu's assertion. He recognized that to avenge his loved ones and attain strength, he must first confront his fears. At that moment, Chen Chu's voice rang out once more. If you do not follow me now, I cannot guarantee that I will assist you in your quest for vengeance. As he spoke the latter part, his voice grew fainter. Wang Pan looked up to see that Chen Chu and the monkey had already turned the corner. Without hesitation, he sprinted after them, axe in hand. On the path to Qingshui City, Chen Chu and the monkey walked side by side, with Wang Pan closely trailing behind. The monkey glanced back at Wang Pan and, with a hint of confusion, inquired of Chen Chu, "Sect leader, are you truly going to help him seek vengeance?" The monkey perceived Chen Chu's promise as mere politeness. Chen Chu replied, "Of course. When have I ever failed to fulfill my commitments?" He cast a glance at Wang Pan, aware that if he did not assist him in avenging his family within 3 years, the shadows of his dark fate would likely resurface. A prospect that did not bode well for Chen Chu. As soon as Chen Chu finished speaking, the monkey promptly interjected, "Nonsense, sect leader. Last time you promised that if I, the monkey, helped you steal Lin Qingshui's undergarments, you would provide me with an endless supply of wine. Yet after I accomplished the task, what did you say? You merely dismissed it as flattery, saying, 'Oh, monkey, you took it too seriously,' and then retreated indoors. Engaged in who knows what." As he recounted the third sentence, the monkey mimicked Chen Chu's manner of speaking, putting on a show reminiscent of their earlier conversation. By the fourth sentence, his eyes brimmed with disdain and contempt for Chen Chu, as if to say, "Whatever you do, I, the monkey, am fully aware. There is no need for your excuses." Upon hearing this, Chen Chu's face flushed crimson. He quickly retorted, "Hey, monkey, don't speak out of turn." This sect leader was merely studying needlework, wishing to observe the style of Lin Qingshui's garments, nothing more. Just as Chen Chu intended to promise the monkey an unending supply of wine in the future, an idea struck him. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, "Let's set aside past events for now. Your sect leader is not one to be petty. How about this? If you manage to sneak into the Lin residence and procure Lin Qingshui's undergarments once more, I assure you this time I shall deliver on my promise of endless wine. What do you say?" As he finished, Chen Chu playfully blinked his large, sparkling eyes, exuding an air of sincerity. The monkey retorted, "Whereas your dignity? Still spinning tales?" However, after a moment's contemplation, the monkey mirrored the mischievous grin and nodded at Chen Chu, saying, "Sect leader, I accept the challenge." Observing the monkey's recent expression, Chen Chu felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, but chose not to dwell on it. Thus, the trio continued their journey forward. On the way, the monkey inquired, "Sect leader, could you enlighten me as to how you possess innate realm cultivation?" Chen Chu replied, "It is because of my unparalleled handsomeness that even the heavens couldn't resist rewarding me with cultivation." The monkey shot back, "You fool." Chapter 4. The barbecue incident in Clearwater City. Although several days had passed since the tragic incident, the scent of blood still lingered heavily in the air. Chen Chu, accompanied by the monkey and Wang Pan, stood at the entrance, gazing at the numerous martial artists guarding Clearwater City, his eyes reflecting a complicated array of emotions. At this moment, the city gates appeared desolate, likely due to the recent calamity that deterred many citizens from approaching. Chen Chu and the monkey vaguely remembered the bustling scenes during the temple fair, when the city had been teeming with people, with long lines for the monkey to receive wine, taking nearly an hour. The next moment, Chen Chu turned to Wang Pan, who appeared increasingly numb. Observing this, Chen Chu couldn't help but sigh internally. Such a blow would likely take Wang Pan some time to recover from. Shortly thereafter, the trio passed through the gates of Clearwater City, under the scrutiny of a multitude of martial artists. "Disciples of the Lotus Flower Sect?" Chen Chu murmured, noticing the sect's attire adorning the warriors. The Lotus Flower Sect, once a subordinate sect of the 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect, had risen to prominence in the region after the latter's downfall, now reigning as a dominant force. Previously, Chen Chu had mentioned Lin Qingxue, a disciple of the Lotus Sect. To the monkey, her beauty resembled that of the snow lotus found on Tianshan, captivating to an extraordinary degree. It was no wonder that Chen Chu instructed the monkey to pilfer Lin Qingxue's undergarments for the purpose of studying needlework. Soon, Chen Chu, the monkey, and Wang Pan arrived at the heart of Qingxue City. Upon closer inspection, traces of blood marred the ground, accompanied by a palpable scent of iron. Wang Pan, being an ordinary individual, could scarcely detect the intensity of the stench, while Chen Chu and the monkey, as innate martial artists, possessed heightened senses that made them slightly lightheaded upon inhaling the odor. However, they swiftly regained their composure. In the next moment, Chen Chu gestured towards a direction and spoke to the monkey. Go. The direction indicated was the residence of the Lin family, Lin Qingxue's clan. The task for the monkey was, of course, to steal the undergarments. After Chen Chu's command, the monkey hesitated momentarily before gradually approaching Chen Chu. 3 seconds later, he departed directly towards the Lin family. Observing this, Chen Chu furrowed his brow slightly and suddenly recalled something, erupting in anger. Damn it, you worthless monkey. Are you mocking me? 3 seconds, you piece of trash. When I acquired Lin Qingxue's undergarments, it took me a mere 15 minutes to study needlework. Wang Pan, perplexed, could not comprehend Chen Chu's words. Having once been married, he had no need to delve into needlework, making his ignorance quite understandable. Wang Pan, come. Follow me to recruit disciples, Chen Chu barked, still seething with rage. At that moment, Wang Pan's stomach grumbled audibly. Chen Chu, hearing the sound, did not immediately mock him. Instead, he recalled the old woman's earlier words about not having eaten for several days. Damn it, how long can a normal person endure this? The next moment, Chen Chu inquired, are you hungry? Wang Pan awkwardly nodded in response. Do you have any money? Chen Chu asked. Wang Pan froze momentarily, then looked at Chen Chu in astonishment. What did he mean? It seemed he intended for Wang Pan to foot the bill. Aren't you the sect leader? Don't you carry any money? Wang Pan sensed Chen Chu's embarrassment and realized he genuinely lacked funds. Although Wang Pan hadn't brought any money with him, he was acquainted with some individuals in Qingxue City from whom he could borrow, though he was unsure if they were still alive. Master, I know some people in the city. Perhaps I could borrow a bit? Wang Pan weakly suggested, his voice barely audible, as his strength had waned after days without sustenance. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Chen Chu's eyes. He approached Wang Pan, who, sensing the shift, instinctively took a step back, fearing a potential reprimand from Chen Chu. Chen Chu did not strike Wang Pan. Instead, he gently patted his shoulder and spoke with earnestness. Ah, you've grown. It's fine. Go ahead and borrow some. By the way, borrow a bit more. After all, a multitude of debts does not weigh one down. As Chen Chu's words fell, Wang Pan felt as though he had stumbled into a den of thieves. Could this sect truly facilitate his cultivation and enable him to exact his revenge? Doubts began to creep into Wang Pan's mind regarding Chen Chu. However, upon recalling the power Chen Chu had demonstrated, he cast aside those negative thoughts and proceeded in the direction he was familiar with. Observing this, Chen Chu wore a satisfied smile. He then sought out a nearby tea house and took a seat, waiting for a while. Before long, Wang Pan returned, money in hand. It must be said that Wang Pan was fortunate. In the entire Qingxue City, he was acquainted with only 7 or 8 individuals, of whom 6 or 7 had perished. Only one remained, and that person, intending to leave Qingxue City, had readily handed over some money without hesitation when Wang Pan came to borrow. He, too, was aware of Wang Pan's plight and did not expect repayment. Seeing Wang Pan return with the money, Chen Chu was elated and immediately led him into an operating tavern. The server, noticing the patrons, promptly greeted them. Chen Chu wasted no time and began to order dishes. Before long, the food was served, and the two began to feast with great enthusiasm. Akin to famished souls returned to life. However, not far away, dust began to rise as a throng of Lin family disciples charged toward Chen Chu and Wang Pan's location, seemingly in pursuit of a dark figure. What is happening? Chen Chu heard the commotion and instinctively turned to look. To his astonishment, he recognized that the shadow being pursued by the Lin family disciples was none other than the monkey. The monkey was now racing towards him, brandishing the sect token of the Wanfa Shengzong, a symbol of authority, while a powdery white garment hung from it. Astute as Chen Chu was, he immediately discerned what it was. Without delay, he sprang up, realizing the gravity of the situation, and attempted to pull the still-eating Wang Pan away from the tavern. But it was too late. With a thud, the Wanfa Shengzong token and the powdery white garment landed on the table before them. In the next instant, the monkey shouted, Master, I have stolen young Mistress Lin Qingxue's undergarment for you. Chen Chu gasped in shock. What a calamity. Chapter 5. Brother, is your name Lin Fan? Inside the tavern, a Lin family disciple, brandishing a long sword, stormed in, fury etched upon his face. In an instant, the blade glimmered, as if to rend the heavens asunder. Unfortunately, this disciple lacked strength, and Chen Chu effortlessly evaded all his attacks while grasping Wang Pan's arm. The next moment, Chen Chu bellowed in anger, "Hold on. Do not wrongfully accuse. Do you blindly believe whatever this demon monkey claims?" He cursed vehemently. Other things might be acknowledged, but this is outrageous. However, instructing others to steal intimate garments is utterly disgraceful. I would never acknowledge it. As Chen Chu's words fell, the young scion of the Lin family, wielding a long sword, seemed to find merit in Chen Chu's statement. He halted his blade's swing, fixing a cold glare upon Chen Chu, scrutinizing him as if determining whether he spoke the truth. In the next moment, Chen Chu released his grip on Wang Pan and pointed at the token of the master of the 10,000 Laws sect. Obscured beneath the intimate garment on the table, he inquired, "Do I appear to you, in my youth, to resemble a leader of a sect?" This young hero, "My father and I merely came here for a meal, entirely unaware of the unfolding events. I implore you to discern our innocence." Chen Chu naturally regarded Wang Pan as his father, even feigning a look of terror. The Lin scion, upon hearing Chen Chu's words, cast a glance at Wang Pan, who was still oblivious to the situation, and nodded thoughtfully. He then continued, "However, you cannot leave just yet. Once we capture the demon monkey, you too will stand before us. If you are indeed innocent, I, Lin Fan, shall offer my apologies." Lin Fan did not relent in his scrutiny of Chen Chu, but instructed him and Wang Pan to wait. Just as the monkey tossed Lin Qingshue's intimate garment and the token to Chen Chu, it swiftly fled, with the remaining Lin family members in pursuit. Lin Fan. Upon hearing this young scion's name, Chen Chu felt a flicker of interest. In many tales, Lin Fan is a name befitting a protagonist, ordinary yet extraordinary. In the next instant, Chen Chu activated Eye of Truth. Name, Lin Fan. Age, 16. Talent, Gold. Fate, Sword Path Supreme, Gold. Loyal Follower, Gold. Low Intelligence, Blue. Physique, 10,000 Sword Saint Body, to be developed. By the heavens! Chen Chu exclaimed internally, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that within 100 miles of the 10,000 Laws sect, two individuals with imperial potential could exist. Moreover, Lin Fan possessed a remarkable physique. Chen Chu resolved to seize this opportunity. Soon, Chen Chu regained his composure and began to devise a strategy to recruit Lin Fan into their sect. As he examined Lin Fan's fate, discovering the traits, loyal follower, and low intelligence, it was as though he had uncovered an uncharted land. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Chen Chu exclaimed, feigning astonishment, "Young hero, did you just say your name is Lin Fan?" As Chen Chu's words echoed, Lin Fan looked at him with confusion, uncertain of the implications. In the next moment, Lin Fan nodded and responded, "Yes, what of it?" Wang Pan regarded Chen Chu with puzzlement, wondering internally if perhaps this youth was acquainted with the sect leader. With hurried steps, Chen Chu approached Lin Fan, his gaze reminiscent of the affection he had once shown to Wang Pan, tenderly taking Lin Fan's hands as if enamored. This scene sent shivers down Lin Fan's spine, compelling him to shake off Chen Chu's hand. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself unable to break free, as if his hand were ensnared by cement. What a jest! Lin Fan was merely at the third level of the Qi-gathering realm. The notion of escaping the grip of Chen Chu, who was in the innate realm, was utterly ludicrous. "Brother Lin Fan, do you not recognize me?" Chen Chu feigned familiarity, presenting himself as if they had known each other for ages. This left Lin Fan utterly perplexed. Although he relished practicing swordplay in various locales, most of his endeavors had taken place near Qingshui City, where his acquaintances were few. Logically, if he were to know the person before him, there should be some semblance of recognition. Nevertheless, Lin Fan refrained from directly inquiring about the stranger's identity, as it would be rather impolite, and Chen Chu certainly appeared to genuinely know him. At that moment, Lin Fan's lack of wit came into play. In the next instant, Chen Chu leaned in close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered, "Brother Lin Fan, have you forgotten that you once confided in me your admiration for Lin Qingxue?" In an instant, Lin Fan's expression shifted dramatically, his cheeks flushing crimson. Observing this reaction, Chen Chu felt a surge of triumph within. I was indeed correct. This sect leader is truly a genius. Without hesitation, Chen Chu continued his verbal persuasion. Perhaps it was due to his insight into Lin Fan's little secret that Lin Fan genuinely began to believe that Chen Chu was indeed a brother to him. Under Chen Chu's relentless banter, Lin Fan became increasingly convinced of their camaraderie, to the point where he felt utterly disoriented, as if he would comply, without hesitation, if Chen Chu asked him to release him and Wang Pan. Seizing the moment, Chen Chu draped an arm around Lin Fan's shoulders and inquired, "Brother Lin Fan, do you recall the last time you mentioned seeking a sect?" "Seeking a sect?" When did I mention such a thing? Lin Fan instinctively retorted, having no memory of it. In the next moment, with a playful punch to Lin Fan's chest, Chen Chu teased, "Come now, do not conceal your thoughts. I know what lies in your heart, and I have found a sect that suits you perfectly. I shall say no more. Join this sect, and I assure you, you shall win the heart of Lin Qingxue. What do you say?" As he spoke, his voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. To win Lin Qingxue's affections. This notion resonated within him like a deer hearing that chicken wings would not add to their weight, filling his gaze with the brilliance of a golden egg. Chen Chu, witnessing this transformation, felt a swell of elation, convinced that success was at hand. However, at that very moment, a resounding rumble shook the earth. The entirety of Qingxue City seemed as though it were being lifted by some unseen force. In the next instant, the ground began to fracture. The sinister laughter of the antagonist echoed throughout the entirety of Qingxue City, reverberating with a chilling kekekek. Indeed, you disciples of the Lotus Sect are quite perceptive. You have discovered my presence beneath the earth. However, alas, the Blood Oath formation has already been activated. You shall all be drawn into my soul-devouring flag. As his voice faded, a swarm of crows darkened the sky, which was tainted a deep crimson. A formidable spiritual pressure enveloped Qingxue City, descending like a celestial dome. Chen Chu, witnessing this, felt a twinge of panic, sensing that the source of the voice was more powerful than himself. Yet, in the next moment, a system notification chimed in his ears, detected that the host is currently facing fatal danger. Thus, the difficulty of the system task has been reduced. Upon recruiting a disciple, the host may unlock a 10-fold novice gift package. Ding. Disciple Wang Pan has been recruited, system task completed. 10-fold novice gift package has been credited. Would the host like to open it? Upon hearing this, Chen Chu exclaimed with excitement, "Open it." With his words, the system responded, "Congratulations. Host has acquired 1,000 sky replenishing pills. Congratulations. Host has acquired 1,000 vitality nurturing pills. Congratulations. Host has acquired 1,000 essence returning pills. Congratulations. Host has acquired 100,000 essence gathering pills. Congratulations. Host has acquired 10 spirit gathering talismans. Congratulations. Host has acquired 10 superior heavenly grade mental techniques. Congratulations. Host has acquired 10 intermediate heavenly grade mental techniques. Congratulations. Host has acquired 10 inferior heavenly grade mental techniques. Time seemed to slip away, and amidst the mechanical sounds, Chen Chu revealed his 2 prominent front teeth, overjoyed beyond measure. It was simply overwhelming. This novice gift package was exceedingly abundant. Such wealth he had never encountered in his entire life. He received 10 tomes each of heavenly grade mental techniques, movement arts, and martial skills, divided into superior, intermediate, and inferior. Additionally, he was bestowed with 100 tomes each of earth grade mental techniques, movement arts, and martial skills, similarly categorized. The package included medicinal pills essential for cultivation, ranging from grades 1 to 9, with 9 being the highest and 1 the lowest. The quality of the pills within this gift package was impressive. For instance, the Essence Returning Pill is an 8th grade miraculous pill for restoring spiritual energy, equivalent to boosting the combat capability of 2 individuals. It suffices to rejuvenate one's dwindling spiritual energy during battle. Moreover, the Vitality Nurturing Pill and the Sky Replenishing Pill are 7th and 8th grade healing pills, respectively, possessing significant efficacy. As long as there remains a breath of life, one can be revived. As for the Essence Gathering Pill, it is a straightforward means to enhance one's cultivation. Though its grade is modest at 3, nonetheless, there is an abundance of 10,000, ample for the initial use of both Wang Pan and Lin Fan. All these resources are truly befitting of a top-tier power in Qingzhou. However, the true treasures lie in the martial skills and mental techniques. Martial skills are categorized into the heavenly, earthly, profound, and yellow, with heavenly grade being the finest and yellow grade the least desirable, not to mention those that are subpar. Each tier is further divided into superior, intermediate, and inferior. A single tome of superior heavenly grade martial skill can rival 10 tomes of intermediate heavenly grade martial skills. Heavenly grade martial arts exist solely within the elite forces of Qingzhou. As per Chen Chu's knowledge, during the peak era of the Wanfashing sect, their most formidable martial skills barely reached the low tier of Earth grade. It was precisely due to this Earth grade martial technique that Wanfashing sect managed to dominate an area of several thousand miles. At this moment, Chen Chu possessed nearly 100 volumes of heavenly grade mental cultivation methods, martial arts, and agility techniques, a delight beyond measure. Initially, he had harbored concerns that Wang Pan and Lin Fan, upon joining the Wanfashing sect, would lack martial skills and mental methods for their cultivation. However, It now seemed that the system had taken care of everything for him. The system truly cherishes those it favors. What is this spirit-gathering talisman? At this moment, Chen Chu appeared to have made a discovery, furrowing his brow as he extended his hand to point at the description of the spirit-gathering talisman. Spirit-gathering talisman. Upon use by the host, it allows the host to concentrate their internal spiritual energy in one place, thus enabling the instant annihilation of any martial artist below the divine concealment realm. Instant annihilation of those beneath the divine concealment realm? Does that mean even those in the foundation establishment realm can be swiftly dispatched? Chen Chu's lips curled into a smile at the system's description of the spirit-gathering talisman. Just as he was about to make good use of this talisman, he suddenly sensed something and instinctively gazed into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking air echoed. An elderly woman, clad in the robes of a lotus flower sect elder, soared into the sky, exuding a torrent of spiritual energy and overwhelming pressure that unmistakably showcased her formidable strength. Flying in the air, could she be a martial artist of the foundation establishment realm? Chen Chu exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the elder suspended in midair. Indeed, flying is a hallmark of foundation establishment martial artists. To be candid, such a martial artist in this small locale is already a dominant force. It is Elder Wang Xiao. At that moment, Lin Fan's voice rang out in surprise. Lin Fan recognized Elder Wang Xiao, for she was the mentor of Lin Qingxue, and her prowess ranked among the top 3 within the entire Lotus Flower sect. With Elder Wang Xiao taking action, it was certain that the demon would be unable to escape her grasp, Lin Fan remarked with a hint of excitement. The next moment, the voice of the antagonist echoed once more. I did not anticipate that you, Wang Xiao, would be the one to come here. Chen Chu discerned the location of the antagonist's voice and finally spotted a figure shrouded in a black robe hovering above a certain structure. Sensing the spiritual energy emanating from this figure caused Chen Chu to furrow his brow tightly, a complex expression flashing in his eyes as he seemed to ponder something. At this juncture, Elder Wang Xiao, hovering in the air, disdainfully addressed the antagonist with a cold smile. I too did not expect that the one behind the tragic incident in Qingxue City would be you, Elder of the Corpse Bone Cliff. As Elder Wang Xiao's words fell, the sinister voice from the Corpse Bone Cliff surged forth once more. If you were to perish here, your sect leader would surely be quite troubled, wouldn't they? Following this, a torrent of black flames erupted from behind the Corpse Bone Cliff, soaring towards the heavens. Corpse Bone Cliff, you are merely at the innate realm. If you wish to kill me, you must first attain the foundation establishment realm. As Elder Wang Xiao concluded her statement with a roar, her expression hardened, and a formidable surge of spiritual energy akin to a tornado rushed towards the Corpse Bone Cliff, exuding an overwhelming might. However, just as Elder Wang Xiao was nearing the Corpse Bone Cliff, a sudden flash occurred. The soul-devouring banner appeared in the hands of the Corpse Bone Cliff. In an instant, a cloud of black mist erupted, enveloping Wang Xiao and immobilizing her in midair, a mere 10 meters away from the cliff. The next moment, the confident expression on Wang Xiao's face became intricate, soon replaced by shock as she gazed at the Corpse Bone Cliff. How can this be? She exclaimed in astonishment, realizing she was rendered completely motionless. Elder Wang Xiao, having lived for several years and engaged in combat with me on multiple occasions. How can you still be so reckless? Have you forgotten what I mentioned earlier about the Blood Oath formation? The Corpse Bone Cliff spoke with a hint of disdain. Upon hearing these words, Elder Wang Xiao instantly recognized her oversight. Within the Blood Oath formation, the Corpse Bone Cliff could harness the power amassed from the blood of numerous deceased within the city, strengthening himself in the process. The face concealed beneath the black robe seemed to discern the realization dawning upon Wang Xiao, leading to further mockery. Elder Wang Xiao, while I may respect you as a foundation establishment warrior, this Blood Oath formation, having absorbed the blood of countless souls from Qingxue City, has already empowered me to reach the foundation establishment stage. My earlier stance here, without levitating, was merely to lull you into a false sense of security. I never anticipated you would recklessly charge forward. Truly a death wish. With that, the Corpse Bone Cliff prepared to strike down Wang Xiao. However, at that moment, a clear voice rang in his ears. Release my master. Chapter 7. How does the young brother intend to die? Release my master. A woman appeared, adorned in a deep sea blue, intricately embroidered robe with phoenix and peony motifs, complemented by a water green, elegant dress. She possessed a rosy apple-like face, bright and clear eyes, and flowing black hair. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize her as the enchanting her beauty, none other than Lin Qingxue, the object of Lin Fan's affections and a disciple of Elder Wang Xiao. At this moment, Lin Qingxue had arrived with many disciples from the Lotus Flower sect. Miss, Lin Fan called out upon seeing Lin Qingxue, readying his sword to assist her. Suddenly, Chen Chu reached out to stop him. Are you joking? Even Elder Wang Xiu cannot contend with the corpse-bone cliff. You, Lin Fan, and Lin Qingxue, along with these disciples of the Lotus Flower Sect, are all mostly in the postnatal realm or even the Qi induction stage. Charging in would be tantamount to courting death. You would merely serve as cannon fodder. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Lin Fan asked, perplexed by Chen Chu's obstruction. Chen Chu replied, if Elder Wang Xiu is not a match, how can you be? Chen Chu's words rendered Lin Fan momentarily speechless, forcing him to regain his composure. Yet, with his goddess Lin Qingxue now in the fray, how could he stand idly by? Paralyzed by fear? Thus, the fire of determination ignited within Lin Fan's eyes. Seeing the resolve burning in Lin Fan's gaze, Chen Chu felt a wave of exasperation. For the sake of love, is it truly necessary to rush into certain death? To Chen Chu, this kind of love was incomprehensible. As Lin Fan prepared to rush forward, Chen Chu decisively intercepted him. Brother Chen, Lin Fan exclaimed, gazing at the figure blocking his path, unable to suppress a frustrated shout as he attempted to push past. Yet, Chen Chu stood firm like an immovable mountain, rendering Lin Fan powerless. At that moment, a chilling scream echoed through the air. Chen Chu glanced upwards, where Lin Qingxue and numerous disciples of the Lotus Sect were suspended, ensnared by the soul-devouring flag. The expressions of some disciples twisted into grotesque visages, their eyes turning crimson, as if undergoing a harrowing ordeal. In the next instant, the disciples of the Lotus Sect opened their mouths wide, their souls being forcefully extracted and drawn towards the soul-devouring flag, held by the figure on Corpsebone Cliff. Those whose souls were consumed fell lifelessly from the sky, akin to kites severed from their strings. This horrifying spectacle left the remaining disciples of the Lotus Sect pale with dread. They were gripped by terror, haunted by the specter of death. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qingxue furrowed her brow, her mind racing to concoct a plan. Just then the Lin family members, pursuing the monkey, arrived at the scene. Upon seeing Lin Qingxue suspended in midair, they shouted and rushed towards her in a desperate attempt to rescue her. Finally, they have stopped chasing me. The monkey sighed in relief, glancing back at the Lin family disciples heading to save Lin Qingxue. With a slight pat on his chest, he muttered to himself before turning around to approach Chen Chu. Master, we should flee quickly. The monkey reached Chen Chu, grasping his arm, intent on leaving the area, completely disregarding Lin Fan behind them, as the Lin family was too preoccupied to concern themselves with him. As the monkey's words settled, Lin Fan looked at the monkey he had been pursuing. Upon hearing the way the monkey referred to Chen Chu, realization dawned upon him. He cast a dark, questioning gaze towards Chen Chu. Sensing the shift in Lin Fan's demeanor, Chen Chu understood that he intended to inquire about something. However, Chen Chu was disinclined to explain. Instead, he directly proposed to Lin Fan, Brother Lin Fan, how about we make a wager? Lin Fan, taken aback, regarded Chen Chu with confusion, uncertain of the nature of the wager at such a critical juncture. Chen Chu continued, at this moment, in all of Qingxue City, it is likely that only I possess the ability to save your young lady. The terms of the wager are simple. Should I succeed in rescuing her, you shall agree to join my sect. Conversely, if I fail, you may do with my sect as you wish. As Chen Chu spoke, his tone grew increasingly self-assured, revealing his perfect set of 8 teeth. Following his declaration, Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze to Lin Qingxue, who was hanging precariously in the air and appeared to be nearing her limit. He nodded in agreement to Chen Chu, believing that as long as his young lady could be saved, he had nothing to lose in trusting Chen Chu. Seeing Lin Fan's nod, a more sinister smile crept across Chen Chu's face. At that moment, the monkey approached Chen Chu, displaying an expression of shock, and whispered, Master, are you courting death? With our cultivation levels, stepping forward would be tantamount to delivering ourselves to them. If you insist on going, then by all means, go alone. I, the monkey, shall not accompany you. Although the monkey was unaware of the exact extent of Chen Chu's powers, it was certain that they could not surpass its own. If it could not contend with the ominous figure of the corpse-bone cliff in the air, how could it possibly face Chen Chu? Upon hearing the monkey's words, Chen Chu smiled broadly, then placed an arm around the monkey's shoulders and said, Fear not, my dear monkey. I have yet to fully unveil my strength. After speaking, Chen Chu flashed a meaningful smile, sending a shiver down the monkey's spine, prompting it to instinctively cover its rear. In the next moment, Lin Fan's anxious voice reached Chen Chu's ears. Senior, I implore you to take action. At this juncture, Lin Fan's address of Chen Chu had shifted. Upon hearing Lin Fan's plea, Chen Chu looked up to see the corpse-bone cliff advancing step by step towards Lin Qingxue. With each step, the souls of nearby disciples from the Lotus Flower Sect were being drawn in, absorbed into the soul-devouring banner. It would not be long before Lin Qingxue would be next. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Chen Chu understood that he must act swiftly. Delay could spell disaster. As the power emanating from the soul-devouring banner was visibly intensifying, in the blink of an eye, Chen Chu retrieved the spirit-gathering talisman bestowed upon him by the system, intending to affix it to his leg, preparing to launch himself with tremendous force. In the air, the corpse-bone cliff radiated an overwhelming aura, revealing a sinister smile as he gazed at the exquisitely beautiful Lin Qingxue, his eyes growing increasingly lecherous. The corpse-bone cliff coveted Lin Qingxue's beauty, yet more than that, he desired her soul. If you dare to harm my disciple, I swear by all that is sacred, I will not let you go, even if it costs me my life. Elder Wang Xiu bellowed, his voice echoing like a lion's roar, as he witnessed the corpse-bone cliff drawing near to Lin Qingxue. The corpse-bone cliff, however, paid no heed, his excitement mounting as he approached Lin Qingxue. Upon seeing this, Lin Qingxue's face turned pale, realizing that she might meet her end here today. In despair, she closed her eyes. In that fleeting moment, within the tavern, Chen Chu turned to Wang Pan and said, "Did you not doubt my strength? Allow me to demonstrate what true invincibility looks like." As Chen Chu's final words echoed, Wang Pan had yet to comprehend the situation when Chen Chu vanished from sight. In the next instant, Chen Chu's arrogant voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "Young brother, how do you intend to meet your demise?" With that proclamation, all eyes in the room were fixed upon Chen Chu. Who was he? The disciples of the Lin family. The Lotus Flower Sect, Lin Qingxue, and Elder Wang Xiu all regarded Chen Chu with expressions of bewilderment and inquiry. The corpse-bone cliff, upon hearing Chen Chu's words, furrowed his brow and turned to face the source of the voice, realizing with astonishment that he had failed to sense Chen Chu's presence moments before. Could it be that this individual possesses strength surpassing that of this elder? The thought stirred within the heart of Shigyu. One must understand that, bolstered by the Blood Oath formation, his own cultivation was nearly on par with that of a divine abode realm warrior. The ability to appear silently behind him could only stem from two possibilities, the first being the formidable prowess of this youth, and the second, that he bore a treasure. However, reflecting upon the words just spoken, the former seemed the more likely scenario. Consequently, Shigyu regarded Chen Chu with a sense of impending dread. In the next moment, Shigyu inquired of Chen Chu, "Who are you?" His greenish, fly-like gaze fixed intently on Chen Chu, particularly on his hands. Should Chen Chu make a move, he would be ready to wield his soul-devouring banner at a moment's notice. "Me?" Chen Chu feigned innocence, pointing to himself with an air of naivety. Shigyu nodded in acknowledgement. "I am the sect master of the nearby delicious delicacies sect," Chen Chu declared, winking playfully at Shigyu, adopting an endearing demeanor. Shigyu, along with Wang Xiu, Lin Qingxue, Wang Pan, the monkey, Lin Fan, the Lin family disciples, and the disciples of the Lotus Flower Sect, were taken aback. What? Delicious delicacies? Is that truly the name of a sect? And what manner of expression is that? Shigyu could not help but inwardly exclaim, as the surrounding malevolence surged. His gaze fixed intently on Chen Chu, sensing that he was being mocked. In the next instant, Wang Xiu appeared to grasp the situation, akin to seizing a lifeline, and urgently called out, "Senior, please save us, disciples of the Lotus Flower Sect." He is Shigyu, an elder of the corpse-digging sect, a malevolent cult responsible for the massacre in Clearwater City, having slain many innocents. However, before Wang Xiu could finish, Shigyu unleashed a surge of spiritual energy that struck him. "Pooh!" Wang Xiu coughed up blood, his vitality waning. "Master!" Lin Qingxue gasped in alarm upon witnessing this. "Enough!" Shigyu bellowed. At that moment, Chen Chu's melancholic voice resonated clearly in Shigyu's ears. "Young brother, what kind of virtue do you possess? The fellow merely seeks assistance. Why must you resort to violence?" As Chen Chu's words fell, Shigyu directed the soul-devouring banner towards him. Yet, alas, it missed entirely. Chen Chu, observing the imminent attack, intensified his melancholic gaze. "Oh dear, what are you doing? Are you not aware that this sect master despises being frightened?" With that, he struck a pose reminiscent of a delicate maiden. Silence. Shigyu, unable to contain himself, contemplated invoking the Blood Oath formation to eliminate Chen Chu. Enough. Chen Chu nonchalantly cleaned his ears, and then delivered a swift kick aimed at Shigyu's most sensitive area. In an instant, Shigyu felt as though he had been struck by a 1,000-pound lead ball, a wave of excruciating pain surging through him. This agony, however, was fleeting, as he soon experienced a powerful tearing sensation, rending at his very being. As the pain morphed into shock and then escalated into sheer horror, he could only think, how is this possible? At the final moment, the bone cliff let out a heart-stirring roar, echoing into the heavens. In the next instant, with a thunderous explosion, the bone cliff was obliterated, akin to a balloon bursting. A cacophony of exclamations erupted from numerous martial artists witnessing this spectacle. Subsequently, with a resounding thud, all those suspended in midair under the influence of the soul-devouring banner plummeted to the ground. Was it a single strike that annihilated him? Elder Wang Xiu, seated on the ground, clutched his chest in disbelief as he gazed at Chen Chu. One kick. Had they truly vanquished the formidable Bone Cliff? An elder of the grave-digging sect? This revelation was difficult for Wang Xiu to digest. It was well known that the Bone Cliff, bolstered by the soul-devouring banner and the Blood Oath formation, was an exceptional force even among those at the Foundation establishment stage. To achieve a one-hit kill would necessitate power equivalent to at least the God Concealment realm. Could this young man possibly be a martial artist of the God Concealment realm? At such a tender age, the astonishment in Wang Xiu's eyes was palpable, while Elder Wang was still reeling from the shock. Chen Chu approached the remains of the exploded Bone Cliff and picked up the scattered soul-devouring banner from the ground. This should be a valuable item, he mused, intending to stow it away in his system space. However, just then, Wang Xiu's voice reached Chen Chu's ears. Esteemed elder, may we request the soul-devouring banner for our Lotus sect? Chen Chu, taken aback, cast a bewildered glance at Wang Xiu. What audacity! After dealing with the adversary, he expected to claim the spoils? Was this something he could accept? With a serious demeanor, Chen Chu disregarded Wang Xiu's request and promptly tucked the soul-devouring banner into his system space. He then addressed Wang Xiu with a stern tone. This item is far safer in the possession of your sect leader than in your Qinglian sect. Following this, Chen Chu departed from the scene before Wang Xiu could pursue, his injuries from the Bone Cliff's attack flaring up, forcing him to remain stationary and tend to his wounds. Master, are you all right? At that moment, Lin Qingxue approached with a look of concern for Wang Xiu. Upon hearing her voice, he shook his head and then inquired if she was unharmed. Only after Lin Qingxue confirmed her safety did he feel a weight lift from his heart. Lin Qingxue was a precious asset to their Lotus sect. Any harm to her would be a greater loss than the destruction of their sect itself. Back at the inn, Chen Chu had successfully returned. At this moment, Lin Fan, Wang Pan, and the monkey remained engulfed in astonishment, particularly the monkey, who found it hard to accept that Chen Chu had dispatched the Bone Cliff with a single blow. The shock in his eyes was profound. It was known that even if the monkey exerted every ounce of his strength, he would likely only manage to escape from the Bone Cliff's clutches. Yet, their sect leader had effortlessly kicked him to death, shattering the monkey's perception of reality. When did their leader become so extraordinarily powerful? It exceeded the monkey's comprehension. To obliterate a martial artist of the Foundation establishment stage, their leader's strength must have undoubtedly reached the late stages of Foundation establishment or even the God Concealment realm. Regardless of which realm it was, it signified that Chen Chu had surpassed him. This revelation momentarily disheartened the monkey, who had believed itself to be the most concealed among them, only to discover that its own master could mask his presence even more effectively. Consequently, the monkey's gaze towards Chen Chu shifted. Chen Chu sensed the monkey's scrutiny but chose to disregard it, instead directing his attention towards Lin Fan. Extending his arms in a welcoming gesture, Lin Fan, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Now, should you not honor your commitment to me? Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly, casting his eyes toward Lin Qingxue, who was conversing with Wang Xiu in the distance, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. After a moment, Lin Fan nodded at Chen Chu and declared, I agree to join the Wanfashengzong. A subtle smile graced Chen Chu's lips. With two martial artists of imperial potential joining their ranks, the Wanfashengzong had little to fear regarding its resurgence. However, I must first return to bid farewell to my family and friends, Lin Fan stated at that moment. Chen Chu nodded in acknowledgement, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, indicating that he could afford this brief interlude. The next moment, he patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, conveying an understanding look, and advised, I comprehend your sentiments. Take your leave properly. When we meet again, you shall no longer belong here. Lin Fan nodded in agreement to Chen Chu's words. The master will await you at Taohua village, 10 miles outside the city. Do remember to come. Chen Chu instructed before hastily departing the tavern with Wang Pan and the monkey, evading the attention of the Lotus sect disciples. Unbeknownst to anyone, Chen Chu also discreetly took Lin Qingxue's undergarment and the Master's token from the table. As Lin Fan observed the retreating figures of Chen Chu and his companions, he bowed respectfully to Chen Chu and then proceeded toward the Lin family residence. Chapter 9. The transformation of Wanfashengzong at the Lin family estate, the absence of many disciples who had gone to assist Lin Qingxue, left the household notably sparse. Misfortunes seldom arrive alone, as Lin Fan fortuitously encountered the Lin family's eldest son, Lin Chunfeng, who held a particular disdain for him. Lin Chunfeng's resentment stemmed not from Lin Fan's cultivation, but rather from his own infatuation with Lin Qingxue. Oh. Is that Lin Fan I see? What brings you back now? You appear unscathed. Surely you didn't flee when confronted by the corpse-digging sect? Lin Chunfeng remarked with a mocking tone. Lin Fan chose not to respond. He deemed Lin Chunfeng unworthy of such engagement. After all, Lin Chunfeng had vanished from sight since the emergence of the corpse-digging sect. When it came to cowardice, it was Lin Chunfeng who was more cowardly for hiding within the Lin estate. However, Lin Fan's silence only served to embolden Lin Chunfeng's condescending taunts. The next moment, Lin Chunfeng continued his derision. Heh, Lin Fan, you cannot even capture the demon monkey that stole Sister Qingshua's undergarment. I suggest you depart the Lin family before you bring further shame upon yourself. Lin Chunfeng harbored a profound aversion for Lin Fan, whom he considered a sycophant of little merit, presuming to pursue that which did not rightfully belong to him. With disdain evident in his gaze, Lin Chunfeng concluded his remarks. Suddenly, a flash of sword light flickered, moving with astonishing speed. In an instant, a sharp sword appeared at Lin Chunfeng's neck, its glimmering blade reflecting the shock in his eyes. Lin Fan, what do you intend to do? Lin Chunfeng bellowed in rage, his face flushed. Whether from anger or embarrassment, he could not tell. Clang. Lin Fan withdrew his sword and nonchalantly made his way toward the living room of the Lin household. Watching Lin Fan's departing figure, Lin Chunfeng's anger flared, harboring deep resentment and growing disdain. However, a sudden thought crossed Lin Chunfeng's mind, and a smirk crept onto his lips as he murmured, Heh, Lin Fan, you may revel in your triumph now. But I eagerly await the day a year from now when I wed Lin Qingxue. I hope you can still bask in your glory then. Lin Chunfeng was set to marry Lin Qingxue, a decision firmly established by the head of the Lin family, Lin Zhangwo. Although he had yet to find the right moment to inform Lin Qingxue, the arrangement was as good as sealed. Yet, after his triumphant proclamation, Lin Chunfeng recalled the speed at which Lin Fan had drawn his sword, leaving him astonished. He never expected that even as a practitioner of the postnatal realm, he would be unable to catch the movement. Nevertheless, Lin Chunfeng still regarded Lin Fan with disdain, whistling as he departed. In the living room, Lin Zhangwo, the head of the Lin family, was sipping tea. Startled by the approach of someone, he turned his gaze toward the entrance. With hurried footsteps, Lin Fan entered. What brings you here, Lin Fan? Lin Zhangwo asked, somewhat irked. Lin Zhangwo held little affection for Lin Fan. Lin Fan respectfully bowed and replied, Esteemed patriarch, I have consented to join a certain sect. I have come to bid you farewell. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lin Zhangwo regarded him with disdain. With your talents, do you truly think you are worthy of joining a sect? Though he doubted not Lin Fan's abilities, he was deeply skeptical of the judgment of those who would invite Lin Fan into their ranks. Meanwhile, on a road 5 miles from Qingshui City, Chen Chu, walking along, suddenly sneezed. Damn it, who is cursing this sect leader? However, should you encounter difficulties one day, remember that the Lin family will always be your support. Lin Zhangwo feigned reluctance as he nodded at Lin Fan. Externally, he expressed sorrow, but internally, he longed for Lin Fan to leave the Lin family promptly. Lin Zhangwo directly instructed Lin Fan to pack his belongings without delay, lest others grow impatient. Lin Fan, you should return and gather your things now. Since a master has taken you into a sect, you must devote yourself to your training without delay. As Lin Zhangwo's words fell, Lin Fan nodded expressionlessly in acknowledgement before turning to take his leave. Having packed his belongings, Lin Fan intended to depart from the Lin family. He had hoped to see Lin Qingxue one last time, but was uncertain if she had returned. Ultimately, after much internal conflict, he decided it best to leave quietly. Just as Lin Fan stepped out of the Lin residence, Lin Qingxue supported her master, Wang Xiu, as they arrived at this location. It appeared that they intended to assist Wang Xiu in recuperating within the Lin family. Lin Fan, where are you headed? Lin Qingxue inquired. Observing Lin Fan, who was carrying a gift, being Lin Qingxue's devoted admirer, Lin Fan was well known to her. Noticing his intention to depart, she felt a pang of curiosity. Upon hearing her question, Lin Fan responded with a cryptic remark, I am going to pursue someone I yearn for. With that, he turned and left. Lin Qingxue furrowed her brow, perplexed by his words, yet she dismissed the thought and continued to support her master, Wang Xiu, into the Lin family estate. Upon entering, Lin Chunfeng and Lin Zhangwo, accompanied by numerous Lin family disciples, welcomed Wang Xiu warmly. Ah, Elder Wang Xiu, please come inside. If it weren't for our Lin family's limited strength, we would never have allowed you to suffer such grievous injuries. Our Lin family bears the blame. Lin Zhangwo, Lin Chunfeng, and several other elders hurried to express their concern as soon as they laid eyes on Wang Xiu, displaying an earnestness that suggested their hearts ached for her pain. Observing this, Elder Wang Xiu felt a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, a sense of helplessness washing over her as she glanced at her disciple, Lin Qingxue. While Lin Qingxue possessed many admirable qualities, her family situation was less than ideal. If they did not find a way to extricate themselves, they risked meeting the same fate as the Wanfa sacred sect. At the gates of Qingshui City, Lin Fan stood for a moment, casting a final glance at the city before making his way towards Taohua village to reunite with Chen Chu. Thus began the new chapter of Lin Fan's life. Endowed with the sacred body and the potential of an emperor, he was destined to rise above the entire Lin family. Soon, Lin Fan arrived at Taohua village. He respectfully greeted Chen Chu, who stood at the village entrance. Chen Chu, upon noticing him, smiled faintly before leading a few individuals back to the Wanfa sacred sect. The transformation of the Wanfa sacred sect had officially commenced. Chapter 10. Return to the Wanfa sacred sect. At the mountain gate of the Wanfa sacred sect, Lin Fan observed the dilapidated structure before him and voiced his confusion. Is this truly our sect? It looks like a long-abandoned ruin. Chen Chu chuckled at Lin Fan's remark and replied, You don't understand. This is what we call a subtle retreat into the wilderness, a grand retreat into the city. Our Wanfa sacred sect is all about 2 words, low profile. Upon hearing the name Wanfa sacred sect, Lin Fan suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting to one of disbelief as he looked at Chen Chu. In the next moment, he pointed at Chen Chu and exclaimed, You are Chen Chu? Wang Pan, hearing Lin Fan's exclamation, glanced at him in confusion. What? Do they know each other? In truth, Wang Pan had spent considerable time in Taishan village and rarely ventured out, thus lacking familiarity with the martial world and the affairs of the Wanfa sacred sect. However, Lin Fan was well aware of it. Oh, it appears that you have discerned the true identity of this master. Upon hearing Lin Fan's exclamation, Chen Chu displayed an enigmatic demeanor and replied with a smile. But how is that possible? Aren't you a waste? Lin Fan, upon hearing Chen Chu's response, became instantaneously convinced that his assumptions were correct. However, he recalled that Chen Chu's cultivation had been rendered null. How then did he possess such formidable strength now? This left Lin Fan perplexed. Had he misjudged the situation, or was it possible that Lin Fan's own cultivation had never been truly extinguished? At that moment, Chen Chu, brimming with confidence, declared, As I mentioned earlier, the small conceals itself in the wilderness, while the great conceals itself in the marketplace. Our sacred sect of 10,000 methods embodies the principle of being low-key. Chen Chu naturally refrained from disclosing that his cultivation had only recently been restored. Once Chen Chu had finished speaking, Lin Fan intended to voice a response, but was promptly interrupted by Chen Chu, who then ushered them into the sacred sect of 10,000 methods. Before them lay the dilapidated hall of the sect, its crumbling eaves and shattered walls evoking frowns from both Lin Fan and Wang Pan. It was evident to them that the entire sect had nearly depleted its spiritual essence. Nevertheless, they did not flee immediately, for they believed that the sacred sect must still harbor remnants of value. After all, Chen Chu's prowess was capable of annihilating a foundational realm martial artist. Could a mere waste achieve such feats? With a creaking sound, they stepped into the decrepit hall. In the next moment, Chen Chu addressed the 2 men and the monkey with utmost seriousness. What you witnessed today must remain a secret, otherwise, I shall show no mercy in eliminating you. He was on the verge of revealing dozens of celestial-grade cultivation methods. Should this information leak, the absence of absolute strength would undoubtedly incite many sects to vie for them with fervor. Thus, Chen Chu sought to establish a clear warning. Upon his declaration, despite their lingering doubts, Wang Pan and Lin Fan nodded in agreement, signaling their commitment to silence. In the subsequent moment, Chen Chu produced the celestial-grade cultivation methods awarded to him by the system. As these methods emerged, their radiant light illuminated the entire hall. Dozens of luminous orbs materialized before the trio, each containing a celestial-grade technique, ready for them to absorb the information by merely placing their hands upon them. Choose the celestial-grade techniques that suit you best, Chen Chu instructed, gesturing towards the brilliant orbs. If none of the celestial-grade methods are suitable, you may explore the dimmer orbs. Those contain terrestrial-grade techniques. Martial artists must select techniques that complement their abilities. Higher grades do not necessarily equate to superiority. Sometimes, a high-quality terrestrial-grade technique, if fitting, can yield results comparable to celestial-grade techniques. What? There are celestial and terrestrial-grade techniques within these orbs? Lin Fan stared at Chen Chu in disbelief, his eyes filled with astonishment. He found it hard to accept that there were so many heavenly-tier martial arts within the Wanfa sacred sect, especially when the entire Qingzhou possessed so few. It felt as though Chen Chu was deceiving him. The Lin family, after all, had only a single high-quality yellow-tier technique, yet dominated the entire Qingshui city. Even their young lady, the most talented disciple of the Lotus sect, possessed merely a high-quality profound-tier technique. Now, with dozens of heavenly-tier techniques laid before him, how could he possibly believe it? Wang Pan felt similarly. Although he had never stepped into the martial realm, he had heard others mention the significance of martial techniques. Typically, Possessing a yellow tier technique was sufficient for one to reign over a region. Heavenly tier techniques were the stuff of legends. How could there be so many? In unison, the two men turned their gazes towards Chen Chu, eager to discern if he was jesting. At that moment, the monkey, also astonished, looked at Chen Chu. After years of companionship, he had never heard Chen Chu speak of heavenly tier techniques. If such techniques existed, how could the Wanfa sacred sect be in such a dire state? Sensing the scrutinizing gazes of the two men and the monkey, a faint smile graced Chen Chu's lips. With an inscrutable demeanor, he murmured, "Place your hands upon it, and you shall see. The foundation of our sect far exceeds your imagination." As Chen Chu's words fell, despite their lingering doubts, Wang Pan and Lin Fan cautiously placed their hands on the orb. The moment they did, a jolt akin to an electric shock coursed through them. Their eyes widened in shock as they turned to Chen Chu, speechless after realizing what lay within the orb. It truly contained heavenly tier techniques. In the next moment, Chen Chu opened his arms and addressed the two. "One must not be greedy. Each of you may choose but one martial technique and one mental cultivation method." Although both were remarkably gifted, Chen Chu feared that overindulgence in cultivation could lead them astray. After all, he was not particularly skilled at teaching disciples. Should anything go awry, it would be too late for regrets. Lin Fan and Wang Pan nodded cautiously in agreement. Indeed, one could not be greedy. Moreover, mastering a single heavenly tier martial technique would likely consume their entire lifetimes, leaving no room for the study of additional techniques. Thus, Wang Pan and Lin Fan began their selection. During this time, the monkey also reached out to touch the orb, and upon realizing the reality of the heavenly tier techniques within, felt his worldview shatter. Damn, indeed. The sect master is the one with the deepest secrets, the monkey silently exclaimed in his heart. At that moment, Chen Chu opened his system panel. Name, Chen Chu. Identity, sect master of Wanfa sacred sect. Cultivation level, 5th layer of the innate realm. Physique, 10,000 swords sacred body, derived from disciple Lin Fan. As Chen Chu observed his cultivation level elevate from the 2nd to the 5th layer of the innate realm, he instantly understood that the system had augmented his power by incorporating Lin Fan's cultivation level, considering Wang Pan had yet to embark on his training. Chen Chu could not help but feel a surge of excitement, convinced that it would not be long before he became invincible. However, a thought crossed his mind, darkening his expression as he murmured, "Qin Fun, await my vengeance." Chapter 11, The Heist. As time passed, half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. After Chen Chu provided all his cultivation resources to Wang Pan and Lin Fan, the duo, endowed with imperial talent and coupled with celestial-grade techniques, ascended rapidly in their cultivation, reaching the foundation establishment realm in just 6 months. Chen Chu's own cultivation also soared, reaching the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm. At this moment, his power could easily dominate a radius of 10,000 miles. Yet, Chen Chu remained low-key, leading a simple life, primarily selecting talented disciples using the Eye of Truth. Unfortunately, none met his expectations, and those who did had long since joined other sections. Before his thatched cottage, Chen Chu leisurely addressed the system, opened the sect panel. As his words fell, the system notification chimed. Sect, Wanfa Xingzong. Sect members, 3. Sect resources, 0. Sect beasts, 1. Sect prestige, 500. Sect reputation, for 7,999. Evaluation, quite satisfactory. Please continue the good work. Gazing at the sect panel, Chen Chu furrowed his brow. Despite his elevated cultivation, the values displayed on the sect panel seemed unimpressive. In the next moment, he glanced at the monkey resting nearby. With a swift motion, Chen Chu delivered a light slap to the monkey's head. Instantly, the monkey sprang to attention, alertly scanning its surroundings. Upon realizing that only Chen Chu was present, confusion flickered across its face. What was the meaning of this? Was it the sect leader who just struck me? At that moment, Chen Chu spoke to the monkey. Awaken, stop dozing off. We shall embark on a heist. Those two little rascals are depleting our resources. The monkey, still somewhat dazed, nodded in response, clearly not fully roused from its slumber. In the next instant, Chen Chu scooped up the monkey and soared towards a familiar location. In the past 6 months, Wang Pan and Lin Fan had consumed a vast amount of Chen Chu's resources. Reluctantly, he resorted to the path of thievery. As for why wouldn't he work? The answer was simple. He would never stoop to such labor. Moreover, mere employment could never afford the resources required for Wang Pan and Lin Fan's cultivation. Robbery was the swiftest means. Before long, Chen Chu and the monkey arrived at a main road. This thoroughfare, as Chen Chu knew, was the essential route to the nearby largest city, Linghua City. In previous heists, he had often operated from this very spot. Naturally, others had attempted to encircle him. But with his peak cultivation in the divine concealment realm and the techniques he had assimilated from Lin Fan and Wang Pan, Overcoming martial artists below the third stage of the Purple Mansion realm posed no challenge. One would come, he would defeat one. A pair would approach, he would conquer both. That day, with his hands tucked in his pockets, he merely exerted a slight effort, reaching the limits of his prowess in that segment. Soon, Chen Chu arrived at a perfect location for the intended heist. Time seemed to blur as the sound of a monkey reached his ears. Master, they are coming. Chen Chu focused his gaze and beheld, on the official road, a throng of martial artists pushing several carts, steadily advancing towards the city of Linghua. The Alchemist Guild? Chen Chu murmured, observing the attire of these martial artists. The Alchemist Guild. A formidable force indeed, but it's precisely their resources that I seek. In previous encounters, Chen Chu had targeted the Alchemist Guild's wealth. After all, their affluence was undeniable. In the next moment, Chen Chu patted the monkey on the shoulder and said with a knowing look, "Stay true to yourself, my friend. I believe in you. Go forth, and I shall find you a female monkey afterward." The monkey nodded with a hint of resignation before dashing forward. With Chen Chu's assistance, the monkey's cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the innate realm. Though not exceedingly high, it was sufficient for the task at hand. On the road, upon noticing the monkey, the members of the Alchemist Guild displayed no sign of panic, instead rallying each other with confident encouragement. Here they come. In the next moment, the monkey's voice rang out clearly to their ears. This tree I planted, this mountain I opened. If you wish to pass, leave behind your toll. This familiar rhetoric, taught by Chen Chu, took on an amusing tone when uttered by the monkey. However, the members of the Alchemist Guild appeared to regard the monkey with derision, their expressions resembling that of spectators watching a jester. Instantly, the monkey felt a shiver run down its spine, a sense of foreboding urging it to flee. Just then, a deep voice resonated in the monkey's ears. "Ha! A mere beast of the 5th layer of the innate realm dares to rob in the realm of humanity? How utterly laughable!" As the voice faded, 3 figures soared from within the carts, charging directly at the monkey with the intent to subdue it. God Concealment Realm. The monkey's face paled as it sensed the aura of these 3 figures, its eyes wide with terror. What merit did it possess that warranted the attention of 3 martial artists of such a formidable level? In a moment of desperation, the monkey cried out towards Chen Chu's location, "Master, save me." As the plea left its lips, a figure appeared, blocking the path of the 3 God Concealment Realm warriors. In the next instant, with a mere slap, the 3 were sent reeling backward. This scene left all present in shock. Of course, the monkey was not surprised. It was well aware of Chen Chu's prowess, which was precisely why it had called for help. In the following moment, Chen Chu stood with an ethereal demeanor, his cloak billowing without wind, exuding a tremendous spiritual energy that enveloped the area, rendering the disciples of the Alchemist Guild breathless. How is this possible? Who are you? At that moment, the 3 martial artists of the Divine Concealment Realm, who had been sent flying by Chen Chu, rose from the ground, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they gazed at him. They had not even witnessed how Chen Chu had struck. They had simply been eliminated in an instant. This left them momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Although they had received some information about Chen Chu prior to their arrival, they had not anticipated that his strength would be so formidable. It became apparent to them that Chen Chu was no ordinary bandit. He was undoubtedly a calculated adversary. It was highly likely that someone had specifically targeted the Alchemist Guild. Otherwise, why would they repeatedly suffer thefts of their resources? Disregarding the 3, Chen Chu turned his attention to a carriage, disdainfully declaring, "Enough, come out. I have long since detected your presence." Chapter 12. Morong Xia. As Chen Chu's words fell, the carriage door was forcefully thrown open. An elder clad in a python robe emerged, his white beard and blue eyebrows giving him an air of age. Despite his weathered visage, the vitality within him was astonishingly robust, akin to that of a vigorous youth. Additionally, he radiated an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy that was utterly disconcerting. The 6th level of the Divine Concealment Realm? The moment Chen Chu sensed the elder's aura, he could not help but exclaim. Upon hearing Chen Chu accurately assess his cultivation level, the elder displayed no astonishment. To him, it was evident that Chen Chu, capable of dispatching 3 martial artists of the 3rd level of the Divine Concealment Realm with ease, possessed strength that surpassed his own, not to mention the ability to perceive his concealed prowess. "Who are you?" the elder inquired cautiously, directing his attention toward Chen Chu. As soon as the elder finished speaking, Chen Chu responded in a low voice, "Leave the cultivation resources, and you may depart." Chen Chu was solely interested in the resources. Their lives held no value for him unless they proved to be obstinate. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, the elder furrowed his brow and shook his head in response. Observing the elder's refusal, an aura of chilling intent emanated from Chen Chu, enveloping the elder with an immense pressure, akin to being crushed beneath towering icebergs. Thud! In an instant, The elder fell to his knees, his eyes wide with shock. Was he truly subdued by mere pressure? The elder, known as Murong Xia, was a prince of the dynasty to which Chen Chu belonged, possessing considerable strength. Nevertheless, in Chen Chu's presence, he was insufficient. Do you truly wish to force my hand? Chen Chu asked Murong Xia, his gaze icy and penetrating, like a dagger piercing the heart. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Murong Xia's tone grew weary and frail as he replied, Senior, you misunderstand. There is nothing of value within. As Murong Xia spoke, he gestured. Murong Xia, witnessing the scene before him, naturally understood Chen Chu's concerns. With a hint of resignation in his tone, he remarked, the strongest is none other than myself. After uttering these words, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. He had never anticipated that his inaugural mission for the Alchemist Guild would end in failure. A month prior, the Alchemist Guild had sought Murong Xia's assistance in dealing with a band of robbers who had been persistently attacking their convoys. Murong Xia initially perceived the task as trivial and readily agreed. Although subsequent reports indicated that these robbers were no ordinary warriors, having even slain several foundational-level martial artists, Murong Xia dismissed the warnings. Confident in his own prowess as a sixth-tier practitioner of the divine concealment realm, he believed he was invincible within the vast expanse of Linghua City. Furthermore, the Alchemist Guild had bolstered their ranks with 3 additional practitioners of the same realm, which further lulled Murong Xia into a false sense of security regarding the task at hand. Unexpectedly, Chen Chu's formidable strength had subdued him with mere pressure, leading Murong Xia to realize that engaging in battle could result in his swift demise. He deemed it unwise to provoke the situation further. As soon as Murong Xia finished speaking, Chen Chu exhibited signs of irritation, not due to the perceived trap, but rather from the lack of cultivation resources. However, in the next moment, Chen Chu noticed the storage ring adorning Murong Xia's finger. Chen Chu recognized the storage ring, having previously seen a similar one worn by his father, though it had been taken from him by Qin Fan. Hand over the storage ring, Chen Chu commanded, pointing at the ring on Murong Xia's finger. Murong Xia instinctively prepared to shake his head, but considering his predicament, he ultimately removed the ring and tossed it to Chen Chu. Chen Chu caught it midair, and in the next instant, he opened the storage ring to inspect its contents. Upon discovering that the cultivation resources were meager, his brow furrowed in confusion as he turned to Murong Xia. You, a 6th-tier practitioner of the divine concealment realm, possess only this scant amount of resources? Chen Chu questioned, bewildered, as he believed that higher-level martial artists should naturally have greater wealth. In response, Murong Xia's thoughts wandered. Who carries an abundance of cultivation resources when leaving home? His resources were typically stored within his royal estate. When venturing out, he only brought a minimal amount. Carrying too much was a risk. Should he perish, it would be a loss not worth incurring. Nevertheless, he considered the little he had gathered to be a small victory. Even the legs of a fly, albeit small, are still meat. Monkey, scour the battlefield, and let us return in triumph, Chen Chu instructed. Reluctantly, he accepted the meager cultivation resources and turned to the monkey, urging him to search the area for valuables. The monkey, initially hesitant, was apprehensive about the presence of 4 practitioners of the divine concealment realm, fearing they might retaliate. However, upon catching a glimpse of Chen Chu's unfriendly gaze, he shuddered and reluctantly approached, meticulously gathering cultivation resources from the Alchemist Guild's disciples and the 3 divine concealment practitioners. Throughout this process, the monkey exercised extreme caution, acutely aware that a single misstep could lead to his untimely demise. However, the monkey overestimated the situation. Chen Chu's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the group of individuals. Should they exhibit any unusual behavior, Chen Chu was resolute in his determination to be the first to take action. Soon, the monkey presented Chen Chu with the meager cultivation resources he had managed to extract from these individuals. The pills were pitifully sparse, and there were no rare treasures at all. This revelation caused Chen Chu's spirits to plummet once more. Very well, you may leave. Chen Chu gestured dismissively to the group. He then turned to lead the monkey away. At that moment, Murong Xia spoke up. Senior, did you rob us merely for the sake of cultivation resources? As soon as Murong Xia finished speaking, Chen Chu regarded him as if he were a fool, replying, of course, if it weren't for cultivation resources. What else would it be for? To abduct women? Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Murong Xia's lips twitched slightly. In the next moment, he earnestly proposed to Chen Chu. If you would be willing to join my ranks, I can provide you with cultivation resources. Murong Xia surmised that Chen Chu's act of robbery was primarily for his own benefit. Chen Chu, upon hearing this, displayed a look of disdain, as if to say, do I strike you as someone who would rely on another? Nevertheless, Murong Xia's words served as a wake-up call for Chen Chu. The next moment, he stated, joining your ranks is out of the question, but you may hire me for a fee. Murong Xia's expression dimmed slightly upon hearing that Chen Chu would not join him. Yet a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes at the prospect of hiring Chen Chu's services. Dare I inquire, senior, what would be the cost and cultivation resources for you to assist me? Murong Xia asked with utmost seriousness, fully aware that he was likely to solicit Chen Chu's help soon. Chen Chu pondered for a moment before responding, you may offer what you deem appropriate. I am not particular. Murong Xia's expression grew complex. The phrase what you deem appropriate was the most challenging to interpret. Offer too much, and he would incur a loss. Offer too little, and he risked inciting the other's ire. However, those dilemmas could be addressed later. The pressing concern was to ascertain how to contact Chen Chu. May I ask, senior, how might I reach you? Murong Xia inquired. Upon hearing this, Chen Chu answered nonchalantly, I reside in a sect called the Wanfa. Wherever you are, just call out, and I will have the monkey come to fetch you. Murong Xia was taken aback by Chen Chu's words. Wanfa. Chapter 13, The Bone-Gripping Palm. What is it? Chen Chu asked, puzzled as he looked at Murong Xia. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely surprised to learn that you reside in the former Wanfa. Murong Xia replied respectfully, shaking his head. Observing this, Chen Chu chose not to press further and departed with the monkey. After Chen Chu and the monkey left, several members of the Alchemist Guild approached Murong Xia. Your Highness, one disciple of the Alchemist Guild looked at Murong Xia with hesitation. They had preemptively provided Murong Xia with a substantial amount of cultivation resources to ensure that he would eliminate Chen Chu. As a result, Murong Xia not only refrained from killing Chen Chu, but it appeared that the two had also reached a certain accord. This development left the Alchemist Guild somewhat unsettled. They felt compelled to reclaim their cultivation resources. Murong Xia, fully aware of the guild's intentions, spoke up. This matter is my fault. Rest assured, I shall return the cultivation resources in full. Although he had suffered a loss of resources, the presence of a martial artist of Chen Chu's caliber behind him rendered the situation a net gain. The Alchemist Guild, upon hearing that Murong Xia would restore the resources he had taken, visibly relaxed, their demeanor improving considerably. The guild had always sought to maintain amicable relations, preferring harmony to conflict, as prosperity often flourished from amicable dealings. Subsequently, Murong Xia departed, returning to his estate to gather resources for cultivation, intending to seek out Chen Chu at the sacred sect of 10,000 laws. Meanwhile, at the residence of Lin Qingxue, the direct disciple of the Lotus Flower sect, the ambience was filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The courtyard was adorned with several plum trees, creating a breathtaking vista. Clad in a flowing white garment, Lin Qingxue practiced with her long sword in front of her door. Each swing of her sword produced a resonant hum. After half a year of diligent training, Lin Qingxue had reached the innate realm, becoming the first genius disciple under 20 in the Lotus Flower sect to achieve such a breakthrough, a beacon of hope since the sect's establishment. A series of footsteps echoed, heralding the arrival of Elder Wang Xiao, who entered from outside. Master, Lin Qingxue exclaimed upon seeing her mentor, promptly sheathing her sword and bowing respectfully. Wang Xiao, observing her disciple's demeanor, nodded in satisfaction. The more she watched Lin Qingxue, the more pleased she became. Achieving the innate realm before turning 20 was indeed commendable in their dynasty, and should Lin Qingxue remain unimpeded, her ascent to the divine concealment realm was virtually assured. Master, what brings you here today? Lin Qingxue inquired, her expression sweetly obedient. Wang Xiao replied, Qingxue, in 6 months, the Kunyan secret realm near Linghua City will open, and our Lotus Flower sect has been granted a single quota. The sect has decided to bestow this opportunity upon you. The Kunyan secret realm, located near Linghua City, was renowned for its abundant spiritual herbs and opened only once every century. It was originally established by a legendary alchemist for the purpose of refining elixirs, and it was said that a high-grade heavenly alchemical furnace resided deep within the realm. However, the opening of the Kunyan secret realm had seen many enter, yet none had found the furnace, leaving its existence shrouded in controversy. Master, such a precious quota. I fear I may not be worthy of it. Lin Qingxue replied hastily, declining the offer. She had always preferred to avoid conflict and was anxious about returning to the sect with the sole opportunity that arose once every 100 years, worried about how to face her peers. However, Wang Xiao's stance was resolute. In the entirety of the Lotus Flower sect, bestowing this quota upon anyone else would incite contention. Only by granting it to you can we quell any dissent among our ranks. Indeed, there are a few exceptionally talented disciples. However, their abilities are largely comparable, leaving anyone dissatisfied with their selection. Only the unparalleled Lin Qingxue would be free from reproach. As Wang Xiao's words fell, Lin Qingxue intended to voice a rebuttal, but was interrupted by a resounding explosion. The back mountain of the Lotus sect had erupted. Wang Xiao, puzzled, lifted her gaze towards the location of the back mountain. In the next moment, several elders of the Foundation establishment stage from the Lotus Sect swiftly ascended into the air, heading towards the site of the disturbance. Observing this, Wang Xiu realized that a crisis had likely unfolded and promptly took to the skies to follow them. Lin Qingxue, witnessing this, also utilized her agility to make her way to the back mountain for a closer look. At the back mountain, a massive pit had formed in the ground. Upon closer inspection, numerous tombstones surrounded the pit, indicating that this was likely the burial ground of the Lotus Sect. Bloodsea. A furious voice of an elderly woman resonated throughout the graveyard, powerful spiritual energy coalescing in the air to form a spiritual dragon. This dragon glared intensely at a middle-aged man clad in black robes, standing within the pit. This man, known as Bloodsea, was one of the elders of the Corpse Diggers sect, possessing the cultivation of the 8th layer of the Foundation establishment stage. The elderly woman, named Sang Pu, was the last remaining ancestor of the Lotus Sect, with a cultivation at the 1st layer of the Divine Concealment stage. Ha ha ha, Sang Pu. Why do you need to be so enraged? This elder merely disturbed the grave of your sect's ancestor. Is it truly such a grave matter? Bloodsea's voice, dripping with an unsettling laughter, emerged from beneath his black robes. Although his cultivation was inferior to that of Sang Pu, he harbored no fear, for she was considerably aged. Nevertheless, even in her old age, she remained a formidable figure in the Divine Concealment stage. Upon hearing Bloodsea's taunt, Sang Pu's eyes ignited with fury, and immense spiritual energy gathered behind her, forming a mountain-like presence. With a low growl, she declared, "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of the schemes hatched by your Corpse Diggers sect. You shall not control the body of our sect's ancestor." In the next instant, Sang Pu commanded the spiritual dragon in midair to launch an assault on Bloodsea. With a whoosh, the sound of air being sliced open echoed as the dragon opened its gaping maw, aiming to swallow Bloodsea whole. Unfortunately, he deftly transformed into a bat and evaded the attack, swiftly darting towards the exterior of the Lotus Sect. Due to the fact that the Lotus Sect was merely a 4th-grade sect, it lacked a protective formation. However, Bloodsea's speed in the Foundation establishment stage was far from comparable to that of Sang Pu in the Divine Concealment stage. With a simple touch of her toes to the ground, Sang Pu rapidly closed the distance to Bloodsea, as if traversing through time itself. In the following moment, a thunderous crash resounded as Sang Pu unleashed her palm. Crazy old woman, Bloodsea cursed under his breath, hastily employing his skills to evade. Boom. A mountain peak was flattened beneath Sang Pu's strike. In this realm, warriors of the Divine Concealment stage possessed the capability to shatter mountains and sever rivers. As for why Chen Chu had not displayed such overwhelming combat prowess earlier, it was primarily due to the lack of necessity. Could it truly be vanquished with such ease, requiring such a grand display? Thus, the vengeful figure pursued from behind while the Blood-Sea fled ahead. Purple Rhythm Thunder Palm. With a fierce roar, the vengeful figure unleashed her full might, aiming for the Blood-Sea, who was on the verge of escaping the Lotus Sect. Sensing the imminent danger, Blood-Sea realized evasion was futile and summoned his utmost strength. Bone Palm. In an instant, a vast expanse of blood manifested, as Blood-Sea's right hand transformed into white bone, infused with overwhelming spiritual energy, surging forth towards the vengeful figure's Purple Rhythm Thunder Palm. Boom. Sparks erupted above the Lotus Sect. A powerful spiritual tempest engulfed the entire sect. The vengeful figure remained rooted, exuding confidence as she gazed at the epicenter of the explosion. To her, the odds of Bloodsea's survival under such a strike were exceedingly slim. Yet, she had underestimated her opponent. In the next moment, a ghostly voice echoed from behind her. Bone Palm. Chapter 14. Zhu Rong Crystal Bang. The vengeful figure endured a direct hit from Bloodsea's Bone Palm. Her shoulder garment was instantly torn asunder, and a fountain of crimson erupted from the wound. Subsequently, she spat out a mouthful of blood, incredulously staring at Bloodsea, who had appeared behind her. Unable to comprehend how Bloodsea had managed to materialize at her back, she was soon enlightened as the smoke from the explosion dissipated. Bloodsea stood where he had been, while another Bloodsea confronted her from behind. The realization dawned upon her. There were indeed two of them. Her oversight had cost her dearly. However, just as the Bloodsea behind her prepared to strike, intent on eliminating the vengeful figure, the elders, including Wang Xiu, arrived on the scene. Faced with this unforeseen circumstance, the two Bloodseas had no choice but to retreat. Thus, the vengeful figure watched helplessly as the two who had taken her ancestor's body made their escape, her insides ablaze with fury. She had never anticipated that Bloodsea was not one, but two individuals. In truth, Bloodsea had always been a pair, one named Blood and the other Sea. Being twins who practiced similar martial arts, they seldom acted in unison, hence few were aware of their true nature. This time, they had chosen to cooperate. Wary of being captured by the vengeful figure. Ancestor, how are you? Wang Xiao and the other elders approached the descending vengeful figure with concern. I'm fine, she replied, suppressing the pain in her shoulder and feigning calmness as she shook her head. Yet, the elders quickly discerned that their ancestor was merely putting on a brave face. They proceeded to examine her. After their assessment, one elder from the Lotus Sect spoke gravely. Ancestor, while this bone palm is merely a high-tier yellow-grade technique, it can accumulate corpse poison. Currently, the poison has entered your body, and it seems that only the Zhurong crystal can aid in your full recovery. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the other elders grew similarly grim. Zhurong crystal is a rare treasure. Its price is exorbitant, far beyond the means of the Lotus Sect. Naturally, alternatives can be sought. However, in such a case, the maximum capability of the elder would be limited to the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm, rendering it impossible for her to unleash the powers of the Divine Abode realm. The distinction between the Foundation establishment realm and the Divine Abode realm is profoundly significant. Should the elder fail to regain her powers in the Divine Abode realm, it would spell a catastrophic blow for the Lotus Sect. At that moment, an elder suddenly recalled something and spoke up. I remember that the Kunying secret realm seems to contain Zhurong crystal. As he finished speaking, the other elders began to register the information. They too remembered that the Kunying secret realm indeed housed Zhurong crystal, though the rarity of its opening once a century had caused them to forget. Just then, Lin Qingxue and several disciples from the Lotus Sect approached. Upon their arrival, Wang Xiao earnestly instructed Lin Qingxue. Qingxue, upon entering the Kunying secret realm, prioritized the search for Zhurong crystal and retrieve it. Lin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, in the Wanfa sacred sect, Chen Chu suddenly heard a system notification, detected that the Kunying secret realm will open in 6 months. Please acquire Zhurong crystal, Tiancan bean, and Suifeng grass, among other rare treasures. A total of 20 rare treasures. Should you acquire them all, you will receive the following rewards: Small Huandan, Qinglong ointment, Jiuxiao Pashindan, Zakeo Dan, Xixiang Dan, Wuxing sword pill, quantity multiplied by 1,000. Accompanying this were detailed descriptions of the medicinal items' uses and values. However, Chen Chu paid no mind to those details. His focus was solely on the last note regarding the quantity being multiplied by 1,000, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Oh my goodness! Truly, water when parched and a pillow when weary. System, I adore you. Chen Chu initially expressed his excitement to the system before suddenly recalling something and inquiring. However, I remember the Kunying secret realm has long been depleted. There shouldn't be much left. Are you certain the treasures you listed can be found there? Are you not jesting with me? Chen Chu was aware that the Kunying secret realm, opening once every 100 years, was not particularly dangerous. But he recalled that after several openings, the rare treasures had been almost completely harvested. Could there truly be so many left? In the next moment, the system responded to Chen Chu's doubts. Dear host, please trust that the system does not toy with you. The items listed by this system are indeed present in the Kunying secret realm, albeit rare. Please search diligently. Reminder, missing even one item will result in a deduction of your rewards. Chen Chu nodded, acknowledging his understanding. He then turned to the sleeping monkey beside him. A resounding slap echoed. Who? The monkey's sharp voice pierced the air. It's your father. Oh, master, what is it? Summon Wang Pan and Lin Fan, commanded the sect leader. The monkey, having heard the directive, promptly departed for the location where Wang Pan and Lin Fan were engaged in their training. On the majestic Qinglong Mountain, a peak within the esteemed Wanfashengzong, once resided the most powerful elder of the sect. Presently, it served as the abode of Wang Pan. Upon arriving, the monkey was met with a thunderous roar that resonated through the air. Startled, he gazed upwards, witnessing the clouds seemingly torn asunder, revealing a vast chasm above. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that this rift aligned perfectly with Qinglong Mountain. Any martial artist who might happen to be present would undoubtedly be astounded, believing a master of unparalleled prowess was at work. However, the monkey knew that it was merely Wang Pan in the throes of his training. Though Wang Pan lacked the sacred physique, his cultivation speed rivaled that of Lin Fan, who possessed the illustrious 10,000 sword sacred body, perhaps even surpassing it. This could be attributed to Wang Pan's extensive experiences, which had led to profound insights into the techniques he practiced. Consequently, Wang Pan had reached the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment stage, while Lin Fan remained at the 2nd level. Oh my goodness! What a prodigy has the sect leader summoned! How terrifying! No wonder such immense resources are being consumed for cultivation, the monkey thought, trembling at the resounding echoes emanating from the peak of Qinglong Mountain. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and ascended the mountain. At the summit, Wang Pan was bare-chested, fervently wielding an axe to chop firewood. Indeed, He was engaged in the simple act of chopping wood. For reasons unknown, Wang Pan found that this task enabled him to concentrate deeply, thereby accelerating his cultivation speed. Perhaps this was the secret behind his rapid advancement compared to Lin Fan. Suddenly, Wang Pan sensed something amiss and curiously glanced towards the entrance of the mountain. "Monkey Elder, what brings you here?" he inquired, confusion evident in his voice. Chapter 15. Protecting the worthless ninth prince. Soon after, the monkey departed from Qinglong Mountain. Wang Pan proceeded to the location of Chen Chu, his curiosity piqued. Shortly thereafter, the monkey made his way to the peak where Lin Fan resided. In no time, Lin Fan soared through the air, accompanied by the monkey, heading towards Chen Chu's position. Upon arriving before Chen Chu, Wang Pan stood respectfully by his side. "Respected sect leader," Lin Fan said, stepping forward to bow with utmost reverence. Indeed, Chen Chu acknowledged with a nod. He then proceeded to explain the matter of the Kunyang secret realm. Access to this realm required specific qualifications. However, Wanfashengzong held 2 slots, albeit their significance had waned. Still, a stroke of luck might be in their favor. Should anyone contest this, Chen Chu was unafraid to resort to force. Given the limited slots, Chen Chu resolved to allocate both positions to Wang Pan and Lin Fan, opting to remain outside to ensure their safety. With his cultivation at the divine concealment stage, he was more than capable of suppressing any factions that might seek to participate in the Kunyang secret realm. Subsequently, Chen Chu meticulously inscribed the rare treasures he had gathered onto slips of paper, which he then handed to Lin Fan and Wang Pan. He instructed them to venture into the Kunyang secret realm and strive to collect all the items listed. Observing Chen Chu's earnest demeanor, both Lin Fan and Wang Pan understood the significance of this task and nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. After offering a few more simple admonitions, Chen Chu bid them farewell. As he watched the two depart, radiating an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy, Chen Chu couldn't help but admire his fortune in acquiring 2 disciples of such imperial potential. Just then, the monkey voiced his concerns to Chen Chu, expressing, "Master, I am aware of the Kunyang secret realm. While it is relatively safe and devoid of formidable beasts, one must not underestimate human treachery. Lin Fan is only a novice in martial arts, and Wang Pan appears somewhat unassuming. What if they encounter trouble within the realm?" Upon hearing the monkey's words, Chen Chu grasped the underlying concern, the fear that Wang Pan and Lin Fan might attract the ire of rival factions. However, he regarded this apprehension with indifference. He had divided the remaining 4 spirit-gathering talismans into 2 portions and entrusted them to the 2 disciples. According to his knowledge, the number of entrants was exceedingly limited, typically reserved for the most talented disciples of various sects, whose cultivation levels usually range from the 8th or 9th stages of the acquired realm, or at their peak. With only a handful reaching the innate realm, both Wang Pan and Lin Fan were at the foundation establishment stage. Entering the Kunyang secret realm would be akin to a dimensional strike. In the face of absolute strength, any schemes or machinations would be rendered utterly futile. Moreover, with 6 months at their disposal, it was highly likely that Lin Fan and Wang Pan would ascend to the later stages of foundation establishment, rendering them even more formidable. Thus, Chen Chu felt a sense of reassurance. If they were to perish in the insignificant Kunyang secret realm, they would not be worthy of being disciples of our Wanfa holy sect, Chen Chu boasted with a hint of arrogance. The monkey, witnessing this, could only shake his head in disbelief. Had he not been lacking in cultivation, he would have chastised Chen Chu for his hubris. As time flowed inexorably onward, 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Chen Chu continued his exploits, particularly targeting the Alchemist Guild. This relentless pursuit caused considerable distress for the guild's leaders in Linghua City. They enlisted numerous experts, even recruiting several late-stage warriors of the divine concealment realm following the incident involving Murong Xia, all in an attempt to eliminate Chen Chu. Alas, their efforts were in vain as Chen Chu effortlessly subdued them. Ultimately, the leaders of the Alchemist Guild in Linghua City, resigned to their plight, were compelled to negotiate with Chen Chu, agreeing to deliver potions to designated locations at regular intervals, treating it as a form of protection fee. Consequently, throughout these 6 months, the Alchemist Guild effectively provided all the resources necessary for Wang Pan and Lin Fan's cultivation, becoming akin to their benefactors. However, in the eyes of the 2 disciples, it was Chen Chu who truly bestowed upon them the means for their advancement, serving as their true benefactor. Naturally, Lin Fan and Wang Pan did not disappoint Chen Chu, both advancing to the later stages of foundation establishment. Chen Chu's cultivation has risen significantly, breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, making him an unparalleled existence within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. This newfound strength has brought him a sense of tranquility. However, he has yet to find a suitable disciple. Even if he were to find one, he would merely observe, refraining from immediately inducting them into the 10,000 Method Sacred Sect due to insufficient resources for cultivation within the sect. Upon learning about the resources consumed daily by Wang Pan and Lin Fan during their training, Chen Chu finally comprehended the reason behind the disparity between the affluent and the impoverished in the realm of literature and martial arts. When martial arts reach their zenith, lacking financial support becomes a significant hindrance. Fortunately, he does not require cultivation himself. Otherwise, the 10,000 Method Sacred Sect would have likely faced bankruptcy long ago. Meanwhile, the factions holding quotas for the Kunyang Secret Realm have already dispatched their disciples to Linghua City in anticipation of the upcoming event. Chen Chu, possessing the cultivation of the Purple Mansion Realm, accompanied Wang Pan and Lin Fan to Linghua City in no time at all. Yet, a month before the Kunyang Secret Realm commenced, Murong Xia arrived with a plethora of resources for cultivation. Upon receiving this news, Chen Chu was elated and promptly instructed the monkey to fetch the resources along with Murong Xia from the entrance. He specifically cautioned the monkey to avoid the areas where Wang Pan and Lin Fan were training to prevent being spotted. Before long, Murong Xia was brought before Chen Chu by the monkey, who also handed over a storage ring filled with cultivation resources. Chen Chu examined the contents and nodded in satisfaction. The resources contained within were sufficient to sustain both Lin Fan and Wang Pan's training for an entire year. So, who do you wish for me to eliminate? Chen Chu inquired of Murong Xia, assuming that the generous provision of resources was intended for acts of violence. However, he was mistaken. Murong Xia had not bestowed such an abundance of resources for the purpose of assassination, but rather to ensure the protection of an individual. Senior, I wish for you to safeguard the ninth prince, Murong Xia stated earnestly. Upon hearing her request to protect the so-called wasteful ninth prince, Chen Chu could not contain his surprise. The name of this wasteful ninth prince was indeed notorious. Rumor has it that he was the result of an intoxicated night between the emperor and a palace maid. Logically, he should not have existed, but unexpectedly, the emperor encountered a mishap in his cultivation the following day, rendering him incapable of fathering any more offspring. Reluctantly, the emperor permitted the palace maid to give birth to the child. Thus, the hapless ninth prince came into being. From his very birth, the ninth prince was doomed to be a source of disdain. He was frail and incapable of cultivating, and academically, he struggled immensely, leading to neglect from his maternal uncle and indifference from his grandfather. Within the palace, he was subjected to cold disdain. Consequently, Chen Chu's astonishment upon hearing Murong Xia's request to protect the ninth prince was entirely warranted. Isn't the ninth prince in the palace? Chen Chu inquired. Indeed. But he is about to arrive in Linghua City to preside over the opening of the Kunyang Secret Realm, Murong Xia responded respectfully. Very well. Please inform me of the route. I shall protect him. Chen Chu nodded towards Murong Xia. Thank you, esteemed senior, Murong Xia expressed gratefully. Chapter 16. The Assassin on the main official road leading to the Kunyang Secret Realm. A grand procession traversed the thoroughfare, accompanied by a multitude of soldiers, who escorted the convoy. Each soldier wielded a spear, exuding an overwhelming aura of martial spirit, dedicated to safeguarding those within the carriages. Upon closer inspection, the foremost carriage bore a yellow flag, a privilege exclusively granted to the royal family. The master of this caravan was none other than the ninth prince of the current dynasty. Inside the carriage, a pale-skinned youth, seemingly frail and delicate, reclined within, occasionally coughing weakly, as if on the brink of death. This youth was none other than the much-maligned ninth prince. Yet, beneath his fragile exterior, glimmers of intelligence occasionally shone in his eyes, indicating he was not as simple as he appeared. Beside him sat a maid, her countenance endearingly innocent, with her hair styled in a playful bun, exuding an air of charm that was utterly captivating. However, her youthful visage concealed a more mature figure, eliciting astonishment. At this moment, the maid puffed up her soft, delicate cheeks, gazing earnestly at the ninth prince. My lord, the emperor is well aware of your frail condition, yet he still sends you to such a remote place. Were it not for your constant concealment of your true strength, you might find yourself bedridden for life upon your return, the maid lamented. Upon mentioning the emperor, a flicker of coldness flashed in the maid's eyes. Hearing her words, the ninth prince's face wore a bittersweet smile as he replied gently, Xiao Chui, you know better than anyone how my father has treated me over the years. His failure to order my execution is already a remarkable act of clemency. Xiao Chui was indeed the maid's name. As she contemplated the ninth prince's words, her frustration grew. If only his majesty did not harbor disdain for you, you would not need to hide your prowess and endure such scorn and humiliation. In response, the ninth prince displayed a serene smile, exuding an air of indifference, and refrained from addressing her concerns. Observing his demeanor, Xiao Chui felt compelled to defend him further. The sight of the ninth prince's amused expression evoked a chuckle from her, prompting her to mirror his joy. Yet, in the next moment, the ninth prince's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a look of vigilance. The maid instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. An assassin was approaching. Without hesitation, she prepared to disembark and investigate. However, the ninth prince extended a hand to stop her, sensing the formidable strength of the assailant. It was prudent for both him and Xiao Chui to remain in the carriage. Xiao Chui nodded in understanding and settled back in her seat, her heart racing with trepidation. As the carriage continued its journey along the official road, it eventually traversed into a forested area. The commanding officer leading the soldiers came to a sudden halt, his gaze alert and scanning the surroundings with utmost caution. He sensed the presence of danger. Just as he came to a halt, a sharp sound pierced the air. In an instant, the head of the commander was severed cleanly. This shocking scene left the soldiers guarding the convoy in utter disbelief. The next moment, a flurry of swift movements ensued as numerous assassins surged forth from the forest, charging directly at the soldiers tasked with protection. A cacophony of screams erupted, reminiscent of a tragic spectacle. The stench of blood filled the air. Soon, all the soldiers guarding the convoy were mercilessly slaughtered. Do the assassins of Wangshan Tower think themselves worthy to come here and meet their demise? Just as these killers advanced towards the carriage of the ninth prince, a powerful voice resonated clearly in their ears. Startled, the assassins turned to locate the source of the voice. Before them, 3 elderly men descended from the rear of the carriage, each exuding an aura of spiritual energy that unmistakably revealed their cultivation at the 5th level of Foundation establishment. They were tasked with safeguarding the ninth prince. Though their strength was only at the Foundation establishment stage, this remote area was generally sufficient for defense. However, how could one dare to assassinate the ninth prince without anticipating the presence of formidable experts? Just as the 3 elders appeared imposing and majestic, akin to saviors, intent on rescuing the ninth prince, a sharp sound cut through the air. Unbeknownst to the elders, 3 assassins had silently approached from behind. In the next moment, 3 crescent-shaped flashes of white light streaked through the air. The elders' pupils contracted in disbelief. Thud! The heads of the 3 elders were severed and fell heavily to the ground. In an instant, the 3 cultivators of Foundation establishment met their demise. Subsequently, the assassins licked the blood from their blades, their faces revealing a hint of amusement and disdain. What a joke! These 3 assassins were peak cultivators of Foundation establishment, easily dispatching guards at the 5th level of Foundation establishment with effortless ease. Moreover, as assassins, their strength was even more formidable. The next moment, the 3 assassins, along with the remaining killers, made their way toward the carriage of the ninth prince. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. All the assassins halted in place, alertly gazing towards the carriage of the ninth prince. Just then, a figure emerged from the carriage, Xiao Chui. After she descended, the ninth prince feigned exhaustion and stepped down from the carriage as well. "Bring your leader out to speak with me," he said softly, glancing pointedly at the 3 peak assassins. Upon hearing the ninth prince's words, the 3 peak assassins were about to refuse when they heard their leader's voice. "Ninth prince, what business do you have with a dead man?" As this voice fell, a figure materialized before the ninth prince. It was none other than the leader of the assassins, Wang Su. Wang Su appeared as an ordinary middle-aged man. However, the physique is rather slender, likely a consequence of being an assassin. As for their cultivation, it remains enigmatic. Although no aura is discernible, the sensation they evoke is akin to standing before a rattlesnake, instilling a profound sense of dread. A corpse? Such a declaration seems rather premature. Upon hearing Wang Su's words, the ninth prince responded with a hint of skepticism, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Wang Su remained oblivious to any underlying tension, instead perceiving the ninth prince's remarks as mere self-deception. Thus, he paid no heed to it. In the next moment, Wang Su's gaze fell upon the petite maid beside the ninth prince, and instantly, a glimmer of intrigue ignited within him. Her figure and appearance captivated him, transforming his gaze into something rather lewd. "Ninth prince, your maid is quite remarkable. She seems rather innocent." As soon as Wang Su spoke, he intended to make a direct advance. The ninth prince, noticing this, felt a surge of cold fury and instinctively prepared to unleash his power to eliminate Wang Su. However, just as the ninth prince was about to make his move, a voice resonated from behind Wang Su. "Oh dear, you think you can lay a hand on her?" Chapter 17. Could this woman possess an impressive background? With Chen Chu's somewhat eerie voice echoing, Wang Su's pupils widened in disbelief as he turned to face his assailant. At some point, Chen Chu, adorned with a fox mask, had appeared behind him, observing with an amused expression. The moment the ninth prince beheld Chen Chu, he lowered his raised hand, concealing his own strength. In the next instant, Wang Su noticed the assassins lying lifeless in a pool of blood behind Chen Chu. These assassins had perished without Wang Su ever realizing it. His complexion paled, and an overwhelming shock filled his eyes. Who are you? Wang Su feigned calmness as he inquired of Chen Chu. Upon hearing this, Chen Chu's lips curled into a slight smile, exuding an air of playful mystery. Not wishing to engage in further dialogue, Wang Su launched a punch at Chen Chu. In the following moment, a resounding impact was heard. Chen Chu struck Wang Su's head first. Boom! Wang Su's head burst like a balloon, exploding in an instant. This spectacle left the ninth prince momentarily stunned. He could sense that Chen Chu's strength existed on an entirely different plane than his own. You are the ninth prince? At that moment, Chen Chu's voice, laced with a languid quality, reached the ninth prince's ears, akin to a thunderclap, causing his head to buzz. Indeed, the ninth prince replied, neither servile nor arrogant. His demeanor respectful. The next moment, Chen Chu turned his attention to the ninth prince, and his expression gradually morphed into one of complexity. Chen Chu sensed a powerful spiritual aura emanating from the ninth prince. Though well concealed, his own advancement to the Purple Mansion realm allowed him to perceive it. In the next moment, Chen Chu murmured, True I name, Morong Fu age, 16 qualification, Emperor, gold, fate, pure body cultivation, gold, 1 force breaks, 10,000 laws, gold, unyielding, gold, bonded strength, gold, neglected by grandmother, unloved by uncle, blue, cunning, gold, physique, all-encompassing sacred body. Chen Chu thought to himself, my goodness, yet another prodigy with imperial qualifications, and judging by the fate, it seems to be a body cultivator. However, something about him doesn't quite fit the image of a body cultivator. As Chen Chu gazed at the somewhat frail ninth prince, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he mused, it seems he is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have intervened. Combining the imperial qualification provided by the system with the overwhelming spiritual energy he sensed from the ninth prince, it became evident that, like many protagonists, the ninth prince was concealing his true power. TSK, are all you royals so adept at this game? Chen Chu approached the ninth prince, wearing a cheerful smile, and asked, The ninth prince furrowed his brows upon hearing Chen Chu's words, unable to comprehend their meaning. However, observing his expression, he vaguely guessed something. A storm of emotions surged within him. Could it be that he has discovered my true strength? The ninth prince pondered anxiously. This thought was soon cast aside, as he possessed the all-encompassing sacred body, which allowed him to conceal himself effectively. Unless his opponent was exceedingly powerful, it would be impossible for them to perceive his true abilities. In the ninth prince's view, while Chen Chu was formidable, he certainly did not reach the level of being able to see through his strength. Yet, the ninth prince underestimated Chen Chu. The next moment, the ninth prince respectfully expressed his gratitude to Chen Chu. Thank you, senior, for your assistance. As soon as the ninth prince's words fell, Chen Chu replied nonchalantly. It was Morong Xia who asked me to protect you. Uncle Xia? The ninth prince exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Chen Chu's words. Although Morong Xia was different from other royal family members and did not treat the ninth prince coldly, he had not shown him much kindness either. The fact that he had hired a master to protect him genuinely astonished the ninth prince. He then fell silent, pondering why Morong Xia would seek a master to protect him. Was there a trap? At that moment, Chen Chu spoke again. However, it seems that even without my intervention, you could handle these individuals. Boom. Chen Chu's words caused the ninth prince's mind to explode with disbelief. You. He pointed at Chen Chu, his face a mask of incredulity. He had not anticipated that Chen Chu could truly see through his strength. This meant that Chen Chu's power far surpassed his own. How? Did you think you were hiding it well? A playful smile appeared on Chen Chu's face, as if to convey to the ninth prince, you are not mistaken. How did you discover it? The ninth prince, shedding his previous frail demeanor, stood tall and gazed intently at Chen Chu, his eyes glimmering with vitality. At this moment, the ninth prince exuded an air of authority, resembling one of royal lineage. You need not concern yourself with this. I am merely curious as to why you choose to conceal your true self? Chen Chu inquired, a hint of bewilderment in his voice. Was it truly a ruse to appear less formidable? In the next moment, the ninth prince offered an explanation. It appeared that he was not well liked within the court, often subjected to suppression by the crown prince and his ilk. Should he reveal his exceptional talents, the crown prince would likely seek to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. Until he possessed absolute power, he had resolved not to showcase his abilities. I implore you, esteemed elder, to safeguard this secret of mine, the ninth prince earnestly requested. He wished to avoid premature exposure. Chen Chu understood the ninth prince's intent and nodded in affirmation. I shall keep your secret. Subsequently, Chen Chu took it upon himself to protect the ninth prince and his maid, Xiao Chui, as they journeyed towards the Kunyang secret realm. The distance to their destination was considerable, necessitating Chen Chu's escort. Meanwhile, Wang Pan and Lin Fan had already been delivered to a nearby city adjacent to the Kunyang secret realm. As they traversed the path to the Kunyang secret realm, Xiao Chui observed Chen Chu, who wore a fox mask, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. Sensing her inquisitiveness, Chen Chu turned to her. Until now, he had been preoccupied with the ninth prince and had overlooked the delicate beauty of Xiao Chui, who resembled a porcelain doll. Is she your maid? Chen Chu asked the ninth prince with a hint of skepticism. Upon hearing this, the ninth prince nodded, a fond smile gracing his face. He was exceedingly kind to Xiao Chui. Chen Chu, noticing this, couldn't he help but smiled gently in response. Suddenly struck by a thought, he activated his true eye on Xiao Chui. Name, Xiao Chui. Age, 13. Qualification, purple. Fate, national beauty, gold. Youthful appearance with prominent attributes, gold. Noteworthy background, gold. Loyalty, gold. Timid personality, green. Physique, holy body of the Luo water, a purple qualification, and a holy physique? My goodness. Yet, what does noteworthy background imply? Could she possess an impressive lineage? Chapter 18. Fire boiling in Suyang City. Chen Chu arrived here with the two companions, where Wang Pan and Lin Fan awaited them. This city was the closest to the Kunyang secret realm. Chen Chu turned to the ninth prince, extending his hand as he asked, "Are you truly unwilling to join my sect?" Throughout their journey, Chen Chu had attempted to persuade the ninth prince several times, but each time, the ninth prince had declined with clarity. "I appreciate your kind offer, esteemed elder, but I currently do not wish to join any sect." The ninth prince replied with utmost respect. Chen Chu nodded in understanding and, turning away, prepared to depart. It is better to let slip what cannot be grasped. As Chen Chu prepared to depart, the ninth prince turned to him and inquired, "Senior, will there be an opportunity for us to meet again in the future?" Once the ninth prince's words fell, Chen Chu smiled and nodded. "Indeed, there will be. Just a jest. When the Kunyang secret realm opens, we shall meet again." However, at present, wearing a fox mask, it was highly probable that the ninth prince would fail to recognize him. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, the ninth prince nodded slightly. Subsequently, Chen Chu bid farewell to Xiao Chui. Watching Chen Chu as he took his leave, Xiao Chui felt a twinge of reluctance. Throughout their journey, Chen Chu had been quite kind to her. The reason was rather simple. If possible, Chen Chu hoped to bring Xiao Chui into the Wanfashing sect. Yet, with the ninth prince not attending, it was likely that Xiao Chui would not come either. Thus, Chen Chu departed from the scene. The ninth prince gazed at Chen Chu's retreating figure, inexplicably burdened by an indescribable feeling, sensing that the fates of himself and Chen Chu were still intertwined. In a secluded corner of the city, Chen Chu reunited with Wang Pan and Lin Fan. The monkey had not followed, remaining at the sect. The sect master, Wang Pan, and Lin Fan respectfully bowed to Chen Chu. Observing their reverence, Chen Chu nodded slightly and removed his mask. Having worn it throughout the journey had drawn much attention, leaving him somewhat uncomfortable, as his intention was to remain low-key. Forge a good relationship with the ninth prince if you can. He is not to be underestimated. Chen Chu advised Wang Pan and Lin Fan. Although uncertain whether the ninth prince would enter the Kunyang secret realm, should he do so, Chen Chu hoped that Wang Pan and Lin Fan would not offend him. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, both Wang Pan and Lin Fan nodded, clearly lacking familiarity with the matters concerning the ninth prince. The next moment, Chen Chu looked at Lin Fan with a playful expression and remarked, "It is said that the sole quota for Lianhua sect in this Kunyang secret realm has been granted to Lin Xingxue. It is highly likely that the two of you will encounter each other within the realm. At that time, be sure to conceal your cultivation level and avoid exposure." As Chen Chu's words concluded, Lin Fan's expression shifted, particularly upon hearing the name Lin Xingxue. To be honest, Lin Fan no longer held her in such high regard, having transformed from the person he once was and now burdened by many thoughts. Well then, with less than 3 days remaining until the opening of the Kunyang secret realm, you should take the time to explore the city, Chen Chu stated, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder before entering the house. Wang Pan and Lin Fan nodded and then stepped outside. Indeed, they needed to wander about rather than solely focus on cultivation. On the streets, Wang Pan and Lin Fan strolled leisurely, browsing the surroundings. They had money, as Chen Chu had provided them with a considerable sum during his mission to protect the ninth prince. Naturally, this wealth was merely the passage fee given to Chen Chu by the Alchemist Guild. Just then, as Lin Fan and Wang Pan approached a small vendor, Lin Fan suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. It was none other than Lin Xingxue. At this moment, Lin Xingxue stood before a small vendor, inspecting a hairpin. Beside her, Elder Wang Xiu remained vigilant, his expression tense as he scanned the surroundings, anxious that some nefarious individual might attempt to harm Lin Xingxue, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. At this juncture, Wang Pan, following Lin Fan's gaze, discovered Lin Xingxue. Lin Xingxue, in turn, recognized Wang Pan and Lin Fan, instinctively preparing to greet them. Just then, a group of martial artists clad in the garb of the Fire Refinement Sect obstructed Lin Fan and Wang Pan's path. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual tension. In the next moment, a lewd voice emerged. You must be the Lin Qingxue from the Lotus Flower Sect, right? You are truly a sight to behold. If you were to join our Fire Refinement Sect, we brothers would treat you with utmost care. As the words echoed, Lin Fan and Wang Pan heard the sound of crisp applause. Subsequently, Lin Qingxue's voice, laced with disdain, rang out. Do not lay your filthy hands on me. After her remark, rather than retreating, the Fire Refinement Sect disciples grew even more animated, seemingly relishing Lin Qingxue's defiance. However, it was crucial to remember that Elder Wang Xiao was right beside her. In the next instant, those Fire Refinement Sect disciples who dared to approach Lin Qingxue were sent flying. Bang! They crashed heavily onto the street, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, including various factions arriving for the Kunyang Secret Realm event. Are these disciples of the third-grade Fire Refinement Sect? It appears they are attempting to tease a disciple of the Lotus Flower Sect. Indeed, isn't the Lotus Flower Sect a mere fourth-grade sect with only one ancestor at the first tier of the Divine Concealed Realm? True. Yet the Fire Refinement Sect and the Lotus Flower Sect are roughly equal in strength. However, their ancestor is at the fourth tier of the Divine Concealed Realm, a mid-stage practitioner, far beyond the capabilities of an early stage one, and there is more than one such ancestor. Well then, let us simply observe. It seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle. As the surrounding clamor subsided, a burly man suddenly appeared before Wang Xiao, radiating formidable spiritual energy. His robust frame seemingly capable of tearing the very sky apart, akin to a mighty demon. This man was none other than Hobwa, the elder leading the Fire Refinement Sect on this expedition. Hobwa glared at Wang Xiao and growled menacingly. Wang Xiao, what is the meaning of this? After speaking, he pointed at the Fire Refinement Sect disciples who had been struck down by Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao, known for his fiery temper, retorted angrily, Hobwa, as an elder of the Fire Refinement Sect, you ought to keep your disciples in line. How dare they attempt to flirt with our Lotus Flower Sect's prodigy in my presence? I merely gave them a light slap. I could have ended their lives, but chose to show mercy. As Wang Xiao's voice escalated, veins bulged on his forehead, revealing his defiance towards Hobwa. However, Hobwa paid little heed to Wang Xiao, who was merely at the fifth tier of the Foundation Establishment realm, while Hobwa himself was at the ninth tier. The disparity between them was vast. To put it bluntly, if a confrontation were to arise, Hobwa could easily subdue Wang Xiao within 10 exchanges. Hee, Elder Wang Xiao. This matter concerns the youth. As an elder, it is rather inappropriate for you to intervene. Hobwa smirked with a lewd grin as he gazed at Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao furrowed his brows and growled. What do you intend to do? Hobwa replied, naturally. I shall strike you as you have struck the disciples of our Fire Refining Sect. Chapter 19. Do you think you are worthy to engage my sect's disciples? After uttering these words, Hobwa swiftly lunged at Lin Qingxue with a claw, moving with the speed of a shooting star. Dare you? Wang Xiao, witnessing this, was filled with fury and, with a thunderous roar, launched a palm strike toward Hobwa. The wind howled ferociously. Observing this, Hobwa quickly evaded and began to battle Wang Xiao. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed fiercely in midair, drawing the attention of many spectators throughout the city. Among them were the Ninth Prince and Xiao Chui, who had just exited the city lord's mansion, intending to stroll about. They were captivated by the fierce duel between Wang Xiao and Hobwa. How intriguing, the Ninth Prince remarked, a charming smile gracing his face. Simultaneously, Chen Chu also witnessed the scene above. Isn't that Elder Wang Xiao? He murmured, surprised as he observed Wang Xiao being relentlessly suppressed by Hobwa. In the next moment, Chen Chu realized something crucial. Where there was Wang Xiao, Lin Qingxue was surely present as well. If Lin Fan, in his infatuation, intervened and sustained injuries, he, as the sect leader, would undoubtedly have to step in. With this thought, Chen Chu swiftly vanished from his spot. Cough, cough. A disciple of the Fire Refining Sect rose from the ground, clearing his throat as he cast a furious glance at Lin Qingxue. The elder will deal with the older ones. We shall handle the younger ones. In the next instant, the disciple charged at Lin Qingxue. Despicable. Wang Xiao, observing this from midair, gritted her teeth. She yearned to rush over and eliminate all those Fire Refining Sect disciples. However, she found herself stretched thin. Facing Hobwa, she was barely holding her ground, forced to fight while retreating. Fortunately, Hobwa seemed to relish the idea of toying with Wang Xiao, refraining from delivering a fatal blow, thus granting her a moment to breathe. Yet, the disciples of the Fire Refining Sect were drawing ever closer to Lin Qingxue. Clang! Lin Qingxue unsheathed her sword, her expression tense as she regarded the several disciples of the Fire Refining Sect before her. Should these disciples advance even a step, she would not hesitate to strike. However, Lin Qingxue underestimated these fire-refining sect disciples. 3 of them launched a surprise attack from 3 directions. Whoosh! Their speed was remarkable, their movements executed to perfection. Alas, Lin Qingxue still possessed some skill. With a swift maneuver, she directed her sword toward one of them. The remaining 2 collided with each other, and the disciple nearly pierced by Lin Qingxue hurriedly dodged, stumbling and barely managing to keep his footing. This scene incited fervent cheers from the gathered martial artists, who were pleasantly surprised by Lin Qingxue's remarkable composure in such a critical moment. However, in the next instant, a formidable disciple from the fire refinement sect emerged from the crowd. He was tall and imposing, embodying the essence of a physical cultivator. His muscular physique and bulging veins on his forehead reminiscent of a Tyrannosaurus rex. It was Gao Shida, the genius disciple of the fire refinement sect, rumored to possess cultivation at the 4th level of the innate realm. My goodness, such terrifying prowess. It is likely that the fire refinement sect would secure the top position in the Kunyang secret realm. Whether they truly claim the first place remains uncertain. Yet it seems that the female disciple from the Lotus Blossom sect is destined for trouble. Upon witnessing the arrival of the fire refinement sect's representative, the onlookers gasped and could not suppress their murmurs of concern. Gao Shida, a once-in-a-millennium talent of the fire refinement sect, possessed overwhelming physical strength. Despite being merely at the 4th level of the innate realm, he could battle beyond his rank, displaying unparalleled combat prowess. With him in the fray, it was anticipated that Lin Qingxue would struggle to endure even a single exchange. Thud, 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 the heavy footsteps echoed ominously. Gao Shida approached Lin Qingxue with deliberate slowness. The fire refinement sect disciple lying on the ground, upon seeing Gao Shida, experienced a visceral reaction, their pupils dilating in sheer terror. Akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. Senior brother Gao Shida. The disciples of the fire refinement sect bowed respectfully towards him, ignoring their deference. Gao Shida fixated his intense gaze on Lin Qingxue, his eyes burning with an unbearable heat. Lin Qingxue, sensing the imminent threat, tightened her grip on her sword. In the next moment, Gao Shida prepared to strike. Lin Qingxue readied herself to counter his assault. However, just then smack, a hand landed firmly on Gao Shida's shoulder. Gao Shida emitted a puzzled grunt, turning to discover a middle-aged man, his expression grave, gazing intently at him. This man was none other than Wang Pan. Instinctively, Gao Shida attempted to shake off Wang Pan, but found himself utterly immobilized, as if he had been firmly planted to the ground. Gao Shida's confusion deepened. In the next moment, Wang Pan spoke in a low, somber tone, "Do not bully others." Just as Wang Pan's words echoed, a hand descended upon Wang Pan's shoulder, effectively pinning him down. Subsequently, the voice of Hua Bo resonated from behind. "You as well, do not bully others." As Hua Bo's words fell, Lin Qingxue anxiously scanned her surroundings, only to see her master, Elder Wang Xiao, forcefully thrust into a wall by Hua Bo. Although severely injured, he still retained a flicker of life. "Master," Lin Qingxue called out, preparing to rush forward to assess Elder Wang's condition. At that very moment, Hua Bo bellowed at Wang Pan, "Release our disciples of the fire refinement sect." His tone was harsh, reminiscent of an enraged gorilla. Yet, at this instant, Chen Chu's voice distinctly reached Hua Bo's ears. "What are you babbling about? Shouldn't you first spare the disciples of our sect?" As Chen Chu's words fell, a look of sheer terror instantly spread across Hua Bo's face, as if he sensed some malevolent presence. In the next moment, with a creak, Hua Bo turned his head to glance behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Chu had already appeared at his back. As their eyes met, slap, Chen Chu's hand landed upon Hua Bo's shoulder. With a benign smile that seemed harmless, Chen Chu gave Hua Bo the impression of the Grim Reaper smiling down upon him. More critically, at the moment Chen Chu's hand rested on Hua Bo's shoulder, Hua Bo felt as though an immense mountain had descended upon him, rendering him immobile. At this moment, beads of cold sweat erupted on Hua Bo's forehead. "What? Still not releasing our sect's disciple?" Chen Chu's tone was unassuming, yet perfectly audible to all present. Following his words, Hua Bo swallowed hard and hurriedly withdrew his hand from Wang Pan's shoulder. "Good boy," Chen Chu remarked with satisfaction upon witnessing this. In the next heartbeat, Chen Chu retracted his hand and, with a resounding bang, landed a punch on Hua Bo's back. Instantly, Hua Bo's body was sent hurtling through the air. This scene astonished everyone. Chen Chu then disdainfully declared, "With your meager abilities, do you even deserve to touch a disciple of our sect?" Chapter 20. Dare I ask if the sacred sect of 10,000 laws has arrived? Chen Chu's commanding presence left all onlookers in shock. A mere strike had sent Elder Hua Bo flying? My goodness, Elder Hua Bo is the foremost elder of the fire refining sect. Who on earth is this person? Referring to himself as our sect, could he be the leader of a certain sect? The surrounding martial artists began to speculate wildly about Chen Chu's identity, ignoring their conjectures. Chen Chu turned his attention to Wang Pan and the esteemed scholar before him. Sect Master, Wang Pan said respectfully as he bowed to Chen Chu. Chen Chu nodded, then surveyed the surroundings, eventually spotting Lin Fan in a corner. Lin Fan had been quietly seeking an opportunity. If Hua Bo had attacked Wang Pan, Lin Fan would undoubtedly have struck at Hua Bo, aiming for his vital points. Ah, teamwork is commendable, Chen Chu mused, though he soon donned a look of resignation. In the face of absolute strength, even the best timing could not guarantee an instant kill of the opponent. Senior, we meet again. At that moment, Lin Qingxue, supporting Wang Xiao, approached Chen Chu. The speaker had been Wang Xiao. Earlier, in Clearwater City, Chen Chu had not worn a mask, making him easily recognizable. Chen Chu feigned indifference as he nodded at Wang Xiao. In the next instant, Hua Bo roared as he rose from the ground, lunging once more at Chen Chu. Wang Xiao intended to intervene, but Chen Chu had already preemptively struck, his right hand delivering a precise blow to Hua Bo's chest. Bang! In an instant, Hua Bo's chest caved inward, and then whoosh. Hua Bo was sent flying again, this time transforming into a shooting star, vanishing into the sky. The clamor was unbearable. Chen Chu rubbed his ears, wearing a disdainful expression. This firebow was rather ungrateful. The initial reprimand had been a mere lesson, and yet he dared to challenge him again. Did he truly think Chen Chu had a forgiving nature? Let us go, Chen Chu said, addressing Wang Pan. As soon as his words fell, Wang Pan nodded and followed closely behind. Thank you for your timely intervention, Senior, Lin Qingxue remarked respectfully, approaching Chen Chu from behind. Upon hearing this, Chen Chu cast a glance at Lin Fan in the distance, and a faint smile graced his lips. He was tempted to jest, no worries. Just hand over your undergarments. But reconsidered, realizing such levity might provoke Lin Fan. Thus he chose silence, deeming it an unwise endeavor. And so, Chen Chu offered Lin Qingxue a striking silhouette as he departed with Wang Pan. Lin Fan, assured that Lin Qingxue was out of danger, followed suit. As he caught up, Chen Chu, with a hint of irritation, remarked to Lin Fan, TSK, why did you let your senior brother play the hero while you stayed back? There was a teasing undertone to his words. Lin Fan's face tightened with a hint of bitterness. He indeed wished to intervene, yet any attempt would reveal his presence. Reluctantly, he had to let Wang Pan take the lead, planning to assist discreetly should danger arise. Observing Lin Fan's sullen silence, Chen Chu sighed in resignation. All right, let us head back. In saving you both, I've revealed myself. Lin Fan and Wang Pan seemed to grasp their missteps, their expressions somber as they absorbed Chen Chu's words. Not wishing to prolong the reprimand, Chen Chu turned and entered the house. In truth, Chen Chu was intentionally showcasing his prowess. As for the reasons behind it, that would be revealed in due time. After Chen Chu's departure, many factions speculated on his identity upon witnessing his swift defeat of Firebow, eager to uncover who he truly was. Among the crowd, the Ninth Prince and Xiao Chui shared similar sentiments. My lord, that young powerhouse gives me the impression of a venerable elder, Xiao Chui mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully as she spoke to the Ninth Prince. The elder she referred to was, of course, Chen Chu, donning a fox mask. The Ninth Prince nodded in agreement, having sensed the same aura. He surmised that Chen Chu was likely the enigmatic protector of his interests. Xiao Chui, after the Kunying secret realm concludes, shall I take you to meet this elder? The Ninth Prince proposed. Xiao Chui eagerly nodded multiple times, yes. She had long desired to accompany the Ninth Prince away from the palace, where she often faced bullying. A change of scenery was far more appealing. The Ninth Prince couldn't help but smile warmly at Xiao Chui's innocence. He then turned his gaze toward the direction where Chen Chu had departed with Wang Pan and the others. Elder, were you intentionally displaying your strength for my sake? The Ninth Prince murmured, his eyes flickering with a complex mix of emotions. As time passed, the moment for the opening of the Kunying secret realm arrived in the blink of an eye. The Ninth Prince, accompanied by members of the City Lord's mansion, arrived early at the Kunying secret realm, prepared to preside over the proceedings. Numerous factions soon followed suit, including the Fire Refining Sect and the Lotus Blossom Sect. Fire Refining Sect's Hua Bo returned a day after being sent flying by Chen Chu's second assault, albeit in a rather poor condition, with several broken bones still bandaged up. A rather comical sight. As for Elder Wang Xiao, he had nearly recovered. He hasn't arrived? The Ninth Prince, seated comfortably, furrowed his brow upon scanning the surroundings and failing to spot Chen Chu. Based on Chen Chu's own claims, he speculated that Chen Chu might be the leader of a certain faction. Since they were in Suyang City, it was certain he had come to participate in the Kunying secret realm. What troubles you, your highness? Lu Guangquan, the city lord of Suyang, inquired cautiously. Observing the Ninth Prince's perplexed expression, Although the ninth prince was merely deemed a waste, his status far exceeded that of the city lord of Suyang. As the ninth prince represented the imperial family. Nothing, the ninth prince replied, feigning a weary demeanor as he shook his head at Lu Guangquan. He then closed his eyes, appearing to rest, as if fatigued. Lu Guangquan, seeing this, chose not to press further. Subsequently, the personnel from the city lord's mansion began to verify the quota for each sect. The quotas for entering the Kunyang secret realm had been determined long ago. For newly emerging sects to acquire a quota, they must defeat those factions or sects that already possessed one. However, over the years, no formidable sects had risen to prominence. The only exception was the Angry Tide sect, which had made a name for itself in recent years, with its leader breaking through to the divine concealment realm. Accompanied by several talented disciples in the acquired realm. The Angry Tide sect's participation in this iteration of the Kunyang secret realm had thus drawn considerable attention, instilling trepidation in those sects with quotas yet lacking strength, fearing a challenge from the Angry Tide sect. At that moment, the leader of the Angry Tide sect, Lang Jinhai, stepped forward with a broad smile, his voice rising an octave as he proclaimed, "Might I inquire if the 10,000 Method Sacred Sect has arrived?" Chapter 21. The 3,000 Ascension Pills. As Lang Jinhai's words echoed, the crowd grasped his intentions. Clearly, he sought to seize the 2 quotas belonging to the 10,000 Method Sacred Sect. However, would anyone from the 10,000 Method Sacred Sect still come to participate? As far as they knew, it seemed that only Chen Chu, the son of the former leader, remained. Furthermore, he had been rendered a waste by young Master Qin Fun. Would a waste venture into the Kunyang secret realm? It was evident that no one would believe such a notion. The 10,000 Method Sacred Sect? A flicker of intrigue crossed the ninth prince's eyes upon hearing the mention of the sect. He murmured to himself, well aware that it was the sect destroyed by young Master Qin Fun. Yet, did the 10,000 Method Sacred Sect still exist? Several years had passed, and it was likely that the youth named Chen Chu had long since departed from the sect. After all, remaining within the 10,000 Method Sacred Sect would result in death. However, at that moment Wang Pan trudged forward, bearing the weight of his heavy form, step by step from the distance. Upon sighting him, numerous factions momentarily froze, recalling an incident that had transpired in the city just days prior. Was he also here to participate in the Kunyao secret realm? The fire-refining sect, upon catching sight of Wang Pan, instantly lost their composure. After all, their esteemed senior brother, Gao Shida, had been subdued by him. The entrance of such a formidable expert into the Kunyao secret realm did not bode well for the fire-refining sect, especially considering existing enmities. Kid, where is your sect leader? Huobo approached Wang Pan, blocking his path, his tone exceedingly unfriendly. Huobo, undeterred, still harbored thoughts of confronting Chen Chu if he were to appear. Upon hearing Huobo's voice, Wang Pan remained indifferent, ignoring him as he made his way towards Lang Jinhai. This scene left the onlookers perplexed, unclear of Wang Pan's intentions. Soon, Wang Pan stood before Lang Jinhai. Who are you? Lang Jinhai inquired, perplexed and pointing at Wang Pan, unaware of the events that had transpired earlier. In the next moment, Wang Pan's declaration shocked the entire assembly. Are you not searching for the 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect? I am one of them. As he spoke, an aura of regal dominance emanated from him, sweeping across the perimeter of the secret realm, akin to a kunpeng soaring majestically through the clouds. He is a disciple of the 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect? How could this be? Such a talented disciple exists within the sect? But wait, shouldn't Chen Chu be the only remaining member? Could he be Chen Chu? No, that doesn't seem right. Many were left bewildered upon hearing Wang Pan's claim of being a disciple of the 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect, particularly Lin Qingxue and Wang Xiao, who found it implausible given Wang Pan's capabilities. What is the matter? Wang Pan queried, observing Lang Jinhai's speechlessness with confusion. After a moment, Lang Jinhai emerged from his shock, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Pan, and retorted, I, the leader here, intend to challenge your sect leader and demand he relinquish his spot. What business do you have here? Lang Jinhai had no intention of addressing Wang Pan further. However, Wang Pan interjected. Our sect leader has stated that if you wish to contest for the spot, you must challenge him. Follow me. With that, Wang Pan turned and began walking in a specific direction. Lang Jinhai instinctively furrowed his brow, contemplating refusal, uncertain if it was a trap. Yet, under the watchful gazes of those around him, he ultimately consented, bolstered by his recent breakthrough into the divine concealment realm, feeling little fear. The disciples of the Angry Tide sect attempted to dissuade Lang Jinhai, but he resolutely disregarded their concerns. Before long, Wang Pan led Lang Jinhai to the location where Chen Chu was situated. At this moment, Chen Chu sat cross-legged upon a rock, flanked by Lin Fan, who held a sword with an amused expression, observing the arrival of Lang Jinhai. Chen Chu. Lang Jinhai glanced at Lin Fan, a look of confusion crossing his face. He mistook Lin Fan for Chen Chu. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's expression betrayed a hint of amusement, a smile blossoming on his face. Before he shook his head and replied, "I am not him. You have mistaken me." As Lin Fan's words fell, Lang Jinhai raised his gaze upwards and was taken aback to discover Chen Chu. "You are Chen Chu?" Lang Jinhai inquired once more. "Indeed, it is I." Chen Chu acknowledged with a nod towards Lang Jinhai. In the next moment, Lang Jinhai regarded Chen Chu with a disdainful look, contempt evident on his features. "Come down and face me in a duel. If I win, the 2 spots shall be granted to our Angry Wave sect," Lang Jinhai declared confidently, crossing his arms. In his mind, he believed that merely extending a finger would suffice to ensure Chen Chu's defeat. Yet, the atmosphere shifted, and he sensed an unusual tension. Lin Fan and Wang Pan were observing him with intrigued expressions, their eyes filled with unmistakable mockery. Lang Jinhai felt a sense of unease, a hint of confusion escaping his lips. Just then, Chen Chu addressed him, asking, "What if I were to win against you?" Following this, Chen Chu leapt off the stone with a broad smile. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Lang Jinhai wore an expression of utter disdain, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous statement. To him, defeat was simply not an option. He believed Chen Chu's words were merely an attempt to intimidate him. Such trivial tricks would not work on him. With unwavering confidence, Lang Jinhai queried, "What do you desire?" After all, he was certain of victory and could demand whatever he wished from Chen Chu. Chen Chu's face lit up with a cunning smile as he responded. "The opportunity to enter the Kunyang's secret realm is quite valuable. Therefore, would 3,000 ascension pills suffice?" As soon as Chen Chu's words echoed in the air, Lang Jinhai's expression turned grave. Although 3,000 ascension pills were not exorbitantly priced, they represented a significant sum for the Angry Wave sect at this moment. He needed to contemplate the matter carefully. Seeing this, Chen Chu remained calm and patient, knowing that the secret realm had yet to commence, granting him ample time to wait. After a while, Lang Jinhai nodded in agreement, realizing that there were few witnesses present. If he were to lose, he could easily fabricate a story. He did not believe that Chen Chu would dare to take a life here. As Lang Jinhai nodded, Chen Chu's expression grew increasingly audacious. In the blink of an eye, a resounding punch erupted from Chen Chu, sending Lang Jinhai flying. The look of assured victory that once adorned Lang Jinhai's face froze in shock. Suspended in midair, he pondered many thoughts, bewildered as to how a single punch from Chen Chu had sent him sprawling. After all, he was a martial artist of the divine concealment realm. Wasn't Chen Chu merely a weakling? In that moment, Lang Jinhai's worldview shattered. With a heavy thud, Lang Jinhai crashed to the ground. In the following instant, the sly voice of Chen Chu resonated clearly in his ears. 3,000 ascension pills. Soon I shall send my disciples to collect them. Chapter 22. A renewed invitation. Chen Chu cast a disdainful glance at Lang Jinhai, his eyes brimming with contempt. Initially, I believed that Lang Jinhai possessed some merit, but it turns out he is nothing more than a pile of excrement. At this moment, Lang Jinhai found himself at a loss for words. He had never anticipated that he would be instantaneously defeated by Chen Chu. "Is that truly you, Chen Chu?" Lang Jinhai inquired incredulously, rising from the ground. He could hardly fathom that the man who had been incapacitated by young Master Qin could triumph over him. "Indeed, it is I," Chen Chu affirmed with a nod directed at Lang Jinhai. Upon hearing this, a whirlwind of emotions coursed through Lang Jinhai, and a fleeting expression of pain crossed his features as he contemplated the 3,000 ascension pills. He had initially thought that even in defeat, he could refuse to concede. However, given the prowess Chen Chu had just exhibited, his denial could very well lead to his demise. Lang Jinhai couldn't help but feel foolish. At that moment, Chen Chu's playful voice resonated in Lang Jinhai's ears. "Surely, you wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics, would you?" Following this, Chen Chu swung his fist, effortlessly shattering the stone upon which he had been seated. It was evident that this was a threat directed at Lang Jinhai. Lang Jinhai's pupils constricted in fear, his expression betraying a hint of terror, although he too could obliterate a rock with a punch. The force Chen Chu had just wielded served as a stark reminder that he could be similarly shattered without a trace. Tremors coursed through Lang Jinhai's shoulders. In the next moment, his voice quivered as he uttered, 3,000 ascension pills will be presented to you after the conclusion of the Kunyang secret realm. For the sake of my life, what are 3,000 ascension pills? As soon as Lang Jinhai's words fell, Chen Chu nodded in satisfaction at him. Well done, young man. You have potential. Now let us depart. Remember to keep the events that transpired here a secret. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Upon finishing, Chen Chu revealed a ferocious expression that sent chills down Lang Jinhai's spine. The next second, Lang Jinhai nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding. He then departed from the scene. Outside the Kunyang secret realm, various factions observed as Lang Jinhai returned, eagerly inquiring, how did it go? Master Lang Jinhai. To the onlookers, it seemed implausible that Lang Jinhai could lose a challenge against Chen Chu. Ignoring their inquiries, Lang Jinhai turned directly toward the members of the Rage Tide sect and led them away from the area. This turn of events left the various factions bewildered. What did this signify? Had he truly failed in his challenge? Many present exhibited expressions of astonishment. The Ninth Prince, however, surmised the underlying truth and allowed a smirk to grace his lips. Though the practitioners of the divine concealment realm were formidable, they paled in comparison to Chen Chu. Soon after, the members of the Rage Tide sect departed. A few disciples from the Rage Tide sect cast puzzled glances at their leader, unable to comprehend the reason for their abrupt exit. Did their master truly suffer a defeat in the challenge? Master, one disciple ventured, gazing at Lang Jinhai with an expression that suggested he wished to voice his thoughts. His meaning was clear. He sought confirmation of the truth. Upon hearing the words of his disciple, Lang Jinhai's expression darkened as he recalled the earlier incident. A sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to glance around. And upon realizing the absence of others, he instinctively placed a hand over his heart, feeling a surge of anxiety. Without responding to his disciple's inquiry, Lang Jinhai promptly led his followers away from the scene. Truth be told, the Angry Wave sect could certainly challenge other forces. However, Lang Jinhai had no intention of pursuing further confrontations. The possibility of encountering someone like Chen Chu weighed heavily on his mind. After the Angry Wave sect departed, various factions were left in a state of bewilderment, puzzled by the abrupt and unceremonious exit. At that moment, a rumbling sound heralded the opening of the Kunyang's secret realm. The Ninth Prince rose and proclaimed, "According to our designated slots, we shall enter the Kunyang's secret realm one by one. There is but a single entrance. An entry must be done in an orderly fashion." Soon, the major factions lined up, and given the relatively small number of participants, the order of entry became inconsequential. Thus, the disciples of the sects with available slots began to enter the Kunyang secret realm, while the Wanfa Holy Sect remained conspicuously inactive. After sending their disciples into the secret realm, the elders of the various factions found suitable spots to sit cross-legged on the ground. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed through the air. Masked figures Lin Fan and Wang Pan approached the entrance to the Kunyang secret realm. Lin Fan, still concealed, wore a mask to keep his identity hidden. The guard stationed at the entrance recognized the two and allowed them entry without hesitation. Shortly after their arrival, Chen Chu, adorned with a fox mask, made his way to the side of the Ninth Prince. Interestingly, apart from the Ninth Prince, no one else seemed to sense Chen Chu's presence. "Senior," the Ninth Prince greeted respectfully, bowing to the masked figure. As the words left his lips, Lu Guangquan and Xiao Chui finally noticed Chen Chu's existence. Xiao Chui respectfully bowed to him, while Lu Guangquan cautiously positioned himself in front of the Ninth Prince. "Lord Lu, he is not a villain," the Ninth Prince remarked lightly, nudging Lu Guangquan aside to allow him to step back. Acknowledging the Ninth Prince's words, Lu Guangquan hesitantly relented, though he remained vigilant, casting wary glances at Chen Chu. Unfazed, Chen Chu found a suitable spot to sit. The Ninth Prince took his place beside him, and although Lu Guangquan wished to intervene, it was, regrettably, too late. The Ninth Prince then instructed Lu Guangquan to leave the vicinity, expressing his desire to converse privately with Chen Chu. Reluctantly, Lu Guangquan led his companions away, awaiting outside the Kunyang secret realm. Once they had departed, the Ninth Prince turned to Chen Chu and inquired, "May I ask if you are Chen Chu, the leader of the Wanfa Holy Sect?" The Ninth Prince got straight to the point. Chen Chu nodded in affirmation, replying, "Indeed, that is I." Xiao Chui's face was filled with astonishment, utterly taken aback by this revelation. The venerable elder escorting them turned out to be none other than the esteemed leader of the 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect, the much-discussed Chen Chu. Often labeled as a waste, it is noteworthy that Chen Chu's notoriety rivals that of the young master in their own circles, both carrying the label of waste throughout the empire. However, while Chen Chu acquired this title only after being bested by the young master Qin Fun, the latter bore it shortly after his birth. Yet, it appears that both titles are misleading. Neither is truly a waste. Are you surprised? Chen Chu, observing the astonished expression on the face of the young girl, Xiao Chui, inquired with a gentle smile. As his words settled, Xiao Chui nodded, momentarily at a loss. She could hardly believe that the person before her was indeed the Chen Chu she had heard about. In the next moment, Chen Chu turned his gaze towards the Ninth Prince and earnestly asked, "Have you considered joining the 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect?" In revealing his identity, Chen Chu aimed to convey to the Ninth Prince the secret he guarded. The world may label him a waste, yet he had not been discarded. Instead, he possessed formidable strength. Clearly, there was something extraordinary about him. Provided the Ninth Prince was astute, he would grasp Chen Chu's intent. At this juncture, Chen Chu was extending an opportunity to the Ninth Prince, assuring him that by joining the sacred sect, he could be guaranteed the position of sovereign over the empire. With unwavering conviction, Chen Chu declared to the ninth prince, "If you join the 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect, we can ensure that you ascend to the throne." For Chen Chu, a span of 4 to 5 years could see him break through from the Purple Mansion realm to the Yuan Spirit realm, at which point the entire empire would bow at his feet. Assisting the ninth prince in claiming dominion over the empire would pose no challenge. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, the ninth prince furrowed his brow and asked, "May I inquire, Master Chen, what is your current realm?" Chen Chu replied, "Purple Mansion." As Chen Chu uttered the words Purple Mansion, tumultuous waves surged in the hearts of both Xiao Chui and the ninth prince. It must be noted that their royal ancestors had only reached the Purple Mansion realm. How could Chen Chu, at such a young age, also be at this level? Xiao Chui found it utterly unbelievable, yet the ninth prince, recognizing the ability to see through his own cultivation, realized that Chen Chu had indeed reached the Purple Mansion realm. However, hearing Chen Chu affirm his own realm left the ninth prince astounded. In the next moment, the ninth prince questioned Chen Chu with such strength. "Why do you seek to recruit me, a mere waste, into your 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect?" The latter part of his statement carried a hint of self-deprecation. Once considering himself a genius, he now felt like a fool in comparison. Moreover, the ninth prince remained cautious, for he was situated within the palace. Chen Chu's repeated attempts to draw him in sparked a sense of unease within him. In response, Chen Chu addressed the ninth prince. Could a prince endowed with the divine manifestation's sacred body truly be a waste? Moreover, our sect traditionally only accepts geniuses. Your potential is remarkable. Although we cannot fully perceive your cultivation at this moment, it is estimated to be around the 3rd level of the divine concealment realm. Combined with the divine manifestation sacred body, you could likely contend with warriors at the 6th level of the divine concealment realm. In an instant, the ninth prince's pupils contracted in disbelief as he gazed at Chen Chu. He had never anticipated that Chen Chu would reveal the unique constitution he possessed. It is worth noting that even Xiao Chui was unaware of his myriad saint body. At this moment, Xiao Chui was looking at the ninth prince with a face full of confusion and curiosity, seemingly inquiring whether Chen Chu's words held any truth. The ninth prince did not glance at Xiao Chui, nor did he respond. Instead, he fixated intently on Chen Chu. After a long silence, the ninth prince nodded at Chen Chu and declared, "Very well, I shall join the Myriad Laws Sacred Sect." At this juncture, the ninth prince paused before continuing. However, Xiao Chui must also join the Myriad Laws Sacred Sect. Once the ninth prince's words settled, Chen Chu nodded without hesitation, exclaiming, "Of course. It was my intention all along for that girl Xiao Chui to join the Myriad Laws Sacred Sect as well. Although her aptitude may not match that of an emperor, she possesses a purple-grade constitution. Her potential is undoubtedly significant, especially with her unique identity and sacred body. To put it simply, she is perfectly suited for a leading role." Nonetheless, Chen Chu felt a twinge of concern regarding his ability to support so many individuals. It seemed the time had come for him to venture into some secret realms or dangerous territories to hunt, rob, and gather resources. Otherwise, he would soon find his home devoid of supplies. "Our esteemed sect warmly welcomes both of you to the Myriad Laws Sacred Sect," Chen Chu said, removing his mask to reveal his exquisite features, smiling gently at the two. Upon witnessing Chen Chu's expression, the ninth prince and Xiao Chui exchanged a glance, sensing an inexplicable discomfort. At that moment, a monumental change occurred in Chen Chu's aura. This transformation stemmed from the system detecting the addition of the ninth prince and Xiao Chui to the Myriad Laws Sacred Sect, augmenting Chen Chu with the combined essence and cultivation of both individuals. Chen Chu's cultivation, Monkey Lin Fan, King Pan, Ninth Prince, Xiao Chui, Purple Mansion Realm. 5th layer. Indeed, with the inclusion of the ninth prince and Xiao Chui, Chen Chu's cultivation surged from the 1st layer of the Purple Mansion Realm to the 5th layer. At that moment, Chen Chu felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through him. The spiritual energy in the air crackled like popping beans. Had he broken through? The ninth prince looked at Chen Chu in disbelief, unable to accept that Chen Chu had just achieved a breakthrough in his presence, especially one in the Purple Mansion Realm. Such a breakthrough was notoriously challenging, akin to scaling the heavens, and typically required years of effort to attain. This revelation shattered the ninth prince's worldview. Fortunately, the existence of the system allowed Chen Chu to suppress the celestial phenomena caused by his sudden surge in cultivation, preventing widespread panic. Had the ninth prince not been so close to Chen Chu, he likely would have struggled to notice the breakthrough. "Lord Chen, the ninth prince is truly at a loss for words." The ninth prince's astonishment was evident. Observing this, Chen Chu wore a subtle smile and remarked, "It was merely a minor breakthrough." He added with a mischievous grin, "However, as a prince, you must possess considerable wealth, correct?" Chen Chu's expression turned slightly lecherous as he hoped the ninth prince might share the burden of cultivation resources. Yet, Chen Chu's hopes were perhaps overly ambitious. Although the ninth prince holds the title of a royal, he is far from favored within the imperial family, lacking any resources for cultivation. Had he been afforded such resources, it is likely that he would have long since departed the dynasty alongside Qin Fun, seeking a broader expanse of the world. However, with no such fortune, the ninth prince merely shook his head at Chen Chu. Witnessing this, Chen Chu felt a sense of helplessness and began to ponder how he might procure the necessary funds. Should he approach the Alchemist Guild for assistance? Perhaps serve as a lackey for them? Or should he directly beseech Morongxia? Chen Chu found himself deep in thought. Meanwhile, within the Kunyang secret realm, Wang Pan and Lin Fan parted ways, each seeking a location to begin their search for the celestial materials and treasures listed for Chen Chu. Naturally, they were not restricted to merely those items on the list. Anything their eyes fell upon was fair game. Upon entering the Kunyang secret realm, they swiftly amassed a considerable collection of celestial treasures, inciting complaints from the talented disciples who had also entered the realm. Unfortunately, they were unable to compete with the prowess of Chen Chu and Wang Pan. Subsequently, Gao Shida, a disciple of the fire refining sect, organized some of his fellow disciples, planning to take down Wang Pan and Lin Fan one by one. At this moment, Wang Pan and Lin Fan remained blissfully unaware that others were preparing to assail them. Even if they had known, it is unlikely they would have been concerned. As time passed, Wang Pan soon confronted Gao Shida and his group, with an imminent clash brewing. Meanwhile, Lin Fan continued his quest for the celestial treasures required by Chen Chu. In a certain molten cavern, Lin Fan discovered the only Zhu Rong crystal within the secret realm. Unbeknownst to him, as he grasped the crystal, Lin Qingxue entered, her gaze narrowing upon the gem in his hand. With a furrowed brow, she softly inquired, "Esteemed senior, might you part with the Zhu Rong crystal?" As Lin Fan beheld the familiar beauty before him and glanced at the crystal in his possession, he instinctively considered yielding it to her. However, he suddenly recalled Chen Chu and resolutely shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, but I cannot give you the Zhu Rong crystal." Had it not been for Chen Chu's needs, Lin Fan would have readily surrendered it to Lin Qingxue to earn her favor. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lin Qingxue pursed her lips, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes. She remembered her master, Wang Xiao, advising her to spare no effort in obtaining the Zhu Rong crystal before entering the Kunyang secret realm. Now, the only known Zhu Rong crystal lay before her. Lin Qingxue hesitated, uncertain whether to confront Lin Fan. Perceiving no significant aura emanating from him, she was convinced she could easily overpower him, as few in her generation posed a threat. Masked, Lin Fan observed Lin Qingxue's composed demeanor and instinctively attempted to sidestep her. Just as their bodies were about to brush against one another, she struck. With a swift motion, Lin Qingxue unleashed a palm strike toward Lin Fan. He was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief beneath his mask. He had not anticipated that Lin Qingxue would attack him directly. In the next moment, Lin Fan and Lin Qingxue distanced themselves from each other. Lin Qingxue's palm struck nothing but air. Her expression gradually morphed into one of ferocity, her countenance darkening. Without hesitation, she launched another assault toward Lin Fan. Observing her advance, Lin Fan, with no other recourse, engaged. Bang! A mere punch. Yet Lin Fan landed a direct hit on Lin Qingxue. The transformation of her expression from grim to one of astonishment was palpable. Subsequently, she felt as though her chest had endured a heavy blow. Fortunately, her ample bosom mitigated a portion of the impact, allowing her to retreat a few steps and regain her balance. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan employed his agility, instantly materializing before Lin Qingxue. Clang! Upon witnessing this, Lin Qingxue unsheathed her sword and charged at Lin Fan. He furrowed his brow slightly. Wielding a sword in front of him was akin to courting death. A mere glance revealed the flaws in her swordplay. However, Lin Qingxue was not worthy of him drawing his own sword. Seizing an opportune moment, Lin Fan executed a swift movement, appearing behind Lin Qingxue. With a swift clap, he struck her shoulder with a simple palm. The next instant, Lin Qingxue let out a pained scream. She stumbled, her body swaying precariously, on the brink of falling into the molten lava. Lin Fan, witnessing this, quickly reached out, grasping her shoulder. Yet, due to the impact earlier, her garment was somewhat tattered. Thus, as Lin Fan seized her shoulder, he heard a rip. Lin Qingxue's clothing was torn away. Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue cried out once more. This time not from pain, but from embarrassment. In response, Lin Fan swiftly pulled her back to safety, then removed his outer coat and draped it over her. "You." Lin Qingxue, having regained her footing, pointed an accusing finger at Lin Fan, tears glistening in her eyes. She was uncertain if Lin Fan had acted deliberately. having so brazenly torn her clothing. Miss, please don't misunderstand, Lin Fan replied, his face pale as he attempted to explain. By all that is sacred, I merely intended to pull you back. Who could have anticipated that clothing could be so easily rent apart? Humph. Lin Qingxue huffed, turning her head away. Refusing to meet his gaze, she rummaged through her storage bag for a new outfit to change into. Just as she was about to do so, she remembered something. Turn your head away. No peeking. All right. You change, Lin Fan replied before facing the wall in contemplation. Before long, Lin Qingxue had changed her attire. Glancing at Lin Fan's coat that lay discarded on the ground, she stole a sidelong glance at him. For reasons unknown, an unusual sensation welled up within her. The next moment, Lin Qingxue said, "You can turn around now." At her words, Lin Fan nodded and subsequently turned to face her. At the moment of turning, Lin Qingxue tossed Lin Fan's coat to him. He caught his coat and draped it over his shoulders, preparing to bid farewell to Lin Qingxue and depart. He needed to continue his search for the heavenly materials that Chen Chu desired. However, just as Lin Fan exited the lava cave, Lin Qingxue followed closely behind him. In the past, Lin Fan would have felt delighted by her company, but at this moment, he was preoccupied and distracted. "Why are you following me?" Lin Fan inquired, directing his question at Lin Qingxue. Upon hearing his question, Lin Qingxue replied, "I wish to obtain the Zhu Rong crystal. Then you may continue your search elsewhere," Lin Fan suggested. Yet, to his dismay, his words fell on deaf ears, as Lin Qingxue persisted in trailing him, seemingly intent on becoming his shadow. In truth, Lin Qingxue had searched numerous locations without success in finding the Zhu Rong crystal. Upon hearing that it might be located here, she rushed over, only to discover that Lin Fan had already acquired it. What if this was the last Zhu Rong crystal? Thus, Lin Qingxue resolved to employ her charm and persistence to persuade Lin Fan to part with the crystal. From Lin Fan's previous demeanor towards her, it was evident that he was not a malicious person. If she earnestly pleaded, there was a chance she could obtain the Zhu Rong crystal. "If you do not want me to follow you, you can simply give me the Zhu Rong crystal, or I can offer something else in exchange," Lin Qingxue proposed, her eyes brimming with hope. After speaking, she opened her storage bag and poured out a collection of heavenly materials. Although their quality was not high, their abundance was notable. She was willing to part with everything else for the Zhu Rong crystal. Lin Fan took a brief glance and promptly declined. The reason was straightforward. While the quantity of materials was considerable, they could not compare to the value of the Zhu Rong crystal. Primarily because they lacked the items that Chen Chu sought. Had they included such items, he might have considered making a deal, but without them, there was no way forward. As Lin Qingxue observed Lin Fan's rejection, her heart brimmed with animosity towards this masked man before her. If an opportunity arose in the future, she vowed to retaliate, vengefully, without mercy. Soon, Lin Fan and Lin Qingxue arrived at a vast plain where Lin Fan spotted Wang Pan. Lin Qingxue also noticed him. But upon seeing Wang Pan and the surrounding scene, she covered her mouth in disbelief. Beside Wang Pan lay dozens of talented disciples, sprawled on the ground. Although they were not dead, they were barely clinging to life. At that moment, Wang Pan resembled a war god, gazing at the last standing individual. A disciple of the fire-refining sect, Gao Shida. The next instant, Wang Pan's deep voice resonated in their ears. "You are the last one remaining. Make your move." As Wang Pan's words echoed, Gao Shida's expression morphed into one of terror as he looked at Wang Pan. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that his body trembled uncontrollably. He had not anticipated that the individuals he had gathered would be swiftly and decisively defeated by the middle-aged man before him in less than 3 seconds. He had not even witnessed how Wang Pan had struck. This realization instilled a sense of panic within Gao Shida. He found himself hesitant to act. However, since he refrained from making a move, Wang Pan was compelled to strike. In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed as Wang Pan's fist directly impacted Gao Shida. In an instant, Gao Shida was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, rendering him unconscious. Observing this, Wang Pan's gaze was rife with disdain. He could not fathom the audacity of Gao Shida and his companions to challenge him. Did they truly believe he was a mere farmer to be bullied? At that moment, Lin Fan approached Wang Pan, accompanied by Lin Qingxue. Upon hearing Lin Fan's voice, Wang Pan, with a dismissive glance, turned his attention towards him. His expression shifted to one of curiosity upon noticing Lin Qingxue beside Lin Fan. Wang Pan pointed at Lin Qingxue, somewhat perplexed. Lin Fan, sensing the awkwardness, offered a brief explanation. Once he concluded, Wang Pan nodded in acknowledgement. "Brother, what is the situation?" Lin Fan inquired, gesturing towards the scattered disciples of various factions still clinging to life on the ground. "It's nothing. They merely sought to seize the treasures I had acquired. I have already dealt with them. By the way, how many did you find?" Wang Pan replied, initially waving off Lin Fan's concerns before posing his question. In response, Lin Fan presented the treasures he had gathered. Wang Pan compared them against his list, and, upon discovering that Lin Fan had located approximately 30% of what they needed, a satisfied smile graced his face. Together, they had nearly found half of the materials Chen Chu required. They were only a few treasures short. At that juncture, Lin Qingxue, eyeing the list in their hands, pointed at one entry and exclaimed, "Ghost Vine." As soon as Lin Qingxue's words left her lips, both Lin Fan and Wang Pan turned their attention towards her in unison. "Do you know where the Ghost Vine is located?" Wang Pan inquired. Lin Qingxue nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I encountered a location abundant with ghost vines while on my way to find the Zhurong crystal. However, that area is perilous. It is rumored to be inhabited by foundational level beasts. I advise you not to go there." According to the information provided by her master, Wang Xiao, the entire Kuan Yao secret realm was generally devoid of danger, but there were a few places that required caution, particularly where the ghost vines were situated. The presence of ghost vines likely indicated the existence of foundational level or late innate level beasts, making it imperative to steer clear of those areas. On her journey to the lava cave, Lin Qingxue had spotted traces of the ghost vines, not through her own discovery, but rather by witnessing someone fleeing from that location. Wounded, she had followed and eavesdropped. Foundational level beasts? Lin Fan and Wang Pan murmured in unison, while others might flee at the mention of foundational level beasts. The two of them were entirely undaunted, for they themselves were foundational level warriors. As long as the two individuals exert their full strength, confronting a foundation-building realm beast in a 2-on-1 scenario would be exceedingly effortless. In the next moment, Wang Pan turned to Lin Qingxue and inquired, "Might you lead us to the location of the ghost vine?" Upon hearing Wang Pan's request, Lin Qingxue instinctively considered a refusal. However, at that moment, Lin Fan interjected, "If you guide us, we can assist you in keeping an eye out for the Zhurong crystal. Should we locate it, we will offer it to you." After contemplating for a brief moment, Lin Qingxue acquiesced, "Very well, I shall merely accompany the two of you. It is not perilous." Thus, Lin Qingxue led Wang Pan and Lin Fan to the site of the ghost vine, which lay within a vast, endless expanse of forest. The horizon was obscured, but one could occasionally witness the rustling of the foliage and even hear the low growls of beasts. Upon their arrival, Wang Pan and Lin Fan immediately caught the scent of blood. Evidently, the beasts within had slain someone. "This place is fraught with danger. You should leave at once," Lin Fan urged Lin Qingxue upon detecting the scent. Lin Qingxue nodded and replied, "Understood." She then departed to continue her search for the Zhurong crystal. Once Lin Qingxue had vacated the area, Lin Fan and Wang Pan exchanged glances, each perceiving the resolve in the other's eyes. In the next instant, Lin Fan unsheathed his sword, exuding an aura of sword intent, and plunged into the thicket. Within the forest, a bizarrely shaped beast was voraciously devouring the corpse of a young disciple. With a crunch, one of its legs was swallowed whole. After a brief moment of satisfaction, the beast rose, intent on seeking further prey. Yet at that moment, a resounding clang echoed as Lin Fan drew his sword. A flash of sword light zipped through the air, and in an instant, the beast's head was severed cleanly from its body. The creature offered no resistance, falling lifelessly to a single strike. Soon after, Lin Fan and Wang Pan emerged from the underbrush, having witnessed Lin Fan's swift execution. He had employed his chosen celestial-grade technique, the sword draw slash. A foundation-building realm beast of the second level. No wonder it could slay so many talented disciples. Lin Fan mused, lifting the beast's head with a look of realization. Along their journey, they had encountered numerous corpses of gifted disciples, likely all victims of this formidable beast. Wang Pan nodded in agreement and retrieved the beast's core, stowing it within his storage ring. "Let us search for the ghost vine," he suggested. Indeed, Lin Fan concurred. As time passed, half a day slipped by in the blink of an eye. Based on the closing time of the Kunyang secret realm, it was estimated that only an hour remained before it would seal. Soon, many disciples began to emerge from the Kunyang secret realm. Representatives from various factions stepping forward to welcome their Sect's members back. When Gao Shida appeared, Huobo approached him with great enthusiasm, believing that with Gao Shida's prowess, he would undoubtedly excel within the Kunyang secret realm, reaping considerable rewards. Yet, Gao Shida wore an expression of embarrassment, unable to meet Huobo's gaze. He dared not confess that he had been knocked down by a single punch from Wang Pan, and upon regaining consciousness, he discovered that the Kuan Yao secret realm was on the verge of closing, leaving him empty-handed. "How humiliating. What's wrong?" Huobo inquired. Observing Gao Shida's demeanor with a hint of confusion, Gao Shida remained silent. Noticing this, Huobo furrowed his brow and continued to press him for details about the events that transpired within the secret realm. He had an inkling that something unfavorable had occurred. Thus, under Huobo's persistent questioning, Gao Shida recounted the happenings within the secret realm. Damn the Wanfashing Zone! Huobo exclaimed vehemently upon learning the full story behind the incident. Just then, Chen Chu's voice rang clearly in Huobo's ears. What are you barking about? Chapter 26. A bit stuck nothing, Huobo replied, shaking his head fervently at the sound of Chen Chu's voice, completely unwilling to repeat what he had just said. The memory of being sent flying by Chen Chu's slap still haunted him, preventing any inclination towards self-destruction. Chen Chu regarded Huobo with a gaze filled with disdain. Why should one harbor fear when speaking ill behind someone's back? The next moment, Chen Chu turned his attention to the entrance of the Kuan Yao secret realm. Lin Qingxue, along with several disciples who had entered the secret realm, emerged. As soon as Wang Xiu spotted Lin Qingxue, he strode forward and inquired if she had found the Zhu Rong crystal. Lin Qingxue could only shake her head, informing Wang Xiu that she had not found it. However, she did mention that a piece of the Zhu Rong crystal had fallen into the hands of the Wanfashing Zone. Soon after, Wang Xiu approached Chen Chu, who was wearing a fox mask. Sect Master Chen, I've heard that your disciples obtained the Zhu Rong crystal within the secret realm. While this crystal may hold little value for your Wanfashing Zone, it is of great significance to our Lianhua sect. Might Sect Master Chen be willing to exchange it for some heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Wang Xiu respectfully asked. Upon hearing Wang Xiu's proposition, Chen Chu instinctively checked the system tasks for any required heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If the system did not necessitate the crystal, he could readily grant a personal favor. Yet, if it were needed, he would have no choice but to decline. After a brief examination, Chen Chu discovered that the system task required the Zhu Rong crystal and promptly responded, I'm sorry, but this Zhu Rong crystal holds considerable value for our Wanfashing Zone as well. Once Chen Chu's words fell, Elder Wang Xiu initially appeared dejected, but then seemed to have an idea and hurriedly suggested to Chen Chu, Sect Master Chen, how about our Lianhua sect purchase the Zhu Rong crystal from you? Elder Wang Xiu proceeded to list numerous names of pills, all sounding quite formidable, leading one to mistakenly believe they were of high grade. In truth, they were merely low-tier pills. She aimed to take advantage of Chen Chu's youth and inexperience, trying to acquire the Zhu Rong crystal with these inferior offerings. Unfortunately, Chen Chu was no fool. Upon hearing some familiar names, he instantly understood. Elder Wang Xiu intended to deceive himself. In the next moment, Chen Chu shook his head directly, stating, I'm afraid I must decline. After saying this, Chen Chu crossed his arms and quietly awaited the emergence of Lin Fan and Wang Pan. Upon witnessing this, a complex glimmer flickered in Wang Xiu's eyes. He had not anticipated that Chen Chu would be so unyielding. At that moment, Lin Fan and Wang Pan emerged from the secret realm. As they stepped out, they handed the storage rings in their possession to Chen Chu. A storage ring? Those from the surrounding factions lit up with intrigue upon seeing the rings. It is well known that storage rings are not possessions of ordinary individuals. Most rely on storage bags, which offer pitifully limited internal space. Now, the fallen Wanfa holy sect unexpectedly possessed storage rings, igniting covetous thoughts among many. Had it been the previous Wanfa holy sect, even with numerous storage rings, no one would have dared to covet them. However, times have changed. Chen Chu naturally sensed the greed in the gazes of many. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind. After all, one must meet force with force and block water with earth. If they sought their own demise, Chen Chu would be more than willing to assist them on their journey to the afterlife. How did it go? Chen Chu inquired of Wang Pan. In his estimation, for Wang Pan and his companion to find 80% of what they sought was already quite an achievement. As for finding everything, that was utterly impossible. After all, the Kuan Yao secret realm was not only crowded, but had also opened for a limited time. Reporting to the sect master, we found everything. Wang Pan respectfully replied to Chen Chu. Everything? Chen Chu exclaimed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the heavenly materials and earthly treasures demanded by the system would be fully acquired. A smile involuntarily crept upon Chen Chu's lips. He then patted the shoulders of Wang Pan and Lin Fan, exclaiming, well done, you two. Return to the sect. Upon hearing Chen Chu praise them, both Lin Fan and Wang Pan blushed slightly. Just then, members of the Alchemist Guild arrived, seeking to purchase the heavenly materials and earthly treasures held by the warriors who participated in the Kuan Yao secret realm. Some treasures were unsuitable for direct consumption and required refinement into pills to showcase their true value. Thus, many would sell their acquired treasures to the Alchemist Guild, which would exchange them for items of equivalent worth. Chen Chu paid no attention to these alchemists and turned to leave. The Wanfa Holy Sect's monkey lounged leisurely atop a tree, having just taken a nap. Chen Chu returned with Wang Pan and Lin Fan. Monkey, wake up! Chen Chu called out to the monkey. Hearing Chen Chu's voice, the monkey promptly descended from the tree, looking at Chen Chu with utmost respect, as if to say, what can I do for you, sir? Chen Chu, not in a hurry to address the monkey, opened the system panel and submitted the required heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Soon, the system notification sounded. Congratulations. Host has obtained minor returning pill, azure dragon ointment, heavenly void spirit dispersing pill, mushroom grass pill, 4 symbols pill, 5 elements sword pill, quantity multiplied by 1,000. As the system notification concluded, Chen Chu's lips curled into a smile. With these elixirs in hand, he no longer had to worry about a lack of cultivation resources for the next 6 months. In the next moment, he produced the elixirs and handed them directly to the monkey. Monkey, as per our usual arrangement, ensured to deliver the elixirs on schedule. The monkey accepted the elixirs from Chen Chu with a nod. Understood, Sect Master. Although Chen Chu did not pressure the monkey to cultivate, the Wanfashing sect traditionally did not support idleness, thus the monkey became a laborer. However, the monkey relished this role, as it allowed him to pocket some benefits for purchasing wine. Naturally, Chen Chu was aware of this but turned a blind eye. For there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. By the way, our sect has found you both another junior brother and sister. They are likely to join us in a few months. When they arrive, ensure to maintain harmony among yourselves. Also, do not let your cultivation wane just because there is a junior sister now. Do you understand? Chen Chu earnestly cautioned Lin Fan and Wang Pan, fearing that they might develop an infatuation for the newcomer, Xiao Chui, leading to potential discord. In truth, Chen Chu's concerns were unfounded. Lin Fan's heart belonged solely to Lin Qingxue, while Wang Pan, having been married previously, was solely consumed by thoughts of revenge, making it improbable for either to take an interest in Xiao Chui. Yes, Sect Master, both Wang Pan and Lin Fan replied respectfully, bowing to Chen Chu. Afterward, Chen Chu gestured for them to depart. Wang Pan and Lin Fan collected their elixirs from the monkey and left, heading to their respective peaks to cultivate. Chapter 27. The Emperor's 6th Linghua City. Chen Chu returned here with a purpose. He was to escort the 9th Prince and Xiao Chui back home. After attending to matters in the Imperial City, he would ensure their safe return. Given that they had faced assassins on the way here, it was prudent to assume they might encounter more on their journey back. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Sect Master, we are fine. You may return to the sect, the 9th Prince said respectfully, regarding Chen Chu, who sat before him. He believed that the assassins of Wangchun Tower would not dare to show themselves again. Upon hearing the 9th Prince's words, Chen Chu exclaimed, "TSK, TSK. Why be so polite with me? What if something were to happen to you? I have accepted payment to protect you, and besides, you are a disciple of our sect. As the sect master, it is my duty to safeguard my own disciples, is it not?" Chen Chu concluded with a rhetorical question directed at the 9th Prince. The 9th Prince, taken aback by Chen Chu's generosity, nodded appreciatively, surprised by the depth of Chen Chu's kindness in offering to escort him both ways. In the next moment, Chen Chu inquired, "By the way, have you obtained the address of Wanchun Tower?" This was the very organization responsible for the assassination attempt on the 9th Prince during his journey. Upon hearing Chen Chu's question, the 9th Prince's expression grew serious, and he nodded in affirmation. "I have found it." With that, he handed Chen Chu a slip of paper containing the address of Wanchun Tower. "After escorting you back to the imperial capital, I shall personally annihilate this so-called Wanchun Tower. Those who dare to strike at the disciples of the 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect are courting death." Chen Chu roared with fury upon receiving a note from the 9th Prince. Hearing Chen Chu's words filled the 9th Prince with gratitude, affirming that joining the 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect was indeed a wise decision. However, the next moment, Chen Chu's words caused the corners of the 9th Prince's mouth to twitch. "Darn it, I wonder if Wanchun Tower is wealthy. If it isn't, it would be a wasted effort to destroy it," Chen Chu remarked. His motives for obliterating Wanchun Tower were twofold. Avenging the 9th Prince was one, but he also coveted the treasure vault of Wanchun Tower. According to the 9th Prince, Wanchun Tower was a notorious assassin organization within the Longqian dynasty, having committed numerous acts of robbery and accumulating considerable wealth. This wealth was the true reason behind Chen Chu's desire to eradicate Wanchun Tower. What did he lack? Simply put, he was in dire need of cultivation resources. Although the Alchemist Guild bestowed monthly offerings upon him, they were far from sufficient, especially with the impending increase in disciples. Moreover, Chen Chu was aware that body cultivation consumed even more resources. Thus, he needed to prepare for a protracted battle. The next moment, Chen Chu inquired of the 9th Prince, "By the way, how abundant are the treasures in your royal treasury?" As he was about to accompany the 9th Prince back to the imperial capital, it was imperative to visit the treasury, otherwise, the trip would be in vain. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, the 9th Prince's mouth twitched once more, astonished by Chen Chu's insatiable greed, now eyeing their royal treasury. However, the 9th Prince held little affection for the royal family. So even if Chen Chu were to empty the treasury, he would not voice any objections. "Master, Our royal treasury is protected by formidable guardians, allegedly warriors of the Purple Mansion realm. If you force your way in, the ninth prince hesitated, fearing Chen Chu's wrath. Purple Mansion realm? What of it? Am I not of that caliber? Chen Chu replied with a sly grin. The ninth prince nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xiao Cui, who was packing her belongings, approached. Seeing Xiao Cui come over, Chen Chu understood that they were about to set off. Thus, Chen Chu, accompanied by Xiao Cui and the ninth prince, soared towards the location of the imperial capital. With Chen Chu leading the way, they would likely arrive in a matter of days. As time passed, 3 days elapsed. After an exhausting journey, they finally reached the imperial capital on the third day. However, to minimize any potential disturbance, Chen Chu halted 100 miles away from the capital. He descended into the forest with Xiao Cui and the ninth prince, opting to walk the remainder of the journey back to the imperial city. Master, your speed is astonishing, Xiao Cui exclaimed, gazing at the familiar surroundings in awe. It was noteworthy that their journey from the imperial capital to Linghua City had taken them half a month. Yet their return took less than 3 days. Upon hearing the words of the young girl, the ninth prince displayed a faint smile. The flying speed of a practitioner at the Purple Mansion realm is indeed quite swift. From the ninth prince's perspective, had Chen Chu not taken it upon himself to look after him and the young girl, they could have reached the imperial capital by the following day. Practitioners of the Purple Mansion realm are, in the entire Longqian Empire, regarded as dominators, with few rivals to contend with. At this moment, Chen Chu, rather nonchalantly, began to drive a small cart. However, it was unfortunate that neither the ninth prince nor the young girl discerned the underlying meaning in Chen Chu's words. Subsequently, Chen Chu followed behind the ninth prince and the young girl toward the imperial capital. Before long, they entered the imperial capital. For Chen Chu, who was visiting for the first time, it was akin to a child's wonder, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Just then, a loud crash echoed. A figure suddenly burst forth from the vicinity of the Alchemist Guild, landing heavily before Chen Chu. Puzzled, Chen Chu glanced at the figure, and upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a young girl. However, at that moment, she resembled a beggar, her face smeared with dirt, her hair greasy and unkempt, and an unpleasant odor emanating from her, suggesting she had not bathed in quite some time. Observing this, Chen Chu crouched down slightly and inquired, "Do you require legal assistance?" As soon as his words fell, the girl seemed to respond, turning her head slightly toward Chen Chu. At that moment, the ninth prince and the young girl approached as well. The ninth prince emitted a curious sound upon seeing the girl. He recognized her. She was once known as Lu Ji, a talented alchemist apprentice from the Alchemist Guild in the imperial capital. Lu Ji was quite renowned among the alchemists in the capital. As an apprentice, she had garnered some fame. Yet in just half a month, how had she fallen to such a state? "Do you know her?" Chen Chu asked, pointing at the girl. The ninth prince nodded and revealed her identity. Once he finished speaking, the onlookers, having heard that she was formerly Lu Ji's apprentice, displayed expressions of disdain and scorn, as if they were privy to some underlying truth. Chen Chu, observing the gazes of those around him, felt a twinge of confusion. In the next moment, he muttered, "Eye of truth." Instantly, the girl's identity details appeared before Chen Chu's eyes. Name, Zhang Xiaoyu. Age, 18. Talent, Emperor. Fate, Alchemist Emperor, Gold. Constitution, none. Chen Chu marveled at the girl before him, possessing such exceptional talent. He found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated encountering someone of emperor-level potential. Moreover, despite possessing only one fate, it was enough to make Chen Chu's eyes gleam with excitement. An alchemist emperor. Clearly, this girl was a promising talent in alchemy. If he could recruit her, the resources of the Wanfa Holy Sect would never be in short supply. With this thought, a smile crept upon Chen Chu's lips. Observing the girl before him, unloved by her uncle and neglected by her grandmother, Chen Chu pondered that this moment marked a woman's most vulnerable state. Seizing the opportunity, how could he possibly fail? In the next instant, he intended to lift the girl. However, at that very moment, hurried footsteps echoed as 4 individuals emerged from the Alchemist Guild, exuding the aura of Foundational Realm warriors. It was evident that these 4 were indeed Foundational Realm fighters. Chen Chu could not suppress his astonishment. After all, this was the imperial capital, where even the guards were of such caliber. Though these 4 did not appear to be alchemists, their emergence from the Alchemist Guild, clad in a uniform attire, suggested they were likely guards. "What do you intend to do?" The middle-aged man at the forefront glared at Chen Chu, who was about to assist the girl, and growled with an unfriendly demeanor. Upon hearing the man's words, Chen Chu replied nonchalantly, "Naturally, I intend to help her up. Is there a problem?" His tone was neither submissive nor aggressive, hands casually tucked into his pockets, utterly unaware of the concept of an adversary. As soon as Chen Chu finished speaking, the middle-aged man bellowed, "This girl belongs to our Alchemist Guild. Leave at once and do not meddle in our affairs. Following this, they approached Chen Xiaoyu, intending to take her away. Chen Chu, however, had no intention of allowing them to abduct her. He leisurely positioned himself before the four, prompting their brows to furrow and their gazes to fixate on him. Do you plan to provoke the Alchemist Guild? The middle-aged man roared at Chen Chu, his eyes brimming with unrestrained malice. Within the entirety of the Long Qian dynasty, the Alchemist Guild was akin to a deity, at least in this locale. The Alchemist Guild of Linghua City would never dare to speak to Chen Chu in such a manner, especially after being robbed. At that moment, the ninth prince stepped forward to stand beside Chen Chu, aiming to reveal his identity and persuade the Alchemist Guild to withdraw. I am the ninth prince. This girl is a friend of mine, he declared boldly to the middle-aged man. As the ninth prince's words resonated, the crowd murmured with excitement, casting curious glances at him. The wasteful ninth prince? How has he returned? Wasn't he sent to the frontier? Sent to the frontier? He merely attended a secret realm opening ceremony. Oh, this promises to be entertaining. Can the ninth prince truly intimidate the Alchemist Guild? I doubt they will grant him any respect, especially since he is deemed a waste. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Chen Chu's lips twitched slightly. What audacity! The man himself stood right there, and they so openly branded him as the wasteful ninth prince. Was that not excessive? Moreover, he was of royal blood. The ninth prince? Huh. What of it? Although she is your friend, she is still a member of our Alchemist Guild. Do not think that even the emperor himself could take her from us. The middle-aged man at the forefront disregarded the ninth prince entirely, displaying an air of disdain as he spoke. The Alchemist Guild holds a unique position across the continent, unbound by the constraints of any dynasty. Of course, there are exceptions, yet the majority operate freely. Thus, the middle-aged man's assertion was not unfounded. As long as the Alchemist Guild remained resolute, even the emperor himself could not take Chen Xiaoyu away. Upon the conclusion of the middle-aged man's remarks, the expressions of the three individuals behind him were filled with mockery. A mere waste of a ninth prince daring to interfere with their Alchemist Guild's affairs. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the ninth prince's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Although he was accustomed to rejection, he still desired to maintain some dignity in front of Chen Chu. Nevertheless, the ninth prince refrained from taking direct action, as he still needed to conceal his true intentions. Thus, he cast a complex glance at Chen Chu and shook his head. Noticing this, Chen Chu remained unfazed. He had already anticipated the outcome. Enough, step aside. Do not force us to take action, the middle-aged man declared, looking at the silent ninth prince with contempt, directing his disdain towards Chen Chu. After speaking, the middle-aged man intended to bypass Chen Chu and seize Chen Xiaoyu. However, at the very moment he reached out, a sharp crack resounded as Chen Chu grasped the middle-aged man's hand. You! The middle-aged man, taken aback by Chen Chu's audacity, instinctively shouted in anger, attempting to break free and throw Chen Chu aside. To his astonishment, he found his arm utterly immobilized, as if encased in plaster. At that moment, Chen Chu spoke. Should this woman wish to accompany you back to the Alchemist Guild, I shall naturally step aside and pose no obstruction. However, if she chooses not to follow you, I will not permit you to take her away. After Chen Chu finished speaking, disregarding the middle-aged man's predatory gaze, he addressed Chen Xiaoyu. Do you wish to accompany them? Lying on the ground, Zhang Xiaoyu gazed vacantly at Chen Chu, her eyes reflecting a sense of terror directed towards the Alchemist Guild's guards, her face obscured by grime, making her expression indiscernible. Yet, Chen Chu discerned the fear in her eyes regarding these guards. He understood then what course of action to take. In the next moment, Chen Chu turned to the middle-aged man and stated, She does not wish to return with you, so I kindly ask you to leave. Upon saying this, Chen Chu released his grip on the middle-aged man's hand, allowing him to depart. However, the middle-aged man had no intention of heeding Chen Chu's words. Brothers, charge, he commanded, glancing back at his three companions, raising his hand to signal them to advance. Yet, as they took a single step forward, a hum resonated in the air. With merely a glance, Chen Chu instilled fear in the four individuals, rendering them motionless, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed upon him. How is this possible? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow in disbelief, unable to restrain his astonishment upon realizing he could not move. It was evident that Chen Chu's grip on his arm had rendered him immobile. However, at this moment, a mere glance rendered him immobile, causing the middle-aged man's complexion to pale. In the next instant, Chen Chu's harsh voice pierced the air. Get lost. Chapter 29, Lu Ji. These simple four words were akin to a tempest of yellow sand swirling across the horizon. As soon as Chen Chu's words fell, the four middle-aged men were about to nod in agreement when a sycophantic voice distinctly reached everyone's ears. Oh my, who is this? It is none other than the ninth prince. With the utterance of this fawning remark, the ninth prince furrowed his brows, feeling a sense of familiarity with the voice, yet unable to recall its owner. The next moment, he turned in the direction of the sound and could not help but murmur, Lu Ji. The newcomer was none other than Lu Ji, the alchemist master that Chen Xiaoyu had previously mentioned. Lu Ji possessed flowing silver-blue hair and a tall, striking figure, reminiscent of a male protagonist stepping out of a Korean drama, albeit with a somewhat effeminate tone. Master Lu Ji. Upon hearing Lu Ji's voice, the four middle-aged men immediately bowed respectfully in the direction from which the voice emanated. Moments later, Lu Ji approached the four of them, accompanied by an elderly man. Peak of the divine concealment realm? At the sight of the elder, Chen Chu instantly discerned his cultivation level. In the entire Longqian dynasty, such a figure would likely be regarded with great deference. The elder, upon noticing Chen Chu, did not perceive his cultivation as Chen Chu had, but instead emitted a note of puzzlement. Strange, the elder mused quietly. He had not anticipated encountering someone within the Longqian dynasty that he could not see through. Young master, please save us. The leading middle-aged man cried out the moment he spotted Lu Ji, believing that with Lu Ji's presence, their salvation was assured. Alas, Chen Chu showed no interest in Lu Ji whatsoever. However, as long as the latter did not provoke him, Chen Chu had no intention of causing trouble. Esteemed young master, might I inquire if you could spare my friends? Lu Ji politely bowed towards Chen Chu's direction, exuding an air of utmost respect. Observing this, Chen Chu nodded and with a grand gesture, retracted his oppressive aura. It is said that one should not strike those who bear a smile. Chen Chu decided to grant Lu Ji this favor. With the pressure lifted, the four men gasped for breath, coughing as the earlier weight upon them had been quite uncomfortable. In the following moment, Lu Ji approached Chen Chu. At that instant, the elder leaned in closer, whispering a few words to Lu Ji, seemingly advising him about Chen Chu's formidable nature. After listening, Lu Ji nodded at the elder, donning an expression of nonchalance. Subsequently, he stepped before Chen Chu. May I ask what this esteemed young master is called? Lu Ji inquired, extending his right hand in a gentlemanly manner. Though Lu Ji maintained a broad smile, Chen Chu could discern that he was a man with a knife hidden behind his cordial facade. In the next moment, Chen Chu grasped Lu Ji's hand and said, This is Chen Chu from my sect. Upon feeling Chen Chu's grip, Lu Ji's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. However, as soon as he heard Chen Chu utter his name, he quickly withdrew his hand and nodded, saying, I am Lu Ji. It is a pleasure to meet you. Young Master Chen. Lu Ji was unaware of Chen Chu's background, and even if he were, he likely wouldn't draw any connections. After this brief exchange, Lu Ji turned his attention to the unconscious Zhang Xiaoyu on the ground, pointing at her and addressing Chen Chu. Young Master Chen, she is my alchemy apprentice. Due to a minor mistake a few days ago, I have administered a little punishment. Now that it is over, I intend to help her recover. Would you kindly step aside and allow us to take her away? Zhang Xiaoyu held significant value for Lu Ji, and he was not willing to let her leave easily. Once Lu Ji finished speaking, Chen Chu shook his head in response. She has expressed her unwillingness to accompany you. Perhaps you are unaware, but I take great pleasure in upholding justice. Since she does not wish to return with you, it would be improper to force her. Chen Chu continued to elaborate. Rest assured, as the contemporary paragon of virtue, I shall ensure she is well cared for. In essence, his message was clear. No one was to take her away. As Lu Ji listened to Chen Chu's words, his expression darkened. Chen Chu, however, remained unfazed, exhibiting an attitude of indifference. Young Master Chen, she has not spoken. How can you presume to know her desires? Lu Ji pressed, pointing again at Zhang Xiaoyu. Just then, Zhang Xiaoyu spoke up. I do not wish to return with you. It must be noted that at this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu's words served as a fortuitous reinforcement for Chen Chu. Chen Chu quickly interjected. You see, young Master Lu, she does not wish to accompany you, so I must insist that you take your leave. By the second sentence, Chen Chu's expression had grown increasingly menacing. Suddenly, he felt an unusual sensation and glanced at his right hand. Have you poisoned me? Chen Chu sensed a disturbance in his internal energy flow, particularly in the hand that had shook Lu Ji's, leading him to suspect foul play. In the next moment, Chen Chu turned to the ninth prince beside him. The ninth prince, noticing Chen Chu's unusual demeanor, inquired, What is the matter, sect leader? Upon hearing the ninth prince's question, Chen Chu shook his head, replying, It is nothing. Merely a sense of fatigue. He then feigned exhaustion. In truth, just moments prior, Chen Chu had harnessed his formidable internal energy to clear any obstructions. As a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm, he was not easily subdued by mere poison. Indeed, it was fortunate that Chen Chu was at the Purple Mansion level. Had he still been in the Divine Concealment realm, he might have found himself in dire straits today. At that moment, the previously somber Lu Ji, whose face seemed to have darkened with discontent, could not help but chuckle upon witnessing Chen Chu's demeanor, exclaiming, Haha, what has become of young Master Chen? Could it be that you feel physically exhausted? As Lu Ji's words fell, the ninth prince suddenly realized something, hastily supporting Chen Chu. His face contorted with rage as he glared at Lu Ji, growling, "Cough, cough. What do you mean by that, Lu Ji?" At this moment, the ninth prince was still feigning a cough. Observing this, Lu Ji disdainfully remarked, "You dare to seize what belongs to me? Truly courting death. But fret not. I merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine. I shall not take his life. Bring Zhang Xiaoyu back to me." As he uttered the last sentence, he directly commanded the 4 middle-aged men behind him. Once Lu Ji's words fell, a lascivious grin spread across the faces of the 4 men as they nodded in agreement and lunged towards Zhang Xiaoyu's position. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu, lying on the ground, turned pale, her eyes brimming with terror. Just then, Chen Chu's voice surged forth once more. "They said they don't want to go back with you. What else is there to say?" As Chen Chu's words echoed, he strode forward nonchalantly, approaching Lu Ji. Lu Ji, observing Chen Chu's seemingly carefree demeanor, instinctively furrowed his brow. "You, Lu Ji, can hardly believe it," he muttered. "Do you truly think I fell for your trick? Huh, merely a petty ruse. My methods surpass your imagination. Initially, I had no intention of striking, but your obstinacy leaves me no choice. Failing to act would be a loss of face." Before Lu Ji could finish, Chen Chu disdainfully interjected, raising his right hand, intent on swiftly eliminating Lu Ji. Just as Chen Chu was about to make his move, an elder standing behind Lu Ji instantaneously appeared behind Chen Chu, exuding an overwhelming aura as he struck downward with a palm. Regrettably, thud, Chen Chu stood his ground, absorbing the elder's blow without flinching. He then casually brushed off his shoulder, displaying no sign of pain whatsoever. "Is that all?" Chen Chu turned with a hint of disdain towards the elder. At that moment, the elder, upon realizing Chen Chu was unscathed, wore an expression of disbelief. His eyes wide with terror, and involuntarily staggered backward, his shoulders trembling. "How is this possible?" the elder exclaimed in astonishment. "That strike, though not delivered with full force, was enough to incapacitate an average martial artist. Since you've had your turn, it is now my time to strike, is it not?" Chen Chu grinned wickedly at the elder. In the next instant, thud, Chen Chu's fist landed squarely on the elder. In an instant, the elder was sent flying, his eyes nearly popping out in shock and horror. The elder crashed heavily to the ground, breathless. "Is that all?" Chen Chu remarked, glancing at the elder sprawled on the ground, shrugging his shoulders, his eyes brimming with disdain and mockery. Lu Ji's expression became somewhat unnatural upon witnessing this scene, his lips twitching and the hand hidden within his sleeve trembling slightly. He had not anticipated that the old man would be defeated in an instant. It is worth noting that the elder was a peak martial artist of the divine concealment realm, a formidable figure within the entire Longqian Empire. The fact that he was vanquished with a single strike left Lu Ji in a state of disbelief. Subsequently, he began to speculate about Chen Chu's identity. To obliterate a peak martial artist of the divine concealment realm, one's identity must be extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Lu Ji inquired of Chen Chu, "Who exactly are you?" Before Chen Chu could respond, Lu Ji cast a glance at the ninth prince, and, in an instant, his pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed, "Could it be that you are the ancient ancestor of the Longqian royal family?" In Lu Ji's perspective, the ninth prince's profound respect towards Chen Chu, coupled with the latter's formidable strength, suggested he might indeed be an esteemed ancestor of the royal family. As for why he appeared so youthful, that remained a mystery. Chen Chu, the ninth prince, and Xiao Cui all exchanged speechless glances upon hearing Lu Ji's words. "Goodness, your thought process is rather intriguing." Moments later, Chen Chu shook his head at Lu Ji and said, "I am not merely a righteous man, akin to Lei Feng." As Chen Chu finished speaking, Lu Ji muttered to himself, "Lei Feng? I have not heard of this name before. Could he be a hidden powerhouse?" Lu Ji continued to ponder in his heart. At that moment, Chen Chu turned his attention to the unconscious Zhang Xiaoyu and asked, "Are you willing to join our sect?" Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, the ninth prince furrowed his brow slightly, whispering to himself, could this girl possess exceptional talent, prompting the sect leader to recruit her? Once his internal musings were concluded, he gazed at the still unaware Zhang Xiaoyu, who, upon hearing Chen Chu's voice, instinctively nodded in response. "Congratulations, host, on recruiting disciple Zhang Xiaoyu. Hostess cultivation, Zhang Xiaoyu. Monkey Lin Fan, ninth prince, Wang Pan, Xiao Cui, 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm." As the system notification resonated, the spiritual energy within Chen Chu began to amplify, filling his chest with a vast surge, making him feel as though he could obliterate the entire Longqian Empire with a single palm. Another breakthrough? The ninth prince couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment upon sensing the shift in Chen Chu's aura, possessing the holy body of myriad forms. The ninth prince once again felt the essence of Chen Chu's breakthrough, which shattered his worldview. Goodness, Has the ascent to the Purple Mansion realm accelerated so swiftly? How little time has passed since the last breakthrough? The ninth prince found himself perplexed, growing ever more curious about Chen Chu. Very well, then let us proceed together, Chen Chu said with a warm smile, extending his hand to help Zhang Xiaoyu up. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoyu grasped Chen Chu's hand and rose from the ground. Moments later, Chen Chu turned to Xiao Chui and instructed, Xiao Chui, please assist her with a wash. Understood, Xiao Chui nodded in agreement and then approached Zhang Xiaoyu's side. At that moment, Lu Ji addressed Chen Chu, asking, are you truly considering opposing the Alchemist Guild? Lu Ji held the esteemed title of a third-tier alchemist within the Dragon Qian dynasty. Alchemists are classified from 1 to 9 tiers, with 9 being the highest and 1 the lowest. Although a third-tier alchemist may appear rather unremarkable, they still rank among the elite within the Dragon Qian dynasty. Typically, one would not provoke an alchemist, even a first-tier one, unless driven by deep-seated enmity, as the Alchemist Guild occupies a unique position across the continent. Does it matter? Can you represent the entire Alchemist Guild? Chen Chu retorted dismissively, having heard such remarks from Lu Ji countless times in his previous life. As soon as Chen Chu's words fell, Lu Ji found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unprepared for such defiance. He had not anticipated that Chen Chu would be so resistant to both threats and persuasion. Enough. While I am in a good mood, I suggest you leave promptly, or I shall ensure a most unpleasant fate for you, Chen Chu said, casually shrugging his shoulders as he threatened Lu Ji. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Lu Ji's expression shifted to one of profound embarrassment. It had been ages since anyone had so openly disregarded him. Without further concern for decorum, Lu Ji turned to the ninth prince, stating, Your Highness, is this the stance your royal family holds towards our Alchemist Guild? As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, a fierce glint evident within them. If Chen Chu was unperturbed by his threats, did that imply the entire royal family of the Dragon Qian dynasty shared the same audacity? Before the ninth prince could respond, Chen Chu interjected disdainfully, What are you babbling about? His words were particularly cutting, leaving Lu Ji with little dignity. Enraged by Chen Chu's insolence, Lu Ji abandoned any pretense of restraint and bellowed, I declare that Chen Xiaoyu is mine. Even in death, her body belongs to me. As Lu Ji's declaration echoed, Chen Chu nodded in apparent bemusement. Oh, and then what? His demeanor was infuriatingly nonchalant. Lu Ji seethed with rage, his insides aflame with a desire to eliminate Chen Chu, yet he recognized the futility of such an endeavor. Are you angry? Chen Chu observed Lu Ji's furious countenance and raised his middle finger in response. You're a fool, Lu Ji exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Ignoring Lu Ji's insult, Chen Chu turned to leave. Just then, an elderly man emerged from the Alchemist Guild, with a flowing white beard and an aura of ethereal grace. He donned an alchemist's robe adorned with a 5-star insignia on his chest, signifying his status as a 5th-tier alchemist. As this esteemed 5th-tier alchemist stepped out, many onlookers instinctively knelt in reverence. In the Dragon Qian dynasty, a 5th-tier alchemist holds a status akin to that of an emperor, deserving of such honor. Lu Ji's eyes lit up at the sight of the 5th-tier alchemist, akin to the awe one might feel upon encountering a great beauty. With a swift motion, he clung to the 5th-rank alchemist, wearing a pitiful expression, lamenting, Master, they are bullying me. In that moment, Lu Ji had shed his previous demeanor. Adopting the guise of a spoiled child, he appeared utterly harmless, evoking sympathy. However, a discerning eye would catch a glimmer of cunning in his gaze. Clearly, he intended to leverage his master to take action against Chen Chu and his companions. While he could not represent the Alchemist Guild, his master, being a 5th-rank alchemist, possessed the stature to do so. As Lu Ji's words settled, the 5th-rank alchemist furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Chen Chu and the 9th prince. Upon recognizing the 9th prince, the alchemist displayed deference, bowing respectfully. It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness. Though a 5th-rank alchemist, he remained humble and unpretentious, treating even the widely known ineffectual 9th prince with respect. The 9th prince, taken aback by this unexpected gesture, quickly composed himself and returned a deep bow. He had not anticipated that this 5th-rank alchemist would honor him with such a gesture, leaving him somewhat flustered. What is the matter, Lu Ji? After smiling at the 9th prince, the alchemist turned his gaze back to his disciple. Master, they are bullying your disciple and wish to take away my alchemical servant, Lu Ji said, gesturing towards Chen Chu with an expression of feigned innocence. Truth be told, Chen Chu could not help but internally scoff at the performance, thinking, such theatrics. Why not pursue a career as an actress? Once Lu Ji finished speaking, the 5th-rank alchemist's attention naturally shifted to Chen Chu and Zhang Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoyu, his expression grew uneasy, and his brows knitted in confusion. He mused, a note of perplexity escaping him. He had previously encountered his disciple's alchemical servant, who was adorned and beautiful, starkly contrasting with the beggar-like appearance before him. Moreover, he was aware that his disciple treated this servant well, seemingly providing her with anything she desired. How could she have ended up in such a state? Nonetheless, as it was his disciple's servant, he felt compelled to intervene and retrieve her. He then turned to Chen Chu, speaking with utmost respect. "Young man, this girl is my disciple's alchemical servant. I kindly request that you return her." The 5-rank alchemist displayed remarkable courtesy towards Chen Chu. Upon hearing his words, Chen Chu instinctively activated True Eye. Name: Li Lei. Age: 72. Talent: mediocre, green. Fate: alchemical talent, yellow. Good relations, green. Unperceptive, purple. As Chen Chu scrutinized the information displayed, he furrowed his brow. This alchemical talent, merely of yellow grade, had somehow achieved the status of a 5-rank alchemist. Clearly, Li Lei had invested considerable effort in the art of alchemy. However, Chen Chu turned his gaze back to Lu Ji, curious about his alchemical aptitude. It appears that Lu Ji, despite his youth, has already attained the rank of a 3rd-tier alchemist. Clearly, his innate talent far surpasses that of Li Lei. However, in the next moment, Chen Chu was utterly astonished. Name: Lu Ji. Age: 18. Talent: inferior, orange. Fate: small-time thief, purple. Acting skills: gold. Flattery: blue. As Chen Chu gazed upon the information presented by the Eye of Truth, he was left in a state of bewilderment. How could one with such a meager talent achieve the status of a 3rd-tier alchemist at the tender age of 18? This talent, for heaven's sake, is even inferior to his own. If such a person can become a 3rd-tier alchemist, Chen Chu mused, then surely he could as well. Yet, suddenly, Chen Chu's mind sparked with a realization. His gaze shifted towards Zhang Xiaoyu and Lu Ji. Could it be? He pondered boldly, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. In the next moment, Chen Chu shook his head and addressed Li Lei, stating, "Master Li Lei, I am afraid this is beyond my Sect's capabilities." As Chen Chu's words hung in the air, Li Lei looked at him with a hint of curiosity, responding with a question, "Do you know me?" While many were acquainted with him, most did not know his full name, merely referring to him as Master Li. Those who were aware of his complete name were exceedingly rare. Upon hearing Li Lei's inquiry, Chen Chu smiled and nodded. "Some years ago, we crossed paths." He spoke with such conviction that it was impossible to discern any hint of deceit. Li Lei's brow furrowed as he seemed to search his memory for the image of Chen Chu, but alas, he found nothing. At that moment, Chen Chu continued his fabrication. "Master Li Lei, the last time we met, I was still an old man." This proclamation left Li Lei and all present in sheer astonishment. The implication of having reverted to youth suggested that this individual had achieved a martial realm capable of such a feat, specifically the tribulation stage. Prince Jiu looked at Chen Chu in disbelief, seemingly questioning the veracity of his claim. Yet, how could this possibly be true? Chen Chu was merely boasting. Nevertheless, many were swayed by the recent display of Chen Chu's prowess, where he had swiftly vanquished a peak warrior of the Shinsong realm. Li Lei was no exception. The mere fact that Chen Chu had uttered his full name left him in awe. The next moment, Li Lei respectfully bowed to Chen Chu, saying, "Junior pays his respects to the elder." Chen Chu responded, "The youth is indeed teachable." Chapter 32. The third prince observing the interaction between Chen Chu and Li Lei. Lu Ji felt an unsettling premonition. "Master, the alchemical apprentice," he began, feeling it necessary to remind his mentor of the situation at hand. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, Li Lei nodded earnestly. He then lowered his stance, addressing Chen Chu with utmost respect. "Elder, this alchemical apprentice is, after all, my disciple. I kindly request that you do not make things difficult for the junior." Li Lei had humbled himself significantly. There was no alternative. A tribulation stage warrior was not someone he could contend with. Not only he, but the entire continent's alchemist guild dared not offend such a formidable individual lightly. Upon hearing Li Lei's words, Chen Chu shook his head and remarked, "This young woman has caught my attention. Perhaps you should find another alchemical apprentice." Chen Chu was unwilling to grant Li Lei such a favor. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoyu possessed the qualifications of a grandmaster alchemist and was destined to become a prominent figure in the realm of alchemy across the continent. Zhang Xiaoyu is born to shine. In the annals of alchemy, she shall illuminate the ages. Li Lei found himself at a loss for words. In truth, he was reluctant to provoke Chen Chu, for who would dare offend a potential transcendent being? At this moment, Lu Ji, witnessing his master's apparent impotence, felt a surge of anxiety. His current standing was entirely reliant on Zhang Xiaoyu. Lacking any innate talent for alchemy himself, he would have remained merely an apprentice had it not been for her assistance. He could never have entered the ranks of the 5th-grade alchemists or attained the esteemed status of a 3rd-grade alchemist, basking in the admiration of countless individuals. Thus, Lu Ji was not willing to relinquish Zhang Xiaoyu. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed arduous to wrest her away from Chen Chu. Regret washed over Lu Ji as he reflected on his previous mistreatment of Zhang Xiaoyu. Had he treated her with greater kindness, perhaps today's troubles could have been averted. His emotions were a tangled web of complexity. At that moment, Li Lei turned to Lu Ji and said, "My disciple, I shall find you a suitable alchemical apprentice in due time. Let us return for now." Li Lei's words indicated an acceptance of the situation. After all, she was merely an apprentice. Unbeknownst to him, he was oblivious to the significance of Zhang Xiaoyu to Lu Ji. Had he been aware of Lu Ji's alchemical potential, he might have cast him aside to take Zhang Xiaoyu as his own apprentice. Upon hearing his master's words, Lu Ji's eyes dimmed. After a moment, he nodded resignedly and replied, "Very well, there is no other choice." He would have to temporarily abandon Zhang Xiaoyu and search among the other apprentices for one with exceptional talent to continue his alchemical pursuits. Subsequently, Li Lei took Lu Ji's arm and bid farewell to Chen Chu as they returned to the Alchemist Guild. The venerable elder, who had reached the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm, also rose from the ground, dejectedly following behind. "Master, is it truly worth offending the Alchemist Guild for her?" The ninth prince inquired, unable to restrain himself as he leaned closer to Chen Chu, a flicker of concern evident in his gaze. From his perspective, Chen Chu had merely been deceiving Li Lei. Although he could not fathom how Chen Chu knew Li Lei's full name, he surmised that it was improbable for Chen Chu to have ever encountered Li Lei, let alone be a transcendent warrior. Therefore, it was highly likely that Chen Chu had been misleading Li Lei. The ninth prince feared that should the truth come to light, Chen Chu might face dire consequences, especially considering that Li Lei was a fifth-grade alchemist, comparable to a Purple Mansion realm warrior in terms of significance. Hearing the ninth prince's words, Chen Chu donned an expression of understanding and placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking with a profound undertone. "My brother, you are still young, and there are many things you do not comprehend. One must adopt a long-term perspective. Do you doubt the vision of this sect? Allow me to enlighten you. My insight is as precise as a ruler." As Chen Chu spoke, his voice ascended an octave, gradually infused with excitement. The prospect of possessing the innate qualities of a Grand Master Alchemist was akin to a long-awaited rain after a prolonged drought for both Chen Chu and the entire sacred sect of 10,000 laws. Two words encapsulated it: invincible. Upon hearing Chen Chu's declaration, the ninth prince cast a dubious glance at Zhang Xiaoyu. Was her aptitude truly extraordinary? The ninth prince found it hard to believe. After all, the aura emanating from Zhang Xiaoyu was rather feeble, though this weakness was relative to the ninth prince himself. Zhang Xiaoyu's cultivation was commendable, having reached the third level of the innate realm, yet when juxtaposed with the ninth prince's profound mastery in the divine concealment realm, it seemed lacking. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaoyu's true value lay in her alchemical prowess. In comparison to the ninth prince, Chen Chu held a greater affinity for Zhang Xiaoyu. Thus, they departed from that place, making their way to the imperial palace. Shortly after their departure, within the Alchemist Guild, Lu Ji lurked in the shadows, his gaze venomous as he watched the retreating figures with a flicker of fury in his eyes. He vowed to make Chen Chu and his companions pay dearly. In the next moment, a middle-aged man approached Lu Ji from behind. "Young Master Lu," the man greeted respectfully. Once he had spoken, Lu Ji, exuding an air of superiority, whispered to the middle-aged man, "Inform the third prince that if he eliminates the ninth prince and brings back Zhang Xiaoyu, I shall grant him his request." With that, a glimmer of malevolence danced in Lu Ji's eyes. "Understood," the middle-aged man replied before departing to find the third prince. Meanwhile, within the third prince's residence, a strikingly handsome, yet somewhat sinister young man listened intently as his subordinates spoke of the returning ninth prince. This young man was none other than the third prince himself. With a resounding crash, he slammed his teacup onto the ground, fury radiating from him as he bellowed, "What is the Wanchun Tower doing? They cannot even eliminate a mere waste of a warrior in the divine concealment realm. They didn't even know when this waste returned. What use is the money I provided?" The third prince was seething with rage. He had commissioned the assassins from Wanchun Tower to eliminate the ninth prince, yet their initial attempt had failed. Though he was not overly enraged by a single failure, he had subsequently instructed Wanchun Tower to set an ambush on the ninth prince's route home. However, they had not even glimpsed a shadow of him. Just when he finally received word of the ninth prince's return, it was revealed that he had already arrived. This ignited the third prince's fury. Were it possible, he would have considered dispatching troops to annihilate the entire Wanchun Tower, teaching them the consequences of their repeated failures. After a considerable time, heavy footsteps echoed. The middle-aged man who had previously stood beside Lu Ji now approached the third prince. The third prince regarded the man, his brow furrowed and his expression still ablaze with anger, as he queried in a harsh tone, "What is it?" The middle-aged man, upon hearing the words of the third prince, bowed respectfully, and stated, "Young Master Lu Ji has consented to the Master's request, but he demands the Master to eliminate the ninth prince." As soon as the man finished speaking, the third prince felt a surge of joy, followed by a hint of confusion. He could not comprehend how his ineffectual brother had managed to provoke young Master Lu Ji. Nevertheless, an enemy's enemy is a friend. Their mutual objective is to eliminate the ninth prince. In the next moment, the third prince whispered to the middle-aged man, "Inform the assassins from the Wanchun Tower that this prince is willing to trust them once more." Chapter 33. Murong Tuanhai. Within the palace, at the residence of the ninth prince, Chen Chu and his companions arrived at their destination. Contrary to Chen Chu's expectations, the ninth prince's abode was far from shabby. In Chen Chu's previous life, he had witnessed many lackluster protagonists residing in dilapidated quarters, even among princes who lived in squalor or cold palaces. Before him stood a resplendent palace, adorned with grandeur, which certainly did not resemble a place of neglect. "Your Excellency, my humble abode is modest. I hope you do not take offense," the ninth prince said, noticing Chen Chu's gaze lingering on his residence, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, the ninth prince was unaware that this so-called humble abode was a significant improvement over the thatched hut he called home. His dwelling was akin to a place where winter's chill seeped in and summer's heat overwhelmed. Were it not for his advanced cultivation, he might not have survived. Oh, this false modesty rendered Chen Chu momentarily speechless. Is this truly what he calls a humble abode? Compared to his own thatched hut, it resembled a doghouse. "Your Excellency, please come in," the ninth prince said, extending his right hand respectfully to invite Chen Chu inside. It is worth mentioning that although this was the palace, it did not belong to the inner court, allowing for free entry, provided there was someone to guide them. Otherwise, access would be denied, and they would be treated as intruders. Chen Chu nodded and stepped inside. Upon entering, he noticed that the vast palace seemed to house only a single maid, Xiao Chui. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired of the ninth prince, "Are you the only two residing here?" Upon hearing this, the ninth prince awkwardly nodded, "Yes. There were once a few maids, but they eventually left." As an overlooked prince without allies in the palace, the ninth prince's circumstances mirrored those of his remaining maid, Xiao Chui. Ultimately, only Xiao Chui remained, sharing a bond of companionship with the ninth prince. Over the years, Xiao Chui had assisted him with many matters within the palace. Yet she had also endured much disdain. However, after all these years, she had grown accustomed to it. Chen Chu felt a pang of envy. Truth be told, he longed to inhabit such a magnificent palace. How utterly envious. "Xiao Chui, please take my junior sister downstairs for a bath," the ninth prince instructed, gesturing towards Zhang Xiaoyu. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyu stood beside Chen Chu, feeling as though they belonged to entirely different worlds. Xiao Chui nodded in acknowledgement of the ninth prince's request, and then led Zhang Xiaoyu away from the scene. As time passed, Zhang Xiaoyu was soon cleansed and donned a new outfit, standing before Chen Chu. If the former Zhang Xiaoyu could be likened to a humble hen, then now she resembled a resplendent phoenix. Her features were striking, yet regrettably lacking in grace, perhaps a consequence of her prolonged servitude as an alchemical assistant, which imbued her with an air of subservience. "Senior," Zhang Xiaoyu addressed Chen Chu with utmost respect, bowing deeply. Though she was unaware of Chen Chu's true identity, she sensed that he was undoubtedly of great significance, especially since she recognized the ninth prince. The fact that the ninth prince showed deference to him clearly indicated that Chen Chu's status was considerable. Chen Chu nodded at Zhang Xiaoyu before casting a glance at the accompanying Xiao Chui and the ninth prince. His intent unmistakable. He wished for them to leave so that he could converse privately with Zhang Xiaoyu. The ninth prince and Xiao Chui understood Chen Chu's unspoken request and exited the room. Once they were alone, Chen Chu turned his attention to Zhang Xiaoyu and inquired, "Over the years, have you been assisting Lu Ji with alchemy?" As the words left his lips, it felt as though an atomic bomb had detonated in Zhang Xiaoyu's mind, leaving her in a daze. She gazed at Chen Chu in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how he could possibly know this secret, for aside from herself and Lu Ji, no one else was privy to this information. The revelation shattered Zhang Xiaoyu's worldview. Curious about how this esteemed individual had acquired such knowledge, Chen Chu, adopting an air of superiority, inquired further. Upon hearing his question, Zhang Xiaoyu nodded slightly, confirming his suspicion. She had indeed been aiding Lu Ji in his alchemical endeavors. "I can share this knowledge with you, but henceforth, you must provide me with the materials necessary for alchemy," Chen Chu stated, rising and patting Zhang Xiaoyu on the shoulder, as if to convey that the responsibility now lay with her. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, for alchemy was her forte, and she had long attained the skill level of a fourth-tier alchemist. If it were not for the scarce resources within the Longquan Empire, she would have aspired to concoct fifth-tier elixirs and free herself from Lu Ji's grasp. Perhaps sensing her ambitions, Lu Ji had confined her, and even resorted to violence against her. Fortunately, she had encountered the passing Chen Chu. Otherwise, she would have been forced to continue her alchemical work under Lu Ji's oppressive rule. In the imperial study, a middle-aged man sat regally upon the dragon throne. His demeanor grave, exuding an unparalleled aura of spiritual energy. His gaze was profound, occasionally revealing an unsettling chill. His robust physique resembled that of a martial artist, and indeed, he was a cultivator and the emperor of the Longquan Empire, Murong Tuanhai. The tale of Murong Tuanhai is one of legend. In earlier years, the dragon's subduing dynasty, despite its formidable strength, had succumbed to the ravages of time over centuries and was on the brink of being devoured by rival dynasties. It was during this critical juncture that Murong Tuanhai emerged, wielding immense power that revitalized the dragon's subduing dynasty, establishing it as the mightiest among the neighboring realms. It is said that Murong Tuanhai possessed a terrestrial-level body refining technique, which was instrumental in reinvigorating the entire dynasty. "Your Majesty, the ninth prince has returned," announced a eunuch who entered the chamber, bowing respectfully before Murong Tuanhai, who sat upon the dragon throne. Upon hearing of the ninth prince's return, Murong Tuanhai's countenance darkened instinctively. Though he was wise and formidable, and his offspring were all exceptional, the ninth prince was a source of profound anguish for him. Not only was his mother a palace maid, but the prince was also frail at birth and lacked any martial aptitude, provoking Murong Tuanhai's ire to the point where he often wished he could end the prince's life with a mere slap. Had it not been for his own injuries sustained during training, the ninth prince would have already met a secret demise. "Let him return, then," Murong Tuanhai replied dismissively, gesturing to the eunuch. He had adopted a hands-off approach towards the ninth prince. At that moment, the eunuch appeared hesitant, casting a fearful glance at Murong Tuanhai. Noticing the eunuch's unease, Murong Tuanhai furrowed his brow and inquired, "What troubles you?" With trembling lips, the eunuch recounted the events that transpired upon the ninth prince's return to the imperial capital, revealing that the prince had offended Master Lu Ji of the Alchemist's Guild. Murong Tuanhai was immediately consumed by rage, bellowing, "Summon the ninth prince before me." Chapter 34. An ambush encounter. Soon, the ninth prince entered the study alone. His expression was remarkably calm, yet he still bore a sickly demeanor. He had long surmised that his father would learn of the occurrences within the capital. If the ninth prince had indeed offended the Alchemist's Guild, and his father did not summon him for a discussion, it could only mean one thing. His father was absent from the capital. The door creaked open, and the ninth prince stepped inside. Immediately perceiving the displeasure etched upon Murong Tuanhai's face, the eunuch, standing beside the emperor, sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere, thick with tension, as the ninth prince entered. "Unfilial son, kneel before me," Murong Tuanhai roared without inquiry, commanding the prince to bow. The ninth prince offered no resistance, sinking to his knees. His survival thus far was largely due to his obedience. As Murong Tuanhai observed the kneeling figure of the ninth prince, much of his anger dissipated. Then, he addressed the prince. "Do you understand the significance of the Alchemist's Guild to our dragon-subduing dynasty?" The ninth prince, still on the ground, nodded affirmatively. Murong Tuanhai retorted, "Humph. If you are aware, why would you provoke them?" The ninth prince addressed his father. "Father, in this matter, the fault does not lie with me," Murong Tuanhai replied. "Then are you implying that the blame rests with the Alchemist Guild?" The ninth prince urged, "I implore you, father, to conduct a thorough investigation. Surely you will not harbor anger towards me thereafter." Murong Tuanhai regarded the ninth prince, who appeared unperturbed, and a wave of confusion washed over him. He could not comprehend why, despite his wrongdoing, the ninth prince maintained an air of innocence. Was there a hidden truth he was unaware of? Contemplating this, Murong Tuanhai turned his gaze to the eunuch beside him, the one who had conveyed the earlier message. The eunuch, feeling the weight of Murong Tuanhai's scrutiny, displayed a flicker of panic in his eyes. He indeed had withheld certain information, but his allegiance to the third prince compelled him to distort the facts, omitting crucial details. In the next moment, the eunuch knelt before Murong Tuanhai and recounted the altered narrative. Upon finishing, Murong Tuanhai's expression morphed into one of ferocity. The version presented by the eunuch starkly contrasted with the one he had been previously informed of. What had supposedly been resolved now appeared unresolved, igniting Murong Tuanhai's ire. Suddenly, he rose and, with a forceful strike, dispatched the eunuch with a single punch. As a peak-level warrior of the divine concealment realm, his strength rivaled that of a purple mansion realm martial artist. In his final moments, the eunuch's eyes mirrored a hint of regret. "Though this matter may be settled, the fact that you have offended the Alchemist Guild and Master Lu Ji remains undeniable. Henceforth, you shall be confined within the palace," Murong Tuanhai declared as he resumed his place on the dragon throne, addressing the ninth prince. After the proclamation, the ninth prince nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Then, Murong Tuanhai inquired, Do you know the identity of the friend you brought back? He recalled the deceased eunuch's mention of Chen Chu, sparking his curiosity. After all, this individual commanded the respect of even a fifth-grade alchemist, Li Lei. Establishing a favorable relationship could yield countless benefits for the Longxin dynasty. The ninth prince responded, first nodding, then shaking his head. Father, I am aware of my senior's identity. However, he has specifically instructed me to keep it a secret. If you wish to learn more, I can arrange for you to meet him personally, and you may inquire directly. With these words, the ninth prince crafted an aura of mystery around Chen Chu. Upon hearing this, Morong Tuhai pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, then. Tomorrow, I shall host a banquet within the palace, at which time you may introduce your senior to me. At that moment, Morong Tuhai's reference to Chen Chu shifted from your friend to senior, signifying a newfound respect. Upon hearing Morong Tuhai's words, the ninth prince first coughed a few times, then nodded and said, Ahem, father. Rest assured that I shall surely bring the esteemed elder to meet you when the time comes. Following the intense bout of coughing, Morong Tuhai, seated upon the dragon throne, glanced at his son and, for the first time, felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, a tinge of compassion towards the boy. Perhaps it was also because this son might have procured a mysterious powerhouse for him, which brought him a measure of joy, thereby softening his concern for the boy. Unable to restrain himself, Morong Tuhai spoke gently to the ninth prince. Very well, go and rest. I shall send a few eunuchs and palace maids to attend to you. Once Morong Tuhai's words fell, the ninth prince was momentarily taken aback, then nodded appreciatively. Thank you, father. Observing the ninth prince's respectful demeanor, Morong Tuhai found himself pondering whether he had been excessively harsh on him. After a brief moment, he resolved to treat the ninth prince with greater kindness henceforth. With a wave of his hand, he urged the ninth prince to return and rest well. Subsequently, the ninth prince departed from the chamber. After the ninth prince's exit, Morong Tuhai whispered to a shadowy corner of the study, ensure that the dark guards protect the ninth prince's safety, and convey a warning to the third prince and his cohorts. Let them not be too audacious. We are brothers. Should there be another transgression, I shall not hold back. As soon as Morong Tuhai's words concluded, the figure in the corner vanished without a trace. Watching the shadow disappear, Morong Tuhai's gaze fell upon the four characters inscribed on his desk: brotherly affection, respectful fraternity. A flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. It was evident from Morong Tuhai's earlier remarks that he was aware of the third prince's attempts to harm the ninth prince, although he had initially chosen to remain indifferent. However, now that the ninth prince had proven to be of assistance to him, he opted to send the dark guards as a precaution. In summary, Morong Tuhai harbored a profound disdain for the ninth prince. Had it not been for recent events, it is likely that he would have feigned ignorance even if the third prince had clandestinely eliminated the ninth prince. On his way back, the ninth prince wore a complex expression. He was uncertain how to explain the upcoming banquet to Chen Chu. As he pondered, he suddenly sensed someone trailing him. A palpable intent to kill. Assassins. The ninth prince instantly recognized that he was being targeted. Were they assassins from Wanshan Tower? Feigning nonchalance, he walked for a distance before muttering to himself. In the next instant, whoosh. Dozens of figures lunged at the ninth prince. Chapter 35. Pay up. Bang. 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 Just as the assassins were about to close in on the ninth prince, Chen Chu intervened, unleashing a powerful aura that annihilated the attackers. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the palace guards rushed over. Master, the ninth prince exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Chen Chu before him. He had not anticipated that Chen Chu would be here. Upon hearing the words of the ninth prince, Chen Chu revealed a serene smile. Initially, Chen Chu had intended to rest within the palace, but he sensed the events unfolding here and thus instantaneously transported himself. As a practitioner of the Purple Realm, the journey from his residence to this location took scarcely a breath. He merely closed his eyes and opened them to find himself arrived. Chen Chu, these must be assassins from Wanshan Tower, I presume? Ninth Prince, that seems accurate. They bear the marks of Wanshan Tower assassins. Chen Chu, TSK. Venturing into the Imperial Palace and daring to assassinate you. They possess remarkable audacity. It appears that I shall be quite occupied this evening. As he spoke the latter, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The ninth prince instantly grasped the implications of Chen Chu's words. It was evident that this night, Chen Chu intended to obliterate Wanshan Tower. The ninth prince harbored no concerns. Given Chen Chu's prowess, even 10 Wanshan Towers would likely prove no match for him. Soon, the guards arrived. Before they reached the scene, Chen Chu had already departed. When the guards arrived, they found only the ninth prince standing in the open space. Initially taken aback, they approached him and inquired briefly about the events that had transpired. Subsequently, they removed the bodies of the assassins from Wanshan Tower. As for the ninth prince, the guards did not impede him and allowed him to leave unscathed. Later, upon learning of the incident, Murong Tuanhai suppressed the matter, feigning that nothing had occurred. Back inside the palace, the ninth prince returned, yet there was no sign of Chen Chu. In an instant, he understood that Chen Chu had set out to annihilate Wanshan Tower. He could not help but silently mourn for the organization, facing a formidable being like Chen Chu. It would be a miracle for any of them to survive. Meanwhile, high above a mountain range, Chen Chu had arrived at his destination. He gazed up at the night sky, adorned with countless stars, his body emanating an aura of menace. According to the address provided by the ninth prince, the headquarters of Wangshan Tower lay in this vicinity. As for the precise location, the ninth prince was unaware, but for a practitioner of the purple realm like Chen Chu, discerning the exact position would be as effortless as drinking water. In the next moment, Chen Chu closed his eyes and extended his consciousness to sense the mountains. Shortly thereafter, he opened his eyes and soared towards a particular location, having pinpointed the whereabouts of Wanshan Tower. At that moment, within one of the mountains in the range, there lay a cave. Upon entering the cave, one would find the entire mountain hollowed out, with dozens of pavilions constructed within its interior. This was indeed the stronghold of Wanshan Tower. At the entrance of the cave, two assassins from Wanshan Tower sat together, engaged in conversation, unfamiliar with each other's names. It did not hinder their ability to converse amiably. Just as their discussion reached a lively crescendo, Chen Chu's voice suddenly resonated. Eye of Truth. Chen Chu first employed the Eye of Truth to assess the qualifications of the two assassins stationed at the entrance. As the two assassins from Wanshan Tower rose to discern the source of the voice, they were abruptly met with a swift demise. Chen Chu, wielding a dagger forged from stone, executed them without hesitation. Scum, he muttered disdainfully before proceeding deeper into the establishment. Gazing upon the loft before him, Chen Chu couldn't help but marvel at this concealed sanctuary. Regrettably, today it was destined for obliteration. In the following moment, he glided through the entirety of Wangshan Tower like a specter, occasionally employing his true eye to scrutinize the assassins, hoping to find one worthy enough to spare and invite into the holy sect of 10,000 laws. Alas, after exhausting the 100 uses of his true eye, he found no one of commendable aptitude, which only fueled his ire further. First, there were the repeated attempts on his sect's disciples, and now, the squandered opportunities. With these grievances weighing on him, Chen Chu leaped effortlessly to the pinnacle of Wanshan Tower. There, he unmasked his concealed presence. In an instant, numerous assassins sensed his aura and emerged from the building, gazing upward towards his position. As assassins, their perceptive abilities were remarkable, allowing them to discern the intruder's presence the moment Chen Chu revealed himself. However, as they stepped out, they pondered who could possibly locate this hidden abode. Among them, a formidable presence approached Chen Chu directly. The newcomer, at the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm, exuded a murderous intent that sent shivers down Chen Chu's spine, hinting at a history of bloodshed. The figure was an elderly man, leaning on a cane, with hair as white as snow and a face lined with wrinkles, appearing to be no younger than 60, if not 80. Yet, despite his age, his vitality was strikingly robust, akin to that of a middle-aged man, defying any perception of frailty. "Are you the master of Wanshan Tower?" Chen Chu inquired, regarding the elder with keen interest. In his estimation, this elder was likely the proprietor of the establishment. Regrettably, he had no remaining uses for his true eye to ascertain the elder's true capabilities. Though the elder appeared aged, one could not judge potential solely by appearance. After all, there were those like Wang Pan, who, despite being middle-aged and having a family, possessed the aptitude of an emperor, a notion that would be met with skepticism. "I am indeed. And you are?" the elder replied cautiously, first acknowledging Chen Chu's query before posing one of his own. As he spoke, his right hand tightened around his cane, hinting at an underlying readiness. A cane sword, perhaps? Chen Chu mused internally, recognizing the elder's gesture. It was a common choice among many. Nevertheless, Chen Chu dismissed the thought, regardless of the elder's prowess. He considered him insufficiently formidable in the face of his own strength. This confidence stemmed not merely from his cultivation, but from his undeniable power. In the next moment, Chen Chu addressed the elder, stating, "You need not concern yourself with who I am. Merely understand that you have offended someone beyond your reckoning." This proclamation exuded an air of superiority. Had a woman appeared beside Chen Chu at that instant, she would undoubtedly have been captivated by his commanding presence. Upon the conclusion of Chen Chu's words, the elder furrowed his brow, though he refrained from taking action. Instead, he inquired of Chen Chu, "May I ask, esteemed one, how might we appease you and spare our establishment, the Wanshan Tower?" "By paying," came Chen Chu's succinct reply. "Additional funds." Chen Chu elaborated, leaving the elder somewhat bewildered. What did this imply? Was it merely a matter of monetary exchange? The elder stared at Chen Chu in disbelief. Chen Chu continued, "I am rather accommodating. Simply open the treasury of the Wangshan Tower, allowing me to choose a few treasures, and I shall consider sparing your establishment. Spare us? That is utterly impossible. The true intent is to rob your treasury. As Chen Chu's words hung in the air, the elder, not being a fool, grasped the underlying message. It was evident that Chen Chu had come with the intention of raiding their treasury. Even if he were to articulate this, escape from death was unlikely. With this thought, the elder acted first, unleashing a streak of white light that surged towards Chen Chu at an astonishing speed, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. However, to Chen Chu, the elder's speed resembled that of an elderly woman crossing the street, exceedingly slow. In the next instant, with a swift motion, Chen Chu transformed his hand into a claw, effortlessly piercing through the elder's chest. The elder coughed up blood, incredulity etched upon his face as he gazed at Chen Chu. Simultaneously, the sword concealed within his cane shattered, scattering across the ground. Chen Chu, wearing a bemused smile, withdrew his hand, observing the gaping wound before him. He raised his gaze to the elder and inquired, "Where is your treasury located?" As Chen Chu's question resonated, the elder attempted to resist, only to discover that he was devoid of any spiritual energy. Upon glancing down, he realized, to his horror, that his dantian had been pierced by Chen Chu's finger. "You!" The elder let out a frantic scream, but regrettably, could only utter the word "you" before he succumbed to death. Chen Chu, witnessing this, felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had been less forceful. He then looked around, realizing the area was deserted. At the very moment the elder met his demise, many assassins from the Wangshan Tower had fled, vacating the premises. It was evident that these assassins were quite astute. If their master could not withstand Chen Chu, how could they dare to confront him? Remarkably swift in their retreat. Chen Chu mused, but now, how shall I locate the treasury? With a hint of frustration, he surveyed his surroundings. Subsequently, he crouched down and retrieved the storage ring from the elder's finger. As an assassin of the Wangshan Tower, possessing a storage ring was entirely commonplace. He was merely uncertain of the treasures it held. A masterless storage ring is easily opened, and Chen Chu effortlessly accessed its contents, discovering a wealth of resources within. Confiscated, he declared. Chen Chu concealed the storage ring within his garments. Previously, he had entrusted his storage ring to a monkey for the distribution of elixirs. Now, he intended to bestow this particular ring upon Zhang Xiaoyu, as she would inevitably require a means to store the rare materials essential for alchemy. While storage bags are handy, their capacity is rather limited. As for Lin Fan and Wang Pan, he would consider providing for them once his financial situation improved. Subsequently, Chen Chu embarked on a quest to locate the treasury of Wangshan Tower. During this endeavor, he was confronted by several assassins lurking in the shadows, intent on eliminating him. This revelation startled Chen Chu, who had not anticipated any remaining threats. However, he swiftly dispatched these assassins, having first inquired about the location of the treasury. Alas, they were oblivious to such information, being mere mercenaries. Left with no alternative, Chen Chu expanded his spiritual senses in search of the treasury. Ultimately, he discovered its location at the lower level of one of the pavilions. Before him stood a stone door, exuding an aura of prohibition, likely requiring a specialized incantation to unlock. Nevertheless, such barriers were trivial for Chen Chu. In the next instant, with a resounding crash, he shattered the stone door with a single punch and stepped inside. To his astonishment, Chen Chu could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Before him lay an astonishing array of items, meticulously organized into distinct categories: martial techniques, mental cultivation methods, and elixirs. Without hesitation, he activated his system space and began to transfer the entire trove of resources within. Wealth was now within his grasp, and the resources for cultivation would suffice for a decade. Indeed, raiding proved to be a swift means of accumulating riches. Free-tier elixirs, Zhurong crystal, Handong grass. Chen Chu reveled in exhilaration, embodying the spirit of a joyous monkey. Time slipped by unnoticed as he fully cleared the treasury of Wangshan Tower. Following this, he ascended into the skies above the tower and, gazing at the now desolate pavilion, unleashed a powerful punch. The force of his strike obliterated the entire structure, leaving the fleeing assassins as headless flies, disoriented and without direction. In the imperial palace, within the chambers of the ninth prince, Chen Chu returned. Upon his arrival, the ninth prince inquired about the outcome. All matters have been resolved, though many managed to escape, Chen Chu replied. Upon hearing this, the ninth prince nodded, seemingly having anticipated the outcome. Moments later, Chen Chu produced a letter he had discovered within the elder's storage ring. Initially, he had presumed it to be a treasure map or some vital information. Yet, upon opening it, he found it to be a missive from the third prince, instructing the assassination of the ninth prince. With a hint of confusion, the ninth prince accepted the letter and, upon reading its contents, his expression shifted. No reaction was observed. as if it had long been anticipated. In truth, the ninth prince had been aware that it was the third prince who sought his demise. He simply lacked any tangible evidence. Now, with the arrival of this letter, he possessed the proof he needed. However, Morong Tuanhai had always favored the third prince, and it was likely that even upon receiving this letter, he would remain skeptical. Yet, how would the ninth prince feel if he were to discover that his own father had long known of the third prince's intentions against him? Would he desire for me to intervene on his behalf? Chen Chu inquired of the ninth prince. Should he take action, he could ensure that none would be the wiser. The ninth prince shook his head in response, stating, "There is no need, Sect Master. It is best for me to personally deal with my enemies. It is far more gratifying to confront them myself." Once the ninth prince finished speaking, Chen Chu nodded and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "The main stronghold of Wanshan Tower has been destroyed by our sect. For the time being, he should refrain from making any moves against you." The ninth prince replied, "Indeed. With Wanshan Tower eradicated, the third prince will likely exercise caution." Subsequently, the ninth prince informed Chen Chu about the upcoming banquet scheduled for the following day. After sharing this information, he cast a complex gaze towards Chen Chu, apprehensive of rejection. However, Chen Chu nodded affirmatively, indicating his understanding and agreement with remarkable ease. This unexpected response left the ninth prince feeling somewhat uneasy. In the next moment, he discerned a hint of extortion in Chen Chu's eyes. Could it be that the sect master was contemplating blackmailing Morong Tuanhai? Chapter 37. Princess Chaoyang. At this moment, the third prince was toiling late into the night at his residence. Enchanting melodies emanated from the hall, captivating the senses. Before him lay a woman, and had Morong Tuanhai appeared at that instant, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Jin Fei." Indeed, this woman was one among the thousands of beauties in Morong Tuanhai's harem. If Morong Tuanhai were to discover that his son was involved with one of his consorts, even his fondness for the third prince would not spare him from severe repercussions. Just then, a middle-aged man's voice was heard from outside the hall, his tone urgent as he proclaimed, "Young master, there has been an incident. Wangshan Tower has been destroyed." Upon hearing the second statement, the third prince, who had been on the verge of losing his temper, swiftly drew his attention to the door, disbelief etched on his face. "Are you certain?" he murmured. The middle-aged man respectfully affirmed, "Indeed, it is confirmed." Hearing the man's certainty, the third prince's expression fluctuated between anger and anxiety. He glanced at the jeune fille on the bed, gave her a gentle pat, and then rose to dress, covering her with the blanket. His interest in further pursuits had dissipated. It was imperative to ascertain who was responsible for the annihilation of Wanshan Tower. In the next moment, the door creaked open, and the third prince emerged, fully attired. "What transpired?" he questioned the middle-aged man. In response, the middle-aged man recounted the events, explaining that they had maintained close communication with Wanshan Tower and had spoken with the assassins who managed to escape to gather detailed accounts of what had occurred. After the young man finished speaking, the third prince furrowed his brow, contemplating the identity of the youth and the reasons behind his formidable ability to bring down the Wanshan Tower single-handedly. These questions weighed heavily on the third prince's mind. As he pondered, a sinister expression gradually crept across his face. He then turned to the middle-aged man and inquired, "What is the status of the assassination?" At that moment, the third prince was unaware of the failure of the assassination attempt, as he resided outside the palace. The middle-aged man, upon hearing the third prince's question, wore an expression of considerable distress. He found himself at a loss for how to explain the failed attempt to the prince. Two pieces of bad news at once were daunting, and he feared that the third prince's wrath might be directed at him. "Speak." As the third prince observed the middle-aged man's countenance, a sense of foreboding settled in his heart. He instinctively shouted, "It was a failure to the young master." The middle-aged man, trembling, knelt before the prince, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, clearly in a state of utmost terror. Upon hearing the man's words, the third prince felt as though his chest had been filled with oppressive air, leaving him breathless and seething with rage. The repeated failures of the assassination attempts filled him with unparalleled humiliation, a sensation that left him deeply dissatisfied. However, at that moment, the third prince's expression became calm, as if the tumultuous events had never transpired. In the next instant, a shadowy figure appeared beside him. It was the covert guard dispatched by Morong Tuanhai. The middle-aged man, recognizing the situation, discreetly withdrew to the side. The covert guard respectfully knelt before the third prince and delivered a message, "Your Highness, His Majesty wishes to remind you to refrain from actions that may jeopardize family relations." With that, the guard departed swiftly, as hastily as he had arrived. Once the guard had left, the third prince's visage darkened to the point of appearing drenched. He understood that this was a warning from his father not to take action against the ninth prince. "Ninth prince." The third prince spat vehemently, veins throbbing on his forehead. He was consumed by a desire to understand what enchantment the ninth prince possessed that could thwart his plans time and again, even prompting their father to send a warning. At that very moment, the middle-aged man approached cautiously, asking the third prince, "Young master, should we inform Master Lu Ji of this matter?" Upon hearing this, the third prince shook his head and replied, "This matter is not yet concluded. Why should we inform him?" However, the middle-aged man hesitated, sensing the murderous intent in the third prince's gaze, and promptly ceased to speak further. Upon witnessing the scene, the third prince let out a cold snort, remarking, "Humph. Merely a waste of space. I wonder what means he employed to earn Father Emperor's favor. A fool is ultimately a fool. Killing him will elicit no real outcry." In the third prince's eyes, even if he were to slay the ninth prince, the emperor would not dare to impose severe punishment upon him. The middle-aged man, upon hearing these words, nodded in agreement. "You are right. Everything you say is true. I am but a servant. I know nothing." In the next moment, the third prince gestured for the man to dispatch someone to monitor the ninth prince's every move, instructing him to report any unusual occurrences promptly. Subsequently, the middle-aged man departed. As time passed, the dawn of the next day arrived, bringing with it a gathering of numerous royal nobles and several ministers at the palace. Among them, many expressed confusion, not understanding why a banquet was being held on a non-holiday. Most were kept in the dark, with only a select few aware that the occasion was to honor a significant individual, none other than Chen Chu. At the banquet venue, a graceful young lady with an enchanting appearance curiously surveyed her surroundings, her inquisitive demeanor evident. "Is that the princess of Chaoyang?" "Indeed, but what brings her here?" "I suppose it is regarding the ninth prince's marriage." "Oh, why must the princess of Chaoyang fancy someone like him? She should choose better." "Yes, and she insists on marrying no one but the ninth prince." "Enough chatter. We ought to be cautious lest our words reach her ears." This young lady was none other than the renowned princess of Chaoyang from the Longqian dynasty. Her fame not derived from her talents, but rather from her status as the betrothed of the ninth prince. During her childhood, she had accompanied her father to the palace, and at first sight, she had taken a liking to the ninth prince, subsequently arranging a betrothal. By the calculations of time, the wedding would likely occur the following year. However, the ninth prince was not particularly fond of this so-called princess of Chaoyang. "Your Highness, the ninth prince has yet to arrive," remarked the princess's personal maid, approaching her with great respect. Upon hearing that the ninth prince was still absent, the princess's countenance fell, displaying an expression of disappointment as her petite hands flailed in the air. Her primary reason for attending the banquet was to see the ninth prince. If he were not to appear, there would be no purpose in her remaining. Consequently, the princess of Chaoyang decided to leave the gathering, intending to seek out the ninth prince personally. During her search, she encountered Chen Chu. Chapter 38. "You wouldn't wish for any harm to befall the ninth prince, who are you?" the princess of Chaoyang inquired, her gaze fixed upon Chen Chu, who stood in her path. At that moment, Chen Chu was resting outside the ninth prince's chamber, inadvertently blocking her entrance. Rather than responding to her question, Chen Chu utilized the eye of truth to assess her aptitude. Upon discovering that her abilities were merely average, he lowered his gaze once more. "How dull." The princess of Chaoyang noted Chen Chu's disregard for her presence. In a moment of exasperation, frustration surged within. Throughout the entire palace, there were few who dared to disregard one's dignity. The next instant, a maid by Princess Chaoyang's side prepared to interject. However, before she could utter a word, the voice of the ninth prince resonated, "Sect leader." Just as he articulated the words "sect leader," his gaze fell upon Princess Chaoyang, and he was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. He had not anticipated encountering her at all. His feelings toward Princess Chaoyang were not merely neutral. He harbored a certain disdain. "Do you know her?" Chen Chu inquired, gesturing toward Princess Chaoyang. The ninth prince, intending to provide an introduction, was interrupted by the haughty tone of the maid, who directed her ire towards Chen Chu. "Why do you address the ninth prince without honorifics? Are you unaware of his status? Get up at once." As her words echoed in the air, the ninth prince's pupils dilated in disbelief as he regarded the maid. What audacity possessed her? Did she not notice my earlier demeanor? At that moment, Princess Chaoyang, unfazed by the tension, sauntered over to the ninth prince, linking her arm with his, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Elder brother Murong, shall we go out and have some fun?" Clearly, she remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The ninth prince yearned to elucidate the matter, but before he could, Chen Chu rose respectfully and addressed him. "Ninth prince, I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave." Despite Chen Chu's respectful demeanor, the ninth prince discerned a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Nevertheless, before he could respond, Princess Chaoyang had already taken hold of the ninth prince and departed from the scene. Once they had left, a mischievous expression crossed Chen Chu's face as he returned to his chambers. Upon entering, Xiao Chui emerged, noticing the absence of company beside Chen Chu, and inquired, "Sect leader, Where is the young master? In response, Chen Chu recounted the recent events. Upon learning that the ninth prince had left with Princess Chaoyang, Xiao Chui's face darkened with resentment. She stamped her foot in frustration, voicing her displeasure. Observing this, Chen Chu immediately understood that Xiao Chui was envious. Xiao Chui, to be honest, I feel a pang of sympathy for you. Look how tirelessly you toil for this household, enduring countless scornful glances. Yet, your young master seems utterly enchanted by a mere beauty, Chen Chu remarked. If I were in your position, I would cease to serve him. What do you think? I certainly cannot swallow this grievance. As he spoke, his expression transformed into one of camaraderie against a common foe, and he patted Xiao Chui's shoulder. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Xiao Chui was instantly incensed, finding his reasoning compelling. Why should she be the one to sacrifice while the ninth prince reveled in the company of others? Indeed, Chen Chu's skill in inciting discord proved effective, as he had subtly sown seeds of discontent between Xiao Chui and the ninth prince. It was not that Chen Chu was lacking in morality. Rather, it was the ninth prince's failure to clarify his identity in a timely manner that had led to this predicament. Is it too much to tease him a little? As time passed, evening descended in the blink of an eye. The ninth prince seized an opportunity to slip away from Princess Chaoyang and return to his chambers. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of the sulking Xiao Cui, which left him perplexed. He instinctively assumed that the laundresses had provoked her. However, as he approached, he realized that Xiao Cui was actually upset with him. This revelation puzzled the ninth prince, yet he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. And time was of the essence as he had to escort Chen Chu to the evening banquet. Ah, is that not the ninth prince? Who has succumbed to the allure of beauty? What brings him back? Has he concluded his affairs? Poor Xiao Cui, left to guard an empty room for so long, laboring in silence without even a title. How pitiful. Just as the ninth prince sought Chen Chu, the latter sauntered in with an air of mockery, strutting like a cat. Hearing Chen Chu's words only heightened Xiao Cui's anger. The ninth prince, upon glancing at Xiao Cui's expression, instantly understood that this was all the work of Chen Chu, stirring the pot. Anger surged within him. Could there be such blatant provocation of their relationship? Yet what could he do? He was no match for Chen Chu. Master, please refrain from ridiculing your disciple. The banquet is about to commence. Let us proceed, the ninth prince implored, casting a pleading glance at Chen Chu, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope that such antics would cease in the future. He then extended his right hand, inviting Chen Chu to accompany him. Upon hearing the ninth prince's words, a playful smile graced Chen Chu's face as he nodded in agreement. Very well, let us go. Truth be told, Chen Chu was quite curious about Murong Tuanhai, having grown up hearing tales of his exploits. The banquet was a gathering of numerous dignitaries and aristocrats, engaged in idle chatter about the happenings within the dynasty or exchanging flattery regarding their son's talents, proclaiming them as the cream of the crop. It was during this time that the ninth prince entered with Chen Chu by his side. Master, please wait here. I shall summon father. The ninth prince respectfully bowed to Chen Chu. Chen Chu nodded. Go ahead, as he intended to meander around a bit. As the ninth prince departed to fetch Murong Tuanhai, Princess Chaoyang, whom he had encountered that morning, approached Chen Chu from behind. However, she was not seeking Chen Chu. Rather, she had come in search of the ninth prince upon spotting him here. Upon seeing Chen Chu, an expression of disdain crossed her face. What are you doing here, guard? Princess Chaoyang inquired, addressing Chen Chu, who had his back turned to her. Instinctively, Chen Chu felt disinclined to respond. Yet a mischievous impulse to tease the ninth prince stirred within him. The next moment, he turned to Princess Chaoyang and, with utmost respect, bowed, saying, Princess Chaoyang, I am here to ensure the safety of the young master. Given your fondness for him, I assume you would not wish for any misfortune to befall him. Earlier that afternoon, Chen Chu had learned of Princess Chaoyang's identity from Xiao Cui. Princess Chaoyang nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Chen Chu's words, finding this bodyguard quite commendable and responsible. However, the next moment, Chen Chu, with a rather lewd expression, leaned towards Princess Chaoyang and remarked, Princess, I presume you would not wish for any misfortune to befall the ninth prince, would you? Chapter 39. This individual is trustworthy. Princess Chaoyang, slightly puzzled, gazed at Chen Chu. Though she did not fully grasp the meaning of his words, an unsettling feeling began to stir within her. Observing the eccentric demeanor of Chen Chu, she felt a sense of unease as he reached out, grasping her shoulder and drawing her closer. Undeterred, Princess Chaoyang boldly leaned in towards him. Princess, do you know why the ninth prince has been frail since childhood? Chen Chu inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Princess Chaoyang furrowed her brow and shook her head, indicating her ignorance. After surveying the surroundings to ensure they were not overheard, Chen Chu, with a mischievous grin, continued. It is said that the ninth prince was cursed in his youth. If the curse is lifted, not only could he cultivate, but he would also possess the potential of an emperor. As Chen Chu's words settled, Princess Chaoyang covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes seemingly questioning the veracity of his claim. Princess, it is indeed true, Chen Chu affirmed, but the method to remove the curse is rather complicated. What do you mean by complicated? Princess Chaoyang inquired, her curiosity piqued. Alas, I cannot divulge that to you. Princess, Chen Chu feigned regret, turning away and letting out a resigned sigh. By now, Princess Chaoyang's curiosity was thoroughly ignited. She felt she would not rest easy without knowing. Fear not. You can boldly share with me. No one will hold it against you, she assured Chen Chu, believing his reluctance stemmed from fear of repercussions. Without hesitation, Chen Chu grasped Princess Chaoyang's delicate hands and asked, Princess, do you genuinely harbor feelings for my young master? Without a moment's thought, she nodded affirmatively, declaring, of course. He is my betrothed, and my heart has long belonged to him. Then I shall disclose the truth, Chen Chu said earnestly. As long as a woman who sincerely loves my young master offers her maiden blood, dripping it upon his brow, the curse can be lifted. His expression was serious. More so than if he were to assert that 1 + 1 = 2. If the ninth prince were to overhear Chen Chu's proclamation, he would likely be rendered speechless, incredulous at such ridiculousness. Yet, to Chen Chu's surprise, Princess Chaoyang accepted his words without skepticism. Such is the nature of a love-stricken woman, easily deceived. Indeed, Japanese films do not lie. What must I do? She earnestly questioned Chen Chu, her belief in his words unwavering, for his performance had been convincingly authentic. Chen Chu mused inwardly. Has this girl truly bought into my ruse? He did not anticipate that anyone would genuinely believe such statements. However, upon reflection, he realized that this was a fantastical realm where his assertions, which would have been deemed superstitious and implausible in his former life, were entirely plausible here. Subsequently, Chen Chu leaned in closer to the ears of Princess Chaoyang and whispered a few words. Upon finishing, the princess's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling that of a monkey's posterior. Her ears, visibly rosy, evoked an irresistible desire to touch. After a moment, Chen Chu, with an alluring expression and a slightly breathless voice, inquired of Princess Chaoyang, might I ask how the princess feels about this? I assure you, this matter shall remain between heaven, earth, you, and I. No third party shall ever know. Moreover, I guarantee that you will find delight in it, and you shall not need to lift a finger. As Chen Chu uttered his final words, Princess Chaoyang grasped his meaning immediately. With a hint of shyness, she stepped back, lowering her head, her face blushing as if it might drip with water. At that moment, the proclamation of "Long live the Emperor" resounded, heralding the entrance of Murong Tuanhai. Observing this, Chen Chu understood that his performance was drawing to a close. He turned his gaze towards Murong Tuanhai, who was approaching alongside the ninth prince. Soon, Murong Tuanhai stood before Chen Chu. Your Majesty, Princess Chaoyang addressed him with utmost respect. Upon hearing her words, Murong Tuanhai nodded, and then turned his attention to Chen Chu. At that instant, Princess Chaoyang seemed to realize something. Pivoting to face Chen Chu, her expression tinged with displeasure. It appeared she was irked by Chen Chu's failure to bow upon encountering Murong Tuanhai. However, in the next moment, Princess Chaoyang felt her worldview shatter. You are the esteemed Chen? Murong Tuanhai inquired respectfully. Chen Chu, upon hearing this, did not respond immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow as he regarded the regal figure before him. Dressed in a dragon robe, Murong Tuanhai emanated an imperial aura that sent shivers down one's spine. In an instant, many present turned their eyes towards Chen Chu, their minds swirling with curiosity about his true identity. Then, under the scrutiny of all, Chen Chu spoke. You are Murong Tuanhai? As his words fell, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. The crowd glared at Chen Chu with indignation, exclaiming his name in outrage. This was a grave disrespect. A few generals in the banquet could no longer contain their fury and were poised to unleash their wrath. Yet, Murong Tuanhai, with an almost sycophantic demeanor, smiled and bowed to Chen Chu, saying, I am Murong Tuanhai, a junior, honored to meet you, esteemed Chun. At that moment, Murong Tuanhai's attitude towards Chen Chu was one of deep respect. Indeed, upon seeing Chen Chu for the first time, Murong Tuanhai recognized that this individual was stronger than even their royal family's mightiest ancestor. Though Chen Chu did not reveal an ounce of his power, the overwhelming pressure he emanated made Murong Tuanhai feel as if he could be obliterated in an instant, akin to the fear one feels when confronted with a Cthulhu-like entity. Esteemed senior? All those present were taken aback upon hearing Murong Tuanhai's address to Chen Chu, their eyes reflecting an unparalleled astonishment. Undoubtedly, the most shocked among them was Princess Chaoyang, who looked at Chen Chu with a dazed expression, as if questioning his sincerity. My apologies, Princess, I was merely jesting. Chen Chu replied, a smile gracing his face as he turned to the princess. In that moment, Princess Chaoyang realized that Chen Chu's earlier words had all been a ruse. A tumult of emotions surged within her, love and resentment intertwined, leaving her at a loss for words. At that juncture, Morong Tuanhai spoke to Chen Chu, Senior Chen. Please take a seat. Following his words, Chen Chu nodded and sat down alongside Morong Tuanhai, with the ninth prince taking a seat beside him due to Chen Chu's esteemed status. It is worth noting that while this banquet was ostensibly held in honor of Chen Chu, it primarily served the interests of the ninth prince. A discerning observer would quickly deduce that nearly none of the attendees had previously wronged the ninth prince. Senior Chen, this is a token of our respect from the Longqian dynasty. I trust you will find it agreeable. Morong Tuanhai said as he produced a storage ring from his attire and presented it to Chen Chu. Upon seeing the ring, Chen Chu's face lit up with joy. This individual was indeed worth befriending. Chapter 40. The arrival of the third prince. Chen Chu opened the storage ring and gazed at the treasures within, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The resources contained therein were sufficient for an extended period of cultivation. Subsequently, he expressed his gratitude to Morong Tuanhai, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty Morong. Should you require anything, please feel free to send the ninth prince to seek my assistance. As long as it is within my capability, I shall not decline." As Chen Chu's words resonated, Morong Tuanhai beamed with delight, repeatedly exclaiming his approval, before instructing a nearby elderly eunuch to pour Chen Chu a cup of spirit wine. Just then, the eunuch suddenly sensed a familiarity in Chen Chu's demeanor, as if he had encountered him somewhere before. Chen Chu, too, felt a sense of unease. A glance at the eunuch revealed his recognition. This eunuch had been present when Qin Fan annihilated the 10,000 Method Sacred Sect, representing the Longqian dynasty not to assist the sect, but to aid Qin Fan, whose strength at that time was formidable enough to command respect even from the ancestors of the Longqian dynasty. The 10,000 Method Sacred Sect had been in dire straits then, with little assistance, ultimately leading to its downfall. Do you recognize him? Morong Tuanhai mused, observing Chen Chu's gaze towards the eunuch. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted him. A guard entered the room, causing Morong Tuanhai's brow to furrow with concern. The guard approached Morong Tuanhai and whispered a few words, his expression complex, suggesting troubling news. Once the guard finished speaking, Morong Tuanhai's countenance darkened, as if it could yield water. The third prince and Lu Ji have arrived. Outside, they intended to enter. At this moment, Morong Tuanhai found himself in a quandary. He had not extended invitations to the third prince or Lu Ji, and their sudden arrival likely pertained to matters concerning the ninth prince, which would undoubtedly render the evening's festivities rather awkward. However, denying them entry would inevitably sour his relationship with the Alchemist Guild, a scenario Morong Tuanhai was keen to avoid. At that moment, a thought struck Morong Tuanhai regarding Chen Chu, prompting him to inquire, "Senior Chen, I have heard that Master Lu Ji of the Alchemist Guild is under your tutelage?" He contemplated redirecting the trouble toward Chen Chu, hoping to provoke a conflict between Chen Chu and Lu Ji, thereby absolving himself of any offense toward the Alchemist Guild. Upon hearing Morong Tuanhai's words, Chen Chu nodded and asked, "What is it?" Morong Tuanhai smiled and shook his head, replying, "It's nothing. Merely that the guards reported that Master Lu Ji from the Alchemist Guild has arrived, presumably for your sake." His words were impeccably crafted, leaving no room for criticism. Now, Chen Chu faced two choices. The first was to decline a meeting with Lu Ji, allowing Morong Tuanhai to dismiss him without consequence, albeit at the risk of offending the Alchemist Guild. Nevertheless, he was merely following Chen Chu's orders, which would mitigate any potential backlash. The second choice was to permit Lu Ji's entry, thereby allowing the two to resolve their conflicts independently, while Morong Tuanhai remained uninvolved. Upon learning of Lu Ji's arrival, Chen Chu furrowed his brow and glanced at the ninth prince beside him. He suspected that Lu Ji was not alone, most likely accompanied by the third prince. However, Chen Chu was indeed inclined to resolve his lingering concerns regarding Lu Ji. Raising his cup, Chen Chu took a hearty sip before addressing Morong Tuanhai. "Since he is here, let him enter. It is rather chilly outside." Morong Tuanhai was momentarily taken aback by Chen Chu's remark. "Chilly? Goodness. What difference is there between being inside and outside at this open-air banquet?" Moments later, he instructed the guards to usher in the third prince and Lu Ji. Soon after Chen Chu had taken a generous drink of spiritual wine, Lu Ji and a young stranger approached them. It was evident that the unfamiliar youth was none other than the third prince. At that instant, all eyes in the room turned toward him. Once he had passed, the focus shifted to the ninth prince, as everyone was acutely aware of the discord between the third and ninth princes. "What brings him here?" Princess Chaoyang gazed at the third prince standing below Morong Tuanhai, her eyes filled with disdain. Perhaps her fondness for the ninth prince fueled her animosity toward the third prince. "There are quite a few people here," The third prince mused as he surveyed the surroundings. Had it not been for his informants alerting him to the banquet hosted by their father, he would have been entirely unaware of the gathering. My son, what brings you here? Murong Tuanhai feigned ignorance as he addressed the third prince. Upon hearing Murong Tuanhai's words, the third prince respectfully bowed and replied, Father, I have come here today for my dear friend, the third-tier alchemist, Lu Ji. The third prince deliberately emphasized the terms friend and third-tier alchemist, signifying the extraordinary nature of his relationship with Lu Ji, as well as the latter's remarkable status. As his words echoed in the air, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. They had not anticipated that the third prince had forged such a connection with Lu Ji. Indeed, the third prince's standing had risen considerably. It is essential to note that Lu Ji, though only a third-tier alchemist, possesses great potential. Despite being relatively insignificant in the grand scheme of the continent, he is still quite young and could very well ascend to the rank of a sixth-tier alchemist in the future. The presence of a sixth-tier alchemist in an empire would undoubtedly attract countless warriors of the Zifu realm seeking to align themselves. This would be a boon for the Longqian dynasty, advantageous in every regard. Murong Tuanhai was evidently aware of this, and a sense of heaviness settled in his heart. His third son was no longer under his control. Yet, Murong Tuanhai found himself at a loss. Moments later, with an indifferent expression, he inquired, Oh? You seek the esteemed Master Lu Ji? May I ask what your intentions are? After posing the question, his gaze shifted to Lu Ji, who, at a young age, had already achieved the rank of a third-tier alchemist, surpassing even Master Li Lei from the past. If Lu Ji were to serve the Longqian dynasty in the future, it would indeed be beneficial in every aspect. The third prince then articulated his purpose for visiting. He was, in fact, there for the alchemical apprentice, Zhang Xiaoyu. Although the third prince was not initially interested in the matter concerning Zhang Xiaoyu, Lu Ji insisted that he retrieve her. While the third prince was unaware of Lu Ji's true motives for wanting the apprentice, he acquiesced nonetheless, as he was there to cause a stir. And any plausible excuse would suffice. Once he had conveyed his intentions, all eyes in the room turned to Chen Chu. According to the third prince's earlier statement, Lu Ji's alchemical apprentice had been taken from him, sparking curiosity about Chen Chu's next move. At that moment, Chen Chu rose, appearing somewhat resigned. As he directed his gaze toward Lu Ji, maintaining an air of fearlessness, showed no sign of trepidation toward Chen Chu. However, the next moment, a single remark from Chen Chu nearly caused Lu Ji to collapse in shock. Is it not true that without Zhang Xiaoyu, you cannot survive? Chapter 41, Senior Chen. Please do not misunderstand. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Chu's gaze revealed a hint of amusement. If you wish to avoid making a spectacle of this matter, I suggest you return to the Alchemist Guild and refrain from embarrassing yourself further. I have offered you an opportunity before, and I shall extend it once more today. However, remember that there are limits. Should you dare to return a third time, I would not hesitate to consult Li Lei regarding your affairs. As Chen Chu's words intensified, his voice crescendoed to a thunderous pitch, echoing in the ears of all present. Instantly, every gaze turned to Lu Ji, silently contemplating the consequences of such blatant disrespect toward a master like him. To their eyes, Lu Ji, still young yet already a third-tier alchemist, possessed an illustrious future and had no reason to fear Chen Chu. Ironically, it was upon hearing Chen Chu's proclamation that Lu Ji, who previously feared none, found himself gripped by trepidation. After processing Chen Chu's words, he collapsed to the ground, mumbling incoherently, his expression one of sheer terror, as if he had encountered a specter. His body trembled incessantly, his legs twitching as though seized by cramping. The third prince, noticing this peculiar display, felt a surge of curiosity. He half-squatted and helped Lu Ji to his feet, puzzled by the intensity of Lu Ji's reaction to Chen Chu's mere words. Was there something Lu Ji had concealed from him? As the most astute of the princes born to Murong Tuanhai, he sensed that profound secrets lay beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. Meanwhile, Murong Tuanhai, seated upon the dragon throne, observed Lu Ji's terrified countenance with equal perplexity, shrouded in confusion. Truthfully, aside from Chen Chu and Lu Ji, it was likely that none present could fathom the implications of Chen Chu's statements. Satisfied with Lu Ji's response, Chen Chu was about to take a seat when a thought struck him. He turned back to Lu Ji and said, If you wish to survive, you may accompany me shortly. Perhaps I can illuminate a path for you. Chen Chu intended to extort Lu Ji, proposing that while Zhang Xiaoyu assist him in alchemy, Lu Ji would owe Chen Chu medicinal pills in return. Suddenly, the previously despondent Lu Ji sprang to his feet, his eyes alight with hope upon hearing Chen Chu's offer. The third prince and all present were taken aback by this unexpected transformation. What had just transpired? Were they on the verge of erasing their browsing history? At that moment, the ninth prince regarded the two with equal bewilderment, struggling to comprehend why Lu Ji was so insistent on Zhang Xiaoyu, the young alchemist. Then, a realization struck him, his pupils dilating as he adopted an expression of sudden clarity. With a determined stride, Lu Ji approached Chen Chu, shedding his earlier arrogance and embodying a quaking submission. Chen Chu had seized Lu Ji's weakness, leaving him no choice but to comply. Upon witnessing this, Chen Chu revealed a satisfied smile and gestured towards the ninth prince. Addressing Lu Ji, "This is the ninth prince. I suggest you cultivate a friendship with him. As for certain less reputable acquaintances, I believe they can be judiciously discarded. What do you think, Master Lu Ji?" As Chen Chu uttered the latter two questions, an air of menace enveloped his expression. In that instant, Lu Ji comprehended Chen Chu's insinuation and nodded in agreement, stating, "What you say is indeed correct, esteemed senior. I too believe that feudal social connections yield only detriment, devoid of any benefit." As soon as Lu Ji's words fell, the third prince's countenance paled to a ghostly hue. He was acutely aware of the implications behind Lu Ji and Chen Chu's dialogue. It was a clear indication for Lu Ji to refrain from forging a friendship with him. And Lu Ji acquiesced. At that moment, the third prince's heart seethed with rage, bewildered as to why Lu Ji, who had previously sided with him, would so readily abandon him after Chen Chu's utterance. Could it be that Chen Chu was privy to some secret of his? They had never crossed paths before, save for that alchemical apprentice. Suddenly, the third prince seemed to grasp something significant. Was it possible that the alchemical apprentice was the crux of the matter? As this thought crossed his mind, his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Consequently, the third prince deemed it imperative to dispatch someone to capture Zhang Xiaoyu and uncover the truth behind the issue. With this thought in mind, he resolved to depart immediately, intending to find someone to retrieve Zhang Xiaoyu while the others were still present. In the next moment, the third prince respectfully bowed to Murong Tuanhai, stating, "It appears the matter has been resolved. I shall take my leave." Remaining here had become futile for him. As for disrupting the banquet, that was an impossibility, and he now felt like a mere jester. Staying would only render him the object of ridicule. Murong Tuanhai acknowledged the third prince's words with a nod, offering no words of comfort, for he too was displeased with the third prince's conduct that day. Soon, the third prince exited the premises. Before departing, he cast an ominous glance at the ninth prince, suggesting that this affair was far from over. Observing this, the ninth prince could not restrain himself from addressing Chen Chu. "Sect Master, judging by the third prince's demeanor, it seems the matter is yet unresolved. Should we not remain vigilant?" The third prince was known for employing unscrupulous tactics. The ninth prince, having contended with him for many years, understood this to some extent. In response to the ninth prince's concern, Chen Chu spoke with unwavering confidence. "In the face of true strength, any scheme or deceit is mere refuse. However, I am quite dissatisfied today." As Chen Chu articulated the latter statement, his gaze shifted towards Murong Tuanhai. It was evident that this remark was pointedly directed at him. Murong Tuanhai, astute as he was, understood the underlying implication of Chen Chu's words. He leaned in to whisper a few instructions to the elderly eunuch beside him, who subsequently departed from the gathering. Once he had left, the atmosphere shifted. Murong Tuanhai, with an obsequious demeanor, addressed Chen Chu, saying, "Senior Chen, please do not misunderstand. I, as a junior, never anticipated that such an incident would occur today, disrupting your elegant enjoyment. I have already dispatched someone to procure some resources for cultivation, and I hope you will not find them lacking. I beg your indulgence." As Murong Tuanhai concluded his words, a faint smile emerged on Chen Chu's face, who politely responded, "Oh dear, what are you doing, Emperor Murong? I was not directing that remark at you. My suggestion is this: should any matters arise concerning the Longqian dynasty in the future, simply notify the ninth prince." Murong Tuanhai replied eagerly, "Very well, very well." He attended to Chen Chu like an obsequious admirer, motivated solely by Chen Chu's last statement. As time passed, the banquet continued, during which Chen Chu took the opportunity to inquire about Princess Chaoyang from the ninth prince. Subsequently, he learned that the princess's family was exceedingly wealthy, her father being the richest man in the entire Longqian dynasty, wielding significant economic influence. Upon learning this, Chen Chu promptly assigned the ninth prince his first task. The poor ninth prince initially believed it to be a matter of great importance. However, Chen Chu instructed him to devise ways to extract funds from Princess Chaoyang. At that moment, the myriad of resources the Wanfa sacred sect lacked was merely financial. With wealth, he could renovate the sect, procure ample cultivation resources, and even hire several maidens to attend to him. Essentially, wealth would enable him to pursue any desire. In Chen Chu's mind, Princess Chaoyang had become a veritable cash cow. In his previous life, Chen Chu harbored a profound disdain for those infatuated with love. Yet now, he perceived such infatuation as the very light of this world. Thus, through his relentless persuasion, Although the ninth prince harbored many reservations, he ultimately acquiesced. After all, Chen Chu was his master. However, just as the ninth prince prepared to approach Princess Choyang, Chen Chu suddenly sensed something amiss. His expression turned cold, and his gaze, glinting with frost, fixated on a certain location within the palace. At that moment, Murong Tuanhai, seated upon the dragon throne and sipping wine, felt the shift in Chen Chu's aura and could not help but express a note of confusion. The next instant, he realized that the Chen Chu who had been seated beside him had vanished without a trace, causing him to break into a cold sweat. If Chen Chu were to act against him, he would have no inkling of when his demise might occur. In the chambers of the ninth prince, several men had arrived, led by a middle-aged man named Han Dan, who had previously relayed messages between Lu Ji and the third prince. Han Dan was a formidable individual, possessing the strength of the third level of the foundation establishment stage. While he could easily defeat many within the palace, capturing Zhang Xiaoyu was a task well within his capability. Indeed, their purpose for coming here was to apprehend Zhang Xiaoyu, who at that moment was lying on her bed, engrossed in the study of alchemical knowledge. Since her rescue from Lu Ji's clutches by Chen Chu, Zhang Xiaoyu felt significantly lighter, and Chen Chu did not press her to immediately refine pills. Rather, he encouraged her to first explore the knowledge of elixirs and enrich her understanding. This gesture endeared Chen Chu to Zhang Xiaoyu. Feeling fatigued, she pouted, tossed the book aside onto the bed, and gazed at the ceiling, intending to rest for a moment. However, just as she was about to close her eyes, a loud crash startled her awake. Curiously, she looked towards the door. Just as she wondered what was happening, another crash echoed as Xiao Chui burst through the door, having shattered it, and tumbled inside. Blood spurted from Xiao Chui's mouth as she anxiously turned to Zhang Xiaoyu, exclaiming, "Run!" In the next instant, a middle-aged man accompanied by several subordinates entered the room. "Will running be of any use?" he retorted, glancing disdainfully at the bloodied Xiao Chui sprawled on the floor, before fixing his gaze on Zhang Xiaoyu and adding, "Zhang Xiaoyu, come with us." With that, the middle-aged man advanced step by step towards her. However, when he reached her, he suddenly froze. This unexpected stillness raised alarms among his subordinates, who soon caught a whiff of blood. As they searched for the source, the middle-aged man collapsed, sprawled on the ground, with Chen Chu behind him, drawing the curtains and wiping the blood from his hands. Upon closer inspection, they saw that a gaping hole pierced through the man's chest. This sight filled his subordinates with dread and trepidation. At that moment, Chen Chu's voice resonated clearly in their ears. "You possess great audacity. Unaware that she is one of my own?" As his words echoed, Chen Chu struck, delivering a lethal punch to one of the men. "Run!" One of the surviving members shouted in panic upon witnessing this. They frantically sought an escape, but Chen Chu would not allow them to flee. In an instant, it seemed as if the ground beneath him shrank, and with a single leap, he appeared before the group of middle-aged men. "How is this possible?" They gasped in disbelief. Mere trifles of the innate realm dare question the impossible? Chen Chu declared, launching another powerful punch. A roar akin to a dragon's reverberated throughout the palace. Simultaneously, at the banquet, the ninth prince and Murong Tuanhai sprang to their feet upon hearing the sound. The ninth prince followed the direction of the noise, and, upon realizing it came from his quarters, instantly understood the gravity of the situation. He hastily addressed Murong Tuanhai, saying, "Father, that sound originated from my chambers. It seems a senior is engaged in combat with someone." Murong Tuanhai's expression darkened, clearly realizing something, and he bellowed, "Summon the attendants. Follow me to the Cloudwater Palace." The Cloudwater Palace was the residence of the ninth prince. Soon, a throng of guests and numerous guards accompanied Murong Tuanhai towards the location of the Cloudwater Palace. In less than a quarter of an hour, everyone arrived before its entrance. However, upon their arrival, several individuals began to retch, for within the palace, remnants of severed limbs were strewn about. Chen Chu sat upon a stone bench, observing the last two individuals before him. "Master, what has transpired?" The ninth prince took a step forward, cautiously approaching Chen Chu, sensing his evident displeasure. At that moment, Murong Tuanhai joined Chen Chu's side, surveying the surroundings before his gaze fell upon the two individuals before him. Upon recognizing them, he glanced toward the elderly eunuch not far away, his eyes conveying a hint of inquiry. After a brief pause, the eunuch seemed to identify the two, nodding subtly at Murong Tuanhai. Understanding dawned upon Murong Tuanhai. His suspicions were confirmed. These individuals had been dispatched by the third prince. The next moment, Chen Chu's voice emerged, cold and foreboding. "Now it is your turn. Speak. Who instructed you to dare abduct my people?" As he spoke, his right index finger subtly lifted, powerful spiritual energy coalescing at its tip, akin to a cannon ready to fire, instilling a sense of dread. Both Morong Tuanhai and the ninth prince felt a chill run down their spines upon sensing the force emanating from Chen Chu's fingertip, unable to suppress a gulp. Stubbornness is something I relish, Chen Chu declared, and with that final utterance, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from his fingertip, instantly obliterating the middle-aged man before him. Witnessing this, Morong Tuanhai and the others finally comprehended the macabre scene within the Cloudwater Palace. At that instant, Chen Chu's voice resonated once more. It is your turn. As soon as the words left his lips, the middle-aged man, akin to a soul confronted by a specter, attempted to flee. Yet before he could take a single step, Chen Chu extended his index finger again, and in an instant, a beam of spiritual energy shot forth, causing the man to explode. The scene was grotesque. Blood and flesh scattering, the stench of carnage permeating the air. Morong Tuanhai and many guests felt their spines chill. They knew they could not withstand such power. Senior Chen, what is happening? Morong Tuanhai, suppressing his inner terror, approached Chen Chu from behind. It is nothing, merely a few insignificant fish seeking to abduct my people. At this point, he paused briefly, then continued, I hope I have not frightened your majesty, Morong. Chen Chu's final words were directed at Morong Tuanhai, a faint smile gracing his lips. This smile, to Morong Tuanhai, was utterly chilling. Morong Tuanhai shook his head and said, No. It seems this place is no longer suitable for Senior Chen to reside in. How about I arrange for a new residence for you and assign professional soldiers to ensure your safety? As Morong Tuanhai spoke, his voice grew increasingly softer. His cautious demeanor led the ninth prince to wonder if the person beside him was truly Morong Tuanhai. However, Chen Chu nodded in agreement. Indeed, this environment had become less than ideal for habitation, given the grotesque sight of severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Upon hearing Chen Chu's affirmation, Morong Tuanhai wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. This was the advantage of power. Even while exerting influence on another's territory, one was not easily challenged. In truth, Morong Tuanhai harbored his own ulterior motives. Dispatching soldiers to protect Chen Chu and his companions was, in essence, a strategy to monitor Chen Chu. Who could say how long Chen Chu intended to remain here? If he were to become displeased, Morong Tuanhai might find himself as one of those dismembered figures on the wall. Morong Sovereign, do you recognize these individuals? Chen Chu inquired, gesturing towards the severed limbs adorning the wall. As his words fell, a flicker of complexity passed through Morong Tuanhai's eyes before he shook his head. I do not recognize them. He had already surmised they belonged to the third prince's faction, yet he would not utter it aloud. To speak of it would mean abandoning the third prince, his own son. The ramifications of such an admission could be dire. If you do not know, then let it be, Chen Chu replied. However, Morong Sovereign, your palace does not seem very imposing. Upon uttering the second sentence, Chen Chu's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. In an instant, Morong Tuanhai comprehended Chen Chu's implication. He retrieved a storage ring from his pocket and respectfully offered it to Chen Chu, saying, Senior Chen, this is a token of my apology. A faint smile graced Chen Chu's face as he accepted the storage ring. Upon opening it, his smile deepened. Indeed, Morong Tuanhai's generosity was considerable. Each storage ring contained ample resources, sufficient to sustain half a year's worth of cultivation. Senior Chen, let us depart from here. Morong Tuanhai said cautiously. Chen Chu nodded in agreement. Thus, Morong Tuanhai and his entourage exited the premises. Subsequently, he located a grand palace for Chen Chu and his companions to reside in, while deploying the Imperial Guard to remain nearby for their protection. Meanwhile, at the residence of the third prince, he had already learned that the individuals he dispatched had been annihilated by Chen Chu. A heavy weight settled in his heart, and he felt as though a stone had been lifted. His expression became complex, and shadows darkened the corners at that moment. Jinfei emerged from behind, gracefully entwining her legs around the waist of the third prince, affectionately remarking, Husband, why so angry? Regardless, the Longqian dynasty will ultimately be yours. No matter how extraordinary the ninth prince may be, his status as a useless being will forever remain unchanged. Upon finishing her last words, she exhaled softly, akin to a gentle caress that stirred the third prince's heart, leaving him somewhat unsettled. He instinctively embraced Jinfei and retreated to a secluded corner. Subsequently, melodious tunes filled the air, and as time passed, the evening banquet came to a close. Chen Chu and the others returned to their newly assigned chambers. Within the palace, the ninth prince, Xiao Cui, Zhang Xiaoyu, Chen Chu, and Lu Ji were seated in the drawing room. Xiao Cui and Zhang Xiaoyu cast hostile glares towards Lu Ji, their eyes ablaze with a fury that seemed capable of incinerating him. Observing this, Chen Chu rapped on the table, declaring, Enough. From now on, Master Lu Ji is one of us. With a smile, he turned his gaze towards Lu Ji. Although Lu Ji's character left much to be desired, his influence was substantial. Master, this Lu Ji has bullied my junior sister Zhang Xiaoyu. Why should we allow him to join us? It would be better to dispose of him outright, Xiao Cui exclaimed, shaking her petite fist in indignation towards Chen Chu. Despite having been nearly defeated in the afternoon, Xiao Cui appeared vibrant and full of life that evening, a testament to the benefits of her robust constitution. Chen Chu, hearing her words, chastised, Xiao Cui, mind your perspective. We are speaking of Master Lu Ji, a third-tier alchemist whose mere footfall can shake the very ground of the Longqian dynasty. As he spoke, his tone became tinged with sarcasm. Lu Ji perceived the underlying mockery in Chen Chu's words, yet found himself powerless to retaliate. Presently, Chen Chu held the reins over him, to safeguard his secrets. Lu Ji would likely acquiesce to even the most humiliating demands. All right, Xiao Cui and Ninth Prince, you may take your leave, Chen Chu instructed, gesturing for them to exit. As his words faded, the Ninth Prince nodded and, still irked, led Xiao Cui away from the gathering. Turning his attention to Zhang Xiaoyu, Chen Chu stated, from this day forth, you shall assist Lu Ji in alchemy. Of course, this does not mean you are to provide unqualified aid. Rather, lend your hand when Lu Ji requires it. As for how you coordinate, I trust you both understand. Once he addressed Zhang Xiaoyu, Chen Chu turned to Lu Ji and declared, what I require of you is quite simple. Elixirs. For every instance you enlist Zhang Xiaoyu's help, you shall compensate her with a certain quantity of elixirs, the amount of which I will determine. Is there a problem? After speaking, he regarded Lu Ji with a penetrating gaze, a hint of frostiness evident in his eyes. This chill prompted Lu Ji to nod without hesitation. Understood. Chapter 44. Oh, aren't you a disciple of the grave-digging sect? As time elapsed, 3 days passed. During this period, Chen Chu enjoyed a rather leisurely existence, often teasing Murong Tuanhai, resulting in considerable profits. However, Chen Chu remained unsatisfied. He continued to devise ways to pilfer the royal treasury. Chen Chu sought the cooperation of the Ninth Prince, but the prince flatly refused, citing a lack of face. After a moment's reflection, Chen Chu conceded this point and ceased to press the Ninth Prince. Instead, he urged the prince to cultivate a favorable relationship with Princess Chaoyang, maximizing her support in providing resources essential for his cultivation. The Ninth Prince readily agreed to this arrangement and executed it commendably. Under the prince's inducements and threats, he successfully secured a substantial sum of wealth from Princess Chaoyang. A cursory estimation revealed that this fortune could sustain the 10,000 Method sacred sect for several decades. Chen Chu even contemplated accepting Princess Chaoyang as a disciple, which would ensure a steady supply of heavenly treasures for the sect. However, in pursuit of an elite sect, Chen Chu ultimately dismissed this notion, recognizing the limited future awaiting Princess Chaoyang, regardless of her financial contributions. As for Lu Ji, Chen Chu had meticulously orchestrated everything. Just yesterday, Zhang Xiaoyu assisted Lu Ji in completing an alchemical examination. Chen Chu did not demand an excessive quantity of elixirs from Lu Ji, only a few thousand pills to enhance his cultivation. Within the palace, Chen Chu pondered how to stealthily acquire the royal treasury. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and turned his gaze towards the location of the rear mountain within the palace. A sinister aura caught his keen perception. How strange. Could it be that someone has succumbed to demonic madness? Chen Chu furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. An elderly eunuch, who accompanied Murong Tuanhai, arrived at his side. Upon seeing the eunuch, Chen Chu emitted a sound of curiosity. In the next moment, the eunuch respectfully addressed him, Senior. His Majesty requests your presence at the rear mountain for assistance. Upon hearing the eunuch's words, Chen Chu nodded and followed him away. At the rear mountain, Murong Tuanhai and several adept members of the royal offering hall were engaged in the arrangement of a formation. At the center of the formation stood an elderly man clad in a dragon robe, his visage dim and lacking vitality, his skin a disturbing shade of dark purple. A closer look revealed that the blood coursing through his veins was black, evoking a sense of dread. Your Majesty, the transformation of the ancestor is occurring far too rapidly. If this continues, we will be utterly powerless to contain it, one of the larger royal offerings exclaimed. His expression and voice tinged with urgency as he observed the state of the elder. As his words fell, Murong Tuanhai's expression grew increasingly ferocious, determination glinting in his eyes. The elder within the formation was their royal ancestor, the guardian spirit of the Longqian dynasty. Yet, unbeknownst to them, one day, the members of the corpse digger sect had employed some unknown method to tamper with the spirit tea consumed by the ancestor, leading to his unwitting transformation into a corpse, now exploited by the corpse digger sect. In the beginning, the ancestral elder could still suppress the situation with his own spiritual energy. However, as time passed, this method proved ineffective. It was necessary to rely on the grand formation and the numerous powerful beings within the royal worship hall to join forces for any hope of containment. Fear not. I have summoned Elder Chen, Murong Tuanhai announced to everyone, his gaze imbued with complexity. He had called Chen Chu to disclose the greatest secret of the Longquan dynasty. Yet, before Chen Chu could arrive, the disciples of the grave-robbing sect had already appeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of disciples from the grave-robbing sect materialized in the air without warning. Instantly, the faces of all present turned pale. The grave-robbing sect. How could they possibly show up here? Several elders from the worship hall could not help but exclaim. Upon witnessing this scene, Murong Tuanhai's brows furrowed. He then addressed the leading disciple of the grave-robbing sect. Zhuge Ho, how dare you appear before me? Do you truly believe that I cannot kill you? Zhuge Ho, the current sect master of the grave-robbing sect, possessed a strength at the third level of the divine concealment realm, though not exceedingly powerful. His mastery of corpse poison was sufficient to rival practitioners at the fifth level of the divine concealment realm. Haha, Murong Tuanhai, are you still boasting? Do you really think you can kill me? First, consider whether you can still summon your spiritual energy, Zhuge Ho retorted. Removing his hood to reveal his sinister visage, sunken eyes, and dark purple skin, reminiscent of the ancestral elder of the Longquan dynasty. What? How is this possible? This is corpse poison. Upon hearing Zhuge Ho's words, Murong Tuanhai concentrated his spiritual energy, only to realize he could not formulate it. In an instant, he understood the gravity of the situation, discovering that his dantian had been contaminated by corpse poison unbeknownst to him. Haha. Our sect has cast the corpse suppression art upon your ancestor. Anyone who comes into contact will be tainted by the corpse poison. However, this occurs in 3 stages. And only in the 3rd stage, when someone is released, will the poison be transmitted. How fortuitous that today marks the day of the 3rd stage's eruption. Zhuge Ho smirked mockingly. He was fully aware that today was the day of the 3rd stage's activation, which is precisely why he had brought his disciples here. His intention was to ensnare them all. Upon hearing Zhuge Ho's words, Murong Tuanhai glanced toward the ancestral elder at the center of the formation. It was then that he realized the spiritual energy within the formation had been transformed by the corpse poison, continuously eroding their dantian. If they did not sever the connection soon, they would likely become incapacitated. Yet, if they did sever it, their ancestral elder would be completely turned into a corpse and subsequently manipulated by Zhuge Ho. In either scenario, their demise was inevitable. However, at that moment, Murong Tuanhai thought of Chen Chu. He believed that once Chen Chu arrived, he would surely be able to dismantle Zhuge Ho's sinister plot. The urgent priority was to stabilize Zhuge Ho for the time being. Just then, the voices of the elders from the worship hall echoed clearly in Murong Tuanhai's ears. Your Majesty, what shall we do now? Your Majesty, let us sever the formation. There remains a glimmer of hope. Your Majesty, the corpse excavation sect has come well prepared. If everyone present exerts their utmost effort, we can certainly escort you to safety from this place. As these words lingered in the air, Murong Tuanhai, with a playful expression, turned his gaze towards Zhuge Ho and inquired, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Zhuge Ho, observing Murong Tuanhai's confident demeanor, felt an unsettling sensation. He glanced around and, upon noticing the absence of others, a heavy weight lifted from his heart. Subsequently, he scoffed, Murong Tuanhai, there is no need to feign composure at this juncture. However, just as Zhuge Ho's words fell, Chen Chu's voice resonated clearly in the ears of those present. Oh dear, is that not a disciple of the corpse excavation sect? Chapter 45, Chen Chu's appearance. Oh dear, is that not a disciple of the corpse excavation sect? As Chen Chu's playful tone echoed, all eyes turned towards him. At that moment, Chen Chu held a cup of spiritual tea, gazing with amusement at Zhuge Ho suspended in the sky. Beside him, the old eunuch respectfully carried a tray. Still as hideous as ever, Chen Chu remarked, unable to restrain his scornful words. Truth be told, this was not Chen Chu's first encounter with Zhuge Ho. Previously, Zhuge Ho had invaded the 10,000 Methods Holy Sect, so Chen Chu was familiar with him. It is worth mentioning that while Zhuge Ho possessed formidable strength, the 10,000 Methods Holy Sect had a technique that countered him effectively. Hence, Zhuge Ho had been repelled on multiple occasions. Unfortunately, he was ultimately annihilated by Qin Fun. Young man, I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before, Zhuge Ho said, regarding Chen Chu with suspicion. Chen Chu, not concealing his acknowledgement, nodded and replied, naturally. For I am your father. Have you forgotten your father? As he spoke, his expression became increasingly mischievous, casting a disdainful glance at Zhuge Ho. Despite Zhuge Ho's poison, the disparity in their realms left Chen Chu with no reason to fear him. Hearing Chen Chu's words, Zhuge Ho was instantly consumed by rage, bellowing, brat. Then, as if a thought struck him, Zhuge Ho suddenly calmed, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he said to Chen Chu, since you are all destined to die, why not torture you a bit first? With your delicate skin, should you be turned into a zombie? I am certain you would attract many female cultivators. Chen Chu retorted, What the hell? Are you some kind of freak? Zhuge He replied, Obediently heed my words and spread your legs. Chen Chu shot back, You filthy fool. After uttering his curse, Chen Chu hurled the teacup in his hand at Zhuge He. The latter, akin to a lecher beholding a beautiful woman, was exhilarated by the unexpected aggression. He did not anticipate that Chen Chu would dare to strike at him. Just as Zhuge He was about to show off his prowess by snapping his fingers to shatter the teacup with spiritual energy, a resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. The ethereal energy emitted by Zhuge He struck the teacup, producing a crisp metallic sound. Remarkably, the teacup remained unscathed. How could this be possible? Zhuge He gazed in disbelief, unable to contain his astonishment. No sooner had he spoken than bang. The teacup struck him squarely in the chest. With a gasp, Zhuge He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his breath becoming feeble. This spectacle left the disciples of the Grave Digger sect wide-eyed, as did the elders within the royal shrine. Only Murong Tuanhai maintained a calm demeanor, reassured by Chen Chu's presence, confident that they would emerge unscathed today. Murong Tuanhai felt a surge of relief, grateful that he had summoned Chen Chu beforehand, though he had not anticipated the Grave Digger sect's involvement. Fate had smiled upon him. Life was not meant to end here. Damn it! Zhuge He roared, rising from the ground, his internal organs ablaze with fury as he glared at Chen Chu. Yet, in the next instant, whoosh, Chen Chu vanished from sight. Immediately following, bang. Chen Chu launched a punch toward Zhuge He. Sensing the impending strike, Zhuge He attempted to evade using his agility. Unfortunately, the speed of Chen Chu's punch was beyond Zhuge He's comprehension. Bang! In an instant, the sound of air being shattered echoed as Zhuge He was struck with force. Subsequently, whoosh. The sound of air splitting again resounded as Zhuge He was sent hurtling backward. Standing firm, Chen Chu observed Zhuge He's retreat. Lowering his gaze to inspect his fist, feeling that something was amiss, he let out a puzzled grunt. The texture feels off. At that moment, the disciples of the Grave Digger sect in the sky decided to flee the scene. However, just as they made their move, Chen Chu retrieved a branch from his waist, leaving Murong Tuanhai and the elders of the shrine bewildered, unsure of the purpose behind this branch. The next moment, they would discover its significance. Wuji's sword technique. Chen Chu bellowed. Instantly, an overwhelming sword intent surged toward the heavens. The terrifying aura of the sword resembled a Kunpeng soaring above the nine skies, akin to an ancient dragon lurking beneath the vast ocean. The oppressive force emanating from him froze all present, rendering them immobile. In that moment, they felt as though Chen Chu was no longer merely a man, but a resurrected primordial beast. Impressive. Murong Tuanhai stammered, his voice trembling as he uttered those words. Upon finishing, it seemed he had expended all his strength. His forehead slick with cold sweat. Just then, countless wounds appeared in midair, and every disciple of the Grave Digger sect felt a surge of blood erupt from their chests. In an instant, all the disciples were slain by Chen Chu's hand. As for the sword energy, none had witnessed it. Not even the glimmer of a blade was seen. This terrifying display of power loomed over everyone like towering mountains, making it difficult for them to breathe. At that moment, Zhuge He soared in from the distance. Soon after, Zhuge He beheld his disciples from the grave-digging sect falling to the ground like raindrops, lifeless, and their eyes filled with shock. Clearly, these disciples had not anticipated their demise. Who on earth are you? Zhuge He could not contain his fury as he barked at Chen Chu. Upon hearing Zhuge He's voice, Chen Chu chose not to respond directly to the inquiry, but instead remarked, Indeed, you are not Zhuge He. As Chen Chu's words resonated, the anger on Zhuge He's face abruptly ceased, replaced by an expression of disbelief as he gazed at Chen Chu. He had not expected that his true identity would be unveiled. It was true that he was not Zhuge He. However, he was indeed a vessel controlled by Zhuge He. I did not anticipate that you could see through my sect's disguise. Since that is the case, I shall no longer feign. Yet, I am quite curious. Who are you? Zhuge He inquired further. As soon as Zhuge He finished speaking, Chen Chu addressed him with an indifferent tone. You need not know, for we shall meet again. Next time, I shall reveal my identity. But tell me, are you not planning to flee? Although this is merely a body you control, it would be quite troublesome if I were to annihilate it with a single punch, wouldn't it? He aimed to avenge Wang Pan, which necessitated the destruction of the grave-digging sect. Given this intention, it was inevitable that he and Zhuge He would cross paths once more. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, a sinister smile crept across Zhuge He's face, which soon darkened as he formed a hand seal before his chest. At the sight of this incantation, Chen Chu instinctively furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a crackling sound erupted, and Chen Chu regarded Zhuge He with a look of confusion. In the next moment, he witnessed Zhuge He before him expanding like a balloon, his skin stretching into thin layers. Then, Zhuge He detonated right in front of Chen Chu. Boom! Chapter 46. Have you ever been struck by the holy body of all phenomena? Boom. Accompanied by a massive wave of spiritual energy. All those controlling the formation were thrown to the ground, covered in dust. After a while, everyone regained consciousness from the explosion. Is it over? Murong Tuanhai rose from the ground, a lingering fear evident in his voice. Had it not been for Chen Chu, they would likely have perished here today. As soon as Murong Tuanhai finished speaking, an old eunuch approached him from a distance, carefully brushing the dust off his clothes. Just then, Chen Chu, holding a branch, walked over to Murong Tuanhai's side. Noticing this, Murong Tuanhai instinctively took a step back, gazing at Chen Chu with trepidation. At that moment, Chen Chu appeared unscathed, evidently untouched by the explosion. It is not over yet, Chen Chu stated as he addressed Murong Tuanhai. As Chen Chu's words fell, Murong Tuanhai looked puzzled, unable to comprehend. For had not Zhuge Ho and the disciples of the grave-digging sect perished? However, in the next moment, a chilling realization began to creep down his spine. All of them were affected by the recent explosion, severing the connection of the formation. At the moment when Murong Tuanhai thought of the ancestor on the verge of becoming a corpse, the other royal offerings also had a realization, their faces turning ashen as they gazed at the center of the formation. To their astonishment, the ancestor, who had been trapped within the formation, had vanished. The air was still thick with the scent of decay. In an instant, Murong Tuanhai comprehended that the ancestor had successfully transformed into a corpse and escaped. The Purple Mansion realm, Murong Tuanhai murmured, somewhat dazed. Their royal ancestor of the Longqian dynasty was indeed a martial artist at the third level of the Purple Mansion realm. Once transformed, he would likely be invincible throughout the entire Longqian dynasty. If he were to wreak havoc indiscriminately, the entire dynasty could very well face annihilation. Senior Chen, I implore you to intervene and save the Longqian dynasty. I am willing to offer anything you may require. Murong Tuanhai earnestly addressed Chen Chu, fully aware that Chen Chu was their only glimmer of hope. Upon hearing Murong Tuanhai's words, Chen Chu replied with utmost seriousness. I require the treasury of your Longqian dynasty. As Chen Chu's words fell, an uproar ensued, expressions of shock illuminating their faces. What audacity! The entire treasury of the Longqian dynasty? That is of considerable worth. Murong Tuanhai, too, was taken aback by Chen Chu's demands. He had not anticipated such a grand appetite. The resources within the entire treasury were no trifling matter, sufficient to sustain a sect for several centuries. Seeing Murong Tuanhai's reaction, Chen Chu casually remarked, consider this. If I do not intervene, your Longqian dynasty is likely to be obliterated because of that zombie. If your nation is destroyed, what use is the treasury? Moreover, that zombie possesses the strength of the Purple Mansion realm. If I am not mistaken, it must be your royal ancestor, right? If I act, perhaps your royal ancestor could still be saved. As Chen Chu's final words resonated, Murong Tuanhai nodded without hesitation. Very well. If Chen Chu can revive our royal ancestor, I would willingly offer all the treasures within the treasury without a second thought. Chen Chu, witnessing Murong Tuanhai's agreement, revealed a satisfied smile. Now, wait here and cultivate to heal your injuries, he instructed Murong Tuanhai and the others. With that, Chen Chu transformed into a beam of sword light and departed. After Chen Chu left, Murong Tuanhai began to pray inwardly, channeling his energy to expel the corpse poison from his body. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the imperial capital, a middle-aged man sat with his eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, he opened his eyes with a flash, filled with fury. In the next moment, he turned his gaze toward the location of the royal palace's rear mountains and growled. This person has thwarted my grand design. Who exactly is he? Why does he feel so familiar? Regrettably, the undead of the Purple Mansion have been unleashed, posing a headache for the Longqian dynasty. In a year's time, our esteemed demonic corpse sect shall dispatch elders to collaborate with our grave-robbing sect, and the entirety of the Longqian dynasty will be within our grasp. After proclaiming this, the middle-aged man departed. The demonic corpse sect is the superior sect of the grave-robbing sect, classified as a first-rate sect. The sects are categorized into 5 ranks: first-rate, second-rate, third-rate, fourth-rate, and fifth-rate, with the first-rate sect being the most formidable and the fifth-rate the weakest. The Lotus sect and the previously mentioned 10,000 Method Sacred sect belong to the third rank. Within the Longqian dynasty, there exist only 3 second-rate sects, each presided over by warriors of the Purple Mansion realm. First-rate sects do not exist within the confines of the dynasty. In a quaint fishing village near the imperial capital, a group of children frolic in the streets, kicking a leather ball. Nearby, several elderly men and women sit together, engaged in cheerful conversation, their faces adorned with smiles of contentment. Ernyo, kick the ball back, a young girl called out to a boy standing at the village entrance. Upon hearing her words, the boy beamed with joy and prepared to send the ball, which lay at his feet, soaring back. Just then, A ray of sunlight cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the boy's face. Instantly, the light vanished, and in his place stood an elder, exuding an aura of death. Upon closer inspection, a pool of blood lay at the elder's feet. The boy had been crushed beneath the elder's heel. Enroll. A woman, witnessing this horrific scene, let out a heart-wrenching scream, tears streaming down her cheeks. She then charged at the elder in a fit of madness. Yet, as she approached, the elder merely waved his right hand with indifference. Bang! The woman exploded into a crimson mist, blood splattering onto the elder's face, which he savored as he licked the warm liquid from his lips. This gruesome spectacle sent the remaining villagers fleeing to their homes, with parents snatching up their children and hastily retreating. Consequently, the streets lay deserted. The elder, his dark, deathly eyes glinting with a predatory gleam, surveyed the empty street, baring his sharp fangs in search of new prey. Just then, a voice resonated clearly in his ears. "You're not even a vampire, yet you relish blood?" As the words echoed, a whoosh sounded through the air, and the elder lunged forward with a punch infused with a thick aura of death. Should a mere mortal encounter this blow, they would surely be reduced to a puddle. However, Chen Chu displayed no hint of fear. Instead, a powerful sword intent surged through him, enveloping the branch in his hand. Clang! The metallic clash rang out as the branch effortlessly deflected the elder's death-laden assault. Then crack! The branch crumbled to decay, scattering with the wind. Oh my, it is somewhat terrifying. However, this branch has already endured the essence of our sect twice, which is no small feat. Fear not, little branch, for our sect shall avenge you. After Chen Chu spoke, his gaze deepened as he looked at the transformed elder before him. He then shrugged and inquired, "Have you ever been drawn by the primordial sacred body?" Chapter 47. The incident involving Zhang Xiaoyu. As Chen Chu's words hung in the air, he began to grow in stature, his muscles swelling. Then, with a resounding thud, he struck the elder squarely in the face. Instantly, the elder was sent hurtling backward. In a flash, Chen Chu transformed into a raging bear, one paw lunging toward the elder's chest. With a crash, the elder slammed heavily into the ground, creating a chasm several hundred meters wide. In an instant, the entire fishing village vanished into the abyss. Chen Chu paid no heed. This was the world of martial artists, where no one knew when death would come. Thus commenced a relentless onslaught. Chen Chu began to mercilessly assault the elder. Though the elder was a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm, he had already transformed into a mere shell of his former self, devoid of thought. All that remained was the strength of his physical form. Die! Chen Chu unleashed his final punch. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, even the imperial capital felt the tremors. The transformed royal ancestor was obliterated by Chen Chu's blow. As for restoring him to normal, Chen Chu was merely deceiving Morong Tuanhai. Otherwise, how could Morong Tuanhai have so easily acquiesced? Looking at the heap of ash on the ground, a flicker of disdain crossed Chen Chu's eyes. He then soared into the sky, departing from the scene. Once he left, Zhuge Ho arrived, taking Chen Chu's former position and gazing at the ashes below, his expression filled with astonishment. A practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm? When did the Longxian dynasty ever boast such a formidable figure? Could it be that he came specifically for the corpse-digging sect? However, within the lingering essence he left behind, there seemed to be traces of the golden dragon fist. Zhuge Ho paused, choosing not to elaborate further, before he too departed. In the palace's rear mountains, Chen Chu returned to find Morong Tuanhai and the others meditating on the ground. Unlike before, several imperial guards now stood watch, ensuring the corpse-digging sect would not return. "Senior Chen, how did it go?" Morong Tuanhai inquired anxiously upon seeing Chen Chu's return. Noticing his concern, Chen Chu shook his head and responded, "Morong Emperor, I am afraid I have wronged you." Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Morong Tuanhai instinctively felt a surge of panic. Could it be that the transformed elder had escaped? In the next moment, he questioned Chen Chu. Did the elder manage to flee? As Morong Tuanhai's words fell, the royal attendants who had been meditating were thrown into a state of alarm, their eyes darting anxiously toward Chen Chu. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Morong Tuanhai observed him with a melancholic expression and shook his head, stating that it was not so. A weight lifted from his heart. As long as the ancestral undead of his clan had perished, that sufficed. The Purple Realm zombie was beyond his grasp. Morong Tuanhai felt a sense of relief. Thinking it was fortunate that the ancestor had not escaped, everything else seemed trivial. The royal cultivators, who were meditating, noticed Chen Chu's gesture of denial and also sighed in relief. Upon hearing Morong Tuanhai's remarks, a glimmer of golden light flickered in Chen Chu's eyes, and he spoke, "However, my sect could not save your ancestral patriarch. Had our strength been greater, perhaps we could have found a solution." He offered condolences to the Morong monarch, having set the stage for a somber atmosphere to allow Morong Tuanhai to rationally accept the situation. Morong Tuanhai, after listening to Chen Chu, waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. I have long prepared myself for this. Thus, Chen Chu declared, in that case, I shall not disturb you further, Moron monarch. Please send the treasures from the treasury when convenient. I am in no rush to depart in the coming days. A faint smile graced Chen Chu's face as he spoke. And without giving Moron Tuanhai a moment to respond, he executed a swift teleportation, vanishing from sight. Moron Tuanhai, upon hearing Chen Chu's words, felt as though he had swallowed something distasteful, his expression reflecting a mix of discomfort and resignation. He then turned to the elderly eunuch beside him and instructed, prepare it. The eunuch nodded, affirming, yes, before departing towards the treasury. As time passed, Moron Tuanhai honored his promise, transferring all the treasures from the treasury to Chen Chu, which bewildered the ninth prince, who remained oblivious to the unfolding events. He could not comprehend why his father would bestow the treasury upon Chen Chu. It is worth noting that the news of the demise of the ancestral undead of the Longqian dynasty was known only to those present at the time. The remaining populace remained in ignorance, as Moron Tuanhai had sealed this information away. Should neighboring nations discover that the Longqian dynasty had lost its Purple Realm ancestor, they would undoubtedly be tempted to incite war and attempt to annex the dynasty. Thus, Moron Tuanhai's act of gifting the treasury to Chen Chu also served as a covert means of silencing him. After transferring the treasury to Chen Chu, he prepared to depart with the ninth prince, along with Xiao Cui and Zhang Xiaoyu, returning to the Wanfa sacred sect. He had lingered here for nearly half a month and felt the urgency to return and assess the situation. Although the system indicated that Wang Pan and Lin Fan had not grown complacent, one could never be certain how long such discipline would be maintained. He needed to oversee matters personally. However, just as they were about to set forth, an unexpected occurrence befell Zhang Xiaoyu. Blue flames erupted from her body, resembling ghostly fire, which startled Chen Chu. She was a disciple with the potential of a grand alchemist, and he could not bear the thought of her coming to harm. Hence, he enveloped Zhang Xiaoyu in his spiritual energy and hurried towards the Alchemist Guild, sensing that they would undoubtedly have knowledge of the peculiar transformation currently afflicting her. In the Alchemist Guild, Lu Ji observed as Chen Chu approached, cradling Zhang Xiaoyu in his arms. Instantly, his expression altered. Senior, Lu Ji instinctively pointed at Chen Chu, a hint of anger in his voice. However, before he could finish, Chen Chu interrupted, saying, enough with the chatter, this is none of your concern. I wish to inquire if Li Lei is present. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Lu Ji, almost reflexively, nodded, the master is inside. Without regard for the numerous gazes within the Alchemist Guild, Chen Chu proceeded with Zhang Xiaoyu towards the direction indicated by Lu Ji. Seeing this, Lu Ji hastily followed, genuinely apprehensive that Chen Chu might say something inappropriate. Outside the exclusive alchemy chamber of the 5th grade alchemist Li Lei, 2 young alchemists stood guard. Inside, Li Lei was engaged in the delicate process of crafting elixirs, undisturbed by any external interference. Do you think Master Li Lei will successfully concoct a 6th grade elixir this time? One young alchemist mused. I'm not sure, but he has been striving for a 6th grade elixir for years. The prospect seemed dim, the other replied. Let us hope he succeeds this time. At that moment, a figure, fierce as a beast, appeared before the 2 young alchemists. Instantly, one of them shouted, who are you? The figure ignored him and lifted its foot, crashing it against the door of the alchemy chamber with a resounding bang. The young alchemists were left in a state of bewilderment, entirely unaware of the unfolding events. Just then, Lu Ji arrived, drenched in sweat, having exerted himself to keep pace. Where is he? Lu Ji bellowed, glancing at the kicked-open door and the 2 young alchemists. Master Lu Ji? The person was just here. One of the young alchemists stammered, pointing to the spot where the figure had stood, now vacant, a look of confusion dawning in his eyes. For heaven's sake, what are you 2 doing? Step aside. Lu Ji shouted in frustration at the young alchemists, ordering them to clear the way. They, feeling somewhat aggrieved, complied and allowed Lu Ji to pass. Inside the alchemy chamber, Li Lei, embodying an ethereal grace, was meticulously managing the alchemy furnace. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. Li Lei, taken aback, mismanaged the alchemical flame, resulting in the furnace bursting. The deafening blast enveloped him in a cloud of smoke and ash, leaving his face comically smeared. Fuming, Li Lei turned his gaze towards the entrance, determined to discover who had caused the disturbance that led to his blunder. Despite his typically calm demeanor, he could not suppress the rising ire within him. Just then, with a swift motion, Chen Chu, enveloping Zhang Xiaoyu in a swirl of spiritual energy, appeared before Li Lei. Senior? Li Lei exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Chen Chu's sudden presence. Chen Chu, spare me the trivialities. Look at this girl, engulfed in blue flames, resembling a Gatling gun. After uttering these words, Chen Chu unceremoniously placed Zhang Xiaoyu before Li Lei. Li Lei, taken aback by Chen Chu's statement, turned his gaze towards the girl on the ground. Upon witnessing the blue flames emanating from Zhang Xiaoyu, his pupils constricted in disbelief, shock evident in his eyes. Approaching her, Li Lei's gaze swept over Zhang Xiaoyu's body with an intensity devoid of lewdness, more akin to scrutiny, as if he were verifying the correctness of his own thoughts. Moments later, just as Lu Ji arrived, Li Lei exclaimed, pointing at Zhang Xiaoyu, "Strange fire. This is strange fire." As Li Lei's words echoed, Lu Ji, who had just arrived, stood there in a daze, muttering in disbelief, "Strange fire?" For context, generally, alchemists utilize Dan fire for their craft, which is simple to obtain. However, some choose to employ strange fire. In this world, strange fire is exceedingly rare, with only a little over 100 varieties. While this may sound abundant, it's estimated that there are several billion alchemists across the Taiwan continent. Among these billions, merely over 100 possess strange fire, rendering it exceptionally precious. Though there are more than 100 types of strange fire, only about 30 alchemists currently wield it, with the remaining varieties shrouded in obscurity. Any alchemist possessing strange fire is at least a 4th-rank alchemist. Zhang Xiaoyu's possession of strange fire signifies her status as a 4th-rank alchemist. If she does not meet an untimely end and no one forcibly extracts her strange fire, she is destined to become an 8th-rank alchemist, or even a 9th-rank alchemist in the future, potentially ascending to the status of an alchemy emperor. Li Lei, witnessing the emergence of a bearer of strange fire before him, was utterly astonished. As a 5th-rank alchemist, he was acutely aware of the significance of strange fire to an alchemist. In the entirety of Qingzhou, there were only 3 alchemists with strange fire, all of whom were the pinnacle of their craft, all 8th-rank alchemists, holding an extraordinarily high status across the Taiwan continent. Hearing Li Lei's exclamation, Chen Chu murmured, "Strange fire?" As a fervent admirer of the previous life, Chen Chu naturally understood the implications of strange fire, being the foremost fan of Shaoyan. However, he pondered why this strange fire enveloped Zhang Xiaoyu, especially given the apparent agony etched on her face, as if she were on the brink of being consumed by the flames. This contradicted his understanding of strange fire. In the next moment, Chen Chu turned to Li Lei, inquiring, "Why does she appear to be in such agony?" Upon hearing Chen Chu's question, Li Lei earnestly replied, "Senior, this strange fire has been sealed within her. Ordinarily, it would gradually be released with age, but for reasons unknown, it has been unleashed prematurely. Her cultivation level is too low to withstand the power of the strange fire, which is why she is experiencing such pain." In truth, Li Lei had more to say. The ability to seal foreign flames within one's body signifies that Zhang Xiaoyu possesses an extraordinary identity. Certain foreign flames are passed down through generations within alchemist families, ensuring the continuation of their ancestral legacy. After all, it is improbable that someone would inexplicably harbor foreign flames within them. Would one truly relinquish a hard-earned fortune of 1,000,000 to another without cause? Therefore, in Li Lei's perspective, it is highly likely that Zhang Xiaoyu hails from a formidable alchemist lineage. At this juncture, Chen Chu inquired further of Li Lei, "Is there any method to assist in absorbing the power of the foreign flame?" Upon the conclusion of Chen Chu's query, Li Lei's brow furrowed, his mouth agape for a moment before closing, his expression a tapestry of complexity, pacing back and forth, occasionally shaking his head and sighing. Observing this, Chen Chu grew increasingly anxious. He could not bear the thought of Zhang Xiaoyu being consumed by the foreign flames within her. "Speak," Chen Chu implored. Li Lei, noticing Chen Chu's dark countenance, revealed the solutions he was aware of. According to the texts, there are 4 methods. The first involves the alchemists themselves temporarily enhancing their strength to master the power of the foreign flame. The second method requires a practitioner of the supreme realm to use their primordial spirit to forcibly enter her body, thus weakening the foreign flame. The third method entails having another individual who also possesses foreign flames to diminish the strength of the flames within her. As for the fourth method, it relies solely on the alchemist's willpower. However, given her current state, it appears unlikely, as her cultivation is far too weak. Even with immense willpower, she would struggle against the overwhelming force of the foreign flame. Furthermore, judging by the power emitted by this foreign flame, it likely ranks quite high among its peers, and she may not endure it. After outlining the 4 methods, Li Lei shook his head, adding with a sense of regret, "Were we at the alchemist headquarters in Qingzhou, there would likely be a supreme realm practitioner to intervene. Yet, in this modest Longqian dynasty, we lack even a handful of practitioners at the Purple Mansion realm, let alone the supreme realm. Thus, I perceive the chances of Zhang Xiaoyu overcoming this crisis to be nearly non-existent. Among these 4 methods, the fourth is the most feasible. However, Zhang Xiaoyu is an exception." Upon hearing Li Lei's words, Chen Chu's brow knitted in thought. The first method, if he were Zhang Xiaoyu, would indeed be achievable by recruiting powerful allies to the Wanfa Holy Sect. Yet regrettably, he is not Zhang Xiaoyu, and she cannot share her system. The second method, involving a Supreme Realm practitioner, seems improbable as well. There exists a considerable gap of 4 major realms between the Purple Mansion and the Supreme Realm. Even if Chen Chu were to recruit every martial artist in the vicinity to the Wanfa Holy Sect, it would be a daunting task to elevate his own cultivation to the Supreme Realm. Moreover, even if he were to achieve the Supreme Realm, what would be the use? Zhang Xiaoyu would likely have perished by then. Only the third method appeared to offer a glimmer of hope. According to the system's assertions, he possesses the combined strength of all disciples within the sect. In other words, Chen Chu also holds dominion over the foreign flames within Zhang Xiaoyu. With this in mind, Chen Chu closed his eyes and began to harness the power of the foreign flames within him. Observing Chen Chu's closed eyes, Li Lei mistakenly believed that Chen Chu had decided to abandon Zhang Xiaoyu. However, in the next moment, Li Lei gazed at Chen Chu with eyes wide open in astonishment, as if he had encountered a ghost. Lu Ji's exclamation broke the silence. Strange fire. Chapter 49. A disciple worthy of teaching strange fire. As Lu Ji's words echoed, a brilliant blue flame manifested in Chen Chu's right hand. This azure flame was none other than the strange fire, identical to that possessed by Zhang Xiaoyu. How could this be possible? Li Lei exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the strange fire in Chen Chu's hand. Did he also possess strange fire? Within a single day, Li Lei had witnessed 2 individuals wielding such power. This revelation shattered his understanding of the world. When had strange fire become so commonplace? It was known that even if Li Lei were to visit the headquarters of alchemists in Qingzhou, he would not encounter any martial artist with strange fire. Yet, in this small dragon Qian dynasty, 2 individuals possessed it. This completely overturned Li Lei's worldview. At that moment, Chen Chu addressed Li Lei. What should I do? He had no intention of providing explanations or engaging in unnecessary dialogue. Hearing Chen Chu's inquiry, Li Lei quickly divulged the method. Once he finished speaking, Chen Chu followed his instructions, bringing the strange fire from his palm into contact with that of Zhang Xiaoyu. Instantly, Chen Chu felt the power of the strange fire within Zhang Xiaoyu surge towards him. The overwhelming force made him feel as though his body was being seared. But this sensation lasted only a moment. Chen Chu's own strength was formidable enough to absorb the power entirely. Subsequently, Chen Chu sensed a rise in his cultivation, which struck him as peculiar. Since acquiring the system, he had never engaged in active cultivation, only experiencing passive growth. This active enhancement felt distinctly different. However, he did not have the luxury of contemplation and hastened to absorb the power of the strange fire from within Zhang Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Li Lei departed, seemingly in search of something. Chen Chu paid him no mind. His priority was to absorb the strange fire. Before long, under Chen Chu's absorption, Zhang Xiaoyu's expression shifted from one of agony to tranquility. Observing this transformation, Chen Chu couldn't help but mutter, "Damn, to save you, I almost sacrificed half of my life." Of course, Chen Chu was exaggerating. This minor ordeal certainly did not warrant such a drastic claim. Time passed, and eventually, Zhang Xiaoyu ceased to emit blue flames, no longer resembling a Gatling gun spewing fire. As Chen Chu felt the strange fire within her stabilize, he released his grip and settled onto the ground, awaiting her awakening. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached. Li Lei re-entered, clutching a book, his face alight with excitement. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoyu return to normalcy, the joy on Li Lei's face was indescribable, akin to a love-struck fool beholding a beauty. Bone cold prison fire. Her strange fire is the Bone cold prison fire, Li Lei exclaimed, rushing to Zhang Xiaoyu's side, brimming with elation. The Bone cold prison fire ranked 3rd among over 100 types of strange fire. It is a type of extraordinary fire that can be used for both alchemy and combat. Even the bone-chilling hellfire can merge with other extraordinary flames. Upon hearing Li Lei's words, Chen Chu cast a curious glance at him. Unfamiliar with the concept of extraordinary fire, he was unaware of the remarkable prowess of the flame residing within Zhang Xiaoyu. In the next moment, Li Lei provided Chen Chu with an explanation. Once he finished elucidating, Chen Chu wore a somewhat astonished expression. No wonder he felt the extraordinary fire was formidable. It was ranked 3rd. Just then, as Chen Chu was taken aback, Li Lei's gaze shifted to Zhang Xiaoyu's face, and upon recognition, he pointed at her, subsequently casting an incredulous look at Lu Ji. Observing this, Lu Ji felt a sudden sense of panic, and recalling something, he spoke to Li Lei, saying, "Master, she is my alchemical apprentice. But I was unaware that she possessed extraordinary fire. I only knew she had some talent in alchemy, which is why I was reluctant to let her leave." Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, Li Lei nodded, comprehending why his disciple had insisted on seeking out this alchemical apprentice. It turned out he had already sensed her potential. After all, She had become a third-grade alchemist at such a young age. Not to mention, Lu Ji's explanation dispelled all of Li Lei's doubts. Everything suddenly made sense. Furthermore, even if Lu Ji sought to refine alchemy with Zhang Xiaoyu later on, Li Lei would not intervene. On the contrary, he would be quite pleased. Senior, this bone-chilling hellfire ranks third among the extraordinary flames and possesses combat capabilities, making it rather uncontrollable. Without formidable cultivation or a powerful protector, it is easy to encounter mishaps. Moreover, it must never be exposed, as this extraordinary fire can easily attract those who wish to seize it. To be honest, if Li Lei were not aware of his own insufficient cultivation and his inability to contend with Chen Chu, he would have wanted to directly transplant the bone-chilling hellfire. Understanding Li Lei's intent, Chen Chu then turned his gaze toward Lu Ji, his eyes filled with a sense of threat. Upon meeting Chen Chu's gaze, Lu Ji instantly grasped the implication and promptly raised 3 fingers, swearing to the heavens. I, Lu Ji, vow that everything witnessed and heard today shall remain sealed within my heart. Should I breach this vow, may heaven and earth bring about my demise. As Lu Ji's declaration concluded, a thunderclap resounded from the heavens, signifying the completion of the oath. In the Taiwa continent, oaths are not made lightly. Breaking one incurs the wrath of the heavenly laws. With Lu Ji's vow, it meant that should anyone speak of today's events, they would face dire consequences. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, the chill in Chen Chu's expression softened slightly, and he then shifted his focus to Li Lei. Li Lei, too, understood Chen Chu's intent. Following Lu Ji's lead, he made a solemn oath to the heavens. In truth, even without making such a vow, Li Lei would not dare to utter a single word. If he were to disclose the existence of someone possessing the bone-chilling hellfire, it would likely result in his demise by the next day. After all, the fewer people who knew about the bone-chilling hellfire, the better. Gazing at both individuals who had sworn their oaths, a satisfied smile emerged on Chen Chu's face. Suddenly, a plan began to form in his mind. Without hesitation, Chen Chu turned to Li Lei and said, "Our sect intends to allow her to remain here. Under your guidance in alchemy, what do you think?" Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, a look of astonishment instantly spread across Li Lei's face. To entrust someone who possesses extraordinary fire to himself for instruction? This seemed rather absurd. Moreover, Chen Chu also wielded extraordinary fire. In Li Lei's view, Chen Chu's alchemical skills should surpass his own. Why not instruct her himself and hand her over to him? What, do you refuse? Chen Chu inquired, observing Li Lei's expression with a hint of displeasure. Although Chen Chu possessed the alchemical techniques of Zhang Xiaoyu, he could only replicate what she knew. Anything beyond her expertise eluded him. After much contemplation, it became evident that assigning Zhang Xiaoyu to Li Lei was the most prudent course of action. Firstly, it would enable collaboration between Zhang Xiaoyu and Lu Ji. Secondly, it would allow Zhang Xiaoyu to reap benefits from the Alchemist Guild to sustain the Wanfa Xingzong. Truly, a twofold advantage. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words and witnessing his displeased expression, Li Lei, fearing to offend, quickly nodded and replied, "I am willing," observing Li Lei's apprehensive demeanor. Chen Chu patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Fear not. If she becomes a high-ranking alchemist, you will undoubtedly bask in her glory. Consider her your disciple." Li Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Chen Chu's words. Indeed, after Chen Chu's remarks, Li Lei felt as though his horizons had broadened. Any previous resistance he felt towards instructing Zhang Xiaoyu had vanished entirely, and he was now eager to impart all his knowledge. Chen Chu, observing Li Lei's transformation, could not help but exclaim, "Ah, a teachable youth." Chapter 50. Uninvited Guests at Wanfa Xingzong. As time passed, the Wanfa Xingzong reverberated with the sounds of conflict. Clang, boom, bang. The residual force of battle incessantly disturbed every corner of the sect. It was not an invasion, but rather a sparring match between Wang Pan and Lin Fan. Both had reached a bottleneck, requiring combat to break through. Thus, during Chen Chu's absence, they engaged in frequent duels, while the monkey remained on the periphery, guarding against any potential discovery. On the outskirts, the monkey contentedly raised a wine gourd to his lips, thoroughly enjoying himself. "Ah, how delightful it is to have the sect leader absent," he exclaimed, taking a hearty swig of the spiritual wine from the gourd, reveling in his comfort. However, at that moment, the monkey suddenly sensed something amiss. He looked up towards the sky. Whoosh! A white rainbow was soaring towards the location of the Wanfa Xingzong. The monkey's demeanor shifted instantly to one of caution. Soon after, he felt a wave of foreboding wash over him, and he hurriedly dashed towards the sect's stronghold. Powerful presences were approaching. Boom! As the monkey sprinted towards the Wanfa Xingzong, a formidable sword intent erupted from within the sect. Following that, another surge of potent sword intent shot skyward, far surpassing the first in strength. The pressure it exuded was akin to that of a ferocious beast awakening from slumber. Then boom, bang, bang. The explosive sounds of battle continued to resonate. Immediately, the furious roar of Wang Pan resonated in the ears of the monkey. Fury slash. Before them, a mountain peak within the sacred sect of all laws was cleaved in two. Subsequently, a magnificent sword intent coalesced in midair, radiating a brilliant light as it surged towards a specific direction. It was evident that this sword intent aimed to eliminate Wang Pan. How infuriating! The monkey, witnessing this scene from a distance, couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath, hastening his pace. Unfortunately, despite the monkey's swiftness, he remained merely at the innate stage and was incapable of flight. By the time the monkey returned to the sacred sect of all laws, the once devastated sect had been reduced to a barren wasteland. The previously scarce spiritual energy had grown even more depleted. Wang Pan and Lin Fan were in a disheveled state. One knelt on one knee with a long sword in hand, while the other lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, their vitality waning. Not far from them stood an elderly swordsman clad in a blue robe, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed at Wang Pan and Lin Fan. He had not anticipated that these two martial artists, possessing only foundational cultivation, could withstand the formidable sword intent of a practitioner in the Purple Mansion realm. This revelation shattered the elder's worldview. The elder, named Shu Dao Ao, hailed from a prestigious sect known as the Shushan Sword Sect, where he served as an elder and a sword cultivator. Having traveled to Qingzhou in search of promising sword cultivators, he had encountered nothing suitable for several years. Eventually, he arrived at the remote Longqian dynasty, expecting to return empty-handed. Yet, as he passed through this area, he keenly sensed a powerful sword intent and flew over, which was the white rainbow the monkey had previously observed. Upon arrival, he spotted Lin Fan engaged in a spar with Wang Pan and immediately recognized Lin Fan's exceptional skill in swordsmanship. Without hesitation, he descended and invited Lin Fan to join the Shushan Sword Sect. However, Lin Fan paid him no mind, engrossed in his bout with Wang Pan, impervious to outside disturbances. Undeterred, Shu Dao Ao persisted in his invitation. After the battle concluded, Lin Fan declined Shu Dao Ao's offer. Observing Lin Fan's rejection, the elder instinctively took action, intending to seize Lin Fan and take him away. In response, Lin Fan confronted Shu Dao Ao, who, eager to assess Lin Fan's sword intent, suppressed his own cultivation to gauge Lin Fan's strength before engaging in combat. Wang Pan soon joined the fray, directing his attacks at Shu Dao Ao. The outcome was all too apparent. Both Wang Pan and Lin Fan were soundly defeated by Shu Dao Ao. This marked the first defeat for Wang Pan and Lin Fan since they began their training with Chen Chu. However, Shu Dao Ao was not in a much better condition. His garments were tattered, suggesting he had not emerged unscathed. Nevertheless, having lived for over a century, Shu Dao Ao possessed a wealth of combat experience and was a formidable sword cultivator. Even when suppressing his own cultivation, he was not someone to be trifled with by mere juniors. Shu Dao Ao glanced at his torn robe, shredded by Lin Fan's sword energy, his expression a blend of astonishment and disbelief. After a moment, he managed to suppress his shock and inquired of Lin Fan, who knelt before him with a sword in hand. "You possess remarkable talent. Why not accompany me and join the Shu Mountain sect?" Within Shu Dao's heart, a resolute determination to recruit Lin Fan had already taken root. Upon hearing Shu Dao's proposition, Lin Fan scoffed in disdain. I could never abandon the 10,000 Methods Holy Sect. Chen Chu had bestowed upon him a new lease on life. How could he possibly forsake Chen Chu or the 10,000 Methods Holy Sect? Moreover, he had never even heard of this Shu Mountain Sword Sect. What sort of inferior sect was that? At the 10,000 Methods Holy Sect, he had access to numerous heavenly tier techniques. Would he find even a single earthly tier technique at this so-called Shu Mountain Sword Sect? Shu Dao Ao, undeterred by Lin Fan's rejection, remained calm. After all, a genius of Lin Fan's caliber was prone to arrogance. He knew that without a show of strength, it would be futile to persuade him to leave. Subsequently, Shu Dao Ao retrieved a superior-grade mysterious tier sword technique from his storage ring and presented it to Lin Fan, stating, "Should you choose to follow me, this superior-grade sword technique is yours." With confidence, he cast a hopeful glance at Lin Fan, believing that in the remote Dragon Qin dynasty, such a technique would be sufficient to attract any formidable warrior. However, Lin Fan's eyes betrayed nothing but disdain and faint amusement, as if he held the superior-grade sword technique in contempt. This unexpected reaction unsettled Shu Dao Ao. At that moment, Wang Pan rose from the ground, stretching his neck and fixing a hostile glare upon Shu Dao Ao. After a brief recovery, he was ready to continue the fight. Shu Dao Ao felt a chill run down his spine as he met Wang Pan's murderous gaze. The middle-aged man's combat prowess had been astonishing, akin to a reckless warrior. leaving a deep impression on Shu Daoao. Had he not released his suppressed energy at the last moment, he might have been defeated by Wang Pan. Regrettably, the Shu Mountain Sword Sect only accepted sword cultivators. Otherwise, he would have surely sought to recruit Wang Pan. Just then, Shu Daoao sensed something amiss and emitted a soft sound of confusion, extending his right hand to grasp in a certain direction. In an instant, he captured a monkey mid-air. Damn it! The monkey shouted in outrage. A primordial spirit monkey capable of speech? This place certainly held intrigue. Wait, did he just mention the 10,000 Methods Holy Sect? Could this be? Shu Daoao watched in astonishment as the monkey spoke, initially in shock, then growing increasingly puzzled as he surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself. But in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. A wave of fear coursed through him as his body bristled, as if a ferocious beast had emerged, his pupils constricting with a hint of terror. Chapter 51. Annihilating Shu Daoao and intruding upon the 10,000 Methods Holy Sect. Do they think the 10,000 Methods Holy Sect is unguarded? As the infernal sound reverberated through the air, the monkey, suspended in midair by Shu Daoao's spiritual control, exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, "Master, save me! Master, save me!" Indeed, the voice belonged to none other than Chen Chu. Master? The head of the Wanfashing sect? Shu Daoao murmured instinctively upon hearing the monkey's words. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as Shu Daoao felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck. He was propelled backward with a swift whoosh. How is this possible? Shu Daoao gasped in disbelief as he was sent flying. In midair, Chen Chu appeared beside him, causing Shu Daoao's eyes to widen in astonishment, filled with incredulity. Gradually, a look of sheer terror emerged in his gaze, for Chen Chu was unleashing a punch infused with violent spiritual energy, hurtling directly toward him. The sheer force was unbearable for Shu Daoao. The next moment, a thunderous impact resonated as he crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit over 1,000 meters in diameter. Damn it! Shu Daoao, an elder of the esteemed Shushan Sword Sect, demonstrated his formidable strength by enduring 2 of Chen Chu's attacks. He then took to the skies on his sword, emerging from the depths of the pit. However, just as he prepared to engage Chen Chu in battle, he found himself confronted by a figure resembling a furious beast, eyes gleaming with menace. In that instant, Shu Daoao felt as though he were being preyed upon by a primordial creature. He swallowed hard, unable to suppress the rising panic within. Nevertheless, Shu Daoao steeled himself, raising his hand to unleash a surge of sword energy that soared toward Chen Chu. This formidable sword energy seemed capable of cleaving the very Wanfashing sect asunder. Yet to Chen Chu, this assault appeared as mere detritus. Universal body, Chen Chu murmured softly, and in an instant, his physical form underwent a dramatic transformation. A powerful aura caused the very void to tremble. Soon after, the sword energy struck his shoulder with a clang. This moment left Wang Pan, Lin Fan, and the monkey breathless with astonishment. Shu Daoao, perceiving this, felt a surge of confidence. Although Chen Chu was formidable, this blade of energy embodied 80% of his strength, surely beyond the means of any Zifu realm warrior to withstand. However, as the smoke cleared, a shocking scene unfolded. Chen Chu stood unscathed, merely a faint scar gracing his shoulder, which healed almost instantly to reveal skin as radiant as new. How is this possible? Shu Daoao exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before him. To withstand his sword energy without a scratch left him questioning whether he was ensnared in an illusion. The monkey chimed in, "Wow, Master is incredible." I'm in awe. Wang Pan and Lin Fan echoed. The Master's power has grown even stronger. If we had taken that strike from Shu Daoao, we would have surely perished. Is that all there is? Chen Chu donned his attire, casting a disdainful glance at the proud Shu Daoao before him. That sword strike was indeed formidable. However, in Chen Chu's eyes, it was nothing but mere trash. As Chen Chu's words echoed, Shu Daoao attempted to unleash his sword energy to confront him once more. Alas, in an instant, Chen Chu executed a spatial contraction, appearing directly before Shu Daoao. The next moment, his voice resonated clearly in Shu Daoao's ears. "Our sect has granted you an opportunity, yet you prove to be utterly ineffectual." With that, he thrust his foot forward, channeling the power of the myriad forms, striking Shu Daoao squarely in the chest. Instantly, Shu Daoao's chest caved in, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his gaze clouded as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chen Chu refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Shu Daoao. Upon glimpsing him, he had employed the eye of truth to discern his attributes. Name, Shu Daoao. Age, 85. Talent, extraordinary, green. Destiny, sword path achievement, purple. Unrestrained, green. Sword obsessed, purple. Sect rejection, blue. Upon noticing the phrase sect rejection within Shu Daoyao's fate, an idea of subjugation sparked within Chen Chu, coupled with the trait of being sword-obsessed. He realized he could easily win Shu Daoyao over with a tome of celestial tier sword techniques. Currently, Chen Chu anticipated that he might need to venture out occasionally in search of talented disciples, should there be no formidable elders to guard the home during his absence. Calamity could easily befall them, much like the incident that transpired today. Had Chen Chu not arrived in time, their ancestral home might have been lost. At that moment, the sect leader was approached by the trio of Monkey, Wang Pan, and Lin Fan. Chen Chu nodded at the three, his eyes revealing a flicker of complexity. Soon after, the sound of footsteps echoed as the ninth prince and Xiao Chui arrived on the scene. Enemies. Upon seeing the ninth prince and Xiao Chui, the brows of Wang Pan and the others furrowed, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace as they advanced toward the two. Just then, with a clash, Chen Chu released a formidable pressure, akin to a nine-tailed fox swishing its tail, shattering the trio's malice. And he spoke to clarify, "They are your junior brother and junior sister." Following Chen Chu's declaration, the trio, who were previously puzzled, quickly donned faint smiles. It was all due to the earlier incident with Shu Daoyao that had rendered them overly cautious. These two possess remarkable strength. The ninth prince shielded the startled Xiao Chui behind him, casting a glance at Wang Pan and Lin Fan. Although his cultivation surpassed theirs, he recognized that he could not withstand the malevolent energy they had just emanated. Is this truly the sanctum of all laws? The ninth prince mused silently. Subsequently, Chen Chu instructed Monkey, "Monkey, take this individual to the thatched cottage." "Yes, sect leader," Monkey replied, promptly lifting Shu Daoyao. As a being of innate prowess, it was no challenge for Monkey to carry Shu Daoyao away. For the time being, Shu Daoyao would not awaken, thus posing no threat to Monkey's safety. After the monkey departed, Chen Chu addressed the few individuals present to the grand hall of the sect. Wang Pan, Lin Fan, Xiao Chui, and the ninth prince nodded in unison, affirming, "Yes, sect master." The grand hall of the sect, a rare structure untouched by destruction. Chen Chu instructed Wang Pan and Lin Fan to step aside. Understanding his intentions, they complied without hesitation, while the ninth prince and Xiao Chui exchanged puzzled glances. In the next moment, Chen Chu waved his right hand through the air. Instantly, a blinding white light surged throughout the hall. Subsequently, a white sphere containing heavenly tier techniques manifested before the ninth prince and Xiao Chui. "What is this?" the two inquired, casting confused looks at Chen Chu, uncertain of the contents before them. At that juncture, Wang Pan stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, and elucidated for them. "These are all heavenly tier techniques, along with some earthly tier ones." Once Wang Pan concluded his explanation, the ninth prince, feeling somewhat disoriented, exclaimed, "There are heavenly tier techniques inside?" As time passed, the ninth prince and Xiao Chui sifted through the myriad of heavenly and earthly tier techniques, selecting those best suited to them. Subsequently, Chen Chu distributed the cultivation resources he had acquired into 4 storage rings, handing them to the 4 individuals. Upon receiving the rings and gazing at the abundance of resources within, their eyes widened in astonishment. The contents were indeed substantial enough to sustain their cultivation for decades. "Sect master, where did all this come from?" the ninth prince inquired, perplexed by the origin of such an abundance of resources. With a beaming smile, Chen Chu replied, "Thanks to your father, otherwise this sect would still be troubled over cultivation resources." Most of the resources Chen Chu had provided were gifted by Murong Tuanhai. The ninth prince, upon hearing Chen Chu's words, felt somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated that the royal treasury of the Longquan dynasty would ultimately fall into Chen Chu's hands. "Well, aren't these resources of the Longquan dynasty yours in the future? And what else yours is naturally the sect's? Why the glum expression? Are you unhappy? Besides, are heavenly tier techniques not worth as much as your royal treasury?" Chen Chu observed the ninth prince's countenance, his own expression turning slightly stern. As the words left Chen Chu's lips, the ninth prince quickly shook his head, stating, "Sect master, you misunderstand. I was merely momentarily taken aback." Upon hearing this, a satisfied expression finally graced Chen Chu's face. He then turned to Lin Fan, retrieving a Zhurong crystal from his storage ring. The Zhurong crystal had been requested by the Lotus Flower sect previously, but he had refrained from giving it due to his obligation to complete a system task. Now, having acquired another from the royal treasury of the Longquan dynasty, Chen Chu intended for Lin Fan to present it to the Lotus Flower sect. He had promised to assist Lin Fan in pursuing Lin Qingxue, and now was the time to fulfill that promise. As Lin Fan accepted the Zhurong crystal from Chen Chu, he instantly grasped its significance. Chen Chu then cautioned Lin Fan, "Wear a mask and do not reveal your identity. If you feel apprehensive, I can arrange for your senior brother to accompany you." Lin Fan shook his head and replied, "Thank you, sect master, but I am sufficient on my own." Given Lin Fan's current prowess, unless confronted by a mid to late stage practitioner of the divine concealment realm, it would be nearly impossible to detain him. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Chen Chu ceased to press the matter, merely nodding in acknowledgement and gesturing for him to depart. As Lin Fan exited the grand hall of the sect, he transformed into a beam of sword light, soaring towards the location of the Lotus Flower sect. After Lin Fan's departure, Chen Chu gestured for the ninth prince and little Cui to leave as well. Once they had vacated the premises, Chen Chu turned his attention to Wang Pan. At that moment, Wang Pan also looked towards Chen Chu, aware that Chen Chu had retained him for a particular reason. Subsequently, Chen Chu recounted the encounter with the Grave Digger sect in the imperial capital. Upon hearing the name of the Grave Digger sect, Wang Pan's expression darkened. His anger igniting like a raging inferno, he felt an overwhelming urge to charge directly towards their stronghold. The next moment, Chen Chu approached Wang Pan, intending to pat him on the shoulder. However, Wang Pan instinctively took a half-step back, creating distance between them. Observing this reaction, Chen Chu felt speechless. Has it been so long, yet you still harbor shadows from the past? Wang Pan appeared to sense the awkwardness, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. Chen Chu then encouraged him, stay strong. Returning to the thatched cottage, Chen Chu found the monkey idly gazing at Shu Dao Ao, who was lying on the ground. Sect Master. The monkey sprang to its feet upon seeing Chen Chu, bowing respectfully. Chen Chu, amused by the monkey's demeanor, chuckled, "Huh? What's this, monkey? Are you afraid of me now?" Although the monkey had previously obeyed Chen Chu without hesitation, its eyes now reflected a hint of trepidation. Hearing Chen Chu's jest, the monkey couldn't help but curse under its breath. "Damn it, fool. All right, monkey, you may go for now. I shall need your assistance shortly." Chen Chu replied. The monkey nodded and exited. Once the monkey had left, Chen Chu approached Shu Dao Ao. At that moment, Shu Dao Ao suddenly opened his eyes wide, fixing his gaze on Chen Chu. Chen Chu, unfazed by Shu Dao Ao's awakening, spoke with ease. "You are quite astute. You did not flee the moment you regained consciousness." Having just returned, Chen Chu had already sensed Shu Dao Ao stirring. As Shu Dao Ao sat up from the ground, he regarded Chen Chu with piercing eyes, inquiring, "Who are you? With such strength, what brings you here? Given your prowess, it would be no surprise for you to enter a first-rate sect and attain the status of an inner elder." Shu Dao Ao, ranked among the top 10 elders of the Shushan Sword sect, was familiar with the dynamics of power and position, aware that, despite facing exclusion, no one dared to overstep their bounds. The notion that Chen Chu could dispatch him in an instant led him to ponder why such a formidable individual would linger in a place so desolate. Hearing the words of Shu Dao Ao, Chen Chu spoke calmly. "Everyone's aspirations are distinct. You may think this place is desolate, yet it is home to many talented disciples, such as the two you have encountered. As for the first-rate sects, do you truly believe that our Wanfa zone does not qualify as one?" After his statement, Shu Dao Ao fell into silence. Chen Chu's words were undeniably accurate. With Chen Chu's prowess, the sect he belonged to undoubtedly held the status of a first-rate sect. Furthermore, those two prodigious disciples indeed instilled a sense of terror within Shu Dao Ao, while the Shushan Sword sect also boasted talented disciples. The pressure he felt from the two before him was far greater. Observing Shu Dao Ao's expression, Chen Chu seized the moment and continued. "Our sect is aware of the exclusion you face at the Shushan Sword sect. If you are willing, we would gladly welcome you to join us, and in return, we shall bestow upon you a celestial-grade sword technique. What say you?" As Chen Chu uttered the first two sentences, Shu Dao Ao paid them little heed. Even though he faced ostracism at the Shushan Sword sect, he could not fathom joining a sect that was utterly impoverished. However, upon hearing the third statement, he could no longer disregard the matter. His eyes ignited with fervor as he gazed at Chen Chu. If indeed a celestial-grade sword technique awaited him, he would naturally agree. "Do you possess a celestial-grade sword technique?" Shu Dao Ao asked, eyeing Chen Chu with skepticism. The Shushan Sword sect, being a first-rate sect, only possessed a mid-grade earthly sword technique. It seemed implausible that this man would casually offer him a celestial-grade technique. Chen Chu, perceiving Shu Dao Ao's doubt, replied, "There is no need for us to deceive you, and what benefit would we gain by doing so? Should you agree to join Wanfa Xingzong and swear an oath to the heavens to keep this matter confidential, the celestial-grade sword technique shall be bestowed upon you immediately." As he spoke the latter part, his tone grew increasingly solemn, his voice dropping an octave. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Shu Dao Ao recalled his battle with Lin Fan, and an idea struck him. He nodded gravely at Chen Chu. "If you truly possess it, I am willing to join Wanfa Xingzong. A sect with a celestial-grade sword technique can, without detection, ascend to the status of a first-rate sect, or even beyond, within a century." In the next moment, Chen Chu produced the celestial-grade sword technique. A moment later, Shu Dao Ao exclaimed, "By heavens." Chapter 53. Disciples of the Lotus Flower Sect arrived before the humble abode of Wanfa Xingzong. The once arrogant Shu Dao Ao now resembled a meek kitten. Bowing before Chen Chu, he knelt on both knees and respectfully proclaimed, "Disciple Shu Dao Ao pledges allegiance to the sect leader, following your commands without question. If the leader bids me to proceed east, I shall not venture north." At this moment, Shu Dao Ao's sincerity towards Chen Chu was palpable. Observing the obedient Shu Dao Ao, Chen Chu felt a surge of joy within. The sect had gained an adept of the Purple Mansion realm, alleviating some of the burdens Chen Chu bore. Soon after, he sensed a transformation within his own essence. With a crackling sound akin to popcorn popping, he ascended to the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Approximately half a year remains until the breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm. Upon sensing the potent aura emanating from Chen Chu, which signified his attainment of the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm, Shu Daoao's countenance turned pale, and disbelief flooded his eyes. Was such a breakthrough achieved so effortlessly? It was utterly terrifying. Watching Chen Chu's transformation, Shu Daoao couldn't help but silently exclaim in awe. As a practitioner at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, he knew that to advance to the 6th level, one required either formidable mental techniques or highly graded celestial materials. Following a conventional path, it would take no less than 3 decades of diligent cultivation. Yet, before him stood Chen Chu, whom Shu Daoao suspected had yet to reach the age of 30. "Elder Shu, will your departure from the Shushan Sword Sect to join our Wanfa Sacred Sect cause any issues?" Chen Chu suddenly inquired, prompted by a thought. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Daoao shook his head, replying, "No, I have been away for quite some time. The Shushan Sword Sect has likely forgotten this old bone of mine." Shu Daoao had faced ongoing exclusion within the Shushan Sword Sect, ultimately opting to seek out talented disciples as an elder. This endeavor had spanned 3 to 4 decades. For the Shushan Sword Sect, even if Shu Daoao were absent for several centuries, it would bear little consequence. Observing Shu Daoao's demeanor, Chen Chu felt a flicker of curiosity. Why would someone of Shu Daoao's caliber be marginalized within the Shushan Sword Sect? However, Chen Chu chose not to voice his inquiries. Their conversation continued briefly. At the Lianhua Sect's Grand Hall, a figure lay within a coffin crafted from ice crystal. This coffin effectively countered the effects of corpse poison, allowing the figure to linger on for a few more days. Surrounding the coffin, Wang Xiao and several elders of the Lianhua Sect gazed anxiously at the figure within. They had previously considered liquidating the entire Lianhua Sect to procure Zhu Rong crystals from the Alchemist Guild, but were thwarted by the figure's protest. In the end, they reluctantly expended a fortune to acquire the ice crystal coffin, hoping to slow the demise of their elder. However, the condition of the figure within the coffin was dire, with veins turning a deep purple-black. It is worth noting that the royal ancestor of the Longqian dynasty did not utilize Zhu Rong crystals to suppress the corpse poison, for it would have been futile. The figure had been afflicted by the corpse bone palm, an external attack, while the royal ancestor had ingested the poison, which constituted an internal attack. The two scenarios were not comparable. "Master, at this rate, our ancestor will perish," Wang Xiao exclaimed. Turning to the middle-aged woman seated in the main throne, her face etched with urgency. Upon hearing Wang Xiao's words, the sect leader, also the middle-aged woman, displayed a complex expression. She found herself in a dilemma. Selling the Lianhua sect would mean acquiring Zhu Rong crystals, but it would also lead to the dissolution of the sect. Conversely, neglecting their elder could result in the Lianhua sect being devoured by the corpse-digging sect, ultimately leading to its extinction. Her heart was a tumult of conflicting thoughts, leaving her uncertain of the path to choose. Just then, a loud bang reverberated as the hall doors swung open. Wang Xiao and the elders were poised to express their outrage. Before long, Lin Qingxue, cradling the Zhu Rong crystal, stood before them, her expression a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. Particularly affected was Wang Xiao, who pondered the mystery of how Lin Qingxue had come into possession of such a treasure. Just a quarter of an hour prior, Lin Fan had located Lin Qingxue and presented her with the Zhu Rong crystal, a feat made easier by the congregation of numerous elders from the Lotus sect within the Grand Hall, allowing him unobstructed access. "Qingxue, who bestowed upon you this Zhu Rong crystal?" Wang Xiao inquired, her caution evident as she refrained from immediately accepting the crystal, wary of its origins and potential dangers. In response, Lin Qingxue explained, "It was someone I encountered in the secret realm. He mentioned that he had an excess of Zhu Rong crystals and generously offered one to me." At the revelation, Wang Xiao blurted out, "The 10,000 Methods Holy Sect." "What? The 10,000 Methods Holy Sect? Did they truly provide this? Do they still have disciples? And such treasures?" She mused, her mind racing. But surely, they wouldn't be so benevolent. As far as I know, the 10,000 Methods Holy Sect was obliterated by young Master Qin Fun, wasn't he it? Nevertheless, let us not dwell on that. We should first utilize the Zhu Rong crystal for our ancestor. If there are any complications, we can confront the 10,000 Methods Holy Sect later. Unbeknownst to many of the elders present, the events surrounding the 10,000 Methods Holy Sect had faded from their memories, leaving them with the impression that the sect had long been extinguished. In the next moment, Wang Xiao accepted the Zhu Rong crystal from Lin Qingshue's hands, and Lin Qingxue, understanding her place, gracefully excused herself. She recognized her presence was of little consequence and preferred to return and express her gratitude to Lin Fan. Hastening back to her residence, she found Lin Fan seated in the courtyard, still adorned with his mask. Did you receive it? He inquired. Lin Qingxue nodded earnestly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance. Do not mention it. Should the 10,000 Methods Holy Sect encounter difficulties in the future, your Lotus Sect may extend your support, Lin Fan replied, intending to take his leave. Yet, at that moment, Lin Qingxue, filled with curiosity, asked, May I inquire about your name, senior brother? Lin Fan, taken aback by her question, instinctively furrowed his brow, a flicker of complexity shadowing his gaze. He yearned to unveil his true identity to Lin Qingxue, yet his current strength was insufficient. He resolved to wait until he had attained greater power before revealing himself. Turning to Lin Qingxue, he stated, In due time, you shall know. With that, he transformed into a streak of sword light and ascended into the sky, departing from the scene. As time flowed on, a month swiftly passed. During this period, the ancestor of the Lotus Sect, Sang Pe, regained her peak strength and dispatched individuals within the sect to gather celestial materials and earthly treasures, instructing Wang Xiao to accompany Lin Qingxue to deliver them, a gesture of reciprocity. At this moment, Wang Xiao, Lin Qingxue, and several disciples of the Lotus Sect arrived at the location of the 10,000 Laws Holy Sect, pushing a substantial amount of cultivation resources and some rare treasures of heaven and earth. However, upon their arrival, the scene before them caused their lips to twitch in disbelief. Could anyone truly reside amidst such ruins? Chapter 54. Drawing the sword and sparring. Due to the sparring sessions between Wang Pan and Lin Fan, coupled with the earlier battle involving Shu Dao Ao, the already dilapidated 10,000 Laws Holy Sect now resembled a mere wasteland. Yet, there was little to be done. The sect lacked funds for repairs. Had they possessed the means, restoration would have been swift. Nevertheless, Chen Chu believed there was merit in this state of affairs, an obscurity that kept them from prying eyes. Elder, are you certain there are still people in the 10,000 Laws Holy Sect? Has it not relocated? One of the Lotus Sect disciples inquired, pointing toward the desolate remnants. At that moment, Elder Wang Xiao was equally bewildered, her memories still anchored in a time when the Holy Sect had not been annihilated. She recalled the grandeur of the entrance, a sight to behold. Yet now, it lay in utter disarray. Just then, with a whoosh, Shu Dao Ao descended from the sky upon noticing their presence. Since joining the 10,000 Laws Holy Sect, Shu Dao Ao had devoted himself to cultivation, delving into the sword techniques of the heavenly tier and then patrolling the area. Who are you? Shu Dao Ao asked, landing gracefully before Wang Xiao, quickly discerning that she was the most powerful among the group. Wang Xiao, unable to gauge Shu Dao Ao's strength, couldn't help but voice her confusion. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she regarded him with newfound vigilance. With great respect, she bowed to Shu Dao Ao, saying, We are disciples from the nearby Lotus Sect. Your esteemed sect assisted us a month ago, and today we have come to express our gratitude. As Wang Xiao finished speaking, she instructed her fellow disciples to open the boxes of cultivation resources on the cart. Upon hearing her words, Shu Dao Ao instinctively furrowed his brow. He had just arrived and was completely unaware of the Lotus Sect's circumstances. At that moment, with another whoosh, the monkey arrived, having been resting not far away. He rushed over upon sensing something amiss. Elder Shu, allow them to set down their offerings and return, the monkey advised. Acknowledging the monkey's words with a nod, Shu Dao Ao responded, You may place your items down and then depart. Although it would have been effortless for Shu Dao Ao to assert control over the monkey, he treated him with utmost respect, recognizing his close association with Chen Chu. Perhaps it was due to their previous encounter when Shu Dao Ao had managed to outmaneuver the monkey, leading the latter to enjoy directing him. While the monkey often insisted on having Shu Dao Ao resolve matters, Shu Dao Ao bore no grievances, having grown accustomed to such dynamics during his time at the Shushan Sword Sect. Wang Xiao, upon hearing Shu Dao Ao's directive, instinctively furrowed her brow, revealing an expression of hesitation. They indeed harbored another intention, to witness the current state of the 10,000 Laws Holy Sect. Can we still rely on this as a foundation? How? Do you have other matters at hand? At that moment, The monkey addressed Elder Wang Xiao. Upon hearing the monkey's voice, Elder Wang Xiao smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed. There is another matter. The ancestor has commanded me to personally express gratitude to Master Chen." She sought another reason to enter the sacred sect of all laws. The monkey, upon hearing Elder Wang Xiao's words, nodded and then departed to inform Chen Chu. If Chen Chu consented, she would naturally be allowed entry. Soon, the monkey returned and said to the disciples of the Lotus Flower sect, "Come in." As the monkey's words fell, excitement illuminated the faces of Elder Wang Xiao and the Lotus Flower sect disciples. The monkey led the way, guiding the disciples to follow. Meanwhile, Xu Daoao observed from midair. However, along the way, Lin Qingxue detached from the group. Observing this, Xu Daoao furrowed his brow, preparing to seize Lin Qingxue. Yet, the clear voice of Chen Chu resonated in Xu Daoao's ears. "Elder Xu, let her go." After Chen Chu's words echoed, Xu Daoao nodded toward the direction of Chen Chu's voice and continued to watch the disciples of the Lotus Flower sect. Within the sacred sect of all laws, there existed a bamboo grove, originally designated for sword training. However, after the sect's demise, the grove fell into neglect, with many bamboo stalks having soared to great heights. At this moment, Lin Fan was cultivating within the bamboo grove. His swordsmanship had reached a bottleneck, and to break through to the next level, he required either guidance from a master or a moment of epiphany. The first option was not viable, as Xu Daoao was on the same level as Lin Fan in swordsmanship. Thus, he had no choice but to pursue the second path. Lin Fan was currently seeking enlightenment in the bamboo grove, hoping to elevate his swordsmanship to a new tier. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Fan relentlessly wielded his long sword, severing the surrounding bamboo. The sword energy he unleashed was immensely powerful. The crescent-shaped sword energy, once unleashed, could sweep through legions. Numerous bamboo stalks were cleaved asunder. However, just as Lin Fan was about to unleash another wave of sword energy to sweep across the grove, he suddenly sensed something. Without hesitation, he retrieved a mask from his storage ring and donned it. The next moment, Lin Fan pointed his sword toward a certain direction, having sensed the presence of another. "Come out," Lin Fan bellowed. As his voice faded, footsteps echoed. A familiar figure emerged before Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Qingxue? Lin Fan gazed at the figure before him with a hint of confusion. How could she possibly be here? "Senior brother, we meet again," Lin Qingxue said shyly, lowering her gaze and fidgeting with her fingers upon seeing Lin Fan, resembling a young girl who had spotted her crush, utterly bashful. "What brings you here?" Lin Fan sheathed his long sword and inquired of Lin Qingxue. "Lin Qingxue, last time, senior brother gifted us with the Zhurong crystal from the Lotus sect, and we are immensely grateful. Therefore, I was specially dispatched to express our gratitude." In truth, Lin Qingxue did not come here out of mere courtesy. She had a mission. However, it was also her desire to meet Lin Fan. Upon hearing Lin Qingxue's words, Lin Fan nodded, then glanced at the sword sheathed at her waist. "How is your swordsmanship?" he inquired, pointing towards her sword. Lin Qingxue, feeling a twinge of shame at his question, lowered her head and replied, "My swordsmanship pales in comparison to yours." Moments earlier, she had sensed a formidable sword intent outside the bamboo grove and, upon entering, realized it belonged to Lin Fan. In that instant, she understood that the one who had bestowed upon her the Zhurong crystal was indeed a master of the sword. Although her skills might surpass those of most in the Lotus sect, they were still insufficient compared to Lin Fan's. Lin Fan felt a tumult of emotions upon hearing her words. Previously, during his time at the Lin family, Lin Qingxue's swordsmanship was something he greatly admired. Yet, after a year had passed, his own swordsmanship had become the pinnacle she aspired to reach. How ironic. The next moment, Lin Fan spoke coolly to Lin Qingxue. "Draw your sword, let us spar." Chapter 55, Trouble with the Monkey in the Bamboo Grove. Clang. Bang. 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 Lin Fan and Lin Qingxue engaged in a spirited sparring match. Lin Fan maintained a firm upper hand, perceiving Lin Qingxue's swordplay as riddled with flaws. If he could not dominate, he would question his own abilities. However, he was rather blunt in his approach. Lin Qingxue's expression was not particularly pleasant. After all, no one wishes to be utterly suppressed. Each of her strikes was effortlessly countered, which left her feeling quite frustrated. Yet, this experience also made her acutely aware of the disparity between herself and Lin Fan. With a decisive strike, Lin Fan sent Lin Qingxue's sword flying from her grasp. Thud! She found herself seated on the ground, panting heavily. Her arms felt numb. Every clash with Lin Fan's sword sent vibrations coursing through her limbs. Ultimately, she could endure no longer and relinquished her grip. Observing Lin Qingxue sitting on the ground, a complex emotion flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. Initially, he had held a fondness for her due to their skill disparity, but now, the vast gulf between them diminished his previous admiration. Consider this sparring session as a token of gratitude, he remarked, intending to feign indifference and depart. However, just as he turned to leave, Lin Qingxue called out to him. Could you teach me? Lin Fan halted, puzzled, and looked back at her. What do you mean? Stepping closer to Lin Fan, Lin Qingxue spoke earnestly. I wish for you to teach me swordsmanship. As her words fell, Lin Fan furrowed his brow, initially inclined to refuse. Yet, upon meeting her hopeful gaze, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. Lin Qingxue beamed with a warm smile at Lin Fan's consent to teach her. The smile captivated Lin Fan, leaving him somewhat entranced. Subsequently, Lin Fan began to instruct Lin Qingxue in swordplay. Meanwhile, before the thatched cottage, Chen Chu sat cross-legged on the ground, facing Elder Wang Xiu. The gift from your esteemed sect has been accepted by our sect, so please take your leave, Chen Chu stated, without raising his eyelids to meet Wang Xiu's gaze. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Wang Xiu glanced around, and his expression shifted to one of disappointment, as if he had not discovered something he sought. At that moment, Chen Chu opened his eyes and regarded Wang Xiu. In that instant, their eyes met, and Wang Xiu felt a chill run down his back, as if an ancient beast were watching him. What are you looking at? Chen Chu inquired. Nothing, just reminiscing about my last visit to your esteemed sect, Wang Xiu replied. I see. Our sect understands, Chen Chu remarked. If there are no further matters, let the monkey see you off. With that final statement, a monkey emerged from beside Chen Chu and respectfully addressed Wang Xiu. Please. Faced with this, Wang Xiu could only rise reluctantly and depart. Shortly after his exit, Lin Fan arrived. Chen Chu observed Lin Fan's arrival and asked, How do you feel? He was already aware of the events that transpired within the bamboo grove, as his current strength allowed him to encompass a radius of several hundred miles with ease. Lin Fan, upon hearing Chen Chu's question, pressed his lips together and remained silent. Yet the smile at the corner of his mouth did not escape Chen Chu's notice. All right, return and practice diligently. At this rate, she will surely be drawn to you, Chen Chu said, rising and patting Lin Fan on the shoulder, wearing an expression of mutual understanding. After speaking, Chen Chu departed. Once he left, Lin Fan gazed in the direction where Lin Qingxue had gone. After Wang Xiu and the others departed, Lin Qingxue also followed the main group. However, the two had agreed to meet again in the future. As time passed, a year swiftly elapsed. During this period, Chen Chu gradually recruited several disciples for the 10,000 Methods Holy Sect. Although these disciples did not possess the qualifications of great emperors, they were certainly commendable, with promising futures ahead. Moreover, Chen Chu arranged for the restoration of the 10,000 Methods Holy Sect, reviving its former glory before its destruction. Following this, he also attracted some powerful individuals. Although the Dragon Hidden Dynasty was a remote place, many martial artists preferred to live in seclusion there, prompting Chen Chu to seek out a few cultivators at the Purple Mansion realm, extending an olive branch. Those who declined faced Chen Chu's decisive actions. A year later, Chen Chu had already reached the state of Yuan Shun, even advancing to its later stages. Were it not for the sect's lack of enduring cultivation resources, he might have reached the Dongsu realm. Nevertheless, his current mastery in the Yuan Shin state was sufficient for him to command respect over a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The 10,000 Methods Holy Sect now possessed the strength of a top-tier sect, boasting 5 elders at the Purple Mansion realm and 3 disciples at the Divine Concealment realm, namely the 9th Prince, Wang Pan, and Lin Fan. The 9th Prince arrived at the later stages of the Divine Concealment realm, while Wang Pan and Lin Fan, though slightly slower, had reached the mid-stages of the same realm. There were 4 disciples at the Foundation Establishment stage and 2 martial artists at the Innate stage. Although the number of disciples was few, their formidable combat prowess was noteworthy. In a true confrontation, it is this high combat capability that truly influences the outcome of battle. Above the Wanyao mountain range, Chen Chu, clad in a Taoist robe, hovered in midair. Beneath him lay countless corpses of demonic beasts, with several disciples of the Wanfashengzong extracting the demon cores from these creatures. Many demonic beasts at the innate stage possessed demon cores, which can be exchanged for currency. The Wanfashengzong has limited sources of income, and trading demon cores constitutes a significant portion of their revenue. Where has the monkey elder gone? Wang Pan inquired, brandishing a large axe and expressing his concern. As Wang Pan's words lingered in the air, Chen Chu cast a puzzled glance in his direction. The monkey is missing? Subsequently, Chen Chu closed his eyes, extending his spiritual sense to encompass the entire Wanyao mountain range. In an instant, his expression darkened as he sensed that several martial artists had captured the monkey. He then addressed Wang Pan, "Stay vigilant here. I shall return shortly." The Wanyao mountain range is vast, and the monkey may have wandered off, driven by curiosity, only to be seized by a group of human martial artists. An innate-level monkey capable of speech is a rare treasure for humans. At that moment, near a stream, The monkey was bound and subjected to cruel lashings by a group of unscrupulous warriors. In a short time, its body was drenched in blood, and its consciousness began to fade. The monkey, regretting its decision to heed the voice in its mind that led it here, wished it had not fallen into the hands of human martial artists. Enough, do not kill it, one of the armored middle-aged men interjected, observing the monkey's torment. Such a speaking monkey at the innate stage could fetch a considerable price with the Alchemist Guild. It seems the torture has been sufficient. Release it and take it away. Just then, powerful waves of battle reverberated from a distance, indicating that formidable beings were slaughtering the demonic beasts of the Wanyao mountain range. We must not linger and risk being implicated. At that moment, an armored middle-aged man approached the group, speaking authoritatively. However, as he spoke, he suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to find Chen Chu, drenched in blood, standing among the fallen bodies of his companions, emanating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down their spines. Those who insult my sect are truly courting death. Chapter 56. The monkey strikes at Chen Chu. Who are you? The armored man shouted in anger, unable to comprehend how his companions had fallen so swiftly into a pool of blood. Your father, Chen Chu replied dismissively, his expression cold and disdainful. Seeking death. The middle-aged man clad in armor, upon hearing Chen Chu's words, was consumed by a surge of anger. Without hesitation, he charged directly at Chen Chu. Observing this, Chen Chu refrained from uttering a single word and unleashed a powerful punch into the air before him. In an instant, a resounding crack echoed as the man's armor shattered. Immediately thereafter, a thunderous sound erupted, and the middle-aged man vanished, leaving only a pool of blood staining his armor. The martial artist, who had just ceased whipping the monkey, let out a piercing scream upon witnessing this scene, his terrified voice resonating through the heavens. The next moment, with another thunderous strike, Chen Chu delivered a second punch, obliterating the martial artist. Subsequently, Chen Chu appeared beside the monkey, with a slight shift in his gaze. The ropes binding the monkey were severed instantly. With a plop, the monkey fell into Chen Chu's embrace. Chen Chu retrieved a healing elixir from his storage ring and administered it to the monkey. Soon, the monkey opened its eyes and beheld Chen Chu. At this moment, Chen Chu had placed the monkey atop a stone and was rummaging through the belongings of the fallen martial artists. Upon discovering little of value, Chen Chu mercilessly crushed the corpses of the martial artists beneath his feet. In his eyes, these martial artists were largely mercenaries. In this world, mercenaries do exist, albeit only in smaller dynasties. Larger ones do not harbor such entities. Chen Chu was uncertain of the reasons behind this. Nonetheless, the strength of this group of mercenaries was commendable, particularly the armored man, who possessed late-stage foundation establishment prowess. Just a step away from the divine concealment realm, truly remarkable in this context. Ah, you're awake? Chen Chu remarked with a hint of amusement upon seeing the monkey regain consciousness. As soon as his words fell, the monkey looked at him with a sense of resignation. Chen Chu then approached the monkey and inquired, "How did you come to be here?" The monkey recounted the events leading to its arrival, and when he mentioned the voice in his mind, Chen Chu's brow furrowed in concern. He pressed further, "Can you still hear the voice in your mind?" The monkey briefly closed his eyes, then opened them and nodded affirmatively. Chen Chu instructed, "Lead me to it." The monkey nodded and guided Chen Chu towards the source of the voice. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a waterfall cave. "Master, it is within." The monkey gestured towards the cave. Chen Chu's gaze deepened as he peered into the cave, discovering a hollow within. In the next moment, he entered the waterfall cave alongside the monkey. At the entrance, Chen Chu observed numerous corpses of demonic beasts, though the strongest among them were merely at the foundation establishment level, hardly worthy of note. Additionally, it was unclear how long they had been dead, as they had long since turned to bones. These demonic beasts had evidently been bludgeoned to death. Chen Chu regarded the indentation marks on the skeletal remains and murmured softly. As his words faded, the monkey unwittingly ventured deeper into the cave. Noticing this, Chen Chu felt a twinge of curiosity and promptly followed suit. Soon, Chen Chu and the monkey ventured deep into the cave. Within its depths lay a vast cavern, littered with the bones of formidable beasts. The remains exhibited a high level of power, with even those from the Purple Mansion realm among them. This piqued Chen Chu's curiosity, compelling him to uncover what captivated the monkey. However, in the next moment, he turned to find the monkey had vanished, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon the monkey standing before a stone door, its expression vacant, as if entranced. Chen Chu approached and inquired, "Is the sound emanating from within?" The monkey nodded in affirmation. With a resounding thud, Chen Chu unleashed a punch at the stone door. Moments later, a cracking sound echoed as the door splintered apart. Chen Chu, accompanied by the monkey, stepped inside. Before them stood a statue, and as Chen Chu beheld it, his jaw dropped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Good heavens! The great sage equal to heaven. Indeed, the statue bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had encountered in his past life, depicting Sun Wukong. Brandishing the Rui Jingu Bang, the iron rod that calms the sea, Chen Chu was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly not traversed realms, or was this merely a dream? To ascertain the reality of his situation, he pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Ouch! He cried out, the pain confirming his wakefulness. How could such a statue exist here? As he pondered, he noticed the monkey had approached the base of the statue, where a rod lay, resembling the Rui Jingu Bang. Chen Chu followed suit, his pupils constricting in realization. This was not mere stone. It was the genuine Rui Jingu Bang, albeit sealed and in need of unsealing. Just then, the monkey grasped the rod with one hand, seemingly intent on wielding it. Suddenly, heavy footsteps reverberated through the cavern, causing the ground to tremble. Chen Chu's senses sharpened as he surveyed his surroundings, soon spotting a massive cavern to his left. Before him, an enormous lion, comparable to a small mountain, emerged. With violet-slitted eyes and a chest adorned with plum-colored fur, its powerful claws could unleash devastating force, and its tail, when swung, reverberated through the air. A beast of the late Purple Mansion realm? The moment Chen Chu laid eyes on this creature, he recognized its formidable prowess. In the vast expanse of the myriad beasts' mountain range, a beast of this caliber was nearly invincible. Chen Chu was perplexed, questioning why such a powerful beast would inhabit this place. Nevertheless, he resolved that he could contend with this mere Purple Mansion beast. In the next instant, the beast let out a thunderous roar directed at Chen Chu. He winced at the noise, then stooped to pick up a stone from the ground. In an instant, he hurled the stone with remarkable speed. Amidst the overwhelming aura, a resounding bang echoed as a stone pierced the skull of the monstrous beast with remarkable swiftness. The dull thud reverberated, marking the creature's demise at the hands of Chen Chu. Subsequently, a frown creased Chen Chu's forehead as he turned his gaze towards the monkey. Little did he know that this glance would unveil an astonishing sight. The monkey had somehow grasped the Rui Jingu Bang, the magical staff, and astonishingly, the once stone-carved staff had regained its luster. This revelation left Chen Chu somewhat astounded. He surmised that the monkey was likely connected to Sun Wukong, considering they both shared a simian lineage. Moreover, the monkey's demeanor suggested it was more than it appeared. With this thought in mind, Chen Chu resolved that the monkey could no longer afford to be idle. It was time for diligent training. As he contemplated this, Chen Chu noticed a shift in the monkey's aura. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the monkey brandished the Rui Jingu Bang and launched an attack against Chen Chu. Unfazed by the assault, Chen Chu slightly parted his fingers, and with a clang, he effortlessly parried the monkey's fierce strike. In the next instant, with an intense focus in his eyes, he unleashed a devastating punch towards the monkey. The impact sent the monkey hurtling backward, rendering it unconscious. Observing this, Chen Chu approached and sat cross-legged beside the fallen creature to ensure its safety. He understood that the monkey had been under some form of control, but he believed it would be fine upon regaining consciousness. As time passed, after what felt like an eternity, the monkey gradually opened its eyes and surveyed its surroundings. Upon spotting Chen Chu, the latter greeted the awakened monkey, inquiring, "How do you feel?" As soon as Chen Chu's words left his lips, a complex glimmer flickered in the monkey's eyes, and it nodded in response. "I feel all right. Why do you ask? Have I perhaps awakened some memories?" Chen Chu, noting the monkey's distant demeanor, jested, which elicited a look of surprise from the monkey. It was curious how Chen Chu had discerned this development. Indeed, some memories had resurfaced, a notion the monkey found difficult to accept. Observing the monkey's expression, Chen Chu inferred that his guess was likely correct and playfully remarked, "All right then. Let us be on our way. It's getting late." He refrained from probing further into the monkey's awakened memories, knowing that if the monkey wished to share, it would do so willingly. The sacred sect of 10,000 laws appeared revitalized, exuding an air of grandeur, yet lamentably, its disciples were few, lending an aura of desolation. Before the thatched cottage, Chen Chu sat contentedly. Though the sacred sect boasted numerous magnificent palaces, he found solace in the humble charm of this cottage. System task initiated. The host is required to recruit 100 disciples. 12100. Reward for the host includes a secret realm for the sect, a top-tier flying vessel, a luxurious spirit-gathering formation, 2 guardian statues, commensurate with the host's cultivation, a protective array for the sect, a scripture repository, 100 celestial tier techniques each for upper, middle, and lower grades, 1,000 earth tier techniques each for upper, middle, and lower grades, and an abundance of profound grade elixirs. Among others, reminder to the host, the minimum requirement for recruiting disciples is blue-grade aptitude. Chen Chu was initially quite pleased. The rewards were ample enough to allow him to seek out disciples of lesser aptitude. However, the system's final statement left him feeling somewhat resigned. To be frank, among the martial artists with blue-grade aptitude or higher in the dragon's potential empire, most were already part of the 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect. To continue recruiting disciples for his sect, two options remained: seize disciples from other sects or venture beyond the dragon's potential empire to find them. Chen Chu was certainly not inclined to pursue the former, leaving only the latter as a viable option. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to depart from the 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect, planning to take the monkey with him. Ever since the monkey acquired the sea-calming rod, its demeanor had become quite peculiar. Chen Chu feared for the monkey's safety and deemed it prudent to keep it close. However, before leaving the dragon's potential empire, Chen Chu intended to resolve matters with the corpse excavation sect and seek vengeance for Wang Pan. As for Lin Fan, that situation would unfold naturally. Over the course of the year, Lin Fan and Lin Qingshua's relationship had progressed rapidly, even leading to romantic encounters under the moonlit sky. Yet, Lin Fan still wore a mask, concealing his identity from Lin Qingxua. This left Chen Chu feeling quite anxious, having reminded Lin Fan on several occasions. Yet, Lin Fan would only respond with, "The time is not yet ripe." How pretentious. This was Chen Chu's sole evaluation of Lin Fan at present. Nevertheless, he understood that Lin Fan was simply afraid that if he removed the mask, Lin Qingxua might not accept him. It was akin to the apprehension of transitioning from an online romance to reality. Those who understood. On the following day, Chen Chu sought out Wang Pan, intending to take him along for vengeance. He had already discerned the current location of the corpse excavation sect. "Master, I shall follow your lead," Wang Pan replied, his eyes initially flashing with anger upon learning of Chen Chu's intention for revenge, before calming to a neutral expression. Although he yearned for retribution, 2 years of cultivation had taught him to conceal his emotions. Noticing this, Chen Chu spoke, "Prepare yourself. We shall depart from the 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect shortly." Wang Pan nodded in acknowledgement. Within the confines of the dragon's potential empire, in a secluded valley, disciples of the corpse excavation sect gathered. This location served as the stronghold for the sect. At this moment, many disciples were present to welcome the elder from the demon corpse sect. Days prior, they had received word of the elder's impending arrival to assist the corpse excavation sect in claiming this remote corner of the dragon's potential empire. Zhuge Ho had arrived early, accompanied by numerous disciples of the corpse excavation sect, awaiting the elder's arrival. "Master, when will the esteemed elder from the demon corpse sect arrive?" "Uncertain. We shall simply wait here, for we have no immediate plans," Zhuge Ho responded to the elders beside him. As his words faded, whoosh, 2 meteors streaked across the sky. Upon witnessing these celestial bodies, a faint smile instinctively graced Zhuge Ho's face, as he presumed it was the arrival of the Yushur sect's reinforcements. However, as the meteors drew nearer, Zhuge Ho's pupils dilated in disbelief, exclaiming, "It's you." Indeed, the visitors were none other than Chen Chu and Wang Pan. Boom. Wang Pan, wielding a colossal axe, unleashed a superior-grade martial technique, sweeping through the ranks of the corpse digger sect's disciples, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. Cursed. Zhuge Ho could not suppress his furious expletives, his heart ablaze with rage. Chen Chu hovered in the air, observing Wang Pan mercilessly slaughtering the disciples of the corpse digger sect. With Wang Pan's mid-stage divine concealment prowess, the disciples stood no chance of resistance. In mere moments, only a handful of elders from the corpse digger sect remained. Zhuge Ho surveyed the chaos around him, his eyes filled with fury and profound shock. He had not anticipated such ferocity from the opposing side. Nevertheless, he had no intention of fleeing, for according to his calculations, today was the day the esteemed master of the Yushur sect would arrive. In Zhuge Ho's view, the presence of the master would render any issues trivial. Yet, what Zhuge Ho failed to consider was that even with the Yushur sect's arrival, they would be but insignificant pawns in Chen Chu's presence. In the next moment, Wang Pan charged towards Zhuge Ho with his mighty axe. The overwhelming force descended like a celestial dome, surrounding them with a torrent of spiritual energy. The ensuing gust whipping against Zhuge Ho's face like a blade, leaving cracks upon his cheeks. "Damn it!" Zhuge Ho cursed under his breath as he beheld Wang Pan's advance. Lowering his gaze to the ground beneath him, he bellowed, "Rise." With Zhuge Ho's command, the earth trembled violently, fissures appearing as though something formidable was about to emerge. Observing this, Chen Chu scoffed, "Ha! A corpse of a late-stage divine concealment beast? Do you truly believe this will impede Wang Pan's axe?" Chapter 58 concludes. Roar. The powerful beast's roar shattered the nearby mountains. Wang Pan, startled by the sound, instinctively took a step back. His brow furrowed as he gazed at the apparition before him, a deceased late-stage divine concealment beast, resembling a white tiger. "Oh, the prized white tiger of our sect has been starved for too long. This time, you must feed it well," Zhuge Ho sneered coldly. casting a disdainful glance at the stationary Wang Pan. Yet, in the next instant, Zhuge He's smile froze upon his face. Crack! With a single swing of his axe, Wang Pan cleaved the late-stage demon beast of the divine concealment realm in two, its green venom spilling onto the ground. He raised the axe high above his head, giving it a slight twist. A powerful surge of spiritual energy dispersed the toxic liquid. Immediately, a colossal shadow reappeared behind Wang Pan, grasping a massive axe with an ominous presence. How could this be possible? Upon witnessing this spectacle, Zhuge He involuntarily stumbled back several steps, unable to fathom that a mere middle-aged man could sever a late-stage demon beast with one blow. Zhuge He, a voice echoed in his ears, as I have said. We shall meet again. It was Chen Chu. Hearing Chen Chu's words, Zhuge He looked up at him and retorted angrily. I have not provoked you. Why can't you leave me be? Chen Chu replied. Oh, come now, Zhuge He, your corpse digger's sect has been consistently provoking me. Zhuge He exclaimed, you speak nonsense. I do not even know you, nor do I know him. How can you claim I have provoked you? Chen Chu inquired. Oh, have you truly not recognized me? Zhuge He retorted, what do you mean by that? Are you implying I know you? Zhuge He felt a sense of dread as he scrutinized Chen Chu's face intently. After 3 seconds, he incredulously pointed at Chen Chu and shouted, You are Chen Chu. Chen Chu nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Zhuge He gasped, impossible. Were you not crippled by Qin Fun? His eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bulging from their sockets. He could hardly accept that the figure suspended in midair was indeed Chen Chu. Chen Chu remarked, in this world, nothing is impossible. Now you understand why I seek to annihilate your corpse digger's sect, do you not? He continued, in truth, it is not I who desires your destruction, but rather my disciples. Had it not been for the tragic incident in Qingshui City, your sect would not have even caught my attention. As Chen Chu's words settled, Zhuge He suddenly recalled something and asked, was it you who took my sect's soul-eating banner in Qingshui City? Observing Zhuge He's astonished expression, Chen Chu, with hands clasped behind his back, nodded derisively. Naturally, Zhuge He chuckled darkly. So it was you who repeatedly thwarted our corpse digger's sect's plans. Had I known, I should have dealt with you when you were crippled by Qin Fun. His tone was laced with profound regret. He should not have nurtured a tiger to peril. At that moment, 3 figures emerged in the air. Among them, one was human, while the other 2, concealed within cloaks, appeared to be demon beasts. Ha! The people from the Demon Corpse sect have arrived. You can all prepare to meet your end. Zhuge He shouted excitedly at Chen Chu. In his eyes, the arrival of the Demon Corpse sect's elders meant certain death for both Chen Chu and Wang Pan. Upon hearing Zhuge He's words, Chen Chu turned to face the approaching elder of the Demon Corpse sect, early-stage Purple Mansion realm. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the elder, Chen Chu's expression turned mocking. He dismissed the early-stage Purple Mansion realm as inconsequential. However, he found the 2 demon beasts under the elder's control to be of interest. Both of these demonic beasts possessed the formidable strength of the late Purple Mansion realm. Had it been the previous Chen Chu, he would have undoubtedly turned on his heel and departed. However, now he had ascended to the realm of the primordial spirit, making the confrontation with this individual and the 2 beasts exceedingly effortless. With a fierce roar, Chen Chu unleashed his might. In the next moment, boom. The elder of the demonic corpse sect, who had just arrived, barely had time to inquire about the situation before being obliterated by a single punch. Fragments of his body scattered from the air, with his head landing precisely before Zhuge He. Zhuge He gazed at the severed head rolling at his feet, his composure shattered. It felt as if countless restless spirits were dragging him into the abyss, extinguishing his final glimmers of hope. Yet, he still possessed a few corpses. In an instant, Zhuge He soared towards the rear canyon, determined to use these bodies as a barrier against Chen Chu and Wang Pan. Observing Zhuge He's retreat, Chen Chu promptly communicated telepathically with Wang Pan. Pursue. No sooner had Chen Chu spoken than Wang Pan surged forward with remarkable speed, far surpassing Zhuge He. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with him. Zhuge He, witnessing Wang Pan close in, contorted his face in a snarl. Subsequently, his right hand transformed into a swirling mass of black mist. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 dozens of corpses of Foundation Establishment Realm warriors hurtled towards Wang Pan, attempting to impede his pursuit of Zhuge He. Meanwhile, Chen Chu hovered above, vigilantly monitoring Zhuge He for any unforeseen developments. Wang Pan, faced with the obstruction of corpses, swung his axe down decisively. Instantly, space itself seemed to cleave apart, obliterating every last body in his path. Wang Pan pressed on in his pursuit. Witnessing this, Zhuge He's complexion turned ashen. He had never anticipated that his demise would occur here. In that moment, he found himself devoid of options. Despite having orchestrated numerous strategies, they were rendered useless now. In the next heartbeat, swish, Wang Pan's axe struck Zhuge He directly. Instantly, A haze enveloped Zhuge He's vision, and soon he plummeted to the ground like a severed kite, devoid of breath. Thus, Zhuge He met his end. Wang Pan, observing Zhuge He's lifeless form before him, felt a sense of vengeance fulfilled. He placed his mighty axe upon the ground and let out a triumphant howl to the heavens. In the air, Chen Chu witnessed this scene and silently turned to depart. After a considerable time, Wang Pan flew to Chen Chu's side. Chen Chu looked at Wang Pan, employing his true eye to assess him, and upon discovering that the dark fate had completely vanished, he understood that Wang Pan had emerged victorious. Was it satisfying? Chen Chu inquired of Wang Pan. Indeed, it was satisfying, Wang Pan replied. What are your plans moving forward? Chen Chu asked. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation. I will heed whatever the sect master commands, Wang Pan responded. In that case, venture forth to gain experience, Chen Chu concluded. As his words fell, Wang Pan cast a perplexed glance at Chen Chu. Chen Chu, remaining confined to one place for cultivation yields little benefit. It is advisable to venture out for some experience. Given your current strength, as long as you do not leave the Longqian Empire, few can inflict harm upon you. Wang Pan nodded in agreement, replying, very well. Chapter 59. Choya City. As time passed, Chen Chu, accompanied by the monkey, arrived at this location. It had been 3 months since Chen Chu aided Wang Pan in the destruction of the corpse digger sect. Master, we have found several disciples along the way. How many more must we seek? The monkey asked Chen Chu with a hint of impatience. The journey had been tedious, leaving the monkey feeling quite fatigued. Upon hearing the monkey's words, Chen Chu turned his gaze toward the city before them and smiled gently. We still have a long way to go, 82 more to be precise. It is likely that we will not gather them all within a year or two. The monkey lamented. Had I known, I would not have agreed to come. To be honest, I now regret it. Initially, Chen Chu promised good food and drink and an adventure. Yet here we are, scouring the Cold Wind Empire near the Longqian Empire for sect disciples. You insist on searching in the most desolate places, where there are no delicacies. Only dirt, and the progress is painfully slow. In truth, Chen Chu also wished to expedite matters. But the Eye of Truth could only be used 100 times per day. After exhausting its usage, he would scout ahead, listening for whispers of once great talents who had since fallen from grace. If such individuals existed, he would await the refresh of his opportunities to investigate further. Master, why don't you let me stay in this city while you search? Once you're done, you can return here to find me. How does that sound? The monkey suggested, inching closer to Chen Chu and casting him a flirtatious glance. Chen Chu, bemused, shook his head resolutely. Enough of that. Let us head inside quickly. If you continue to chatter, I will not provide you with any spirit wine. Curse it. As they entered Choya City, Chen Chu instructed the monkey to remain silent and obediently stay on his shoulder to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. However, trouble soon found them. A woman cast her eyes upon the monkey perched on Chen Chu's shoulder. It was perplexing why a woman would take an interest in a monkey. She intended to snatch the creature away, believing Chen Chu to be merely a performer, and thus, stealing his possession would be inconsequential. What do you want? Chen Chu inquired, addressing the woman before him. The woman replied with a chuckle, what does it seem like? I intend to take this monkey. Chen Chu responded, this monkey is my friend. I shall not sell him. Who said anything about buying? I am here to steal, can't you see? The woman's assertive demeanor and tone left Chen Chu momentarily bewildered. When did street robbery become so brazen? Then, Chen Chu suddenly noticed the peculiar glances from the surrounding townsfolk. They looked at him with pity. This realization dawned upon Chen Chu, as he discerned the woman before him was likely the sovereign of this domain, emboldened enough to commit robbery in broad daylight. However, Chen Chu felt no trepidation. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, the woman disintegrated, her remains strewn across a wide expanse. The air thick with the metallic scent of blood. A murder! A murder! The townsfolk, witnessing the woman's demise, erupted into screams, their faces etched with panic and terror. Ignoring the chaos, Chen Chu continued his stride down the street, emboldened by an indomitable confidence. Moments later, dozens of soldiers encircled him from a distance, seemingly intent on administering immediate justice. The monkey, observing the scene, wore an expression of disdain. Now possessing the strength of the Foundation establishment realm, he regarded the soldiers, most of whom were merely at the chi refinement stage, with contempt, deeming them laughably inadequate. To dare kill the second young lady of the Su family was indeed courting death. As the leading middle-aged man spoke, Chen Chu furrowed his brow and retorted, she attempted to rob me, and in my defense, I inadvertently killed her. Is there an issue with that? The middle-aged man, sensing Chen Chu's unwavering demeanor, felt an inexplicable unease, fearing that Chen Chu was of considerable significance. At that moment, members of the Su family arrived. The Su family was the foremost clan in Choya City, their authority unquestionable. With their presence, the soldiers regained a semblance of courage. Young master. He is the one who killed the second young lady, the middle-aged man exclaimed, hastening to ingratiate himself with the Su family leader while pointing accusatorily at Chen Chu. Upon hearing this, the young master of the Su family cast a disdainful glance at Chen Chu, then commanded the middle-aged man, capture him. As soon as the young master's words left his lips, the middle-aged man attempted to respond, but upon meeting the young master's predatory gaze, he quickly shouted to his soldiers, seize him. However, before the middle-aged man could finish, a resounding thud echoed as all the soldiers collapsed in a pool of blood. Even the attendants accompanying the Su family were caught off guard, meeting the same fate. Only the middle-aged man and the young master remained standing, utterly stupefied. Are you here to court death? Chen Chu inquired, as he slowly approached the two. With a sudden thud, both the young master and the middle-aged man crumpled to the ground, their eyes wide with terror. They realized they had provoked a force far beyond their reckoning. Given my already foul mood, you chose to come here seeking trouble, seeking death, Chen Chu declared, his gaze icy as the fabric of his clothing rustled ominously, preparing to strike down the two. Yet, at that moment, a voice resonated from above. Esteemed elder, I implore you to spare my junior. As the voice echoed, Chen Chu looked up to see an elder clad in white, long white whiskers cascading down his chest, exuding an ethereal presence. Ancestor. The young master of the Su family cried out in alarm upon recognizing the elder. As the elder descended, the young master of the Su family discreetly positioned himself behind him. The elder, known as Su Yangti, is the esteemed ancestor of the Su family. Rather than acknowledging the young master, Su Yangti respectfully bowed to Chen Chuxing, pleading for Chen Chuxing to spare his unworthy descendant. Upon hearing this, Chen Chuxing nodded and remarked, indeed, there is a saying, money can avert disaster. Su Yangti, upon hearing Chen Chuxing's words, nodded in agreement. That is only natural, he replied. Chen Chuxing then stated, you are somewhat reasonable. However, should you dare to refuse, this sect would not hesitate to make you, a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm, suffer a bitter fate right here. Su Yangti's pupils dilated in shock as he realized that Chen Chuxing had discerned his cultivation level. This indicated that Chen Chuxing's strength surpassed his own, likely placing him at the mid or even late stages of the Purple Mansion realm. Su Yangti, still lacking in experience, dared not assume Chen Chuxing was at the primordial spirit realm, as he believed that practitioners of such caliber would not deign to visit a small place like the Cold Wind Dynasty, let alone a remote city like Autumn Leaf City. Senior, please accompany me to the Su family for a visit. We will undoubtedly treat you as our esteemed guest, he implored. Chapter 60. Journey to the Su family. Upon arriving at the Su family estate, Chen Chuxing was greeted by numerous disciples who had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. Leading them was none other than the current patriarch, Su Dingtian. With great respect, Su Dingtian, accompanied by his wife and children, saluted Su Yangti, who returned the gesture with a smile and a nod. It is worth mentioning that in the Su family, the young master is not the son of Su Dingtian, but rather the son of the second branch head, Su Ming, as Su Dingtian's own son is deemed a wastrel. Although he can practice martial arts, after 3 years, his cultivation remains at the third level of the Qi gathering realm. Such an inept individual cannot bear the title of young master. The second young lady of the Su family, whom Chen Chuxing had slain, is indeed Su Ming's daughter. This is Senior Chen. Su Yangti introduced Chen Chuxing to the gathered members of the Su family, having informed Su Yangti of his name during their journey. Following Su Yangti's introduction, the Su family members respectfully bowed to Chen Chuxing, greeting him as Senior Chen. Indeed, Chen Chuxing acknowledged with a nod. Subsequently, Su Yangti led Chen Chuxing into the reception hall. From his storage ring, Su Yangti produced a piece of ancient meteorite iron and presented it to Chen Chuxing, explaining, Senior Chen, this is ancient meteorite iron, capable of forging superior-grade weapons of the mysterious tier. As a token of our first meeting, I offer it to you. With Su Yangti's words concluded, Chen Chuxing nodded and stored the ancient meteorite iron in his own space. Although he had little use for superior-grade weapons, he considered it a worthy gift for his future disciples, who would surely value it. Senior Chen, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Autumn Leaf City? Su Yangti asked cautiously, his eyes filled with curiosity, as the members of the Su family took their seats. Chen Chuxing replied candidly, I have come here in search of talented disciples to recruit into my sect. Upon hearing that Chen Chu was here to take on disciples, Su Yangti's eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately recognized that Chen Chu's cultivation level was undoubtedly superior to his own. If any disciple from the Su family could join Chen Chu's esteemed ranks, it would undoubtedly bring countless benefits to the Su clan. Without hesitation, Su Yangti proposed to Chen Chu, esteemed Chen, our Su family is also brimming with talent. Why not grant the younger generation an opportunity to present themselves before you? As soon as Su Yangdi's words fell, the gaze of everyone present turned fervent as they looked at Chen Chu. Observing their ancestors' attitude towards this venerable figure, they realized that if their sons could become Chen Chu's disciples, they would soar to great heights. And the next leader of the Su family could very well be one of them. Chen Chu, upon hearing this, smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth lifting in amusement. He had indeed come with such intentions, and now that Su Yangdi had taken the initiative, he could seize the opportunity to assess whether the Su family had any prodigious disciples that met his desires. Chen Chu nodded in response to Su Yangdi. Very well. After all, my sect cannot take your offerings without due consideration. With Chen Chu's words, excitement illuminated the faces of Su Yangdi and everyone present. However, upon closer inspection, Su Dingtian and his wife bore expressions of bitterness. They were acutely aware that their son's talents were lacking, and Chen Chu would likely overlook him. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Chu had already taken note of their son, whose name was Su Dadi. This name, seemingly grand, was not bestowed lightly. It was given by Su Yangdi himself. When Su Dadi was born, there was an extraordinary phenomenon in the sky, with 9 dragons appearing, which left Su Yangdi in awe. Even the Cold Wind dynasty and several nearby royal sects had come to seek to take him under their wing when he turned 16. Overjoyed, Su Yangdi named him Su Dadi, not anticipating that he would become known as the infamous wastrel of Chiuyue City. However, Su Dadi was far from being a failure. Name, Su Dadi. Age, 19. Talent, Emperor, Gold. Destiny, afflicted by misfortune, Purple. Childhood curse, Gold. Master Marksman, Gold. Emperor's talent, Gold. Family exclusion, Green. Physique, Holy Gun combat body. This was the feedback provided to Chen Chu by the Eye of Truth. It was evident from examining his destiny that Su Dadi possessed the talents of an emperor, but his progress had been stunted due to the childhood curse and other afflictions. However, with Chen Chu's presence, he would undoubtedly be safe. In any case, Su Dadi was a disciple he was determined to take under his wing. In the next moment, under Su Yangdi's direction, many younger members of the Su family gathered outside. Su Yangdi, with great flattery, addressed Chen Chu. Esteemed Chun, the individuals have assembled. We would be grateful for your presence outside to observe them. As Su Yangdi's words concluded, Chen Chu rose and stepped outside. He was eager to see if the Su family had any other talented disciples besides Su Dadi who possessed exceptional qualities. As long as he found anyone with talent above the green level, he would gladly accept them. A monkey perched on Chen Chu's back spotted a young woman from the Su family as soon as they stepped out, and its eyes gleamed with interest. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Chu cast a puzzled glance at the monkey. He had yet to employ the Eye of Truth for scanning. Could it be that the monkey had already identified a prodigious disciple? However, as Chen Chu followed the direction of the monkey's gaze, he beheld a woman, as radiant as a lotus flower emerging from the water, who was presently shyly toying with her fingers, her head bowed. Goodness! This monkey is a connoisseur of beauty as well? Observing the woman's visage, Chen Chu instantly comprehended the reason behind the monkey's gleaming eyes. It was clear that he had taken a fancy to her. Moreover, the woman possessed an admirable figure, with a slender waist akin to a green serpent, delicate pink lips, and her bosom prominently displayed. Her complexion was fair, and if rated out of 100, she would undoubtedly score above 80. Upon hearing Chen Chu's remarks, the monkey clicked his tongue and replied, "Humans and demons are worlds apart. Please do not misunderstand, master." Though the monkey's words seemed to suggest that there was little possibility between himself and the woman, Chen Chu astutely sensed something amiss. His brows furrowed as he discreetly transmitted a query to the monkey. "Is this woman perhaps of the demon race?" The monkey chuckled. "Indeed, master, you are perceptive. That woman is not of the human race. She is a demon who has infiltrated our midst. However, her aura suggests she is merely at the foundation establishment stage. It is perplexing how she could have transformed and entered the Su family. It is well known that only Soul Realm demon beasts possess the ability to take human form, while it is unheard of for Foundation Establishment demon beasts to do so, unless they have consumed the legendary transformation pill. Without such a remedy, it would be utterly impossible." Chen Chu, upon hearing the monkey's words, displayed a peculiar expression but managed to suppress any visible change in demeanor. He then utilized the Eye of Truth to examine the disciples of the Su family. After nearly 50 scans, he found no one with a green or higher aptitude. Most were merely red or orange. Such candidates were hardly worth considering, as accepting them would only burden the sect further. At that moment, Su Yangdi seemed to sense a shift in Chen Chu's aura, causing a weight to settle in his heart. He cautiously approached and inquired, "Senior Chun, is there truly not a single one among our Su family's juniors that you find appealing?" As Su Yangdi's words fell, the parents of the children instinctively held their breath, hoping their offspring would be chosen. However, when Chen Chu shook his head, disappointment washed over the faces of all present. Yet, They had long been prepared for this outcome, knowing full well that it was unlikely any would be selected. If there were indeed disciples worthy of Chen Chu's attention, they would hardly still be within the Su family. Moreover, some of the family's talented disciples had already joined various sects, leaving behind only a handful of less desirable candidates. Thank you for your efforts, Senior Chen, Su Yangti said with a tone of regret, bowing respectfully, though he had mentally braced himself. The sight of Chen Chu's shake of the head still left him feeling somewhat disheartened. At that moment, however, Chen Chu directed his gaze toward the great Emperor Su. Su Yangti, sensing Chen Chu's attention, instinctively followed his gaze to the great Emperor Su, prompting all eyes in the room to converge upon him. As Su Dingtian and his wife noticed the gaze of the crowd fixated upon their son, they appeared somewhat bewildered. Come here, young man. Chen Chu beckoned to the sovereign emperor. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, the sovereign emperor instinctively furrowed his brows, glancing towards Su Dingtian and his mother. Unlike the ninth prince, who concealed his true self with a cultivation level of the divine concealment realm, the sovereign emperor genuinely possessed the cultivation of the third level of the Qi induction realm. The two were not comparable. Thus, at this moment, the sovereign emperor felt a twinge of trepidation. The elder has summoned you. You should go, Su Dingtian urged, gently pushing his son forward. Subsequently, the sovereign emperor nodded and approached Chen Chu. In the next instant, Chen Chu placed his hand upon the sovereign emperor's forehead. Instantly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy enveloped him. In that moment, a tempest of spiritual energy erupted above the Su family, casting the heavens into darkness. The entire Hanfeng dynasty bore witness to the extraordinary phenomenon above Qiuyue City. A warrior of the spirit transformation realm could effortlessly obliterate a dynasty, making such a commotion quite justifiable. Emperor, Su Dingtian's wife cried out in distress upon seeing her son's anguished expression, her voice laced with poignant sorrow. Without hesitation, she attempted to rush forth to protect her son. Suddenly, Su Yangdi appeared, blocking her path, and addressed Su Dingtian. Take your wife away and organize the family to evacuate Qiuyue City. Although Su Yangti was unaware of the unfolding events, he sensed the formidable power radiating from Chen Chu, which seemed poised to annihilate Qiuyue City. As Su Yangdi's words fell, Su Dingtian disregarded his wife's cries, swiftly rendering her unconscious with a precise strike, then instructed the heads of the various branches of the Su family to evacuate the disciples. At this moment, the monkey, too, followed the Su family disciples out of the city. Soon, the Su family disciples departed Qiuyue City. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the celestial phenomenon above the Su family, numerous factions within Qiuyue City assumed that an attack was imminent against the Su family, prompting many to flee the city. At this juncture, very few remained within Qiuyue City. Elder monkey, what has transpired? On a nearby peak, Su Yangti approached the monkey with great respect, bowing as he inquired. He discerned that the relationship between the monkey and Chen Chu was far from ordinary. Cultivating a good rapport with the monkey would undoubtedly benefit his connection with Chen Chu. If this monkey is not mistaken, the monkey spoke with unwavering confidence. It seems your Su family disciple is about to join the sect of the master. The monkey's tone exuded certainty, as he believed that Chen Chu only recruited those with exceptional talents. If his intuition held true, this disciple likely possessed the potential of an emperor-level talent. As the monkey's words echoed, an uproar erupted among the Su family disciples, with some rejoicing and others fuming. Su Dingtian rejoiced, while Su Ming and his family were filled with ire. Elder, is this true? Upon hearing the words of the monkey, Su Dingtian strode forward with great respect, his eyes brimming with an indescribable excitement. He had always believed that his son was not a wastrel. The monkey replied, It is likely, but ultimately it depends on whether your son proves himself. After speaking, the monkey clasped his hands behind his back, adopting an inscrutable expression. Indeed, indeed. Su Dingtian nodded fervently, his face alight with anticipation. Just then, a deafening explosion shattered the tranquility of Qiuyue City, akin to the detonation of an atomic bomb, obliterating the entire city. In that moment, every structure within Qiuyue City lay in ruins, and those citizens and martial artists who had not evacuated perished in the cataclysm. The spirit storm of the Yuanshan realm was beyond the comprehension of Purple Mansion realm warriors, let alone those of lesser cultivation or ordinary folk. Witnessing the devastation, Su Yangti and the members of the Su family soared into the air. Once the shockwaves subsided, they returned to the Sun family estate. At that moment, the Sun family too was reduced to rubble, every building having endured a baptism of destruction. On the square, Chen Chu and the Emperor Su stood resolutely. Senior Chen, Su Yangti murmured upon witnessing this scene. He intended to approach and inquire about the events that had transpired. However, before he could reach them, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy emanated from the Emperor Su's body. Threefold Qi Gathering Realm. Fourfold Qi Gathering Realm. Ninefold Qi gathering realm. Threefold postnatal realm. Eightfold postnatal realm. Ninefold postnatal realm. Threefold innate realm. The Emperor Su's cultivation soared to the threefold innate realm before finally stabilizing. Above him, a colossal vortex materialized in the sky, crackling with lightning and thunder. This spectacle left the disciples of the Su family utterly astounded. Has my son truly ascended to the innate realm? In an instant? Su Dingtian exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Su Yangti, equally astonished, had witnessed many extraordinary events. Yet nothing as outrageous as this, an ascent from the threefold Qi gathering realm to the threefold innate realm in a single day. Such an astonishing occurrence, if revealed, would likely be met with skepticism. At that moment, Chen Chu exhaled, releasing a few breaths of foul air, his expression growing weary. Utilizing his formidable spiritual energy, he managed to dispel a portion of the curse afflicting the Emperor Su, though only partially. Should he succeed in completely eradicating the curse from the Emperor's body, it was likely that the Emperor could directly ascend to the Foundation Establishment realm, or even the Divine Abode realm. His body is remarkably peculiar, Chen Chu mused. Gazing at the threefold innate Emperor Su, his eyes filled with profound astonishment. He had encountered disciples with imperial potential like Lin Fan, yet had never seen anyone like the Emperor Su. Within him resided a wealth of potent spiritual energy, which felt both alien and intrinsic to him. This perplexed Chen Chu, prompting deep contemplation regarding the Emperor's condition. Then, drawing upon the knowledge from his previous life, Chen Chu considered a possibility: reincarnation. This was the only explanation for the current state of the Emperor Su's body. Chapter 62. A Salutation to the Elder. Reincarnation. Only this could elucidate the Emperor Su's present condition. Upon contemplating this, Chen Chu felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. He then rose, stretching his limbs. At that very moment, the previously closed eyes of Emperor Su fluttered open. In that instant, the youthful innocence in his gaze was replaced by a profound steadiness, and his aura subtly transformed. Emperor. Just then, the Emperor's mother awakened. Upon seeing her son, she leapt into his embrace, holding him tightly. The warmth of her embrace enveloped the Emperor, and his expression gradually became complex. Su Dingtian approached his son, employing spiritual energy to examine his body for any lingering effects. To his astonishment, such a rapid breakthrough had left no physical damage whatsoever, a truly unfathomable phenomenon. Senior Chen. Su Yangti approached Chen Chu, bowing respectfully. He recognized that Chen Chu had gifted the Su family a remarkable prodigy. Chen Chu nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the monkey joined Chen Chu's side. Master, how is it? The monkey inquired, gesturing towards Emperor Su. Su Yangti's heart raced, his ears perked up, eager to hear Chen Chu's words. He has been cursed. Only part of it has been lifted. There remains much more, Chen Chu explained. The mention of a curse stirred a tempest of emotions within Su Yangti. A curse? Only partially lifted? How could this be? Many members of the Su family overheard Chen Chu's words, their expressions filled with confusion as they looked toward him and Emperor Su. Senior Chen, what does this mean? Is my grandson, the Emperor, cursed, rendering him a waste? Su Yangti pressed, urgency evident in his voice as he yearned for clarity. Your grandson is far from a waste. In fact, his potential could lead him to attain the status of Emperor. However, regrettably, the curse weighs heavily upon him. If it is not fully dispelled, he may only ever reach the tribulation realm, unable to ascend to the rank of Emperor in his lifetime, Chen Chu remarked. His expression tinged with regret. As Chen Chu's words settled in the air, a thunderous reaction erupted within the Su family. An emperor? The future Emperor Su? Chen Chu's proclamation left Su Yangti and all present in a state of shock. The monkey, however, remained composed, having anticipated this outcome. Su Dingtian and his wife stood in stunned silence, staring at their son, the Emperor. Could he truly possess the potential to become an emperor? Is what you say true? Senior Chen. Su Yangti stammered, overwhelmed with excitement, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. If the Su family had a disciple destined for the rank of emperor, it would be a momentous occasion indeed. Chen Chu nodded in affirmation, then shook his head, saying, however, regrettably, our sect does not possess the means to completely lift the curse. Should it remain unaddressed, he may only achieve the tribulation realm. Prepare yourselves mentally. Upon hearing this, Su Yangti, instead of feeling disheartened, remained exhilarated. He did not expect his grandson, Emperor Su, to achieve greatness. Even becoming a transcendent warrior would suffice. In the entirety of Qingzhou, how many transcendent warriors existed? The Cold Wind dynasty did not possess even a single Soul Realm warrior. And even those in the Purple Mansion realm could be counted on one's fingers. A transcendent warrior could easily dominate the Cold Wind dynasty. However, at that moment, Chen Chu addressed Su Yangti. My sect intends to take Emperor Su away from here for proper cultivation. Here, he will not receive the training he deserves. Nevertheless, I assure you that he will visit you once every decade. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Su Yangdi agreed without a moment's hesitation. All right. Emperor Su was a prodigy discovered by Chen Chu, and thus it was only fitting that he be entrusted to Chen Chu for guidance. From that moment on, any lingering resentment Su Yangdi harbored due to Chen Chu's actions against the Su family dissipated entirely. Chen Chu, pleased with Su Yangdi's response, smiled. If Su Yangdi had shown ingratitude, Chen Chu would not have hesitated to take action. Young one, starting today, you shall accompany me, Chen Chu said to Emperor Su. He could not return Emperor Su to the 10,000 Methods Sacred Sect, as he still needed to seek out disciples. He would first take Emperor Su with him, exploring potential means to break his curse along the way. If none were found, he would choose an appropriate time to return him to the 10,000 Methods Sacred Sect. Emperor Su nodded in acknowledgement of Chen Chu's words, but a flicker of something unusual crossed his eyes. Chen Chu, perceptive as ever, noticed this slight change but chose not to comment further. Su Dingtian, upon hearing that Chen Chu intended to take his son, expressed no objections. Instead, he urged Emperor Su to diligently follow Chen Chu in his training and not to disappoint the expectations placed upon him. Senior Chen, now that quiescity has fallen and much of the Su family's assets have been reduced to ashes, we have little left. Please accept these precious materials, Su Yangdi said, presenting Chen Chu with a storage ring. Although Chen Chu had obliterated all of quiescity, the potential of acquiring a future transcendent warrior was indeed a substantial gain. One could say it was exceedingly profitable. Chen Chu accepted the storage ring from Su Yangdi and glanced at its contents, nodding in satisfaction. Thank you. The next moment, Chen Chu turned to Su Yangdi and stated, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave with Emperor Su. With that, Su Yangdi nodded, very well. Thus, Chen Chu prepared to depart with Emperor Su from the Su family. This journey had yielded a disciple of imperial potential, a remarkable triumph. Just then, Su Dingtian's wife approached Chen Chu, gazing at her son, Emperor Su. Cautiously, she inquired, Senior, if I wish to see my son, how might I find him? Chen Chu replied, here is a token. You may use it to seek your son at the 10,000 Methods Sacred Sect in the Longqian dynasty. The Cold Wind dynasty had little knowledge of the Longqian dynasty, and thus, few were acquainted with the matters of the 10,000 Methods Sacred Sect. Su Dingtian's wife took the token from Chen Chu, gazing at the 4 characters inscribed, 10,000 Methods Sacred Sect, before placing it against her chest, safeguarding it with care. As I reflect on my son, I can take a moment to reminisce. Darn it. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yang felt an overwhelming surge of resentment. When his daughter passed away, he did not experience such intense anger. However, seeing his worthless son, Su Dingtian, ascend to great heights ignited a burning fury within him. At this moment, Chen Chu also sensed Su Yang's gaze, yet he chose to disregard it. In a lineage of failures, how could there not be a few adversaries or relatives? Subsequently, Chen Chu, accompanied by the monkey and Su Dadi, continued their quest for disciples. Su Yang and the other members of the Su family bowed respectfully in the direction Chen Chu departed, honoring their elder. Chapter 63. The Temple of Compassion amidst the biting winds of the Cold Wind dynasty. In an ancient primordial forest, Chen Chu and his companions found a suitable resting place. Kindling a fire to roast meat. Master, this meat is exceptionally delectable, the monkey exclaimed, savoring the roasted delicacy while intermittently expressing his admiration. Observing the monkey devour the meat, Chen Chu felt a twinge of curiosity. Is the monkey also a meat eater? Master, where shall we head next? Su Dadi inquired, having accompanied Chen Chu for a month. During this time, Su Dadi had wholly placed his trust in Chen Chu and had begun to learn the heavenly rank techniques presented by him, elevating his strength to the 5th level of the innate realm. To the Temple of Compassion, Chen Chu declared, revealing their next destination. Through his inquiries over the past month, Chen Chu had discovered that there existed a revered monk within the temple capable of lifting the curse afflicting Su Dadi. Thus, he intended to guide Su Dadi there. Their journey through the forest aimed to expedite their arrival at the temple's location. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Su Dadi expressed confusion, having never encountered the name Temple of Compassion before. Master, is this Temple of Compassion truly a temple? The monkey asked Chen Chu. Indeed, it is a temple, Chen Chu replied. Ah, how mundane. But what about that demoness who has been trailing you? Do you not intend to address her? The monkey subtly indicated towards the foliage behind them. Throughout the past month, they had been followed by a certain individual, the demoness from the Su family. Since she had not committed any egregious acts, Chen Chu had chosen to ignore her presence, allowing her to follow. Su Dadi, upon hearing their conversation, felt perplexed, unaware of the implications. Could it be that someone was pursuing them? At this moment, Su Dadi only possessed the cultivation of the innate realm and, thus, could not sense the aura of the foundation-building demoness. After a moment of contemplation prompted by the monkey's remark, Chen Chu decided it was time for transparency. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he held the demoness in his grasp. Seeing the newcomer, Su Da-di could not help but exclaim, "Sister Zishan." Su Da-di recognized this demoness, who shared a good rapport with him and had never treated him with disdain. "You know her?" Chen Chu pointed at the demoness and inquired. Emperor Su nodded and subsequently revealed the identity of the demoness to Chen Chu. Upon hearing Emperor Su's words, Chen Chu nodded in acknowledgement, then set the demoness down on the ground, binding her with spiritual energy. "What do you follow us for?" Chen Chu asked Zishan. Hearing his question, Zishan pursed her lips, lowered her head, and remained silent. Chen Chu, recognizing the futility of his inquiries, opted to defer to Emperor Su. Nodding at Chen Chu's words, Emperor Su approached Zishan and asked, "Sister Zishan, why do you follow us?" At the sound of Emperor Su's voice, Zishan lifted her head. Her cheeks flushed and replied, "I don't know. I just want to follow you." As Zishan's words fell, Chen Chu seemed to discern something and glanced at the monkey. TSK, it appears this girl has taken a liking to Emperor Su. She must be worried we might harm him, hence her constant companionship. Chen Chu speculated with a playful smile. The monkey, upon hearing Chen Chu's words, also grinned mischievously, evidently sharing the same thought. "This place is too perilous for you. Sister Zishan, you should return to the Su family," Emperor Su said, momentarily at a loss for words. Being a straightforward man, he was not well versed in the subtleties of such matters. Upon hearing Emperor Su's suggestion to return, Zishan's expression fell, her lips pouting in reluctance, her eyes glistening as if on the verge of shedding tears. Observing this scene, Chen Chu could not help but interject, "All right, let her stay with us. Having another person to look after you on the journey isn't such a bad idea." Of course, Chen Chu's intentions were not entirely altruistic. Zishan's potential was noteworthy. He had previously used his true eye to assess her, but due to her identity as a demon, he had refrained from recruiting her into his sect. However, since she had appeared, it seemed fate had deemed it so. Moreover, Chen Chu was curious about how a foundational-level demon beast could transform into human form and speak. Therefore, let us proceed together. Zishan, upon hearing Chen Chu's words, nodded enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grain, assuring that she would take good care of Emperor Su. Although somewhat resigned, Emperor Su pondered that having someone to converse with on the journey could be beneficial. Chen Chu stretched and addressed the group. "All right, once we finish eating, we shall set off for the Temple of Benevolence." The Temple of Benevolence stood at the foot of a mountain, surrounded on 3 sides by towering peaks and 1 side by water, creating a picturesque setting. The temple itself was immensely grand, sprawling over several thousand acres. Within its confines stood a Buddha statue, resembling a small mountain. However, few people were present to offer incense or prayers, and the temple's main entrance was firmly shut, permeated by an ominous atmosphere, as if something significant were about to transpire. As Chen Chu and his companions arrived at the Temple of Benevolence, he immediately sensed a heavy stillness in the air, as though an impending event loomed on the horizon. Unavoidably, Chen Chu glanced at the monkey beside him and instructed, "Ensure the protection of the great Emperor Su." As his words resonated, the monkey and Zishan retreated to the side of the great Emperor Su, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Subsequently, Chen Chu approached the Shanfosi temple, where he detected an unusual scent that intoxicated him slightly. This aroma was laced with a hint of blood, faint yet perceptible to Chen Chu. He then advanced and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. At that moment, within the temple, 1,000 monks were engaged in a grand formation, restraining a young boy suspended in midair, reminiscent of Murong Tuanhai, controlling his ancestor with a similar array. The boy's visage was contorted in agony, enveloped in dark energy, while an ominous Buddha loomed above him, clawing and thrashing yet bound by chains, utterly immobile. The expressions of the monks were equally grim. Their faces were ashen, as if they had expended tremendous energy. Leading them was a monk clad in a cassock, the very Master Shanyuan whom Chen Chu sought. At that moment, Master Shanyuan's demeanor was one of profound distress. His lips were parched, his breath feeble. Nearby, several elder monks lay in a pool of blood, their chests hollowed out, meeting a tragic demise, their eyes filled with terror. Just then, the sound of knocking at the temple door resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 64. Physical discomfort. 2 updates today outside the Shanfosi temple. Chen Chu murmured in confusion, "Is there no one here?" He then stepped back a few paces, only to observe an enormous formation enveloping the entire temple. Noticing this, Chen Chu furrowed his brow and raised his right hand, contemplating a forceful entry. However, upon reflection, he realized he was there to solicit assistance. Thus, he opted to wait patiently. Inside the temple, The monks who had been sustaining the formation collapsed to the ground, each spitting blood. Master Shan Yuan, despite his excruciating pain, persevered, channeling immense spiritual energy into the formation to suppress the boy within. At this moment, 4 of the 5 chains binding the spectral figure of the malevolent Buddha had snapped, leaving only one intact, directly connected to Master Shan Yuan. It was evident that should Master Shan Yuan perish, the malevolent Buddha would break free. Cease your futile resistance. The Shanfosi temple is destined for destruction today. The sinister Buddha cackled with a chilling laugh. The boy, under the Buddha's control, wore a peculiar smile that sent shivers down one's spine. How infuriating. Is this truly where it ends? Master Shan Yuan thought, his vision increasingly obscured by the encroaching darkness of the malevolent Buddha's growing power. At that moment, a figure materialized before Master Shan Yuan. Suddenly, boom. A surge of formidable spiritual energy swept through the entire Shanfosi temple. In the skies above, a phantom wielding a colossal sword emerged, unleashing a thunderous roar. With a slight click of his tongue, Chen Chu sensed something amiss within the temple, prompting his presence. Had he not intervened, the good Buddha temple would likely have been obliterated today. With an air of nonchalance, he positioned himself before Master Shan Yuan, exuding a sense of calmness and disdain towards the malevolent Buddha before him. This dark figure, at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm, appeared formidable. Yet for Chen Chu, a being of the Yuan Shin realm, a mere flick of his hand could reduce the malevolent Buddha to ashes. Who are you? The youth inquired, directing his question at Chen Chu. Since you have earnestly posed your query, I shall graciously enlighten you. I am the Tai Bai Jin Xing, a celestial servant of the Jade Emperor, commonly referred to as your father. As Chen Chu's words echoed, the youth, who had been engrossed in the conversation, suddenly felt a surge of anger upon comprehending the final remark, realizing he had been mocked. Please, benefactor, save us at the good Buddha temple, Master Shan Yuan pleaded, his voice frail and weak. Naturally, I shall not allow your demise, Chen Chu assured, surveying the surroundings. Although many within the temple lay unconscious, few had met their end. In the next moment, Chen Chu turned his gaze to the youth before him, activating the true eye. Name, Wu Guang. Age, 16. Talent, Emperor, gold. Destiny, body of the malevolent Buddha, gold. Body of 100 Buddhas, gold. Fate of good and evil, purple. My goodness. An emperor-level talent. Should I eliminate him? Chen Chu pondered. Truth be told, he had no desire to slay Wu Guang outright. An individual of such caliber could greatly enhance his own power if brought under his wing. However, he was uncertain if he could exert control over Wu Guang, who was evidently manipulated by the malevolent Buddha's force. Should he fail to subdue Wu Guang, the 10,000 Method Sacred Sect could face dire repercussions. Next, Chen Chu shifted his focus to Master Shan Yuan, continuing to employ the true eye to glean the master's information, only to find an ordinary blue talent. Master, do you possess a means to suppress the malevolent Buddha within this youth? Chen Chu inquired of Master Shan Yuan. Upon hearing Chen Chu's question, Master Shan Yuan trembled as he responded. Consumption. With the master's words resonating in his mind, Chen Chu extended his index finger and effortlessly pointed towards the youth. Instantly, an ethereal figure wielding a long sword manifested, confronting the malevolent Buddha's apparition surrounding the youth. The youth, witnessing this, donned a more sinister expression, brimming with confidence, convinced he could annihilate Chen Chu in an instant. However, when the two phantoms collided, a resounding explosion echoed. In that fleeting moment, the malevolent Buddha's apparition was shattered. The youth, bewildered, coughed up blood, staring incredulously at Chen Chu. Had he truly lost after just a single exchange? In the next instant, with a resounding thud, Chen Chu delivered a decisive punch to the youth, sending him hurtling backward. The impact caused him to crash violently into the temple, collapsing its structure. Young man, you must practice more and refrain from arrogance. Our sect has a penchant for disciplining pretentious individuals. With a fierce grin, Chen Chu emanated a formidable aura, advancing towards the youth like a ferocious beast, intent on subduing him completely. I care not whether you are possessed by an evil Buddha. All I desire is to instill fear in you. Thus, the youth, known as Wu Guang, found himself overwhelmed by Chen Chu's brilliance, his spirit dampened, his body marred with countless wounds, and his clothes tattered. His state was nothing short of tragic. In the next moment, Chen Chu's voice resonated clearly in the youth's ears. Shall we continue? As Chen Chu's words echoed, the youth slumped onto the ground, panting heavily, his face flushed with exertion. It appears your stamina is lacking. Having only lasted a mere quarter of an hour, Chen Chu remarked with a hint of derision and amusement. He then surveyed his surroundings. Noticing that many of the already unconscious monks were beginning to awaken, they sat cross-legged, meditating to restore their spiritual energy, including Master Shan Yuan. who bore an expression of relief as if he had narrowly escaped calamity. "Master, are you not yet ready?" Chen Chu inquired of Master Shan Yuan. Upon hearing Chen Chu's voice, the Master's face broke into a compassionate smile, and he nodded, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, benefactor. I shall act now." With his words, a hum reverberated through the air as Master Shan Yuan took the lead, coordinating with the other monks to set up another formation to confine the youth. This time, escape would prove to be much more challenging for him. The malevolent aura radiating from him gradually waned. Observing this, Chen Chu settled onto the ground, allowing himself a moment of respite, feeling fatigued and in need of rest. Before long, the youth rolled his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness, the dark power within him dissipating completely. However, at that very moment, Chen Chu's eyes snapped open. Amidst the rubble of one of the temple's halls, he spotted a monk clad in a robe, exuding a sinister aura and fixating intently on Master Shan Yuan. The master, noticing this figure, felt his pupils constrict and could not help but exclaim, "Master Hui Yuan." Chapter 65. Qingyan Sect, Red Scorpion Sect. Master Hui Yuan, the second abbot of the Temple of Good Fortune, who had vanished several years prior, presumed dead by all within the temple. His sudden appearance before everyone evoked a wave of astonishment. Then, in a raspy voice, Master Hui Yuan addressed the assembly, "Greetings, everyone. It has been a long time." As his words settled, Chen Chu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Master Hui Yuan. He sensed no trace of the Buddha's radiance emanating from him, only an aura of malevolence. Has he too succumbed to the evil Buddha's influence? Chen Chu mused quietly. At that moment, Master Shan Yuan called out to Master Hui Yuan, "Why have you descended into the path of darkness?" The master too had detected the sinister energy surrounding Hui Yuan. This revelation left Master Shan Yuan in a tumult of emotions. His joy stemmed from the fact that Master Hui Yuan was alive, while his anger arose from the realization that Master Hui Yuan had fallen into the path of darkness, a notion he could not accept. Amitabha. The realms of demonic and Buddhist paths coexist within the same space. Some individuals may present themselves as paragons of virtue, practicing the righteous path, yet their hearts mirror that of a wicked Buddha. Although I, the old monk, may practice the wicked path, my actions align with that of the righteous Buddha? How dare you utter such words, accusing me of descending into the demonic realm? With hands clasped in humility, Master Hui Yuan bowed respectfully to the assembled congregation within the temple. As his words faded, Master Shan Yuan furrowed his brow, appearing torn between speech and silence. After a moment's contemplation, he composed himself and addressed Hui Yuan. "What is right, and what is wrong is wrong. You are a monk of our Shanfosi, and now you have succumbed to the demonic path. We have the authority to cleanse our ranks." The weight of disappointment was palpable in Master Shan Yuan's voice as he uttered his final words. Originally, Master Hui Yuan was the most fitting candidate to succeed him as the abbot, a prospect that had been met with high expectations. Alas, upon hearing Shan Yuan's words, Master Hui Yuan fell silent. Yet, behind him, a thousand-armed demonic Buddha materialized, emanating an aura that summoned forth a legion of tormented spirits, wailing in despair. The demonic Buddha emitted a sound akin to an infant's cries, shrouded in an ominous black mist that was utterly terrifying. Upon closer inspection, its visage bore 3 infantile Buddha heads, each with tongues protruding and sunken eyes that evoked dread. In the next moment, this thousand-armed demonic Buddha waved a hand nonchalantly, unleashing a tempestuous wind that sliced through the air like a blade, leaving cuts upon the faces of the onlookers. Witnessing this scene, Master Shan Yuan swiftly summoned his spiritual energy to counter the sinister gale. Meanwhile, Chen Chu stood firm, hands casually tucked in his pockets, gazing fearlessly at the thousand-armed demonic Buddha. As the wind surged towards him, a sword intent radiated from his being, dispersing the fierce winds in an instant. Subsequently, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from Master Hui Yuan, soaring towards the heavens and darkening the once white clouds above. The aura he exuded was reminiscent of a celestial dome descending upon the earth. Soon, the gathering black clouds coalesced into the visage of a terrified human face. The spirit realm, how intriguing, Chen Chu mused, observing the face formed from the swirling clouds, a faint smile gracing his lips. The power radiating from Master Hui Yuan had ascended to the spirit realm, an echelon beyond the comprehension of the monks at Shanfosi. Outside the temple, the monkey, along with Zishan and the Emperor Su, beheld the extraordinary spectacle above. The monkey remained unfazed, confident in Chen Chu's ability to resolve the situation. However, the latter too trembled with trepidation. It was their first encounter with such a phenomenon, and the air was thick with an atmosphere of fear. Simultaneously, not far from Shanfosi, several young boys and girls adorned in the garb of a sect hurriedly approached the temple, having witnessed the disturbance in the skies. Fully aware that trouble was brewing within Shanfosi, They are disciples of the esteemed Qingyun sect from the Cold Wind dynasty. However, their cultivation levels are rather modest, merely at the foundation establishment stage. Nevertheless, being practitioners of the righteous path, they ventured forth without hesitation. Of course, they are not foolish. One of the least powerful disciples was sent back to the sect to report the unfolding events. Soon, they arrived outside the Shanfan temple. Upon their arrival, they beheld the trio of the monkey, Emperor Su, and Susan. The Qingyun sect disciples presumed that these three were somehow linked to the unsettling occurrences at the temple. Just as they were about to approach and inquire, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, directly impacting the entire Shanfan temple. Yang Yu, let us hasten inside, one of the Qingyun disciples suggested to the leading sister. As soon as he spoke, a strikingly beautiful young woman, tall and perfectly proportioned, nodded in agreement and softly whispered, let us enter. In the next moment, several Qingyun disciples stepped into the Shanfan temple. The monkey furrowed his brow at this sight, shaking his head in disapproval. To him, the entry of these disciples was akin to courting death. At that moment, several warriors clad in black robes appeared. Observing this, the monkey promptly took his leave with Emperor Su and Zishan. He sensed that these black-robed figures were certainly not from any righteous sect. They were most likely practitioners of the dark arts. Indeed, these warriors were disciples of the nearby demonic sect, the Red Scorpion sect. The Red Scorpion disciples paid no heed to the trio and proceeded directly into the Shanfan temple. They had been lurking nearby and, upon witnessing the extraordinary phenomena, decided to investigate whether they could seize an opportunity for themselves. Compared to the earlier Qingyun disciples, the Red Scorpion disciples were significantly more formidable, with their leader at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, whereas Yang Yu, the leader of the Qingyun disciples, was merely at the third level of foundation establishment, clearly at a different echelon. Inside the Shanfan temple, Chen Chu sensed the arrival of outsiders and turned his gaze toward the temple entrance, where he distinctly spotted the earlier Qingyun disciples. There are indeed those who fear not for their lives, Chen Chu mused, observing the oblivious Yang Yu. Before acquiring the system, had he encountered such celestial phenomena, his first instinct would have been to flee with the monkey to avoid any collateral damage. And there's another wave of the undaunted? Just as he finished his thought, he detected the presence of the Red Scorpion disciples. To his surprise, there were indeed others unafraid of peril, yet their strength far surpassed that of the former group. In the next moment, Chen Chu beheld the Red Scorpion disciples. And at that very instant, the disciples of the Red Scorpion sect and the Qingyun sect came face to face, resulting in a tense standoff within the temple. It is worth mentioning that the Shanfan temple is vast, with Chen Chu and his companions situated at the center, while the Qingyun and Red Scorpion sects positioned themselves at the periphery. Thus, the two sects were oblivious to the events transpiring at the center. In Chapter 66, the girl. Surrender your sword for the use of our sect. Hongrani, what brings you and your Red Scorpion sect here? Yang Yu of the Qingyun sect stepped forward, brandishing her long sword, confronting the leading disciple of the Red Scorpion sect with a gaze filled with animosity. The Qingyun sect and the Red Scorpion sect have historically been adversaries. However, due to the comparable strength of the two sects, neither could annihilate the other. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Hongrani scoffed derisively. Why are you of the Qingyun sect here? We of the Red Scorpion sect are here for the very same reason. Hongrani's tone was neither subservient nor arrogant. He exhibited no fear of Yang Yu. Should a conflict erupt, the Red Scorpion sect would undoubtedly obliterate this group of Qingyun disciples. Yang Yu retorted, as long as the Qingyun sect stands here today, your Red Scorpion sect shall gain no advantage. With that, she positioned her sword across her chest, emanating a sword aura that sliced through the air like a chilling breeze, striking the faces of those present. She too was fearless. As long as time was on her side, her sect's elders would arrive to provide support. At that moment, the Red Scorpion disciples would meet their demise. Hongrani, hearing Yang Yu's declaration, wore a look of disdain, paying her no mind. He then resolved to strike against the Qingyun sect. Just then, a thunderous explosion resonated. A powerful shockwave forced all disciples of both sects to the ground. Bang! Several monks from the Shanfan temple fell from above, each spewing blood, their eyes glazed over. Shortly thereafter, these monks lost all vitality, lying lifeless on the ground. At that moment, whoosh! More monks plummeted from the air, shrouded in black mist, their eye sockets reddened, their vitality waning. Subsequently, blood erupted from their mouths as they too perished. This scene caused both Hongrani and Yang Yu to furrow their brows. The next instant, another explosion reverberated. Several temples collapsed entirely, and the nearby mountains crumbled. The overwhelming force left the disciples of both sects questioning their decision to venture into this perilous place. At the center, Chen Chu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, maintaining an air of tranquility. His gaze, profound and contemplative, was fixed upon the malevolent Buddha in the sky. The rustling of his elegant robes echoed softly in the air, his hair tousled by the wind. In front of him, numerous monks from the Shanfan temple unleashed powerful spiritual energy, radiating Buddhist light towards the malevolent figure above, exhibiting no inclination to solicit Chen Chu's assistance. This instilled a sense of admiration within Chen Chu for these monks, who preferred to sacrifice themselves rather than trouble others. At that moment, Chen Chu noticed Master Shan Yuan rising from the ground, emanating a formidable Buddhist light, coalescing in the air into a colossal Buddha. Was he prepared to fight to the death? Yet, our sect would not permit such a struggle. Observing Master Shan Yuan's resolve for a final confrontation, Chen Chu first murmured a few words, then instantaneously appeared beside him, lightly placing his right hand on his shoulder. In an instant, the colossal Buddha that Master Shan Yuan had summoned with his last ounce of strength was effortlessly dispersed by a single slap from Chen Chu. This scene left Master Shan Yuan's countenance ashen. Subsequently, Master Shan Yuan mechanically turned his gaze towards Chen Chu, his eyes brimming with confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Chen Chu's words. At that moment, Chen Chu offered Master Shan Yuan a reassuring glance and spoke. Master, it would be wise for you to rest for now. With my sect here, he shall not cause any upheaval. However, I kindly request your assistance in a matter after this is resolved, and I hope you will not refuse. Once Chen Chu uttered his final words, the tension that had gripped Master Shan Yuan's heart began to dissipate. He then bowed respectfully to Chen Chu, saying, if the benefactor aids the good Buddha temple in overcoming this crisis, I, an old monk, shall assist you in any endeavor, provided it does not harm others. Upon hearing Master Shan Yuan's words, Chen Chu's fondness for him grew. He then replied, rest assured, it will not be a matter that endangers others. Please remember what you have just proclaimed. I shall return shortly. With that, Chen Chu approached a phoenix tree within the temple, grasped a branch, and slowly made his way towards the evil Buddha. Seeing this scene, Master Huyuan's eyes filled with disdain. In his view, it was inconceivable that Chen Chu could vanquish the evil Buddha. However, the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before him. Chen Chu, wielding the branch, unleashed an overwhelming sword intent. This surge of sword energy, propelled by the branch, shot forth from his hand with a resounding force. Boom! In an instant, it struck the ethereal visage of the evil Buddha suspended in midair, causing it to explode in a cataclysmic display. All of its 1,000 arms were utterly obliterated. With a contemptuous gaze directed at Master Huyuan, Chen Chu observed the dissipating figure of the evil Buddha, a smirk playing on his lips. At that moment, Master Huyuan's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had never anticipated that Chen Chu could annihilate the evil Buddha's manifestation he had painstakingly conjured. Curse it! Master Huyuan spat, then unleashed a torrent of sinister light towards Chen Chu, intent on eliminating him first. Noticing this, Master Shan Yuan was about to warn Chen Chu to be cautious. Yet, in the next heartbeat, whoosh, Chen Chu merely snapped his fingers, and a surge of spiritual energy shot forth, striking Master Huyuan directly. With a piercing sound, it pierced through Master Huyuan's chest. In an instant, he began to descend slowly from the air, his form resembling a kite severed from its string. The horror in Master Huyuan's eyes was palpable as he clutched his chest, his gaze gradually dulling. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed as Chen Chu approached Master Huyuan's side with an air of invincibility. He crouched slightly, gazing at the anguished expression of Master Huyuan, a hint of amusement and mockery gracing his face. Had you not encountered my sect today, perhaps the good Buddha temple would have fallen to your hands. Alas, you can only blame your misfortune. Hearing Chen Chu's words, Master Huyuan felt a surge of bitterness, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Chen Chu spoke the truth. Had he not crossed paths with him, he could have indeed annihilated the good Buddha temple. Yet, he still had a trump card yet to be played. The outcome remained uncertain. With that, Master Huyuan revealed a sinister smile. A faint smile bestowed upon Chen Chu an unsettling premonition. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. Before him, Master Huyuan unexpectedly transformed into a swirling black mist, which surged into the body of the youth, Wu Guang. Instantly, the previously unconscious Wu Guang abruptly opened his eyes. Chen Chu, witnessing this, thought to himself, this is bad. In the following instant, a humming sound resonated as the void began to tremble. Wu Guang emanated an aura of dark Buddha energy, rising from the ground. His eyes shrouded in black mist, rendering his features indistinguishable. Subsequently, he soared into the air, then seated himself in a meditative posture, his aura gradually ascending to the realm of the primordial spirit. In the next heartbeat, as he sat, a black lotus suddenly blossomed beneath him. Perched upon the black lotus, Wu Guang exuded an overwhelmingly powerful presence, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Oh no, this is troublesome. Chen Chu gazed at Wu Guang, suspended in the air, muttering a curse under his breath, then scanned his surroundings as if searching for something. At that moment, disciples of the Qingyun sect approached. Chen Chu immediately spotted the sword at the waist of the leading disciple, Yang Yu, and a smirk graced his lips. With a swift movement, he appeared behind Yang Yu and, in a magnetic tone, requested, "My dear, may I borrow your sword for a moment?" Yang Yu barely had time to react before Chen Chu seized the sword at her waist. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, with a clang, Chen Chu drew her sword, unleashing a brilliant sword light that surged towards the airborne Wu Guang. The corrupted Wu Guang, tainted once more by the dark Buddha energy, regarded the incoming sword with disdain, casually raising a hand to deflect the sword chi. However, as the sword chi approached him, Wu Guang's expression morphed into something peculiar, ultimately contorting into a grimace. Suddenly, with a piercing sound, the sword chi obliterated everything in its path, striking Wu Guang's body. He plummeted from the air like a kite severed from its string, while the black lotus beneath him dissipated. What a relief! Chen Chu, observing how effortlessly he had resolved the matter with a single strike of his sword, smugly pocketed his hands. He then returned the sword, turning to present it to the astonished Yang Yu. "Am I not impressive?" Chen Chu teased, noticing Yang Yu's wide-eyed surprise. Upon hearing his words, Yang Yu momentarily froze, then lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Chen Chu's youth, combined with the earlier display of skill, indeed had a captivating effect on her heart. Chen Chu simply smiled at Yang Yu's reaction, choosing not to speak further. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu reattached the sword to her waist, discreetly brushing her fingers along the hilt as if savoring the lingering warmth of Chen Chu's touch. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our good fortune temple from peril." Master Shan Yuan approached from a distance, palms pressed together in a gesture of respect as he expressed his gratitude to Chen Chu. In response, Chen Chu shook his head, saying, "It was nothing, merely a trifling matter. However, I do have another request of the master." As soon as Chen Chu's words fell, Master Shan Yuan nodded and said, "Let us converse within the hall." After speaking, he led Chen Chu and the others towards the grand hall for a moment of respite and discussion. At this juncture, Chen Chu shook his head and replied, "Master, please wait. The individual from our sect who seeks your assistance is outside the temple." Upon hearing this, Master Shan Yuan appeared enlightened, then nodded in understanding. "Then I shall await your honored presence within the hall." Chen Chu nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving behind merely an ephemeral shadow. Upon witnessing Chen Chu's disappearance, Yang Yu felt a pang of disappointment. Master Shan Yuan, noticing Yang Yu and the disciples of Qingyun's sect behind her, wore a look of curiosity, puzzled as to the purpose of their visit. Feeling the gaze of Master Shan Yuan, Yang Yu recounted the reason for their presence. Upon learning that they too had come to assist the Temple of Good Buddha, Master Shan Yuan's face broke into a compassionate smile, and he similarly invited them to enter the hall for rest. Yang Yu and the Qingyun disciples did not decline. They had been nearby training and, feeling fatigued after the surprising events at the temple, were eager for a brief respite. However, at that moment, disciples from the Red Scorpion sect also arrived. Upon seeing Hong Rani and the other Red Scorpion disciples, Master Shan Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, his expression turning somewhat grim. He sensed the bloodthirst emanating from these individuals. They were not righteous cultivators. "Hong Rani, the matter at the Temple of Good Buddha has come to a close. If you do not depart now, when our sect's elder arrives, you shall find it difficult to leave." Yang Yu could not help but voice a threat upon seeing Hong Rani and his companions. Hearing her words, Hong Rani surveyed his surroundings and, with a displeased expression, led the Red Scorpion disciples away. He had initially intended to take advantage of the chaos, but with the situation resolved, his presence here was no longer warranted. As Yang Yu watched the Red Scorpion disciples retreat, she breathed a sigh of relief. Although their elder would eventually arrive, the timing remained uncertain. Furthermore, the monks of the Temple of Good Buddha had just emerged from a fierce battle and had yet to recover. Should conflict arise, both sides would suffer greatly. Thus, this was indeed the most favorable outcome. Yet, unbeknownst to Yang Yu, as Hong Rani departed with his disciples, a shadow of malice and cunning flickered in his eyes, revealing that other schemes were afoot. Within the hall, Master Shan Yuan had just settled the disciples of Qingyun sect when Chen Chu entered with the monkey, Zishan, and Su Dadi. Upon entering, the Qingyun disciples immediately recognized the trio, and upon realizing their association with Chen Chu, they felt a surge of relief, grateful they had not acted against them. At that moment, as the trio stepped inside, Master Shan Yuan discerned that Su Dadi bore a curse. Truly, his expertise in Buddhist practices was evident, as he could perceive it with a mere glance. Thus, Master Shan Yuan addressed Chen Chu, This honored guest carries a curse. Is it your intention for me to dispel it? As his words resonated, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Chen Chu nodded at Master Shan Yuan, saying, indeed. To be honest, he had not anticipated that Master Shan Yuan would discern his predicament. It is worth noting that without the presence of the Eye of Truth, he would have remained oblivious to the curse. The next moment, Master Shan Yuan exhibited an expression of hesitation. Observing this, Chen Chu could not help but inquire, is there a difficulty? As soon as Chen Chu's words fell, Master Shan Yuan nodded and replied, the curse, as you mentioned, is of a high grade, beyond the reach of an old monk to easily dispel. However, if one possesses the 9 white snow lotus, combined with the techniques of our Buddhist sect, it may be possible to break it. Upon uttering these words, Master Shan Yuan revealed a look of distress. The 9 white snow lotus? Chen Chu frowned and gazed at Master Shan Yuan. In the next moment, Master Shan Yuan elucidated the nature of the 9 white snow lotus. This rare flower is valued at several 100,000 taels of gold, far beyond the means of an ordinary warrior to procure. Furthermore, it is a commodity that is available in name only. Presently, there are none on the market. To acquire the 9 white snow lotus, one must venture to the extreme north, seek out the Shuangfeng forest, and defeat the formidable mountain-shaking white ape, a beast of the primordial spirit realm, to have any chance of obtaining it. The mountain-shaking white ape has a particular trait. It fiercely protects the 9 white snow lotus. Thus, wherever the mountain-shaking white ape resides, the 9 white snow lotus is sure to be found. However, the primordial spirit realm is not something that an ordinary warrior can confront. It is well understood that within the imperial dynasty, having a warrior of the purple mansion realm is already commendable. A primordial spirit realm warrior is a thought too distant to entertain. Moreover, the mountain-shaking white apes travel in packs, much like wolves. Therefore, even warriors of the primordial spirit realm would hesitate to attempt gathering the 9 white snow lotus. After Master Shan Yuan finished his explanation, everyone involuntarily gasped in astonishment. The difficulty of harvesting the 9 white snow lotus was exceedingly high. It would require a collective effort from multiple primordial spirit realm warriors or the intervention of an even higher-tiered warrior. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible. Yet, Chen Chu merely nodded with a semblance of indifference. His capabilities were numerous, and he was nearly invincible within his own realm. Harvesting the 9 white snow lotus would not pose a significant challenge for him. Subsequently, Chen Chu pointed at Emperor Su and the other 2, addressing Master Shan Yuan. In that case, I kindly ask Master to look after these 3. My sect will return with the 9 white snow lotus. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Master Shan Yuan nodded. The Shanfosi temple was vast, and accommodating 3 individuals posed no issue. Upon hearing that Chen Chu intended to procure the 9 white snow lotus, Yang Yu abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Are you seeking death?" Chen Chu rolled his eyes and replied helplessly, "My sect is not as weak as you imagine." Hearing Chen Chu's words, Yang Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Then, Chen Chu recalled something and turned to Master Shan Yuan, asking, "What of Wu Guang?" As soon as Chen Chu's question echoed, Master Shan Yuan regarded him with a hint of suspicion, puzzled as to how Chen Chu knew the name Wu Guang. Nevertheless, Master Shan Yuan did not dwell on it further. In the following moment, Master Shan Yuan addressed Chen Chu. "He has already been detained, and several monks from the temple are on guard." Chen Chu replied, "There is no need for that. Let him accompany me." He continued, "I am on a quest to harvest the 9 white snow lotus, and he could be of assistance. Additionally, I can suppress the malevolent Buddhist energy within him." As soon as Chen Chu finished speaking, Master Shan Yuan nodded without hesitation, saying, "Very well, I appreciate your efforts." Truth be told, Master Shan Yuan was quite reluctant to harbor Wu Guang. After all, the malevolent energy within Wu Guang was an unpredictable danger, and should it erupt, the good Buddha temple would likely be unable to withstand the catastrophe. Given Chen Chu's willingness to take him in, they naturally accepted it. Seeing Master Shan Yuan's agreement, a faint smile graced Chen Chu's face. He then rose and gave a few instructions to the monkey, requesting it to guard Zishan and Emperor Su. Of course, the notion of protection was somewhat misleading. In truth, he wanted the monkey to keep a watchful eye on Emperor Su, ensuring he did not disclose the secrets of the heavenly stage techniques, lest they attract unwanted attention. The monkey nodded in understanding, grasping the implications of Chen Chu's words. Chen Chu felt a sense of reassurance regarding the monkey's discretion. Subsequently, Chen Chu inquired about the location of the white snow ape from Master Shan Yuan, who provided him with a map. After receiving the map, Chen Chu intended to set off with Wu Guang. However, just as he stepped out of the hall, Yang Yu and the others emerged as well, coincidentally heading in the same direction. "Senior, we happen to be going the same way. Why not travel together for mutual support?" Yang Yu proposed. Upon hearing Yang Yu's suggestion, Chen Chu instinctively considered a refusal. However, upon reflection, He realized his limited knowledge of the Cold Wind dynasty, and perhaps traveling together would afford him the opportunity to inquire about it. With this thought in mind, Chen Chu nodded in agreement. That is certainly acceptable. But I must first attend to Wu Guang. It would be prudent for you to wait outside the temple. I shall return shortly. Yang Yu, upon hearing Chen Chu's words, eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. We can wait. Subsequently, Yang Yu and the other disciples of the Qingyun sect proceeded to wait outside the temple, none of them harboring any dissatisfaction toward Chen Chu. In fact, they felt exhilarated at the prospect of traveling alongside him, as his formidable strength could serve as their protector, and perhaps he might even offer them guidance. Regardless of the outcome, it was a situation advantageous to them. As for whether Chen Chu was a villain, that notion was utterly unfathomable. If he were indeed malevolent, would he aid the monks of the good Buddha temple? Moreover, given Chen Chu's overwhelming power, he could easily dispatch them without such elaborate efforts. Before long, Chen Chu emerged, carrying Wu Guang, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Chen Chu had deliberately held back, inflicting only minor physical injuries on Wu Guang, leaving his foundation intact. However, without the support of the malevolent energy, Wu Guang's cultivation had regressed to merely the innate realm. This, however, piqued Chen Chu's curiosity regarding the malevolent Buddhist energy, as it enabled an innate realm warrior to reach the realm of the primordial spirit. Truly astonishing. Senior, we are prepared. At this moment, Yang Yu approached Chen Chu and respectfully bowed. As her words echoed in the air, Chen Chu nodded in acknowledgement. Then let us set forth. On the journey to the frigid lands, the bond between Chen Chu and Yang Yu blossomed. This development was, of course, a deliberate endeavor by Chen Chu, aimed at extracting information from Yang Yu. Indeed, he acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding the Frostwind dynasty, including insights into perilous locations within its realm. These revelations furnished Chen Chu with a clear sense of direction. However, Yang Yu became somewhat ensnared, viewing Chen Chu as her guiding light. Perhaps due to Chen Chu's adept conversational skills from a past life, he always aligned with Yang Yu's sentiments, leading her to perceive him as her destined companion. Chen Chu also discerned that Yang Yu harbored feelings for him. Nevertheless, her aptitude was undeniably modest, rendering any potential between them improbable. Thus, Chen Chu feigned ignorance, knowing that soon they would part ways, their paths diverging without entanglement. At that moment, Chen Chu sensed something amiss along the path, furrowing his brow and emitting a slight sound of perplexity. He halted in his tracks, prompting Yang Yu and the other disciples of Qingyun sect to stop as well. With a hint of curiosity, Chen Chu inquired of Yang Yu, "Have you offended anyone?" To this, Yang Yu, somewhat puzzled, shook her head. "No, senior," Chen Chu replied. "This aura seems to belong to the disciples of the demonic sect who accompanied you to the Shanfosi temple." Upon uttering these words, a smile broke across Chen Chu's face as realization dawned. It appeared that the disciples of the demonic sect intended to lay an ambush on their return journey. Fortunately, with his presence, their plans would be thwarted. The Red Scorpion sect. Hongrani. Upon hearing Chen Chu's mutterings, Yang Yu instantly grasped the situation. She understood that the Red Scorpion sect had likely set up this ambush because she had failed to show them respect at the Shanfosi temple. Yet, Yang Yu felt no fear, for Chen Chu was by her side. A cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm could easily dispatch foes like mere dogs, let alone the foundational disciples of the Red Scorpion sect. However, what Chen Chu revealed next left Yang Yu in shock. There is also a peak warrior of the divine concealment realm among them. It seems they are intent on securing your demise. Yang Yu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the opposing side would possess such a formidable warrior, likely an elder of the Red Scorpion sect. Instantly, she recalled her earlier words at the Shanfosi temple. It was probable that her remark about awaiting the arrival of an elder from the Qingyun sect had prompted Hongrani to summon an elder in response. Yet, the speed of their arrival was astonishing. In truth, it was not the speed that astounded. Rather, Yang Yu and her companions had been moving too slowly. An entire hour had elapsed since their departure from the Shanfosi temple, ample time for the elder of the Red Scorpion sect to come to their aid. "Hongrani, come forth. I have spotted you," Yang Yu exclaimed, her voice imbued with a lively spirit. There was no sense of impending danger, but rather a delightful joy akin to encountering a friend during a spring outing. As Yang Yu's words echoed, the disciples of the Qingyun sect readied themselves for battle. Moments later, Hongrani's voice resonated clearly in the ears of those present. "Heh, I did not expect you to find me. Since you have, let you all perish here." Chapter 69. Wang Tsong. With Hongrani's declaration, a flurry of spiritual energy attacks surged towards them, devoid of any hesitation or grandiloquent threats. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yu swiftly took refuge behind Chen Chu. The latter remained silent, merely raising his hand slightly, and in an instant, all the spiritual energy assaults were suspended mid-air. This spectacle rendered Hongrani, who was covertly observing, pale with shock. The elder from the divine concealment realm beside him mirrored his expression. In the next moment, the elder turned to Hong Rani and commanded, "Retreat." He understood that he was no match for Chen Chu. Yet, at that moment, Chen Chu's voice rang clearly in the elder's ears. "Retreat to where? Our sect has just arrived, and you wish to leave?" As Chen Chu's words fell, the elder from the Red Scorpion sect trembled, his lips turning pale, shoulders quaking, and a hint of terror glimmered in his eyes. The presence that had silently appeared behind him was far beyond his capabilities. The opponent was likely a warrior of the Purple Mansion realm. Realizing this, the elder abandoned any thought of resistance, cognizant that no matter how formidable his strength, he would not escape Chen Chu's grasp. Chen Chu regarded the surrendering elder with a glimmer of admiration. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. The next moment, a thud resounded as the elder from the Red Scorpion sect met a grim fate before Chen Chu. Subsequently, Chen Chu advanced towards Hong Rani. Just then, Yang Yu's voice clearly reached Chen Chu's ears. "Senior, I implore you to spare this man's life." With Yang Yu's plea, Chen Chu cast a dubious glance at her, puzzled as to why she wished to preserve him. Moments later, Yang Yu approached Chen Chu and elucidated Hong Rani's standing. It turned out that Hong Rani held a position within the Red Scorpion sect comparable to that of a holy son in sacred lands, his status exceedingly prestigious. If captured alive, he could yield a wealth of intelligence. As for why they had not apprehended Hong Rani earlier at the Good Buddha Temple, the primary reason lay in his numerous cunning methods. Should they fail to subdue him, it could lead to dire consequences. However, the situation was different now. With Chen Chu present, even Hong Rani's myriad tactics were rendered worthless. Once his cultivation was sealed, it would be a matter of time before the elders of the Qingyun sect arrived, ensuring everything would be resolved. Chen Chu replied, "Very well, I understand." With that, he directly sealed Hong Rani's cultivation. The latter had no opportunity to resist and was swiftly captured by Chen Chu. Subsequently, Chen Chu addressed Yang Yu, saying, "Very well. I shall accompany you in bringing this individual back to the Qingyun sect." Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Yang Yu, filled with excitement, inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Chen Chu replied, "Indeed, it is true. However, I must remind you that one does not rise early for no benefit. This person was captured by me, and it is only reasonable for your sect to offer some form of compensation." As he spoke, his expression took on a somewhat lecherous demeanor. Nevertheless, Yang Yu paid no heed to Chen Chu's expression and vigorously nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, esteemed senior, our Qingyun sect will certainly provide you with a satisfactory reward." Frankly speaking, even if Chen Chu had not captured Hong Rani, his status would still afford him a place of honor within the Qingyun sect. After all, Chen Chu's strength was at least at the Purple Mansion realm, a level of power that equated to that of a high elder within their sect. As a first-tier sect, Qingyun sect boasted 3 ancestors at the Purple Mansion level. Should Chen Chu choose to join Qingyun sect as a guest elder, they could undoubtedly overpower the Hong Scorpion sect. Upon hearing Yang Yu's affirmative response, Chen Chu felt an immense sense of joy. His intention to assist Yang Yu and the others in escorting Hong Rani back to Qingyun sect stemmed from 2 motivations. Firstly, to witness the grandeur of a first-tier sect. And secondly, to seize the opportunity to acquire some form of reward. After all, he adhered to the principle that one does not rise early without the prospect of gain. Soon enough, Chen Chu accompanied Yang Yu and the others back to Qingyun sect. Before him, the Qingyun sect resembled a celestial abode, dazzling Chen Chu's eyes. Goodness! The pavilions built upon the mountainside, the towering peaks piercing the clouds, the protective array radiating a faint green glow, and the celestial cranes possessing innate strength. All of these made Chen Chu feel that his own Wanfa sacred sect was utterly inferior. It was sheer rubbish. Just look at their majestic mountain gate, shrouded in ethereal mist, compared to theirs, which resembled a mere dirt dog, utterly incomparable. Unable to restrain himself, Chen Chu resolved to return and remodel the Wanfa sacred sect in the image of Qingyun sect. "Esteemed senior, please wait here for a moment while I go notify them." Yang Yu respectfully bowed to Chen Chu. Entering and exiting Qingyun sect was quite a cumbersome process. Chen Chu nodded in acknowledgement. In the next moment, Yang Yu stepped into the Qingyun sect, while the other disciples remained outside to keep Chen Chu company, ensuring he was not neglected. Inside Qingyun sect, a woman clad in a purple short-sleeve garment was carelessly waving her skirt and shaking dice, her expression fierce, as if she were ready to conquer all. "Damn it! How did I lose again? I'm truly fed up. It's all Yang Yu's fault. If it weren't for her calling for help, this miss would not have left Qingyun sect and would not have squandered my luck. When I return, I shall expel her from the sect." This woman, dressed in purple, was Yang Yu's master, named Wang Kong. Despite her childish behavior, Wang Tsong was already 50 years old and possessed formidable strength, being at the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm. As the hour grew late, the elder declared, It is time for me to return and impart wisdom. With that, the elder from the Qingyun sect, glancing at the increasingly agitated Wang Tsong, promptly rose, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, and swiftly departed, leaving no opportunity for Wang Tsong to call him back. Wang Tsong, watching the elder's retreating figure, felt his frustration mounting. He resolved to give Yang Yu a thorough reprimand upon her return. Just then, as if summoned by fate, Yang Yu arrived. Without waiting for Wang Tsong to inquire why she had not awaited him at the Shanfosi temple, Yang Yu immediately recounted her capture of Hong Rani. Upon learning of Yang Yu's successful apprehension, Wang Tsong's focus shifted entirely. He asked urgently, "Where's Hong Rani?" As soon as Wang Tsong's words fell, Yang Yu informed him of Hong Rani's location. Wang Tsong, upon hearing this, swiftly took Yang Yu and made their way to the mountain gate. At the mountain gate, Chen Chu sat in meditation, awaiting their arrival, with Hong Rani bound beside him. Despite his restraints, Hong Rani held his head high, exuding an air of defiance. At that moment, Chen Chu glanced skyward, spotting Wang Tsong and Yang Yu soaring from within the Qingyun sect. By the heavens, it truly is Hong Rani! Wang Tsong exclaimed upon recognizing his adversary, his face alight with joy. What a stroke of fortune! I shall secure a reward and perhaps indulge in some gambling. A smile graced his lips, revealing his intentions. Yang Yu, hearing her master's words, felt a wave of incredulity. She questioned her decision to take him as her mentor. In the next instant, Wang Tsong approached Hong Rani, intent on taking him away. However, Chen Chu interjected, "Esteemed elder, should we not discuss the matter of compensation?" With Chen Chu's words hanging in the air, Wang Tsong regarded him with a puzzled expression. "What do you mean by that, esteemed brother?" he inquired. Yang Yu then interjected, "Master, he is the one who captured Hong Rani." Understanding her implication, Wang Tsong rummaged through his storage ring, intending to offer a few pills to dismiss Chen Chu. Yet, Chen Chu was not the sort to be satisfied with mere trifles. "Young lady, are you attempting to insult our sect?" Chen Chu's expression darkened as he gazed at Wang Tsong, the immense spiritual energy emanating from him, causing Wang Tsong to kneel in awe, his eyes wide with astonishment. He sensed that he had offended a significant figure. "I would not dare," Wang Tsong quickly amended, adopting a respectful tone as he bowed deeply to Chen Chu. Seeing Wang Tsong's sincere contrition, Chen Chu's expression softened into a pleased smile. He appreciated those who understood their place. The next moment, Chen Chu extended his hand towards Wang Tsong, making his demand clear. It was time for the promised reward. Seeing this, Wang Tsong pressed his lips together, then spoke. "Senior, I currently possess little. I kindly request that you allow me to bring Hong Rani into the sect and hand him over to the sect leader. The reward will be promptly provided thereafter." As Wang Tsong finished speaking, Chen Chu nodded and replied, "Very well. Should your Qingyun sect refuse, do not blame our sect for lacking compassion." Wang Tsong hastily nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Chen Chu stepped aside, permitting Wang Tsong to escort Hong Rani into the Qingyun sect, while Yang Yu remained behind to wait. In the grand hall of the Qingyun sect, Wang Tsong swiftly brought Hong Rani to seek out their sect leader, Qin Yunzi. At this moment, several elders were engaged in discussion with Qin Yunzi about various matters. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the hall doors were kicked open. A few elders, visibly angered, turned their gazes toward the entrance, eager to discern the identity of the impudent intruder. Qin Yunzi shared their sentiments. Any disruption during intense deliberation would naturally incite irritation. In the next heartbeat, Wang Tsong entered, carrying Hong Rani. Upon recognizing Wang Tsong, one elder prepared to voice a reprimand. However, upon noticing the captive in Wang Tsong's grasp, he swallowed his words. Wang Tsong then raised Hong Rani high, a smile dancing on his lips, and addressed Qin Yunzi. "Master brother, I have captured Hong Rani alive on behalf of my junior sister. Might we receive some monetary compensation to soothe her tender heart?" The individual captured by Chen Chu was, in Wang Tsong's words, transformed into a prize of his own. Qin Yunzi, upon hearing Wang Tsong's declaration and witnessing the raised Hong Rani, was filled with excitement and exhilaration. Subsequently, he nodded at Wang Tsong, saying, "Thank you, junior sister Wang Kong. I shall instruct the elder in charge of the treasury to provide you with a superior grade Xian-level cultivation method." Once Qin Yunzi had spoken, he strode forward directly toward Hong Rani. However, at that moment, Wang Tsong interjected, "This is insufficient. It is far from enough." The previously elated Qin Yunzi felt his smile freeze at Wang Tsong's words, and he retorted in a low growl, "Junior sister Wang Tsong, do not overreach. A superior grade Xian-level method is already quite valuable. In a first-rate sect, such techniques were indeed rare treasures. Yet, Wang Tsong was seeking recompense not only for himself, but also for Chen Chu, while a superior grade Xian-level method would suffice. The question remained, how could it be offered to Chen Chu? Although Qin Yunzi mentioned providing Wang Tsong with a superior grade method, It was merely a right to cultivate, not a personal possession. Wang Tsong replied, Master brother, be generous. I shall forego the cultivation method. A bit of gold and some resources for cultivation will suffice. With her large, expressive eyes, she smiled sweetly while extending her hand toward Qin Yunzi, playfully shaking it. Qin Yunzi, confronted with Wang Tsong's duplicitous expression, felt his temper flare, but ultimately acquiesced. Very well, Master brother will remember this and ensure you receive it. Qin Yunzi painted a rosy picture, knowing that should Wang Tsong seek him out in the future, he could easily concoct an excuse, claiming that the sect's finances were in disarray, thus delaying fulfillment of the promise. Upon hearing Qin Yunzi's extravagant promises, Wang Tsong, feeling helpless, revealed the truth. When mentioning that Hong Rani was not captured by him, Qin Yunzi's expression turned peculiar. Goodness, are you intending to monopolize the merits of others? How distasteful. In the next moment, Qin Yunzi spoke, alas, junior sister Wang Tsong. How am I to address you? Hearing her elder brother speak of her, Wang Tsong's lips instantly pursed in displeasure. Qin Yunzi, observing her demeanor, let out a resigned sigh. He then pointed to an elder in the hall, instructing him to head to the treasury to procure some rare treasures and deliver them to the individual. Before long, outside the gates of Qingyun's sect, Chen Chu received his reward from the sect. After accepting the compensation, Chen Chu bid farewell to Yang Yu and the others, departing with Wu Guang. As they watched Chen Chu's retreating figure, a sense of loss enveloped Yang Yu and the others. As time passed, half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, while journeying towards the extreme cold land, Chen Chu encountered 3 talented disciples. After leaving them with the location of the good Buddha temple, he continued on his way with Wu Guang. Soon, they arrived at the extreme cold land. Upon arrival, the malevolent power within Wu Guang was visibly suppressed. Throughout the past half-month, the sinister force within him had sporadically surged forth, causing Chen Chu some annoyance. Fortunately, after entering the extreme cold land, the episodes had diminished, alleviating Chen Chu's headache and allowing him to search for the 9 white snow lotus with peace of mind. Master, where might the 9 white snow lotus be? Wu Guang, having grown familiar with Chen Chu over the past month, could no longer contain his curiosity. Chen Chu, responding to Wu Guang's inquiry, replied, I do not know, but we shall proceed forward. Are you afraid? The teasing tone in Chen Chu's second statement revealed his amusement. He noted that Wu Guang had lost the arrogant and invincible demeanor that the malevolent power typically bestowed upon him, instead appearing timid and fearful of life. Of course, Wu Guang had his own reasoning. Out of reverence for the Buddhist path, I abstained from killing and fear death. This left Chen Chu somewhat speechless. To be honest, Wu Guang had become quite the chatterbox, incessantly prattling on and causing Chen Chu considerable irritation. Yet, he could not abandon him. Compared to Emperor Su, Wu Guang was a greater concern. The primary reason being that, aside from Chen Chu, it seemed no one in the 10,000 Dharma sacred sect could contain Wu Guang in his malevolent state. After all, with the malevolent body, Wu Guang could elevate his strength to the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. Master, there is someone ahead. As Chen Chu and Wu Guang advanced, Wu Guang's keen eyes spotted a figure lying on the ground in the distance. Chen Chu, upon noticing this, furrowed his brow slightly and hastened his steps. Upon reaching the figure, he discovered that the person was already deceased, their chest hollowed out, eyes wide with terror. This must be the work of the heavenly shaking white ape. Let us follow this path and continue our search, Chen Chu stated firmly to Wu Guang, who nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Chen Chu and Wu Guang ventured forth in search of the whereabouts of the formidable snowy white ape. Unfortunately, their efforts proved fruitless. Just as Chen Chu and Wu Guang contemplated relinquishing their quest, they suddenly discerned an unusual phenomenon in the distance. Warriors were embroiled in combat. It was highly probable that they were engaged with the snowy white ape. Let us proceed, Chen Chu declared, and without hesitation, he and Wu Guang soared toward the scene. At the epicenter of the celestial anomaly stood an elderly woman, clutching her chest, her expression contorted in anguish as she gazed upon the towering snowy white ape, which resembled an ancient giant ape. Its entire form was cloaked in a coat of pristine white fur, with razor-sharp teeth and nostrils that flared as if stirring up a tempest. Its arms were immensely powerful, seemingly capable of tearing apart the very fabric of space before it, emanating an overwhelming aura of oppression that sent shivers down one's spine. However, the area was not home to a solitary snowy white ape. Upon closer inspection, there were several, at least a dozen in number. Each exuded an aura of peak Purple Mansion realm, with some even reaching the formidable Mid-Soul Formation realm. In stark contrast, the elderly woman possessed only the cultivation of late Purple Mansion realm. That she had managed to endure thus far without being pulverized into mere flesh by the snowy white apes was commendable in itself. Was this truly the end of her struggle? Gazing at the multitude of snowy white apes, her countenance turned ashen, and in a trembling whisper, she lamented, "Is there truly no escape from this fate?" As her words fell, a resounding crash echoed through the air as the mightiest of the snowy white apes collapsed, its head exploding in a violent display. One by one, the remaining snowy white apes, moments ago standing tall, fell unable to restrain himself. He rose respectfully and inquired, "Elder, is there something you need?" Chen Chu replied, "Do you possess the 9 white snow lotus? I have scoured 100 miles to no avail. There are only 2 possibilities. Either this place lacks the 9 white snow lotus, or the elderly woman before me has collected it." Indeed, as Chen Chu concluded his statement, the old woman's gaze flickered, avoiding direct contact with Chen Chu's eyes, clearly indicating that Chen Chu's conjecture was correct. Without hesitation, Chen Chu extended his hand, demanding, "Hand it over to my sect, and I shall spare your life." Had he not intervened, the old woman would likely have perished at the hands of the trembling heaven white ape. It was reasonable for him to claim the 9 white snow lotus as recompense. As Chen Chu's words hung in the air, the old woman pressed her lips together, adopting a demeanor of refusal. Observing this, Chen Chu's brow furrowed, a hint of anger crossing his face. He was perplexed by the old woman's audacity to reject him. In the next moment, Chen Chu rose, hands clasped behind him, pointing at the numerous corpses of the trembling heaven white apes scattered around them, and stated, "If it were not for my intervention, do you truly believe you would still be alive? The fact that I have not slain you to seize the 9 white snow lotus is a favor. Should you remain ungrateful, I would not hesitate to send you on your way." Following his declaration, a tremendous aura radiated from Chen Chu, descending upon the old woman like a celestial canopy, overwhelming her presence. In an instant, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her expression contorted in agony as she collapsed to the ground. 3 counts, Chen Chu declared, extending 3 fingers. "Should you refuse to comply, I shall reduce you to mere flesh and blood." As Chen Chu's ultimatum resonated, the old woman, with no other option, reluctantly retrieved the hard-won 9 white snow lotus from her bosom and handed it to him. Chen Chu gazed upon the pristine, snow-white flower, nodding in satisfaction before waving his hand, dissipating his oppressive aura. Moments later, he beckoned to Wu Guang, who was still diligently harvesting the cores of the trembling heaven white apes. "Enough, cease your digging. We must continue our search." Wu Guang, upon hearing Chen Chu's call, promptly halted his actions and approached him. Subsequently, the 2 departed from the site. Once they had left, the old woman wore a complex expression before reaching into her garments once more to retrieve the genuine 9 white snow lotus. The one she had just given Chen Chu was a mere imitation. Though she did not wish to deceive her savior, the 9 white snow lotus was vital to her, as it could save her granddaughter's life. Ultimately, she was left with no choice but to mislead Chen Chu. After ensuring the 2 had vanished from sight, the old woman hastily exited the area. As time passed, approximately a week later, astonishing news erupted throughout the icy desolation. Thousands of trembling heaven white apes had been slain, and hundreds of 9 white snow lotuses had vanished without a trace. This news sent shockwaves across tens of thousands of miles, particularly among the warriors of the Cold Wind dynasty, who were acutely aware of the formidable strength of the trembling heaven white apes, given their proximity to the dynasty. The ability to annihilate such a vast number of them suggested that the perpetrator likely possessed the strength of the Void Realm. In an instant, the entire Cold Wind dynasty and neighboring realms proceeded with utmost caution, fearful of offending this formidable Void Realm warrior. At this moment, within the Cold Wind dynasty, Wang Pan, upon receiving this news, keenly sensed that it was likely orchestrated by his own sect master. Just then, a young maiden approached Wang Pan with great respect and stated, "Esteemed senior brother, our Qingyun sect lies just ahead. Should Chen Chu appear here now, he would undoubtedly recognize me." This young maiden was none other than Yang Yu. During his training in the Cold Wind dynasty, Wang Pan had quietly made her acquaintance. Yang Yu, having witnessed Wang Pan's prowess, harbored intentions of drawing him closer, especially upon learning that he was without a sect. She was immensely excited, believing she could persuade Wang Pan to join the Qingyun sect. Subsequently, she endeavored to win him over. However, Wang Pan, adhering to Chen Chu's previous directive to avoid mentioning the 10,000 Laws Sacred Sect while outside, fearing that anyone familiar with it, particularly acquaintances of Qin Fun, would act against him, neither rejected nor accepted her proposal, merely stating that he would first like to take a look. Before them loomed the vast Qingyun sect. Wang Pan remarked, "How expansive." Chapter 72. A meeting with the young girl again at the Good Buddha Temple. Chen Chu returned with over 109 white snow lotuses. Wu Guang, gazing upon the temple, felt a myriad of emotions stir within him. Even after transforming into the evil Buddha, he retained memories of his past misdeeds. No more lamenting. The past is behind us. The monks within are enlightened beings and will surely forgive you, Chen Chu said cheerfully, observing Wu Guang's demeanor. He then pushed open the door and entered. Upon entering, Chen Chu spotted a monkey lounging in a rocking chair, basking lazily in the sun. Utterly devoid of any signs of cultivation, quite unbothered. Who is it? Today is not a day for incense burning, the monkey grumbled upon hearing the door open. Chen Chu replied, your grandfather has returned. As soon as Chen Chu's words fell, the monkey sprang into action, standing upright with a fawning expression. When did you return, Sect Master? The monkey asked eagerly. I just got back. Where is Master Shangyuan? Chen Chu inquired. Reporting to the Sect Master, he is inside the hall, burning incense and offering prayers. The monkey responded. All right, Chen Chu said, and he led Wu Guang further inside. In the hall, Emperor Su and Zishan were seated in meditation, while Master Shangyuan and the other monks were chanting scriptures. Observing the two men in the hall and then glancing at the monkey outside, Chen Chu felt it necessary to spur the monkey into action. Benefactor, you have returned. Master Shangyuan exclaimed upon sensing Chen Chu's presence, opening his eyes, rising, and bowing respectfully. Chen Chu returned the gesture and then presented a 9 white snow lotus to Master Shangyuan. The master glanced at the single snow lotus in his hand, his brow slightly furrowing. With just one snow lotus, there would be no room for failure. A hint of embarrassment crossed Master Shangyuan's face as he realized he could not guarantee success on the first attempt. Seeing the master's discomfort, Chen Chu reassured him. Do not worry, Master. Our sect possesses several more. There are ample opportunities for you to experiment. After saying this, Chen Chu opened his storage bag, revealing a plethora of 9 white snow lotuses, all densely packed within. The Master of Compassion was utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had not anticipated that Chen Chu possessed such formidable power. Shortly thereafter, he recalled the martial artist who had visited the Shanfosi temple to pray, mentioning the events that transpired in the frigid wasteland, connecting the dots with the multitude of 9 white snow lotuses before him. The Master of Compassion instantly comprehended that Chen Chu was the true culprit behind the untold deaths of countless snow-white apes in that desolate realm. In his heart, the Master of Compassion felt a heightened respect for Chen Chu. In this land, no one fails to revere the powerful. Thus, the old monk resolved to test the waters. With palms joined in reverence, he bowed deeply. Chen Chu nodded in acknowledgement and then turned his gaze towards Emperor Su, who rose and slowly approached him. In the next moment, Chen Chu addressed Emperor Su, instructing him to follow the Master of Compassion and allow him to lift the curse that plagued him. After offering a few more words of caution, Chen Chu urged him to remain vigilant, in case the Master of Compassion were to act unpredictably. Understanding the gravity of Chen Chu's words, Emperor Su nodded and followed the Master of Compassion to the rear. As time flowed by, while Chen Chu awaited their return, calamity struck the Qingyun sect miles away. Upon learning of Hongrani's capture, a great number of disciples from the Red Scorpion sect launched a full-scale assault on the Qingyun sect, disregarding all caution. The Qingyun sect, caught off guard, suffered relentless defeats, leading to the downfall of a significant portion of their stronghold. Many disciples, having witnessed the brutal tactics of the Red Scorpion sect, lost their fighting spirit before engaging in battle, fleeing in droves. This unfortunate turn of events allowed some of Qingyun sect's talented disciples to slip away unnoticed. Among them Yangyu. At this moment, 1,000 miles away from the Shanfosi temple, in a humble monastery, Yangyu panted heavily, her visage smeared with dirt and her breath shallow. Her right arm was drenched in blood, droplets falling to the ground. Damn it, she muttered under her breath, unable to contain her frustration. She had never imagined that capturing Hongrani would nearly lead to the obliteration of the Qingyun sect. Had it not been for Hongrani, perhaps the Red Scorpion sect and the Qingyun sect could have maintained their fragile peace for a century. Now, Yangyu found herself torn between laughter and tears. What she once believed to be a fortuitous event now appeared to be a calamitous misfortune. With a heavy heart, she fell silent, emotions swirling within her. She retrieved a medicinal pill from her storage bag and swallowed it, commencing her recovery. Once she regained her strength, Yangyu stood and exited the monastery, raising her hands in prayer towards the direction of the Qingyun sect. Master, I hope you are safe, she implored. As the Red Scorpion sect invaded the Qingyun sect, Wang Tsung fought valiantly, escorting Yangyu to safety, urging her to find a secure refuge and to seek revenge for him if the opportunity arose. If not, she was to live on in his stead. Yangyu was uncertain of Wang Tsung's fate, but she refused to flee like a coward. In that moment, thoughts of Chen Chu crossed her mind. Thus, she soared towards the location of the Shanfosi temple, hoping that Senior Chen had already returned and had not yet departed. After expressing her thoughts, Yangyu gazed in the direction of the temple and prepared to ascend into the air, heading towards it. However, at that moment, Several disciples from the Red Scorpion sect, following her aura, were in pursuit. Don't run. The leader of the disciples bellowed at Yang Yu as the words left his lips. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Yang Yu dared not linger. She quickly consumed a pill designed to expend her vitality and enhance her speed, propelling herself swiftly towards the Shanfosi temple. These disciples, perceiving her aura, were evidently stronger than Yang Yu at her peak. Not to mention that even if Yang Yu had just recovered, she would not stand a chance against 3 of her peak selves and could only flee. Thus, Yang Yu fled ahead at great speed while the disciples trailed behind, unable to close the distance due to her consumed pill enhancing her speed, which kept them at a safe range. This infuriated the disciples, who planned to teach her a lesson once they caught up, as a consolation for their arduous efforts. Soon, Yang Yu glimpsed the Shanfosi temple before her. Upon seeing it, she felt a momentary relaxation, but her tension quickly returned as she sensed the howling wind behind her, indicating that the disciples were still in pursuit. At this juncture, there remained less than 30 miles to the temple. Yet these 30 miles became an insurmountable chasm for Yang Yu. The effects of the pill were beginning to wane, and it was likely that the disciples would catch up to her within 10 miles. As Yang Yu observed the disciples growing ever closer, despair washed over her, and she feared she might meet her end there. However, at that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted behind her. Turning her head, she witnessed the disciples who had been chasing her erupting into a crimson display of fireworks midair. To her astonishment, the person she had been searching for was standing precisely where the disciples had just been, gazing at her with a look of bewilderment. Then, a familiar voice rang out. "We meet again, little girl." As Chen Chu's words fell, Yang Yu's eyes glistened with tears, her overwhelming relief manifesting vividly. "What's wrong? Why are you crying? Are you overly excited to see me?" Chen Chu asked, his voice resonating with warmth. Upon hearing his words, Yang Yu shook her head and then nodded. Chen Chu, unable to suppress a smile, subsequently escorted Yang Yu back to the Shanfosi temple. He had initially intended to scout the area for delicacies to roast and enjoy, only to stumble upon Yang Yu being pursued. Thus, the previous scene unfolded. Soon, Yang Yu regained her composure and knelt before Chen Chu, bowing her head repeatedly, leaving him utterly speechless. "What are you doing bowing to me? It's neither New Year nor a festival. Are you perhaps seeking my assistance?" As Chen Chu spoke, his expression gradually shifted to one of discomfort. He was inherently averse to trouble, and unless the stakes were exceedingly high, he would refrain from intervening. In the next moment, Yang Yu recounted the events that had transpired within the Qingyan sect. Upon finishing her account, she raised her head, her eyes brimming with anticipation, hoping that Chen Chu would lend his aid. However, upon hearing her plea, Chen Chu rejected her outright without a moment's hesitation. "No. Why not?" Yang Yu inquired. "It's not worth it," Chen Chu replied. "Senior, if you save our Qingyan sect, you would be our benefactor, and we would be obliged to comply with any request you have in the future," Yang Yu insisted. "That may be true, but I have no desire to," Chen Chu stated. "Please, Senior, I beg you. Without your help, our Qingyan sect will surely face annihilation. Every day across the continent, sects meet their demise. If it happens, it happens. Out with the old, in with the new. Just endure it," Chen Chu said, his words echoing with a sense of indifference. No matter how fervently Yang Yu pleaded, Chen Chu remained unmoved. Furthermore, he was preoccupied with watching over the Emperor Su inside. What if something were to happen? Presently, Shu Daoyou had yet to arrive. If either Emperor Su or Wu Guang were to encounter trouble, it would break his heart. Yang Yu, witnessing Chen Chu's resolute refusal, began to weep, her tears streaming down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. It is often said that a woman's tears are a formidable weapon. Yet this particular arsenal seemed ineffective against Chen Chu. After a while, as her tears seemed to dry up, Yang Yu retrieved a jade pendant from her storage bag. Upon gazing at the pendant, Chen Chu's expression shifted dramatically. Pointing to the jade pendant, he asked, "Who bestowed this pendant upon you?" Yang Yu, slightly perplexed by his inquiry, explained the circumstances surrounding the pendant. It had been given to her by Wang Pan, who considered her his first friend since embarking on his journey of cultivation. In truth, this pendant had originally been a gift from Chen Chu to Wang Pan, as he was the first disciple Chen Chu had taken under his wing, making it of significant sentimental value. Damn, I sent him out to cultivate, not to face death. The moment Chen Chu heard Wang Pan's name, along with the mention of the pendant, his heart raced with anxiety, and he couldn't help but scold himself internally for his perceived failure. Upon learning that Wang Pan was currently trapped within the Qingyan sect, he felt as though he were a barrel ready to explode, dangerously close to igniting. "Senior, do you know Senior Brother Wang Pan?" Yang Yu cautiously asked, observing Chen Chu's reaction. Chen Chu nodded in response, and then turned his gaze toward the Shanfan temple. Although Wu Guang and Emperor Su were both crucial to him, it was evident that the danger Wang Pan faced was far more severe. Thus, Chen Chu resolved to set off in search of Wang Pan. At that moment, whoosh! Shu Daoao soared through the air on his sword and arrived at the location Chen Chu had indicated. Shu Daoao, your timing is impeccable. Remain here and watch. I shall return shortly, Chen Chu said, patting Shu Daoao on the shoulder before swiftly taking the bewildered Yang Yu away, heading towards the abode of the Qingyun sect. Unbeknownst to Shu Daoao, who had just arrived, he was entrusted with a significant responsibility by Chen Chu. Without further contemplation, he obediently entered the Shanfan temple. Upon seeing an outsider, the monks of Shanfan temple assumed he was a devotee come to offer prayers and intended to ask him to leave. I am here to escort the great Emperor Su and Wu Guang on behalf of our sect, Shu Daoao declared, clearly stating his purpose. The monks, upon hearing his words, instantly recognized him as a subordinate of Chen Chu and bowed respectfully, their hands clasped in reverence. Shu Daoao, witnessing this, felt a twinge of confusion, pondering what had transpired between the monks and his sect leader. In the next moment, a monk from Shanfan temple approached Shu Daoao, escorting Wu Guang. The two men regarded each other curiously, tilting their heads in mutual appraisal. After a brief silence, Shu Daoao took the initiative to introduce himself. Upon mentioning that he was an elder of the Wanfa Xingzong, Wu Guang's expression shifted to one of mild peculiarity. However, he quickly regained his composure. For Shu Daoao appeared remarkably harmless, lacking any semblance of the gravitas typically associated with an elder. Unbeknownst to Wu Guang, Shu Daoao held a rather humble position within the vast sect, surrounded as he was by formidable talents. As a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm with unremarkable aptitude, he felt a distinct lack of confidence. Our sect leader has instructed us to wait here for his return, after which I shall escort you back to the Wanfa Xingzong, Shu Daoao stated earnestly to Wu Guang. Wu Guang, upon hearing this, shook his head. Observing this, Shu Daoao nodded and found a spot to sit down, prompting Wu Guang to take a seat beside him. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Chen Chu arrived at the Qingyun sect with Yang Yu. He gazed intently at the distant Qingyun sect and exhaled a sigh of relief, remarking, fortunately, it has not been completely breached. As Chen Chu finished speaking, Yang Yu also relaxed slightly. However, Chen Chu's expression darkened as he growled, should any harm befall my disciples, I assure you, both your sects shall perish today. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu's heart raced, tightening in his throat. In the next moment, whoosh! Several elders from the Hongxia sect, residing on the outskirts and possessing the god concealment realm, took to the skies upon spotting Chen Chu, soaring towards them. Just as they intended to inquire about the identities of Chen Chu and Yang Yu, they caught sight of Yang Yu clad in the robes of a Qingyun sect disciple. Instantly, the elders exchanged glances and charged towards Chen Chu. Yang Yu, witnessing this, fearfully closed his eyes. The next instant, boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Yang Yu instinctively opened his eyes to find that the elders of the Hongxia sect, who had been standing before them, had been dispatched by Chen Chu in an instant. Immediately, Chen Chu addressed Yang Yu, instructing, find a safe place. I shall now unveil the true extent of my power. Chapter 74. Fortunately, you did not perish at the gates of Qingyun sect. A multitude of disciples from the Red Scorpion sect had already claimed this territory. Numerous female disciples of Qingyun sect had become mere playthings for their Red Scorpion counterparts. The piercing cries of anguish from the women echoed through the air, mingling with the male voices wailing in despair, creating a cacophony of suffering that was incessantly heard from all directions. Meanwhile, the elders of the Red Scorpion sect did not intervene. Instead, they hovered above, keeping watch to prevent any assaults from the Qingyun disciples. Currently, fewer than 1,000 Qingyun disciples remained to resist, and with the sect leader yet to arrive. This meager number was akin to a flock of helpless chickens facing impending doom. How audacious they were to attempt to capture the young master, tarnishing the honor of Qingyun sect. Did they truly believe that the century-long balance of power indicated the inferiority of Red Scorpion sect? Had it not been for their leader's century-long seclusion to break through to the celestial spirit realm, Qingyun sect would have been annihilated long ago. Several elders of the Red Scorpion sect gathered, surveying the surroundings while discussing the current state of Qingyun sect, their faces gradually revealing a mocking expression. Oh, your leader of the Red Scorpion sect has achieved the celestial spirit realm? At that moment, Chen Chu's curious voice resounded clearly in the ears of the Red Scorpion elders. Of course. Otherwise, why would we mobilize our entire sect to invade Qingyun sect? One of the elders responded enthusiastically, but suddenly, sensing something amiss, he turned to face the unfamiliar figure of Chen Chu, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance, as if confronting a formidable foe. In the next instant, Chen Chu's lips curled into a smirk as he extended a finger. Boom! The elders of the Red Scorpion sect exploded into oblivion, their eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom that they had met their demise in such a manner. Soon after, Chen Chu descended from the air, striding purposefully towards the remaining disciples of Qingyun's sect. Revenge for the elders. Several Red Scorpion disciples, witnessing the earlier spectacle, erupted in fury and charged at Chen Chu. However, regrettably, these disciples were as fragile as paper. With a mere flick of his hand, all those who approached him were obliterated in an instant. Chen Chu forcefully advanced into the depths of Qingyun's sect, only to encounter a significant resistance from the multitude of elders and disciples of the Red Scorpion sect. A grand battle was imminent. Within the confines of Qingyun's sect, atop Qingyun Peak, the only place untouched by the chaos, numerous elders and disciples were reinforcing the protective formations to guard against the Red Scorpion disciples. At this moment, the leader of Qingyun's sect, Qingyunzi, sat cross-legged upon the ground, recuperating. The fierce battle against the elders of the Red Scorpion sect had left him severely weakened. With only a fifth of his spiritual energy remaining, Wang Tsong sat beside him, also in recovery. After desperately ensuring Yang Yu's escape, she had narrowly avoided death. However, a closer inspection revealed that Wang Tsong now possessed only one arm, greatly diminishing her combat capabilities. Her strength was likely at the mid-stage of the divine concealment realm, and even that was contingent upon a complete restoration of her energy. At present, she could only muster the power of the early stage of the divine concealment realm. Brother, it seems we are destined to perish here, Wang Tsong remarked. A bitter smile etched upon his face as he observed the Red Scorpion sect elders relentlessly dismantling the formation. Perhaps a miracle may yet occur, Qingyunzi replied hopefully. Wang Tsong, we're not children. We have not called for help, so what miracle could possibly happen? He countered. Do you recall, sister, the encounter I had with a disciple from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion 2 decades ago? Qingyunzi asked. Indeed, I remember. You spoke of it often. Claiming to know a disciple from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Wang Tsong replied. That disciple cast an oracle for our Qingyun sect, revealing that 20 years hence, we would face a great calamity, but one would emerge to aid us through the tribulation, Qingyunzi recounted. Do you truly believe he was not deceiving you? Wang Tsong questioned skeptically. Silence. He is indeed a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Trust in my words, Qingyunzi insisted. If what you say is true, sister might grant you the opportunity to fulfill your long-held wish, Wang Tsong conceded. Thank you. Qingyunzi responded just as a sudden sensation gripped Wang Kong. He turned to see a middle-aged man seated cross-legged on the ground, an axe in hand, calmly recovering his vitality, his expression devoid of fear. This man was none other than Wang Pan. He had survived the onslaught of the Red Scorpion sect disciples, albeit with injuries. Despite his formidable talent, he had only recently embarked on the path of martial arts, lacking extensive combat experience, which led to his wounding in the face of numerous opponents of equal standing. Sister, it appears he is the one your disciple brought back. Is he someone you hold affection for? He seems rather aged, Qingyunzi queried, pointing at Wang Pan. Wang Tsong shook his head. I do not know, but Xiaoyu mentioned his exceptional talent and that he is unattached to any sect, making him a potential ally for us. He paused, his expression growing complex as the reality of their situation dawned upon him. At that moment, a thunderous crash echoed as the formation protecting Qingyun Peak shattered. The elders of the Qingyun sect, who had empowered the formation, spewed blood, collapsing to the ground, their breaths weak and faces ashen, seemingly resigned to the fate of their sect. The formation has fallen. Qingyunzi, prepare to meet your end. A voice boomed, filled with malice. As the formation crumbled, a horde of Red Scorpion sect disciples surged toward Qingyunzi and his companions. Tragically, many Qingyun sect disciples, still recovering, were slaughtered before they could mount any resistance. Damn it, sister, hold your ground, Qingyunzi shouted fiercely to Wang Kong. With that, Qingyunzi led the charge against the invading Red Scorpion sect disciples. Wang Tsong, emboldened by a fierce resolve, joined the fray as well. Thus, the two factions clashed violently once more. Wang Pan, wielding his axe, also plunged into the chaos. As time wore on, the number of Qingyun sect disciples dwindled to a mere few, teetering on the brink of collapse. As Qingyunzi and Wang Tsong witnessed the disciples around them collapsing, their eyes filled with blood, and their hearts burned with despair. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped them. If they had been stronger, perhaps the day's calamity could have been averted. At that moment, whoosh! An elder from the Red Scorpion sect lunged at Wang Tsong with a sharp blade in hand. Wang Tsong, grievously injured, realized that eliminating her was the most prudent option. Instinctively, he attempted to raise his sword in defense, yet the excruciating pain and fatigue rendered him unable to do so. Seeing this, Qingyunzi's teeth clenched in frustration, and he could not contain his roar. Junior sister. Upon hearing Qingyunzi's furious shout, Wang Tsong relinquished his sword and offered a faint smile, murmuring a few words. Suddenly, A blinding white light enveloped Wang Tsong and the elder from the Red Scorpion sect. No, Qing Yunzi bellowed as tears welled in his eyes. When the white light dissipated, to everyone's astonishment, Wang Tsong had survived. Wang Pan intervened, blocking the elder's attack. In that moment, Wang Pan resembled a deity of war, wielding an axe to parry the deadly strike aimed at Wang Kong. The elder from the Red Scorpion sect, witnessing this, experienced a moment of shock as her pupils constricted, before she launched another attack at Wang Pan. Clang! Bang! Wang Pan effortlessly deflected her assault, sending her flying. Qing Yunzi felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, the next instant, dozens of Red Scorpion sect elders charged toward Wang Pan. Seeing this, Wang Pan glanced at Wang Tsong, whom he shielded, biting his lip as a complex expression crossed his face. He could not withstand their onslaught, yet he could not abandon Wang Kong. Just as Wang Pan found himself in this predicament, a thunderous explosion erupted. To his astonishment, all the elders rushing toward him were annihilated. Wang Pan looked up in disbelief toward the center of the explosion, where Chen Chu approached, cradling a blazing lotus in his right hand, step by step. Thank heavens, you are alive. If you had perished, I would have wept inconsolably, Chen Chu declared. As his words echoed, all eyes turned toward him. Chen Chu reached Wang Pan's side, surveying him before instinctively preparing to pat his shoulder to assess his injuries. Whoosh! Wang Pan's pupils dilated, and he instinctively stepped back. Curse it, Chen Chu muttered. Wang Pan, Sect Master, it was an involuntary reaction. Chen Chu, no matter. Seeing you unharmed is what matters. Wang Pan, Sect Master, how did you know the disciples were here? Chen Chu, Yang Yu informed me. Wang Pan, so it was her. Chen Chu, you should be grateful. Had you not given her the jade pendant I bestowed upon you, I might not have recognized you, and you could have perished just now with those elders attacking together. Even if Wang Pan had survived, he would have been gravely injured. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Wang Pan felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. The next moment, Chen Chu's gaze fell upon Wang Tsong, who appeared to be recovering from a near-fatal encounter, patting his chest. Oh, you're still alive? From the tone of Yang Yu, I thought you had ascended to the heavens. Chen Chu teased Wang Kong. Wang Tsong's face revealed a hint of bitterness upon hearing Chen Chu's words. She had initially believed her life was at its end, yet fate had conspired to spare her. Turning back, she resolved to repay this disciple of the sect. Chen Chu pointed towards Wang Pan and spoke earnestly to Wang Tsong, stating that since her life had been saved, was she not obliged to offer herself in gratitude? Wang Tsong, taking Chen Chu's words to heart, nodded solemnly and replied, "Of course, please rest assured, esteemed senior." From a distance, Qing Yunzi, who was approaching, nearly stumbled to the ground upon hearing Wang Tsong's declaration. Junior sister, are you serious? Qing Yunzi's feelings were complex at that moment, especially since Wang Tsong had previously mentioned offering herself as well. Chen Chu, pleased with Wang Tsong's earnestness, nodded approvingly and then declared, "Very well, since you are so sincere. Our sect shall assist your Qing Yun sect in obliterating this so-called Red Scorpion sect. However, let it be known in advance that 70% of the treasures and cultivation resources within the Red Scorpion sect will belong to us, with the remaining 30% allocated to you." Without a moment's hesitation, Qing Yunzi agreed, exclaiming, "Excellent. This 30% is practically a gift." He was not among those foolish sect leaders who failed to recognize their position in such a scenario. The fact that they would receive anything at all was already a stroke of fortune. Thus, Chen Chu's arrival infused the remaining members of Qing Yun's sect with boundless strength. Once Qing Yunzi and the other disciples of Qing Yun's sect had sufficiently recovered from their injuries, they surged forth from Qing Yun Peak, embarking on a sweeping campaign against their foes. Prior to arriving at Qing Yun Peak, Chen Chu had already dealt with numerous disciples of the Red Scorpion sect. Consequently, Qing Yunzi and his companions encountered little resistance. As long as they banded together, they could indiscriminately slay any Red Scorpion disciples or elders they encountered. Meanwhile, Chen Chu was seated beside Wang Pan, taking a moment to rest. How did you come to practice in the Cold Wind Dynasty? Chen Chu inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Wang Pan replied, I encountered Elder Shu Daoao on my journey, and upon learning that the sect leader was in the Cold Wind Dynasty, I decided to come here for training and perhaps catch a glimpse of the sect leader. I never anticipated I would indeed meet you. Chen Chu remarked, fortunately, you encountered me, otherwise, you would have met your demise. He shot Wang Pan an exasperated glance. Wang Pan, hearing Chen Chu's words, scratched the back of his head sheepishly and then ventured to ask, Sect leader, how did you come to know Miss Yang Yu? Chen Chu regarded Wang Pan with a hint of suspicion, as this was the first time he had inquired about matters beyond cultivation. Subsequently, Chen Chu's curiosity piqued. He looked at Wang Pan with intrigue. Sensing Chen Chu's inquisitive gaze, Wang Pan hastily clarified, Sect leader, please do not misunderstand. I am merely curious. Oh, is that so? Chen Chu replied, rest assured, my relationship with Yang Yu is entirely platonic. You need not worry. After saying this, he bestowed upon Wang Pan a reassuring expression. Wang Pan, witnessing this, felt a surge of exasperation but dared not express it. Meanwhile, at the gates of Qingyun's sect, the remaining disciples had nearly expelled all Red Scorpion sect members from their territory. However, a few Red Scorpion disciples still roamed within the vast expanse of Qingyun's sect. The land spans several hundred kilometers. At this moment, at the entrance of the mountain gate, Wang Tsong holds a sharp blade. Glancing at his companion Qingyun Zi before raising his gaze to the sky, he inquires, Senior brother, shall we discuss a matter? Qingyun Zi responds, what matter? Wang Tsong replies, could you introduce me to one of your brothers from the Tianji Pavilion? I can offer you a favor. As soon as Wang Tsong's words fell, Qingyun Zi's expression twisted momentarily, followed by a twitching of his lips as he shook his head. Don't get any ideas. He is not fond of women. He initially thought Wang Tsong was about to confess something, but was merely seeking to be acquainted with his Tianji Pavilion brethren. This left Qingyun Zi feeling somewhat dejected and defeated. Upon hearing Qingyun Zi's words, Wang Tsong pouted. Initially, she suspected that the disciple of the Tianji Pavilion was a fraud. Now it appeared he could indeed predict the future. What? Are we no longer calling him a fraud? Qingyun Zi couldn't help but tease Wang Kong. Wang Tsong responded, oh, senior brother, this is for your own good, isn't it? If you fall for a trick, it won't just affect you. It will implicate our entire Qingyun sect. After stating this, he wore an expression of righteous indignation, which only made Qingyun Zi's lips twitch even more. In the next moment, Qingyun Zi seemed to catch sight of something and pointed in a direction, asking Wang Tsong, isn't she your disciple? Following Qingyun Zi's gesture, Yang Yu was cautiously observing her surroundings, seemingly ensuring there were no disciples from the Hongxia sect nearby. Once she confirmed their absence and felt safe, she hurriedly dashed toward Wang Kong. Just moments ago, Yang Yu had spotted Wang Kong. Had she not feared the potential ambush of the Hongxia sect, she would have rushed over sooner. Master, it's such a relief to see you unharmed, Yang Yu exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears as she embraced Wang Kong. Upon noticing Wang Tsong had lost an arm, she could not help but cry profusely. Wang Tsong, looking at the weeping Yang Yu, gently stroked her forehead, soothingly saying, Master is fine, and I owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for your timely assistance, I might have met a dire fate. Hearing Wang Tsong's words, Yang Yu pulled away from the embrace, wiped her nose, and firmly nodded. Master sacrificed an arm to save me. How could I possibly flee? Wang Tsong gazed at Yang Yu with pride, realizing that his disciple had truly matured. However, in the next moment, the expression of contentment on Wang Tsong's face swiftly vanished. As an overwhelming aura approached their location, the leader of the Hongxia sect was coming. Chapter 76. The annihilation of the Hongxia sect. Before them stood the leader of the Hongxia sect, sporting fiery red hair and a stern, square face. Exuding an air of authority, clad in traditional attire, he radiated an aura of dominance. Within his eyes flickered a hint of astonishment. The leader had initially believed that without his intervention, the elders of the sect would surely extinguish the Qingyun sect. He was taken aback to discover that the Qingyun sect had survived. Hong Tian. Qingyun Zi could not contain his fury as he recognized the familiar figure hovering in the air. Hong Tian is the name of the leader of the Red Scorpion sect and the biological father of Hong Rani. Upon hearing Qingyun Zi's words, Hong Tian furrowed his brows slightly and glanced at Qingyun Zi with disdain, remarking, Heh, you are still alive, which surprises our sect. Qingyun Zi retorted, Heh, not only am I alive, but I am thriving. As for you, are you here to collect the corpses of your disciples from the Red Scorpion sect? With a tone of mockery and an air of composure, Qingyun Zi posed the question. As Qingyun Zi finished speaking, Hong Tian remained silent, his expression dark as he stared at Qingyun Zi. In the next moment, Hong Tian raised his right hand, and a tremendous surge of spiritual energy descended as if the heavens themselves were tearing apart, akin to a hand of creation, directly assaulting Qingyun Zi. Boom. The powerful spiritual energy instantly overturned all surrounding structures. Observing this, Qingyun Zi instinctively prepared to counterattack. However, before his energy could touch Hong Tian, it was obliterated in an instant. The residual force of the energy continued to surge towards Qingyun Zi. Seeing this, Qingyun Zi could not help but evade. Unfortunately, at this moment, Hong Tian had already attained the realm of the primordial spirit. Although his attack appeared slow, it reached Qingyun Zi in the blink of an eye. Bang! Unable to dodge, Qingyun Zi was struck directly, resulting in a massive pit several dozen meters wide. Qingyun Zi lay within, his face a bloody mess, his garments tattered, and his breath faint. Had it not been for Hong Tian's decision to spare Qingyun Zi's life, he would have perished long ago. Is this all? Hong Tian mocked Qingyun Zi with a sneer. Suddenly, Hong Tian sensed something and looked into the distance. A primordial spirit realm martial artist? Hong Tian's pupils dilated as he gazed suspiciously ahead. Then, with a resounding bang, Chen Chu appeared and delivered a powerful punch to Hong Tian. In that instant, Hong Tian's body began to distort, followed by an explosive sound as he was obliterated. Thus, the once formidable Hong Tian was effortlessly vanquished by Chen Chu. Perhaps even in death, Hong Tian could not fathom why there existed a martial artist of the same caliber as himself within the Qingyun sect. At that moment, Chen Chu soared to the spot where Hong Tian had stood, directing his gaze towards Qingyun Zi in the pit and the astonished Wang Kong. Was he killed in an instant? Wang Tsong exclaimed, incredulity flooding his small eyes as he beheld the remnants of Hong Tian. Are you both unharmed? Chen Chu's voice resonated clearly in their ears. Wang Tsong shook his head and then turned his gaze towards the unconscious Qingyun Zi, unable to articulate a response. Ignoring Qingyun Zi's plight, Chen Chu addressed Wang Tsong. Find a disciple to lead us to the Red Scorpion Sect. He had just slain all the Red Scorpion Sect martial artists above the Foundation establishment realm within the Qingyun Sect. Now, he intended to proceed to the Red Scorpion Sect. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Wang Tsong instinctively considered accompanying him personally. In the next moment, he noticed Yang Yu not far away. With a direct shout, Wang Tsong called out to Yang Yu. Yang Yu, accompany the senior to the Red Scorpion Sect. Upon hearing Wang Tsong's command, Yang Yu nodded and promptly approached Chen Chu. Thus, Yang Yu led Chen Chu toward the Red Scorpion Sect. At that moment, the atmosphere within the sect was filled with jubilance, as they believed that with their sect leader's cultivation at the nascent soul stage, the annihilation of the Qingyun sect would be a simple task. However, they could not have anticipated that their greatest reliance, the nascent soul warrior Hong Tian, would be effortlessly vanquished by Chen Chu in a single strike. On a nearby mountain peak, Yang Yu pointed toward the location of the Red Scorpion sect and respectfully informed Chen Chu, Senior, ahead lies the Red Scorpion sect. As soon as Yang Yu finished speaking, Chen Chu nodded and addressed him. In the next moment, with a swift motion, Chen Chu soared into the sky. Resembling a radiant solar phoenix, he conjured a sphere of extraordinary fire in his right hand, which transformed into a massive blue fire lotus in the sky, hurtling toward the Red Scorpion sect. In an instant, Yang Yu witnessed the once majestic Red Scorpion sect being struck as if by a meteor, reduced to rubble. A vast crater was left in its wake, sending shivers down the spine. Just then, Chen Chu descended from the air, casually remarking, in the following moment, he intended to return with Yang Yu. Following that single strike, virtually no warrior from the Red Scorpion sect had survived. The remaining task was merely for the Qingyun sect to send disciples to retrieve the cultivation resources from the Red Scorpion sect and claim their share. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Yang Yu nodded. Subsequently, Chen Chu posed a rather peculiar question to Yang Yu. What are your thoughts on Wang Pan? As Chen Chu's question lingered in the air, Yang Yu looked at him with a hint of confusion before responding. Senior brother Wang Pan provides a strong sense of security. Yang Yu's brief statement immediately made Chen Chu understand that he had been friend-zoned. In the next moment, Chen Chu accompanied Yang Yu back to the Qingyun sect. Within the Qingyun sect, Qingyun Zi had awoken from her unconscious state. Upon learning of Hong Tian's demise, the tension that had gripped her countenance dissipated. She then arose and inquired of Wang Tsong, Junior sister, where is the senior? Wang Tsong replied, the senior has gone to eliminate the Red Scorpion sect. Qingyun Zi exclaimed, how could this be? Did the senior go alone? Wang Tsong reassured her, he brought Yang Yu along, but with the senior's immense strength, there should be no issue. Qingyun Zi expressed her concern, yet, the Red Scorpion sect has existed for over 1,000 years. What if they have some hidden trump card? Just as Qingyun Zi's words faded, Chen Chu's voice resonated clearly in her ears. You need not worry about this, for I have returned unscathed. As Chen Chu's voice echoed, both Qingyun Zi and Wang Tsong turned their gazes toward him. At this moment, Chen Chu appeared unfazed by the recent turmoil. He found a chair, settled down, and spoke. The Red Scorpion sect has been annihilated by our sect. Dispatch a few elders and disciples to handle the aftermath promptly. Do not delay, lest the belongings be seized by passing rogue cultivators. Upon hearing Chen Chu's words, Qingyun Zi swiftly sat up and urged Wang Tsong, quickly, junior sister, instruct the disciples of our sect to head to the Red Scorpion sect immediately. The Qingyun sect was in dire need of resources to revive its fortunes. Although Chen Chu only offered 30%, it was sufficient to restore some vitality to Qingyun sect. Wang Tsong, responding to Qingyun Zi's command, nodded eagerly, understood. Once Wang Tsong departed, Chen Chu turned to Qingyun Zi and inquired with a hint of indifference. Our sect has aided you in overcoming such a calamity. Do you not wish to express your gratitude? Chapter 77. The young lady returns as Chen Chu's words echoed in the air. Qingyun Zi's heart skipped a beat. She quickly forced a smile and asked Chen Chu, "What is it that the esteemed elder desires? Rest assured, as long as it is within our Qingyun sect's means, I shall not refuse." Her expression resembled that of someone preparing for a significant sacrifice. Chen Chu replied, "It is quite simple. I require 30% of your sect's earnings over the next decade. Is that unreasonable? You have received 30% of the resources from the Red Scorpion sect. Thus, asking for the same from your sect's earnings every 10 years is fair." Without hesitation, Qin Yunzi nodded in agreement. That is acceptable. Chen Chu had saved their sect, and they felt obliged to offer compensation. Pleased with Qin Yunzi's prompt acquiescence, Chen Chu rose and stated, "Every 10 years, our sect will dispatch someone to collect the cultivation resources." With that, he soared into the sky, heading towards Wang Pan's location. His intention was not to take Wang Pan away, but rather to remind him to be cautious during his journey of cultivation. Wang Pan, touched by Chen Chu's concern, felt a swell of emotion. Though unfortunately, Chen Chu did not witness his gratitude as he had already departed for the Shanfan Temple. At the Shanfan Temple, within the monastery, the curse afflicting Emperor Su was being restrained by Master Shan Yuan. Upon his return, Chen Chu learned from Master Shan Yuan that the curse was formidable, beyond his capacity for complete eradication. Although his methods for dispelling curses were advanced, the one plaguing Emperor Su surpassed his abilities significantly, allowing only for its temporary suppression. It could be assured that for the next decade, his cultivation would remain undisturbed, but after 10 years, a return to Shanfan Temple might be necessary to seek Master Shan Yuan's assistance once more in restraining the curse. Chen Chu felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he quickly rationalized it. After all, Emperor Su's background was not ordinary, and the curse was unlikely to be simple. Upon learning this news, Emperor Su remained remarkably composed, seemingly aware that Master Shan Yuan would be unable to fully lift the curse. Very well, since the curse cannot be entirely dispelled, Emperor Su, heed Master Shan Yuan's counsel and return every 10 years, Chen Chu advised. Emperor Su nodded at Chen Chu. Subsequently, Chen Chu retrieved several 9 white snow lotuses from his storage ring and presented them to Master Shan Yuan, intending them as remuneration for suppressing the curse on Emperor Su in the future. Although Master Shan Yuan initially wished to decline, he was unable to resist the forceful insistence of Chen Chu, who pressed the lotuses into his hands. Reluctantly, Master Shan Yuan accepted them. "Master, unless there are further matters, I shall escort them back to the sect." Xu Dao Ao approached respectfully and inquired of Chen Chu. Once Xu Dao Ao finished speaking, Chen Chu shook his head and replied, "This time, you need not return. Proceed directly to Qingyun sect, seek out Wang Pan, and allow him to guide you to the sect master, Qingyunzi. There, wait for them to provide you with the cultivation resources from Hongxie sect, and then you may return to the sect. I will personally ensure the safe return of the others." Having heard Chen Chu's instructions, Xu Dao Ao nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently took his leave to head towards Qingyun sect. After his departure, Chen Chu, along with Emperor Su, Wu Guang, Su Shan, and the monkey, returned to the Wanfa Xingzong. In Longqian Empire's Qing Shui city, Lin Fan, masked, walked alongside Lin Qingxue. Their demeanor suggested a budding intimacy. Lin Qingxue, linking her arm with Lin Fan's, cheerfully pointed out the sights along the streets, introducing them to him. "Senior brother, look at all the shops belonging to our Lin family. Aren't there many?" Lin Qingxue queried, her tone reminiscent of a youthful girl. Gesturing toward a row of shops, Lin Fan nodded, acknowledging the abundance. As a member of the Lin family, he was well aware of their extensive holdings throughout Qing Shui city. Before the tragic incident that befell the city, the Lin family already possessed numerous shops. In the aftermath, as many families fell, the Lin family seized the opportunity to acquire the vacant establishments. Now, Qing Shui city was effectively under the Lin family's dominion. "Senior brother, may I take you to my home?" Lin Qingxue asked cautiously, her cheeks flushing crimson. She fidgeted nervously, clearly anxious about Lin Fan's potential rejection. She had taken great pains to obtain leave from the sect, eager to introduce her family to him. It is noteworthy that Lin Qingxue remained unaware of her betrothal to Lin Chunfeng, as Lin Zhangwo had yet to find the right moment to disclose this information. During this period, Lin Qingxue was either practicing swordsmanship with Lin Fan or in seclusion, making it impossible for her to see her family. Upon hearing Lin Qingxue's proposal, Lin Fan pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, expressing his own desire to revisit the family and witness the true nature of its members. Lin Qingxue, elated by his consent, nearly burst with excitement. "Senior brother, follow me," she exclaimed, leading the way eagerly. Observing this, Lin Fan furrowed his brow beneath his mask and followed suit. In the Lin family's garden, Lin Chunfeng and Lin Zhangwo were enjoying the beauty of blooming flowers and the sight of birds. During this serene moment, Lin Zhangwo's gaze towards Lin Chunfeng grew increasingly approving. Over the past few years, Lin Chunfeng had reached the 4th level of the innate realm and had caught the attention of the esteemed Huashin sect, whose elder was en route to recruit disciples. It was anticipated that the elder would arrive shortly. However, Lin Zhengwo lamented the inability to contact Lin Qingxue had she reached out. They could have celebrated her wedding just before the elder's arrival, adding even more joy to the occasion. As he thought of Lin Qingxue, Lin Zhengwo's expression turned to one of frustration, unable to comprehend why his daughter had not communicated with the Lin family to assure them of her well-being. Were it not for Elder Wang Xiu's assurances that Lin Qingxue was safe, Lin Zhengwo might have feared the worst. Just as Lin Zhengwo was musing about her, a servant arrived to report, "Patriarch, the young lady has returned to Qingxue City." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhengwo and Lin Chunfeng exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. Lin Zhengwo quickly inquired of the servant, "Where is she now?" The servant's expression grew complex at the question. Noticing this, Lin Zhengwo pressed, "What is it?" Lin Chunfeng, sensing the tension, urged, "Speak." The servant, visibly trembling, cast a wary glance at Lin Chunfeng, then lowered his head and stammered, "The young lady is accompanied by a man. They appear quite intimate as they stroll through Qingxue City." This news struck the Lin family like a thunderbolt, for everyone knew that Lin Zhengwo had betrothed Lin Qingxue to Lin Chunfeng. The sight of her closeness with another man undoubtedly cast a shadow of jealousy over Lin Chunfeng. Indeed, as the servant's words settled, Lin Chuanfeng's countenance darkened. He had long considered Lin Qingxue to be his own, and the thought of her being affectionate with another man was intolerable. Fearing that this situation might provoke his future son-in-law to cancel the engagement, Lin Zhengwo hastily commanded the servant, "Fetch the young lady back at once." At that moment, another servant rushed in with news, "Patriarch, the young lady has returned." Chapter 78. Lin Chunfeng. A clash of friendship in the grand hall of the Lin family. Lin Fan, adorned with a mask, surveyed his surroundings. It remained unchanged from a few years prior, and he mused quietly to himself, "Senior brother, please wait here for a moment. My father has summoned me. There may be matters to discuss. I hope you will not take offense." Lin Qingxue, appearing somewhat bashful, approached Lin Fan, awkwardly scratching the back of her head before bowing respectfully. Moments ago, a servant had come to summon her to the back garden, although she wished to decline. The request came from her father, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, she had to apologize to Lin Fan for the interruption. Lin Fan, with a nonchalant nod, replied, "No worries." The next moment, Lin Qingxue made her way towards the back garden. Soon, she found herself face to face with her father, Lin Zhengwo, and, regrettably, the last person she wished to see, Lin Chunfeng. Though Lin Chunfeng possessed notable talent, the situation was far from ideal. However, Lin Qingxue held Lin Chunfeng in contempt, regarding him merely as a petty and small-minded individual. "Dear daughter, why has there been no contact with your father for the past 2 to 3 years?" As Lin Qingxue approached Lin Zhengwo, he wore a mildly angry expression and interrogated her. Once Lin Zhengwo finished speaking, Lin Qingxue quickly linked her arm with his, playfully saying, "Oh father, you know your daughter is a martial arts enthusiast. Once I immerse myself in training, I lose track of time in the outside world. But look, father, your daughter has now reached the foundation establishment stage." After her declaration, Lin Qingxue twirled around, releasing her concealed spiritual energy. The moment the aura of the foundation establishment stage was unleashed, golden light flickered in the eyes of both Lin Chunfeng and Lin Zhengwo. The former felt a sense of pride, believing that the higher Lin Qingxue's cultivation, the more esteemed he appeared. The latter, meanwhile, began to think that his daughter might be worthy of a more distinguished match. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Zhengwo's attitude toward Lin Chunfeng gradually shifted. Although Lin Chunfeng possessed decent talent, he paled in comparison to his daughter. It seemed he was somewhat unworthy of her. What if another disciple from the Fire God sect were to take an interest in his daughter? Wouldn't the Lin family soar to new heights? Contemplating this, Lin Zhengwo decided to delay the wedding with Lin Chunfeng, hoping to postpone it until an elder from the Fire God sect arrived. He intended for Lin Qingxue to make a brief appearance, receive some praise, and see if they might take notice of her. If the Fire God sect were to recognize her, it would indeed elevate the Lin family. As for the Lotus Flower sect, merely a mediocre sect. The Fire God sect was a first-rate sect, boasting a Purple Mansion realm martial artist as its protector, far superior to the Lotus Flower sect. At this moment, Lin Zhengwo had already devised his plan in his mind. As for the Fire God sect overlooking Lin Qingxue, in Lin Zhengwo's eyes, that was inconceivable. If Lin Chunfeng could attract the attention of the Fire God sect, how could his daughter Lin Qingxue not? With this thought, Lin Zhengwo's earlier irritation dissipated, replaced by boundless amusement. He gently patted Lin Qingxue's hand and said, "My daughter is the most formidable, but you must not go such a long time without contacting home. If something were to happen to you, your father would be heartbroken. After Lin Jiangwo finished speaking, Lin Qingxue obediently nodded, indicating her understanding. Then Lin Qingxue spoke to Lin Jiangwo. Father, I have someone I wish to introduce to you. As she spoke, she seemed somewhat mysterious, piquing Lin Jiangwo's curiosity, prompting him to instinctively ask, who is it? Lin Qingxue softly replied, the person your daughter likes. Those words caused the expressions of both Lin Jiangwo and Lin Chunfeng to change dramatically, as if a meteor had collided with the earth. Lin Chuanfeng's eyes turned bloodshot, and veins bulged on his forehead, appearing ready to erupt with rage. Clan leader, Lin Chunfeng bellowed at that moment. Ultimately, he managed to suppress his fury. Realizing he could not lose face before Lin Qingxue, Lin Jiangwo understood the implication behind Lin Chuanfeng's roar. Subsequently, Lin Jiangwo turned to Lin Chunfeng, gently patting his shoulder with a smile, and said, let us discuss the matter we previously mentioned later. Lin Jiangwo began to procrastinate. Upon hearing the phrase later, Lin Chunfeng shot Lin Jiangwo a murderous glare, utterly astonished that Lin Jiangwo would falter at such a moment. Lin Chunfeng, what does that glare signify? Just then, Lin Qingxue addressed Lin Chunfeng in a solemn tone. Lin Chunfeng, still seething with indignation, cast a dark look at Lin Jiangwo. Upon hearing Lin Qingxue's words, he forced a smile and replied, Qingxue, you must be mistaken. Observing Lin Chuanfeng's demeanor, Lin Qingxue chose not to engage further, turning instead to her father, Lin Jiangwo. Seeing this, Lin Jiangwo felt a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated that his simple delay would provoke such a fierce expression from Lin Chunfeng. It seemed as though he had been slighted. Truthfully, Lin Chunfeng had not dared to challenge Lin Jiangwo previously, but now, with his impending acceptance into the Huoshan sect, he felt emboldened. Chunfeng, are you fatigued? Lin Jiangwo inquired solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chunfeng suppressed his anger once more and quickly shook his head, saying, Clan leader, I feel quite well, not fatigued at all. Perhaps we could also meet the person whom Qingxue admires? As he spoke, a playful expression began to emerge on his face. He was eager to discover the nature of Lin Qingxue's affections. If the individual did not measure up to him, he would surely take great pleasure in humiliating them. Once Lin Chunfeng finished speaking, Lin Jiangwo nodded in agreement, providing him an avenue of escape, and then turned to Lin Qingxue with a pleasant demeanor. Daughter, lead us forth. Hesitant, Lin Qingxue bit her lip and cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chunfeng. She was reluctant to have him accompany them, fully aware of his temperament. Should he encounter Lin Fan, it could lead to an altercation. Yet, she found herself unable to refuse. Reluctantly, she guided the two men to the main hall. Inside the hall, Lin Fan gazed indifferently at a painting, feeling somewhat bored. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed as Lin Qingxue entered with Lin Jiangwo and Lin Chunfeng. As soon as they entered, Lin Fan sensed the challenge emanating from Lin Chuanfeng's gaze. Is he still as audacious as ever? Lin Fan mused derisively at the provocation in Lin Chuanfeng's eyes. Lin Chunfeng noted Lin Fan's unperturbed expression, a hint of confusion escaping him. He couldn't shake the feeling that this person seemed familiar. Just then, Lin Qingxue pointed to Lin Fan and introduced him, saying, This is my senior brother, a master of the sword. As she spoke those words, her eyes sparkled with pride. Lin Chunfeng gazed at Lin Qingxue, and then turned his eyes towards the seemingly pretentious Lin Fan, his heart ablaze with fury, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his chest. In the next moment, Lin Chunfeng donned a facade of a smiling tiger, addressing the masked Lin Fan with a tone of feigned curiosity, followed by a hint of playful challenge. Oh, how unfortunate. For I have achieved a modest level of proficiency in the way of the sword. Might I propose a duel? Lin Qingxue interjected. Lin Chunfeng, please refrain from jesting. I am not jesting, retorted Lin Chunfeng. Very well, let us treat this as a friendly spar, replied Lin Fan. Lin Chunfeng chuckled softly. Observing the charged atmosphere between the two, Lin Qingxue felt a pang of anxiety, not for Lin Fan's safety, but for the possibility that he might inadvertently slay Lin Chunfeng. She could not comprehend why the typically unambitious and low-key Lin Fan would acquiesce to Lin Chuanfeng's challenge. This was not the Lin Fan she knew. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Fan had long harbored the desire to teach Lin Chunfeng a lesson. Chapter 79. Do you have someone you favor? In the Lin family hall, Lin Chunfeng looked at Lin Fan, who had accepted his challenge, and inexplicably felt a surge of anger, wishing he could eliminate Lin Fan on the spot. Lin Chunfeng queried, How shall we proceed with this duel? Shall we head to the arena? Lin Fan shook his head. No need for such formalities. We can do it right here. Perplexed, Lin Chunfeng glanced at him, then pointed to the ground beneath them, frowning as he asked, Right here? Lin Fan nodded affirmatively. This will suffice. He believed he could defeat Lin Chunfeng in an instant. Why bother relocating? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lin Chunfeng sensed something amiss. As he scrutinized Lin Fan closely, He realized he could not discern Lin Fan's level of cultivation, causing his pupils to dilate in shock. He understood now why Lin Fan exuded such confidence. It was because his cultivation vastly surpassed Lin Xuanfeng's. Cultivation is the source of a warrior's power. Even if Lin Chunfeng were to embody the Sword Emperor, he could not triumph if the disparity in their cultivation levels was too great. Yet, Lin Chunfeng had his own solutions. Since we are to spar in the way of the sword, why not bind our own cultivation? He proposed, casting a knowing glance at Lin Fan, seemingly conveying, I have seen through your hidden cards. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan nodded nonchalantly, sure. To be honest, even if Lin Chunfeng had not suggested it, he would have suppressed his own cultivation to match Lin Chunfeng's level during the battle. This would bring him great satisfaction. As Lin Chunfeng observed Lin Fan's unwavering confidence, his ominous premonitions intensified. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Lin Qingshue's gaze directed at him, filled with mockery, disdain, and pity. In the next instant, Lin Fan inquired of Lin Chunfeng, are we ready? As Lin Fan's words echoed, Lin Chunfeng hesitated but eventually nodded. Just as he nodded and drew his sword from his hand, whoosh, a shadow, akin to a malevolent specter in the wind, abruptly materialized before Lin Chunfeng, brandishing a sword that was swiftly pressed against his throat. With a sharp clatter, Lin Xuanfeng's sword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. He swallowed hard, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. Observing from the sidelines, Lin Zhangwo found it difficult to fathom the scene unfolding before him. For the individual wielding the sword against Lin Chunfeng was none other than Lin Fan. A playful smile danced on Lin Fan's lips as he regarded Lin Chunfeng, whose expression mirrored that of someone who had just tasted excrement. Shame, regret, and fury contorted his features. As a man with an immense pride, Lin Chunfeng felt the sting of humiliation at Lin Fan's decisive victory. In the next instant, Lin Chunfeng channeled his spiritual energy toward Lin Fan. Lin Qingxue, witnessing this, could not contain her outrage, exclaiming, what is Lin Chunfeng doing? As her words echoed in the air, Lin Fan, ever vigilant, stepped back, sheathing his sword, and unleashed a wave of spiritual energy. With a resounding crash, Lin Chunfeng was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, drawing the attention of numerous members of the Lin family. This spectacle ignited a firestorm of rage within Lin Chunfeng. His eyes bloodshot, he arose from the ground, consumed by a desire to annihilate Lin Fan. Yet, at that moment, Lin Fan's voice rang clearly in Lin Xuanfeng's ears, a narrow victory. The implication of those words pierced Lin Xuanfeng's heart even deeper. However, they also granted him a semblance of calm. He resolved to bide his time until the elder from the Fire God Sect arrived for retribution. Straightening his clothes and brushing off the dust as if nothing had transpired, he re-entered the grand hall. This demeanor puzzled Lin Qingxue. She knew Lin Xuanfeng's character, and logically, he should have been plotting to kill Lin Fan at that moment. Why, then, was he so composed? My esteemed senior possesses remarkable skill, which I greatly admire. If possible, I hope you can remain here for a few days so that I may seek your guidance, Lin Chunfeng remarked with a disarming smile directed at Lin Fan. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue and Lin Fan exchanged bewildered glances. While Lin Zhangwo understood Lin Xuanfeng's intentions, to use the elder arriving in a few days to deal with Lin Fan, Lin Fan contemplated a refusal, but the expectant gaze of Lin Qingxue compelled him to acquiesce with a nod. He, too, had longed for the Lin family, having been absent for several years. Staying here for a while would be agreeable, as long as you do not mind my presence, Lin Fan replied to Lin Chunfeng. Before Lin Zhangwo could interject, Lin Qingxue eagerly nodded. We do not mind at all. Senior brother, please follow me. I will arrange a comfortable place for you, without regard for the gazes of others. She took Lin Fan's hand and led him away. Observing this, Lin Zhangwo was about to voice his thoughts when he caught the gaze of Lin Chunfeng. In the grand hall, Lin Chunfeng inquired, Patriarch, when do you intend to inform Qingxue about our betrothal? Lin Zhangwo, there is no rush, especially since you can discern that the man brought back by Qingxue is certainly not an insignificant figure, a sword that binds his cultivation, one that even I could not see through. Lin Chunfeng, clan leader, are you implying that you do not intend to acknowledge the engagement? Lin Zhangwo, not at all. It is simply that the current moment is not opportune. Lin Chunfeng, haha. Upon hearing Lin Zhangwo's words, Lin Chunfeng let out a cold laugh. In his view, Lin Zhangwo must have seen the talent and strength displayed by Lin Qingxue and felt unworthy. Lin Zhangwo, noticing Lin Xuanfeng's cold reaction, chose not to elaborate further, instead quietly observing the direction in which Lin Qingxue and Lin Fan had departed. Thus, Lin Fan took up residence in the Lin family, spending his idle moments in the courtyard practicing diligently. Naturally, Lin Chunfeng did not approach him for guidance. His petty nature would never allow him to seek counsel from Lin Fan. His intentions were merely to deceive Lin Fan into remaining within the Lin household. Lin Qingxue felt a sense of joy, for not only could she spend more time with Lin Fan, but she was also free from Lin Xuanfeng's oppressive presence. Brother, you must be cautious. Lin Chunfeng is not a good person. In his pursuit of me, he resorted to all manner of despicable tactics, Lin Qingxue warned. Peeling a spirit fruit and offering it to Lin Fan, adopting a somewhat gossipy demeanor. As Lin Qingxue finished speaking, Lin Fan smiled and nodded, then slightly lifted the edge of his mask to quickly pop the fruit into his mouth before restoring the mask to its original position. His dealings with Lin Chunfeng far exceeded those of Lin Qingxue, and he understood his character well. Lin Qingxue watched as Lin Fan swiftly restored his mask, preventing her from glimpsing his face, and she couldn't help but let out a sigh, a look of melancholy gracing her features. This sigh held two meanings. First, despite having known Lin Fan for so long, she had never seen the face beneath his mask. Second, she noticed that when she mentioned Lin Xuanfeng's pursuit of her, Lin Fan exhibited no signs of jealousy, leaving her heart heavy with disappointment. However, in the next moment, Lin Fan feigned indifference and asked Lin Qingxue, "Do you have someone you like?" Chapter 80. Visitors from the Fire God Sect. Do you have someone you like? Lin Fan inquired of Lin Qingxue. Upon hearing his words, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she nodded shyly, her gaze cast downward as she toyed with her fingers. Lin Fan felt similarly. Is it me? He pondered, observing Lin Qingxue's bashful demeanor, yet he found no joy in his heart, only a sense of melancholy. He wondered if, should he remove his mask and reveal his true face, she would still hold affection for him. As Lin Fan mused internally, Lin Qingxue suddenly asked, "Brother, do you have someone you like?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. After speaking, she nervously glanced at Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, I do not know." Lin Qingxue? Lin Qingxue, brother, what does I do not know mean? Lin Fan, there was once someone, but now I cannot ascertain whether I still have feelings for her. Lin Qingxue, who is this person, brother? As Lin Qingxue posed her question, her voice trembled with trepidation, fearing that Lin Fan might utter another name. However, Lin Fan refrained from responding and simply shook his head. A moment later, he inquired, in the entire Lin family, is there no one besides Lin Chunfeng who holds affection for you? Upon closer inspection, one could detect a quiver in his tone, as he sought to ascertain whether Lin Qingxue had ever taken notice of him. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Lin Qingxue felt a surge of happiness, interpreting his tone as jealousy, which dispelled her earlier gloom. She beamed and replied, "Naturally, there are many." Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that his question had been poorly phrased. Among the younger generation of the Lin family, it could be said that no one disliked Lin Qingxue. It was merely that he and Lin Chunfeng were particularly formidable in their affections. Without delay, Lin Fan stood up and expressed his desire to explore the Lin family estate, intending to guide Lin Qingxue to the place he once called home and to subtly gauge her reactions. Delighted, Lin Qingxue readily agreed, of course. Thus, she led Lin Fan on a leisurely tour of the estate. As they passed by the small courtyard where he had once resided, Lin Fan halted, gesturing towards it and asking Lin Qingxue, "Has anyone lived here?" It had been several years since he had returned to the Lin family, and the once tidy courtyard was now overgrown with weeds, clearly neglected by the family. Upon hearing Lin Fan's inquiry, Lin Qingxue glanced at the courtyard and replied, "This was once the residence of a disciple named Lin Fan." Perhaps reminiscing about their last encounter, her expression flickered with emotion, as if pondering Lin Fan's current circumstances. Lin Fan then asked, "Is this disciple still in the Lin family?" Hearing his name spoken by Lin Qingxue brought him a sense of joy, indicating that she had not forgotten him. However, when he posed his next question, Lin Qingxue's expression turned slightly melancholic as she shook her head. "He is no longer here." Lin Fan pressed on. "Did he ever pursue you?" Lin Qingxue responded, "He did." "Did you have any feelings for him?" Lin Fan continued. "Why does my senior ask such a question?" She queried. "Because your expression changed when you mentioned Lin Fan," he replied. "To be honest, senior, Lin Fan was a very good friend to me within the Lin family," she confessed. Her feelings towards Lin Fan were complex. She held no romantic interest in him, yet she was deeply moved by his actions. Although both he and Lin Chunfeng were ardent admirers, the former never resorted to underhanded tactics, treating her with respect, and would occasionally blush upon encountering her. Her lack of affection for Lin Fan was a facade, yet she lamented that they belonged to different worlds. Observing the complexity of Lin Qingxue's emotions, Lin Fan chose not to press further and simply stated, "Let us return." With his solemn words resonating in the air, they turned back. Lin Qingxue initially believed that Lin Fan was unhappy and quickly began to explain, "Senior brother, please do not misunderstand." Lin Fan interrupted her, saying, "No, do not overthink it." Lin Qingxue pouted and replied, "Oh." Subsequently, the two returned to the courtyard. Upon their arrival, Lin Zhangwo was anxiously standing at the entrance. And upon seeing Lin Qingxue, he hurriedly approached her and whispered, "Daughter, the Fire God Sect has arrived. We must go meet the elder from the Fire God Sect immediately." Just as Lin Qingxue and Lin Fan were about to leave, the elder from the Fire God Sect, accompanied by several disciples, arrived at the Lin family residence with the intent of taking Lin Chunfeng away. Lin Zhangwo instructed Lin Chunfeng to keep the elder occupied and to allow Lin Qingxue to meet him as well. Naturally, Lin Chunfeng did not refuse, for he intended to use the Fire God Sect to take revenge on Lin Fan. Thus, Lin Chunfeng engaged in conversation with the elder from the Fire God Sect in the main hall. Lin Zhangwo came to fetch Lin Qingxue to meet the elder. The Fire God Sect? Lin Fan, who was standing nearby, clearly heard what Lin Zhangwo said. Although Lin Zhangwo lowered his voice intentionally, it was still audible to Lin Fan. A martial artist of the divine concealment realm, Lin Fan had previously learned about the Fire God Sect, a first-rate sect, said to be led by a master with mid-level strength in the Purple Mansion realm. "Father, why do you want your daughter to meet the elder from the Fire God Sect? I already have my own sect and will never betray the Lotus Sect." Lin Qingxue exclaimed, her temper flaring upon hearing her father's words, taking a few steps back and addressing Lin Zhangwo with seriousness. Upon hearing her, Lin Zhangwo quickly shook his head, saying, "That is not what I meant. I just want you to become familiar with them." He certainly could not reveal his true intentions and hoped to placate Lin Qingxue first. Lin Qingxue furrowed her brows at his words and glanced at Lin Fan. In the next moment, she invited Lin Fan to join them. Lin Fan did not decline. He too wished to observe the strength of the elder from the Fire God Sect. Lin Zhangwo made no attempt to stop them. In the main hall, an elder with fiery red hair sat at the head seat, exuding a restrained aura. Although his energy was contained, one could sense from his gaze that he was at least a martial artist of the divine concealment realm. The elder was none other than Hung Yonghui, an inner sect elder of the Fire God Sect. He held a significant position within the sect, being the junior brother of the sect master. With strength at the mid-level of the divine concealment realm, behind him stood several young men and women, among whom was a youth with a defiant demeanor, looking down his nose at others. This youth was named Zhao Mingkong, possessing initial-level cultivation in the Foundation Establishment realm at just 16 years of age. His talent was remarkable, ranking among the top 3 outer disciples of the Fire God Sect. He accompanied Hung Yonghui on this outing for training purposes, eager to witness the talents of the outside world. At this moment, Zhao Mingkong cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chunfeng before him, deeming him a mere waste despite his decent aptitude. He could not understand why the sect would recruit such inferior disciples. In the next moment, Zhao Mingkong turned his gaze toward the entrance. Upon a glance, Zhao Mingkong beheld Lin Qingxue, and in that instant, his gaze became utterly ensnared. A celestial maiden,